Chapter 1 Have I Reborn? Yibai opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by an impenetrable darkness. Huishid touter something, yet found himself unable to speak. He meticulously reflected on the events that had transpired before. Yibai wasn't see an orphan his mother had suffered domes to Kabizathi hands off his father, who so to sell Yibai away. In the end, Yibai managed to turn Thediable and escape after taking his father's life. However, he soon found himself pursued by human traffickers. With no other options left, Yibai ultimately joined a mercenary group. Through this affiliation, he was able to evade deaths pursuing him. Within the mercenary group, Yibai underwent grueling training, the likes of which were inhumane. Half-oft Hosuho joined around this same temporish during training. Yet, bolstered by an indomitable will, Yibai persevered. After a tight year so for Lentil's effort, he's in dead to the position, closest to Thimerson regroup's leader. However, the leader, fearing Yibai would threaten his position, ordered an ambush during Yibai's next mission. Yibai had always placed his trust in his comrades, never suspecting that they would betray him. But he was gravely mistaken. During the mission, his whereabouts were disclosed beatamate, and Ishbatez Arjuasa Fort Stowe, escape his pursuers, he was ultimately showed he had beatamate, while claimed his life. When he awoke once more, have found himself in this boundless expanse of darkness. Yibai was perplexed by the memories flooding his mind, pondering if thys was merely a post-mortem illusion. He could hardly fathom that he had been betrayed by his own organization. If granted his seconds, he vowed never to trust that individual again. As Yibai awaited his fate, a voice resonated in his mind. Beep, system binding successful. Yibai pondered, bewildered by the concept of a system. Having never read novels, he was entirely unfamiliar with what ta system entailed. What is that? Yibai attempted to communicate with the system zealantly. Host, the system is a told Hakane when becoming stronger itis this for a system. The system's mechanical voisiberia hint of pride, as if it revealed in its sound existence. Oh. What? I am a system. Arintio astonished. So many people I earn first a golden opportunity, and do respond with merely oh. Ah, how infuriating. Leaving. Then go ahead. System? Are you not going to try to keep me? Weren't he out honey intending to leave? Well, you could at least plead with me a little perhaps a my trek insider. Oh, then please don't go. Ha ha ha, since you've begged so earnestly, I suppose I shall reluctantly remen. Yibai was left speechless. She had yet to comprehend what this I stem ways and waysel reedy bako ursid into a performance. So, am I dead? Why is it so dark? Host, you are indeed dead, but his system savidia. You have no been reborn, thof merely as an infant still in your mothers, hence, the darkness on our abilith. Listening to system's words, Yibai fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, how long until me birth? Will me family be Gudon? The system pondered briefly before responding. Host, you auto adopt a more optimistic Kutlukand refrain from dwelling on negativity. Upon hearing the system's comforter words, Yibai felt taste and see relief. Even if this rebirth mirrored his previous life, he'll accept it. Host, you have a 3 days until the hour birth. During this time, I will decide then a Sharif these world. Go ahead. Firstly, these world is Sakantathioni who previously inhabited, yet lacks efforts to combat crime, resulting in a plethora of tugs of register Thyrongong. What else? These world is home to creatures that they've long since vanished from your former world, such as dragons, albeit theory on Thebering Kof extinction. Yibai pondered, perplexed. What are redragons? The system, taken aback by Yibai's ignorance, replied, dragon surreal agenda beings from your world. Yibai nodded, somewhat understanding yet still bewildered. Does this world possess a means to display an combat prowess? Indeed, host. The primary method of showcasing combat strength here is through Avianonis Dao power. The higher Dao power, the greater the combat capability. However, it is also possible for individuals with lower Dao power to defethos with higher values. Then what was me combat strength in me previa slif compared to E's world? Host, your pre or combat prowess is regarded as above either giant this world. In your previous existence, you were a superhuman, through your potential hers also formidable. Will my previous combat ability is still be present there? Host, they will return toy once or the Govzavin. Ye-bei contemplated this, responding with a quieto, Anthan fell silent. On the third day, light finally broke through to darkness before Ye-bei's. Hua Scrattle be a doctor, rapid and atoll to protect the infant from harm. Ultimately, Ye-bei was placed in Accra beside his mother. His father stood by, offering comfort to his mother. After a moment of recovery, Ye-bei's mother slowly sat up, seemingly unaffected by the recent surgery. From this alone, it was evident that Ye-bei's mother was extraordinary. The arriving doctor, astonished by her swift recovery, remarked, "Truly remarkable, Lady Lua Kato sit up soon after giving birth." Ye-bei's mother dismissed the doctor with a wave of her hand, signaling him to leave. The doctor, recognizing Thikyu, departed promptly. "What shall win a metha killed?" Ye-bei's mother inquired of his father. After a moment's consideration, Ye-bei's father replied, "Let us galam Ye-bei." "Very well." With that, they left the hospital and drone. In the blink of an eye, Ye-bei was already 7 years old. Strangely, his hair had turned a striking white, as if it had been that way from birth. Thereafter Ye-bei's birth, a younger sister named Bai Zin was born, taking her mother's surname. Ye-bei Akosanato at Tinskaland instead left Thomi and his son. Upon learning of this, his parents contemplate and ultimately allowed him to go. However, his sister cried for a long time, for Ye-bei had always indulged her, granting her every wish, and nowhere sadness was palpable. His parents spent considerable time soothing her distress. Once he departed, Ye-bei carried nominee, believing himself Tobinobiter Thanarog. Thus, Heberowed foons from several local thugs. Thoth his buckets were in a tiver flowing, they contained enough for his own needs. At Morelli 7 years old, Ye-bei stood at an impressive Toff 1.7 meters and was quite handsome, often attracting the attention of girls and of insoma boys while walking the streets. Ye-bei found this quite absurd. He was not like Thosi and Nantung. Sao were these a boys approaching him? Harentud a mods dwelling in Adcentaria. Ye-bei began to contemplate how to earn money, realizing that more liberowing from thugs was a sustainable plan. Thomas wealth swiftly, he would need to resort toily galmians. Yet, lacking connections, he was forced to temporarily abandon the troyut. Ye-bei was no stranger to illicit activities, having been part of a mercenary group that appeared outside the law. He had engaged in such undertakings numerous times without a shred of guilt, a true manifestation of Fisp's psychological detachment. After some consideration, he resolved to venture out and see if there were any agents available. During his journey, he lost considerable time, and Bethedemi has stepped outside. Night had fallen. He made his way toward a nearby school, hoping to find something to. Oddly enough, there were in a food vendors in the vicinity of his rented place in Oniatal. Ashastra led along, and noticed a group of individuals surrounding a boy with blue hair, mercilessly beating. Initially Yeben tended to the scene, but upon hearing the ringleader's words Popolikiu, with naturally colored hair, disgust him, especially orphans like you, he realized they were referring to him. Surveying Zerendings, Henoda Thebes and Seof bystanders and surveillance, presenting an opportunity. He approached and tapped the ringly drawn the shoulder. Therein Gletter turned, but before he could comprehend what it was, Ye-bei delivered a decisive blow, shattering Giskel. The remaining thugs met a similar fate at Tibetians. After dispatching them, the system committed. Host has eliminated 4 individuals, earning 4 Dao power points. Host's current Dao power 17683. The mechanical Voisoft he system burialize a thought killing could yield Dao power. The stronger the opponent, the greater their word. With his thought hottenmend, Ye-bei shifted disfocused the blue-haired bibe for him. As Thyres met, the boy was taken aback by a striking appearance had never encountered Simeone so handsome, within the real beauty tablet. Watery Austeringat. Startled by Ye-bei's presence, the blue-haired boy stammered, "No, nothing, immediams take please don't hurt me." Looking at Ye-bei, whose hands and face were stained with blood, the boy's fear was palpable. Ye-bei neared his pleas, instead retrieving a body bag to contain corpses of the 4 thugs, placing them into a system storage with reluctance. After tidying up the scene, Ye-bei Nedto crouched with the blue-haired boy, lifting his kind with a finger. She inquired. Dishni appeared as though the kiss were imminent at the next moment. "Why did thee strike ya?" Tell me everything, except for the matter regarding your hair color, I inquired. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, they wanted me to provide them certain favors. When I refused, they assaulted him. Yibei furrowed his brow, gazing at him in silent disbelief. The boy with blue hair, sensing Yibei's skepticism, insisted, it's true. Initially, they toyed with him just as ardoing, holding Mikan. Upon hearing this, Yibei hastily withdrew. The system within Yibei's but I revealed a knowing smile. Yibei himself wasn't sure he had posed such a question, as if it were instinctual. He had never intrigued Daniel in such a manner before, note of any striking beauty. After a moment's thought, Yibei asked, what is your name, and how dare you? My name is Lin Tian, and I am 4 years old. Yibei looked at Lin Tian, who was nearly 1.4 meters tall, and mused the did not see him like him or 4-year-old. Yet, he also did not resemble a 7-year-old. It's true I am indeed 4 years old, but I am just a bit older than others. Having acknowledged this, Yibei prepared to leave. Seeing Yibei's intention to depart, Lin Tian gritted his teeth and followed him. Yibei turned to Lin Tian and asked, why are you following? Brother, I wish to accompany you, if that is permissible, Lin Tian replied. Absolutely not. Yibei rejected him without a moment's hesitation. However, he was taken aback when Lin Tian suddenly clung to his leg. No matter how hard Yibei tried, heckled not shake him off. Thus, Yibei returned at him with the soon expected attachment. Upon arriving, Yibei settled in tow chair, and Lin Tian released his grip. Yibei regarded Lin Tian and asked, what do you wish to accompany him? Being with you makes him feel safer. Lin Tian felt foolish when a shooter read these. Hequa quieted, I can't fear you certain, favor se filo meadows to stay. Ash spoke, Lin Tian reached for Yibei's pants. Startled, Yibei swiftly pulled his hand away. I am no good person, as you have seen. Are you certain you want to follow? Yes. Lin Tian agreed without a moment's hesitation. You may accompany him, Beautyo must obey me commands, and do canon lily ponthi so fay the recently, din me home. Understood. With Thai's arrangement established, Yibei fell asleep. Lin Tian settled down in the sofa for the night. Chapter 2, A New Arrangement. Before dawn the next day, Lin Tian set totally up. His industriousness disturbed Yibei's rest, prompting him to intervene. Do not clean him or I will hand light. Lin Tian, still knave, believed had disappointed Yibei and said, please, brother, was me clean and inadequate. Just tell me, and I will improve. Yibei, exasperated, replied, you woke up too early and disturbed me. Ah, I see. Lin Tian chuckled awkward lion, thinnest, brother, where shall we go to? Yibei found himself in a quandary, as there were no eatery synth the vicinity. The nearest knew a several kilometers away, and Bethetamethi arrived. They wooed like Laloza Thyropetit. Thus, Yibei decided Lin Tian shall learn to cook. You should learn how to prepare meals. All right. Lin Tian readily agreed. Subsequently, Yibei ventured out to purchase a cookbook. Curiously, while if there were in restaurants nearby, a shop specializing in cookbooks did exist. After acquiring the cookbook, Yibei proceeded to the nearest market to buy some tomatoes. By the time Yibei returned home, an horade lapsed. He handed the ingredients Lin Tian and retreated to the living room. Lin Tian scrutinized the recipe before scrambled eggs, with tomatoes, diligently figuring out how to proceed. 10 minutes later, Lin Tian had deciphered the preparation method. Now, practical execution was required. Feel free to take notes if needed. High-quality ingredients often require the simplest cooking techniques. First, chop the tomatoes in small pieces those who hotus like can may peel them. If available, Abitoff choppage renanian can enhance the flavor, though Yibei had known. Preparable, krakentwogs, and twist them tagatharun till well blended. Heat a pan, pour in the mixture, and stir with chopsticks in the center. Cook until fully set, then immediate layer move from meat. In the same pan, add illifiu have green onions, toss them in, otherwise adjust add the tomatoes. Stir fry the tomatoes until softened and their juice are released, then add half a bowl of water. Simmer for 1 minutes until the sauce thickens, adding gape and cove salt approximate la half feta spoon and a show oyster sauce, stirring well. Finally, Add Thieg Sand Steer Quick Light to combine, ideally within 30 seconds. On Cethero Limixed, Remo Verum Hiatan serve. And thus, our scrambled eggs with tomatoes were prepared. After deo flavor, Masterlin was ready to present eBay with his meticulous craft tedish. Brother, please agavata tree. Lin Tian watched eBay with ear anticipation, awaiting his evaluation of tea meal. Given the appearance, it should not be too palatable. EBay picked up Pisco sticks and took a bite of tea. Countless Brazesco elicited into two simple words. Not bad. After consuming a portion, eBay refrained from eating more, as Lin Tian hadn't prepared much, and feared Lin Tian might go hungry. I am for you can have a thirst. Next time, make a larger quantity. After pressing Lin Tian into a chair, eBay treated to his room. Once inside, eBay said in lyra called. Why did not Virus? At that moment, he realized that thick knowledge had acquired previously was officially sane in circumstances. eBay quickly jotted down hitimtion he did to purchase. Rice, salt, soy sauce, light sauce, dark sauce. Hethan inquired what Lin Tian liked to eat. Tohich Lin Tian replied, I am fine with anything, I'll eat whatever you enjoy, brother. In that moment, Lin Tian was merely yachtled with the mentality of a 4-year-old. Meanwhile, eBay was in his 20s. Having compiled the shopping list, eBay stood up, re-added to venture out. At that moment, eBay had two objectives in mind. First, to buy supply a second, Tosikutan intermediary. The first was the main objective, while at his second ways aside Tashkas Longashi established a partnership before his funds ran out, he would not lack for resources. eBay observed Lin Tian, who had finished his meal, and decided to take him along. After all, Lin Tian was in the 4-year-old and might not be safedom. eBay, Theffel to Mekartaker, declared, let's go buy supply a and find Simeon. Lin Tian perkejapat eBay's words. Sir a thing, brother? No problem, brother. You understand, brother? eBay shot Lin Tian a glare, and ha promptly fell it. This time, in addition to shopping, where il salukin ferthosi involved in organ trafficking thighs, will essentially be our sorciafunes moving forward. Imitation is prohibited. Upon hearing eBay's words, Lin Tian hesitated. Brother, do really have to engage in such illegal activities? eBay, having anticipated Lin Tian's question, replied without a moment's hesitation. Naturally, I have already told ya, I am not a good person, and have engaged in such activities before. If you wish to accompany him, you must adopt the necessary attitude. After a moment of self-reassurance, Lin Tian responded, You understand I will adopt the required attitude. eBay appeared satisfied with Lin Tian's response. Let's go, then. With that, eBay took Lin Tian out. Through various inquiries, they eventually found themselves seen in Arawali, a Theendove, which lay a black market where anything could be found. If you can't conceive it, it can be obtained here. Once inside, do not speak at often, eBay instructed Lin Tian. Lin Tian did an agreement, and eBayed him inside. Upon entering, the overwhelming stink of blood nearly made Lin Tian gag. Yet eBay held Lin Tian back, preventing him from losing his composure. Covering Lin Tian's smout hand nose with his hand, eBay attempted to assist to comfort. After surveying Theria, eBay found a suitable intermediary. Haraped twice in Thitabayan said, Ario in need of supplies? Theman raised his gaze and, upon seeing eBay's youthful face, initially disregarded him. eBay precedent, foreheadless sheep from around midnight heister day what Isayo you offer? Ida said that after Persondes, when hung upside down a draint here blood, theirs can turn spale, resembling Gascon lamp. Theffer individuals eBay had dispatched had their heads crushed, thus being referred to the sheep. The man, taken aback by eBay's youthful appearance, was astonished. eBay appeared in older than 18, yet he had already accomplished such a fiat. What price Syria willing to offer? This being Ger first transaction, let us focus in cooperation. As for the price, it is negotiable. I hope it establish a long-term partnership through tis exchange. Though eBay spoke slowly, his words sent shivers down his spine off to proprietor. This fellow hasn't doubted lidneth this before. Themon Zealant lim used to himself. I can't fear you 27 Ithison libinality over 10 horses in yesterday's midnight. would like to see the goods first. With that, he gestured for Yi Bai to enter further inside an estimator. Seeing the gesture, Yi Bai was soon hesitant and followed him in. Lingtian understood no single word. Up and entering the room, Yeber inquired, is there anything here a thought purifies the air? This guile de bisidimisium sto havias lie taller guideth the atmosphere. With that, Yeber gestured towards Lingtian. Themin Lucadabi and replied, there is omi perfumion thita be applying goodbye tone your hander nerisness shu dalaviati his comfort. Up and hearing this, Yebe picked up the perfume ephrompthitable, sprayed some on tobacco fishand, and after confirming it was not overpowering, he plied a little near Lingtian's nosy and asked, how is it? Do you feel better? Much improved, Lingtian gratefully responded to Yebai. Excuse him, elder brother, I didn't quite understand what was just said. Could you please explain it to him? After expressing his gratitude, Lingtian answered with this question. I'll tell you when wedgethome, Yebai replied, then roasto retrieve the 4 corpses from the system space. Yebe pulled the bodies from the body bags. They were preserved remarkably well, showing no signs of damage or odor, indicating that the system space had preservation capabilities. Yebe placed the 4 corpses in front of Timan, stating, Thesis what I was referring to take a look. He pointed out the bodies in the ground. Theman examined the corpses and then flippedoni overtons pecked it before saying, These bodies well preserved if I wish. I can increase the count to 30. Yebe pondered for a moment and replied, Nani 27 sufficient. Illatuna if he have mirabusiness in the future. Theman chuckled, then a thank you, little boss, for your support. With that, Hekalectethi bodies and handed Yebe 270,000 in cash. Yebe placed Themini into the system space and departed with Lingtian. Once he outside the black market, Yebe first to Lingtian home eat a shower, asked Theodorus from the marketory overwhelming, clinging evento his own person. Had Thagan direct light a shop, the police would surely have apprehended them. Upon returning home, Yebe asked Lingtian, will you liquido bathe first, or shall I? Lingtian paused for a moment and replied, can't we bathe together? After some contemplation, Yebe agreed. All right, let's wish up together. However, a sudden thought struck Yebe, and hyternally warned at the system. Ifio deritopique, ill be furious. The system, evidently taken aback by a base remark, responded. Oh, come now, fine. I went Luke. Has no love made you forget he old? The system stone dripped with sarcasm. Yet Yebe cosonato engage with the system's banter. Yebe and Lingtian shed here clois and intered Thebe thrum together. Thebeth tubin Yebe shamuus not particular lie large, yet it was sufficient for Bodhoftum. Despite having promised not to observe, the systembro kites were dan begantosniaka glance. Once Yebe and Lingtian finished bathing, they don ed twanas at soft clois and prepare ed toventury out. Their first stop ways in nearby mobilophone store, whereth a purchased twaphonies, as neither Yebe nor Lingtian owned any themimit. After acquiring thephones, the also bought wo asima cards. I am unsure if mobile lephones to utilize asima cards, but me previous phoned it. A sit was necessary for having gaffany number. Having procured these items, Yebe to Klingti ante the nearest market to purchase groceries. Once Seteha the red everything they needed, Yi bailed Lingtian back home. Chapter 3. The system task arrives upon returning home. Yebe washed the clothes that he and Lin Tian had exchanged earlier, hung them out to dry, and placed them beside their pillows for the night. After a prolonged bout of activity, it was already afternoon, and they had yet to eat lunch. Yebe promptly urged Lin Tian to prepare a meal. This time, the dishes were plentiful, not only in quantity but also accompanied by rice. Yesterday, Yebe, much like Ruaji, had forgotten to purchase rice, so today he made it a point to buy rice first. After finishing their meal, Yebe assessed Lin Tian and said, You are too weak. You will train with me shortly. As soon as Lin Tian finished the last morsel of rice in his bowl, he eagerly agreed. Okayed. A notification appeared. System task has been issued. Please check. Yebe was taken aback. The system has tasks? He recalled his previous life as a mercenary, where he was inundated with endless tasks to the point of baldness. The mere thought of tasks now gave him a headache. Nevertheless, Yebe accepted it. He silently chanted, Check. Task 1. Assist Lin Tian in raising his Dao power to 300. Current Dao power, 14. Deadline, 2 months. Reward. Method to cultivate armament hockey from the One Piece world. Task 2. Aid Lin Tian in raising his Dao power to 1000. Current Dao Power, 14. Deadline, 5 years, Reward. Method to cultivate observation haki from the One Piece world. Task 3. Help Lin Tian cultivate dual haki. No deadline, reward. Awakening of Conquerors Hakai.Yibai was dazzled by the series of tasks and rewards. He understood that he needed to train Lin Tian to reach a certain level, but he was bewildered by the rewards related to haki, as he had never watched One Piece and was unfamiliar with what haki entailed. Moreover, even if he accomplished tasks 1 and 2 and obtained haki, he wasn't certain he could teach Lin Tian effectively. Yibai turned to Lin Tian and instructed, "Wash the dishes. We will leave shortly." "Okay," Lin Tian replied without a hint of complaint, promptly beginning to wash the dishes. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Tian was occupied, Yibai hurriedly inquired of the system, "What is haki?" Host, haki refers to a skill from another world that significantly enhances one's combat power. What are the uses of these haki? Armament haki allows one to harden any part of their body to the toughness of steel. Observation haki enables one to sense nearby events, allowing for awareness of surroundings. As for Conqueror's haki, it is unique among the 3 types of haki, as it cannot be mastered through training. It is said that only 1 in every 10,000 individuals possesses Conqueror's haki. Its uses are vast. Once you acquire it, you will comprehend it yourself. The system hastily explained the basic theory of the 3 types of haki, noting that this was merely their rudimentary application, with advanced uses yet to be revealed. Approximately 20 minutes later, Lin Tian finished washing the dishes, changed his clothes, and followed Yibai outside. Suddenly, Yibai realized there was no suitable place for them to train peacefully. Thus, he asked, "Do you know of any underground fight clubs nearby? We could train there." Lin Tian glanced at himself and replied, "Brother, can I really do that in my current state? I'm only 4 years old." Yibai disregarded the latter part of Lin Tian's statement and acknowledged that perhaps he had set his expectations too high. They needed to first improve Lin Tian's foundational skills. His Dao power should reach at least 100, as the average adult typically has a Dao power ranging from 20 to 40. Alright, I should have considered this more carefully. Is there a gym nearby? We can start your training there. Lin Tian pondered for a moment before responding, "I haven't seen one. It seems there aren't any gyms in the vicinity." Yibai felt exasperated. Why was there no food available on this street, let alone a gym? He recalled that in his previous life, almost every street had a gym. Are there any deserted woods or forests nearby? Yibai wearily asked Lin Tian. Yes, there is. I once hid there to escape from those 4 people chasing me. Lin Tian added, seemingly remembering something. Oh, I heard a dragon's roar in that forest. He gestured as if mimicking a dragon. Yibai nodded, somewhat understanding. All right, lead me to that forest. We will conduct some foundational training there. Okay. The moment Yibai finished speaking, Lin Tian eagerly prepared to depart. Before they set off, Yibai reiterated his earlier question. You still haven't answered me. Where is the nearest underground boxing club? Lin Tian recalled and said, I heard some people mention it was beneath a tavern. With this information, Yibai was able to piece together a general idea. Given that he had been an all-rounder in the mercenary group during his past life, with just a few ordinary clues, he could extract the information he desired. Thus, conversing with Yibai was not to be taken lightly. He could deduce everything from even the color of one's underwear. After their lengthy discussion, Yibai and Lin Tian arrived at their destination. Upon arrival, Yibai immediately began searching for a suitable training area. Finally, he discovered an abandoned park, which appeared to have been previously developed but ultimately abandoned. Surrounding the park was a rubber track. Yibai jogged around the track, measuring exactly 1,000 meters. All right, Lin Tian, get onto the track. Chapter 4, Training Lin Tian. Once on the track, Lin Tian assumed a starting position. Now, I will explain the task you are to complete. Listen carefully, understood? Lin Tian nodded to indicate his comprehension. You must run 20 laps around this track without resting. I will monitor you at all times, so do not even think about stopping. Begin now. With that, Lin Tian dashed off. Initially, his speed was acceptable, but as he progressed, he slowed considerably, moving at a pace that could only be described as slower than a snail's crawl. Lin Tian contemplated alternating between walking and running, but each time he paused, Yibai would kick him from behind. This left Lin Tian utterly exhausted. Despite the arduous training, it proved effective. Lin Tian's Dao power had already reached 20. Yibai believed that within a month, Lin Tian's Dao power would be sufficient to reach 100. Of course, this was Yibai's conservative estimate. It could very well be much higher by the end. After 4 grueling hours, Lin Tian painfully completed his 20 laps, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. This training regimen mirrored the rigorous routines of Yibai's former mercenary group. Although the training was intense and arguably unreasonable, it was undeniably effective. After allowing Lin Tian a 15-minute break, Yibai called him to rise. "How do you feel?" Yibai inquired at "It's okay." After 15 minutes, Lin Tian was still struggling to catch his breath. Panting heavily on the ground, Yibai glanced at Lin Tian, who lay gasping for air, and without a hint of sympathy declared, "We will now begin the next exercise." Weighted running for 3 laps. Starting in 5 minutes. With that, Yibai tossed Lin Tian the weighted vest he had fashioned, which consisted of stones bound together with reeds, creating a rough approximation of a weighted garment. "Brother, I haven't fully recovered yet. Can I rest a bit longer, please?" "Absolutely not," Yibai replied without hesitation. Lin Tian, in despair, pleaded, "Brother, I really can't go on. Just let me rest for a moment, please." He clung to Yibai's leg, begging. Annoyed, Yibai relented. "Fine. How long do you need to rest?" Lin Tian thought for a moment and replied, 5 hours. 5 minutes is what you get. "Now, let the countdown begin." Yibai seemed not to have heard Lin Tian's plea. Hey, brother, I said 5 hours. I know, but I only want you to rest for 5 minutes. Upon hearing Yibai's words, Lin Tian sat on the ground, sulking and glaring at him, clearly frustrated. Yibai, seeing Lin Tian's pouting face, remarked, "Come on, you're not a child. Stop acting so childish." Lin Tian, hearing Yibai's words, began to question his own ears. "But I'm only 4 years old." Yibai recalled Lin Tian's age and realized it was indeed true. "So what if you're 4? At your age, I was far stronger than you." Lin Tian, unwilling to back down, retorted, "How old are you? When I reach your age, I will definitely be stronger than you." Yibai pondered for a moment and responded, "I'm only 7 now. Are you sure you can surpass me at this age? 7? Lin Tian silently screamed in disbelief. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian prepared to voice his thoughts. He gathered his courage and said, "Could you give me a little more time? 5 minutes is too short. 3 minutes have already passed while we were talking." Yibai, however, was resolute in his refusal. "Stop stalling. Put it on and let us commence." Lin Tian was about to retort but was intimidated into silence by a glance from Yibai. He meekly replied, "All right, I'll go now." With Yibai's assistance, Lin Tian donned the heavy training suit. The weight of the suit rendered him nearly immobile, yet Yibai insisted he run. Each stride Lin Tian took was accompanied by 2 labored breaths. And before he could finish his 2 laps, he felt as though the suit would crush him. He desperately sought a way to alleviate the burden. Looking helplessly at Yibai, he realized the spot where Yibai had once stood was now vacant. In disbelief, Lin Tian stared at the space where Yibai had vanished, swallowing hard. Gritting his teeth, he began to run in the heavy suit. With every step, he felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. Each advance brought him closer to the heavens. Finally, after 9 arduous hours, he completed the 2 laps. The moment Lin Tian finished, he collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. After checking Lin Tian for any injuries, Yibai carried him home. At that moment, Lin Tian's energy level was at 54. Must be said that Lin Tian was quite gifted. He had progressed from an initial score of 14 to 54 in just one afternoon. Achieving the required energy level was merely a matter of time. Upon returning home, Yibai placed Lin Tian on the bed and settled down on the sofa himself. It was not until nearly noon the next day that Lin Tian finally awoke. Upon exiting his room, he spotted Yibai seated at the dining table, waiting patiently for him to rise so they could have a meal. Without hesitation, Lin Tian hurried to the kitchen to prepare food for Yibai. After they finished their meal around noon, rain began to pour outside. Observing the downpour, Yibai realized they could no longer train in the forest and would have to practice simple drills at home instead. After contemplating for a moment, he addressed Lin Tian, who was washing the dishes. "In a bit, we'll practice together at home." Lin Tian acknowledged with an "oh," but fell silent thereafter. Yibai rearranged the room's layout, attempting to create a more spacious environment. Once Lin Tian finished washing the dishes, Yibai completed the room setup. After changing into appropriate attire, Lin Tian stood opposite Yi Bai, ready for their sparring session. Yi Bai gestured for Lin Tian to initiate the attack. After testing the waters, Lin Tian threw a punch towards Yi Bai's face, while Yi Bai swiftly dodged to the right, evading the strike. "Your speed is the tavern owner." Upon hearing those words, responded with a hint of anger, "Kid, think before you speak. That place is a death trap. I'm trying to save you." Night White retorted, "Old man, if I were afraid of death, I wouldn't be inquiring about that place." With that, he crushed the wine glass in his hand. Aware that Night White was not someone to be trifled with, the tavern owner produced a piece of paper and meticulously sketched out the route from there to the underground boxing arena. Without a backward glance, Night White took the map and led his companion Lin Tian away. After walking a considerable distance, Night White expelled the alcohol he had consumed. Lin Tian, perplexed, asked, "Brother Night White, why did you drink the wine only to spit it out?" Night White patted Lin Tian on the shoulder and replied, "Drinking can lead to trouble." After approximately 20 minutes of walking, Night White arrived at an abandoned parking lot. He ventured inside, following the map, navigating through twists and turns until he reached a dead end. Repeatedly confirming that he had not misread the map, he began searching for a mechanism nearby. In a corner, he discovered a lock that required the correct answer to open the door to life. This place was not for the faint-hearted. Those with a discerning eye would already perceive the answer. Those who had not paid close attention, those who had not thoroughly read, would undoubtedly be at a loss. The answer was the phrase "good person," as the tavern owner had alluded to the fact that this place was not meant for such individuals. After inputting the pinyin for "good person" into the lock, a stone door appeared on the wall. Entering through it led to the so-called underground boxing arena. As Night White pushed open the stone door, two attendants welcomed him and Lin Tian, saying, "Welcome to our underground boxing arena." The White Hall. The arena was divided into 5 levels, with the most basic being white, followed by blue, orange, red, and black. To enter the Blue Hall, one needed to achieve 500 victories in the White Hall or 100 victories in the Life and Death boxing arena. Along with a power level of 300, the Orange Hall required 1,000 victories in the Blue Hall or 500 in the Life and Death arena, and a power level of 1,000. The Red Hall required 2,000 victories in the Orange Hall or 1,000 in the Life and Death arena, and a power level of 5,000. Finally, the Black Hall necessitated 5,000 victories in the Life and Death arena and a power level of 10,000. Currently, only 27 individuals had reached the Black Hall, while the White Hall had over 10,000 branches worldwide. Night White paid little mind to the attendants and instead wandered deeper into the hall. He noticed that the White Hall was quite expansive, equipped with comprehensive facilities, even offering food for sale, which would be more convenient than going to the market. Lin Tian, eyeing the food area, drooled and tugged at Night White's hand. Pointing towards it, "Brother Night White, can we buy something to eat? I haven't had breakfast and I'm starving." Lin Tian looked at him with eager eyes, prompting a smile from Night White. Feeling a bit hungry himself, Night White replied, "All right, but we must first ensure that the food here is safe. They might lace it with something harmful, so be cautious." Lin Tian, though unaware of what harmful meant, understood from the name that it was likely not a good thing. Upon entering the dining area, Night White ordered a lunchbox for both Lin Tian and himself. After sniffing his meal and inspecting a grain of rice for any abnormalities, he confirmed that both their meals were safe and allowed Lin Tian to start eating. Once they had filled their stomachs, the two of them strolled around and eventually found the registration desk. Night White noticed a board beside the registration area displaying the rules of the boxing arena. The rules of the Life and Death boxing arena were as follows. Rule 1. The first time entering the Life and Death arena requires a power level test with a minimum score of 60 to participate. Rule 2. Victory in the Life and Death arena is only achieved when one party is dead. Rule 3. The use of weapons is prohibited in the arena. Rule 4. Once you enter the arena, you cannot forfeit. The 4 rules of the Life and Death arena were straightforward, yet the simpler they were to understand, the more daunting they became. The second rule, which stated that one must kill their opponent to win, deterred many, as it implied that one of the two must die. This could just as easily be oneself as the opponent. Night White turned to Lin Tian and asked, "Do you understand? Do you want to participate?" "Me? I don't want to," Lin Tian replied. my power level might not be sufficient. After checking Lin Tian's power level, which stood at 89, Night White marveled at how much it had increased in just a few days of training, indicating Lin Tian's remarkable talent. Your power level is certainly adequate. I only ask if you wish to participate. After some contemplation, Lin Tian resolutely decided to join, determined not to bring shame to his brother Night White. Brother Night White, I will participate. Hearing this, Night White approached the front desk and informed the attendant he wishes to enter the life and death boxing arena. Please register him to ask for why Night White was not participating. It was due to the scarcity of participants in the life and death arena. If he were to match against Lin Tian, that would be undesirable. Hence he opted for the regular boxing arena, where killing opponents was not forbidden, thus allowing for more opportunities to acquire power. The attendant, glancing at Lin Tian, said, "Come with us, little one. We'll first measure your power level." With that, she took Lin Tian's hand and led him to the testing area, with Night White following closely behind. Inside, numerous testing machines were arranged. The attendant instructed Lin Tian to stand before one and strike it with all his might. Lin Tian's punch registered a power level of 81. Leaving the attendant astounded, she had not anticipated such a high score from someone so young. His future looked bright. The attendant then summoned two men in black and asked Lin Tian, "What would you like your code name to be?" "Young one." The scene resembled a neighborly older sister inquiring about a child's name. Chilin, Lin Tian decided after a moment's thought, choosing a name related to his own, Night White, intrigued by Lin Tian's power level, asked, "May I test as well?" "Of course, anyone can test," the attendant replied, gesturing for him to proceed. As Night White prepared for his turn, Lin Tian transformed into a little cheerleader, encouraging him, "Brother, go for it." The attendant was momentarily taken aback by Lin Tian's enthusiasm, having assumed Night White was merely a friend or acquaintance. The reality of him being an older brother implied that Night White would be exceptionally strong. She began estimating his potential score. 100? 130? None of those were even close. With a single punch, Night White unleashed a staggering power level of 16,347, and that was with restraint. Without holding back, the number would surely be even higher. Well, 16,000 is acceptable. I suppose 16,000, the attendant exclaimed, unable to contain her shock. Lin Tian was equally astonished by Night White's power level. He had known Night White was formidable, but this exceeded his expectations. Considering Night White claimed to be 7 years old, Lin Tian reflected on what he was doing at that age, only to realize he had been merely 4. "Is that impressive for you?" Night White inquired. "Why, yes, it's quite high, at least for us in the White Hall." The attendant stammered, taken aback. The Grandmaster of the White Hall had a power level of only 2,300, and here was someone with a score of 16,347. A staggering contrast. Do you wish to enter the life and death boxing arena?" The attendant asked cautiously, wary of offending this formidable figure, who possessed over 100 times her own power level. "I will not participate. I wish to join the regular arena," Night White declared, adding, "My codename is Yi, as in tree leaf." "Understood, sir." Chapter 6, Lin Tian's first battle. With that, Night White led Lin Tian out. Before leaving, he instructed, "Arrange his first battle promptly." "Understood, understood." The attendant nodded vigorously, eager to comply. Once they exited, Night White took Lin Tian to the observation seats for the life and death boxing arena. Although participants were few, the audience was plentiful. Night White and Lin Tian settled into a front row seat for a better view and learning experience. Sitting beside Night White, Lin Tian could not contain his admiration, exclaiming, "Brother Night White, you are truly amazing." Night White, noticing the admiration in Lin Tian's eyes, replied, "If you are willing to practice, you too can achieve such greatness." Inspired by Night White's words, Lin Tian resolved to train diligently. After watching several matches, Lin Tian received his match number and time. Unable to decipher the information, he turned to Night White with hopeful eyes. Night White reassured him, "After this match concludes, you'll be up next." After Yi Bai finished speaking, he yawned and patted Lin Tian on the shoulder, saying, "Remember, when you enter the ring, aim to take him out. If you don't eliminate him, he will surely eliminate you." Lin Tian nodded in acknowledgement. An hour later, it was finally Lin Tian's turn. With a power level of 81, Lin Tian found himself almost unmatched here. Unless he acted foolishly, he was unlikely to falter. Fight well in the first round. Don't embarrass me, Yi Bai said before rising and walking away. Lin Tian approached the boxing ring alone. Standing at 1.5 meters tall, his opponent appeared to be a mere dwarf in comparison. Welcome, everyone, to this life-and-death boxing match. I am your host, Bing Bing. This Bing Bing was the younger sister at the front desk, and the two of them had been specially authorized to switch shifts freely. This match featured the newcomer, codenamed Qilin, facing off against the seasoned fighter, Guangxi. The audience in the stands, upon seeing Lin Tian's diminutive stature, erupted in laughter. Look at that, the Qilin is so short. Will he even survive a single blow from Guangxi? Ha ha ha! The betting began. Place your bets, Guangxi versus Qilin. Bet on your favorite fighter. The odds are up, and I'm betting $1 million on Guangxi. This is going to be a huge win. Ha ha ha! Yi Bai ignored the ruckus around him and placed a bet of 200,000 on Lin Tian, with nearly 20-1 odds that could yield him $4 million. Although he might lose a bit, he should still walk away with around $3 million. Others noticed Yi Bai's bet on Lin Tian and began to mock him. Look at that fool betting on Qilin. Does he think he won't end up with nothing? Ha ha ha. Before he could finish, he was met with a brutal punch from Yi Bai that exploded his head. The crowd, poised to taunt, fell silent upon witnessing the swift demise of the first mocker. Bing Bing at the commentary table noticed the commotion and called her sister, Shui, at the front desk to inform her of the situation. Shui quickly arrived, intending to quell the disturbance with her considerable power level. However, upon realizing that the instigator was Yi Bai, she nearly collapsed in submission, almost kneeling in defeat. Nevertheless, she composed herself and said, "What is going on here?" Sensing Shui's arrival, those causing the disturbance felt emboldened, exclaiming, "It's this man. He's killing people in the stands. He has already killed one and now wants to kill another." "Yes, that's him. Quickly subdue him. If possible, I want to have a go at him too." Before the second speaker could finish, Yi Bai swiftly split him in two. The man standing before Shui was suddenly cleaved in half. Even seasoned warriors would break out in a cold sweat at such a sight. A bystander shouted from a distance, "Look, he's killing right in front of you. This is a blatant disregard for your authority. You must put an end to this." Shui found herself in a precarious position, filled with indignation. "Don't you see what he's done? He smashed one man's head and split another in two. How could I possibly take him on? I shouldn't have come here." Yi Bai, noticing her embarrassment, remarked, "Who said you can't kill in the stands?" His words left everyone momentarily speechless. Isn't it true that you can kill and still have a point? Upon reflection, it seemed there were indeed no rules against it. Shui recognized this as an opportunity to withdraw gracefully and said, "The disputes in the stands should be resolved amongst yourselves. The methods are inconsequential. If there are no further issues, we shall take our leave." After casting a glance at Yi Bai, Shui hurriedly exited the scene. Back at the front desk, she called Bing Bing, saying, "Bing Bing, if there's any trouble caused by that Qilin or the white-haired one, don't report it to me. Just ignore them." "Why? You want to know why? I almost died there. That white-haired one has a power level of 16,000, and Qilin is his protege. They undoubtedly think returning to the stands." Yi Bai wiped the blood from his face with tissue and relocated to a different seat. Wherever Yi Bai went, people scattered as though faced with a plague, fearing he might take offense and retaliate violently. Bing Bing in the commentary booth stared at Yi Bai in astonishment, unable to fathom that this youthful figure, who appeared not yet 18, possessed a staggering power level of 16,000. Clearing her throat lightly, she announced, "We had a slight delay due to some incidents. Please take your seats as the match is about to commence." Hearing this, several spectators settled into their seats, quietly anticipating the fight, acutely aware that a formidable presence loomed among them, and none wanted to risk provoking him. "The betting is closed." At that moment, the initial bookmaker shouted, signaling that no further bets could be placed. As the announcement echoed, Bing Bing declared, "The match begins." Following this, Guangxi and Lin Tian began cautiously testing each other's defenses. Guangxi feigned a vulnerability, luring Lin Tian into a trap. Lacking combat experience, Lin Tian fell for it on his first attempt, receiving a straight punch to the abdomen from Guangxi. While the blow was not overly powerful, it still inflicted significant damage. pressured by the lack of real-world combat experience. Lin Tian found himself at a loss, relying solely on the few techniques he had practiced to seek an opening against his opponent. He resorted to a strategy of trading blows, but Guangxi, with his robust physique, absorbed the hits effortlessly. Despite Lin Tian's significantly higher power level, he struggled to inflict any meaningful damage. Feeling somewhat helpless, Lin Tian glanced at Yi Bai, who gestured towards his lower body, indicating Lin Tian should target Guangxi's legs. Misinterpreting the signal, Lin Tian aimed for the center instead. Seizing an opportunity while Guangxi was off balance, Lin Tian unleashed a powerful kick to his midsection. That kick shattered Guangxi's aspirations and instilled fear in all the males present, including a few females, such as Bing Bing, who pondered how Lin Tian might extricate himself from this predicament. She had considered the possibility of Lin Tian being rescued by Yi Bai in the end, but she never anticipated such a dramatic turn of events that would leave men weeping and women heartbroken. Lin Tian looked proudly at Yi Bai, but Yi Bai merely crossed his legs, refusing to meet Lin Tian's gaze. Assuming that Yi Bai was displeased for not delivering a more devastating blow, Lin Tian stepped forward and kicked several more times, each strike landing on Guangxi's vital area. Even if it wasn't his own, anyone would feel the pain. By the 14th kick, Guangxi's two vital organs were obliterated, and he felt the overwhelming sensation of loss, crying out in agony, "No! I will kill you!" With that, Guangxi attempted to rise. However, the abruptness of his movement exacerbated his wounds, causing blood to flow in a gruesome mix of red and white. "It hurts. It hurts too much." Lin Tian glanced at Yi Bai. Seeking guidance, Yi Bai suggested he swiftly end Guangxi's misery. Gathering his courage, Lin Tian delivered a swift hand chop to Guangxi's throat, blood gushing forth. Guangxi clutched his neck in a futile attempt to staunch the bleeding. But it was a hopeless endeavor. Before long, Guangxi lay lifeless at Lin Tian's feet. Lin Tian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, the blood on his hands reeking of iron, yet he found no aversion to the scent. He realized he had taken a life, yet he felt no remorse. The warm blood flowed down his face, and he understood that there was no turning back. After all, hadn't he always been without a retreat? Chapter 7. A profitable venture. Lin Tian gazed at the corpse before him in silence, choosing to leave quietly. Upon reaching the lounge, he found Yi Bai waiting. Yi Bai gestured for Lin Tian to take a seat beside him and asked, "Are you afraid?" "Not afraid." "Why not?" "I don't know. Everyone fears killing. You, of course, but you showed no emotion while killing. The more lives you take, the less fear you feel. Yi Bai's words plunged Lin Tian into deep contemplation. The more lives one takes, the less fear one harbors. At the age of 4, Lin Tian killed for the first time and was terrified. Yet now, at 7, Yi Bai seemed unfazed by the act. How many had he killed? "Big brother Yi Bai, how many people have you killed?" "I can't remember." "You can't remember," echoed in Lin Tian's mind. Lost in thought, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Turning, he found Yi Bai looking at him. "Since you're not afraid, stop overthinking. This world is one of the survival of the fittest. If you don't kill him, he will kill you. Now, let us go collect our earnings." Having spoken, Yi Bai led Lin Tian to the place where they could collect their winnings after placing bets. The location was already teeming with people. A large crowd was weeping, desperately trying to reclaim their funds, while only a small fraction had placed bets with Lin Tian. Those few had wagered merely a few coins, ensuring that even in victory, their gains would be negligible. Upon noticing Yi Bai and Lin Tian approaching, someone shouted loudly, "The explosive Eggman and the murder maniac have arrived. Everyone flee!" At the utterance of these words, the crowd scattered in a panic, as if they had encountered something truly dreadful. Upon reaching the front desk, Yi Bai addressed the cashier, saying, "Codename Yi, I wish to withdraw." The attendant glanced at the betting records and confirmed the presence of a Yi who had bet 200,000 and won 4 million. Not daring to hesitate, the attendant deducted the necessary amount and handed over 3.41 million, along with a card, to Yi Bai. The attendant informed him that this card required reactivation and a password change. Thus, he accompanied Yi Bai to the activation area. Yi Bai inserted the card into the machine in the room and, after entering the desired new password, departed with Lin Tian. "Here is the card for you. When I make my move, bet against me. he instructed. Huh? Why? Lin Tian inquired, puzzled. I will intentionally lose this match. Many will witness me committing murder, and most will place their bets on my victory, resulting in a high multiplier. Remember to change your attire and wear a mask. Lin Tian committed Yi Bai's words to memory. By the way, the password for this card is. Remember it. I've memorized it, Lin Tian replied. After this exchange, Yi Bai handed the card to Lin Tian and took him to a clothing shop. Surprisingly, this establishment also sold garments. Coincidentally, they encountered the sisters Bing Bing and Shui Shui. The two of them frequented this place to purchase outfits after each match. Upon seeing Yi Bai, they were taken aback. What is he doing here? Would someone like him even care if his clothes are stained with blood? Yi Bai recognized them as the commentator and the cashier. And he found it curious why they were here, wondering if they were not busy. Ignoring them, Yi Bai proceeded to select suitable clothing and masks for himself and Lin Tian. They did not rush to change, but instead inquired of Bing Bing and Shui Shui. Is there a place to bathe here? Just as they intended to slip away unnoticed, they were caught red-handed by Yi Bai. The two had barely taken a step when Yi Bai apprehended them, leaving them in an awkward situation, unsure whether to retract their steps or not. Am I frightening? Yi Bai asked, his expression stern. No, sir. You are the gentlest. Not frightening at all, Shui Shui quickly responded. Yi Bai then turned his gaze to Bing Bing, who felt a shiver run down her spine under his scrutiny. Stammering, she said, and no, I was just stretching. I had no intention of running away. Yi Bai persisted. Is there a place to bathe? Show me. Yes, please follow us. They replied in unison, gesturing for him to lead the way. As they walked, they introduced the area, stopping after a while to say, Sir, this is the place where victors of the death match can clean up. You are welcome to join us. With that, they gestured again for him to enter. Yi Bai disregarded their invitation and instructed, Wait here. Take me to the regular boxing arena afterward. Without looking back, he entered with Lin Tian. Once inside, Yi Bai and Lin Tian placed their clothes in the designated cleaning area before stepping into a VIP room. After all, the communal washing area could harbor individuals who might take advantage of their weakened state after a match, robbing them of both treasures and dignity. Yi Bai preferred not to stain the bathing area with blood and wished to keep his private matters concealed from prying eyes. He invited Lin Tian to sit beside him and squeeze some shampoo onto Lin Tian's head. Washing his hair, Lin Tian, feeling playful, stealthily took a small dollop of foam from his head and, seizing an opportune moment, smeared it on Yi Bai's face. Yi Bai, unperturbed, retaliated by transferring the foam from Lin Tian's head to his face. The two inside reveled in their playful antics, while the two outside grew increasingly impatient. An hour later, Bing Bing remarked, Sister, why are they still not out? This is so bothersome. Do we really have to wait? Are they perhaps in there? She trailed off, gesturing with her fingers. Just then, Yi Bai and Lin Tian emerged from the bathing area, overhearing her comment. Sister, speak up. Why are you silent now? Have you lost your voice? Bing Bing waved her hand in front of Shui Shui's face. Shui Shui, pale-faced, pointed behind them. Bing Bing, sensing something amiss, turned around and was struck by the realization. What I just said wasn't about you. Do you believe me? Yi Bai paid her no mind and addressed Shui Shui. Let us go. With that, he instructed Shui Shui and Bing Bing to lead the way as they walked. Bing Bing glanced back at Yi Bai repeatedly, concerned about his demeanor, until they reached the registration area for the regular boxing arena. The front desk was manned by Shui Shui, and Yi Bai turned to her. Shui Shui quickly arranged a match for Yi Bai with utmost efficiency. Upon arriving at the venue, the audience was already seated, discussing the upcoming event. The recent death match had barely concluded, yet the regular boxing match was already set to begin. Indeed, previously, the wait lasted 7 or 8 hours. Yet now it's been just over an hour. Enough talk. It should start soon. Let South prepare to place our bets. I lost $1 million in the death match, but I plan to make a comeback in the regular arena. With the match arranged, Shui Shui and Bing Bing sighed in relief. Bing Bing, you should talk less in the future. Trouble comes from the mouth. By the way, why did the boss choose you to be the commentator? I worry you might say something wrong during that guy's match and provoke him in a way. Just give me that guy's profile. I'll prepare and head to commentate. After walking a short distance, Yi Bai and Lin Tian parted ways. Before separating, Yi Bai instructed, "The card is under my name. When placing bets, use my name. Wait until no one is around. If anyone asks about the bets, just promise them a share of the winnings." "Understood?" "Understood," Lin Tian replied, giving an okay gesture. Seeing this, Yi Bai felt reassured and proceeded to the waiting area for the match. When he stepped onto the stage, the crowd erupted in excitement upon recognizing him. "This guy is here. Everyone bets on him to win. It's a sure profit." "What? You don't know what he did? He killed 2 people right in the viewing area of the death match. The female cashier there didn't even dare to speak." With these 2 facts, betting on him to win is a certainty. As the betting window opened, Lin Tian waited until just before it closed to place his bet. "Betting," Lin Tian said, handing over the card. "This card is tied to Yi, but you are not Yi. He asked me to place a bet for him. Is he going to win? He going to lose. At this." The man exchanged knowing smiles with Lin Tian. "What if I share this news with him?" "Rest assured, you won. How about a 30 cut? Isn't that better than what you'd make as a bookie here?" Upon hearing this, the bookmaker chuckled and said, "Place the card here and enter the password while wearing gloves." With that, he set the card machine before Lin Tian, wiping it down with a cloth before allowing Lin Tian to use it. The odds for this match soared to a staggering 40 times. Multiplying 341 by 40 yields a potential profit of 13,640,000, with over 10 million in hand afterward. After the betting window closed, Lin Tian settled into a seat toward the back, watching his brother Yi Bai in action. Yi Bai's opponent laid eyes on him, terror gripped him, and he contemplated fleeing. However, Yi Bai communicated the truth to him telepathically, promising him 200,000 after the match. Hearing this, the man felt a wave of relief, realizing he was merely facing an actor in a 1v1 match. If he couldn't win here, he could just restart. "The betting window has closed." Upon hearing this, Bing Bing immediately began her introduction. On the left, we have the contestant with the codename Yi, and on the right, the contestant with the codename White Wolf. The match begins now. As soon as the match commenced, Yi Bai swiftly darted in front of the White Wolf, ready to deliver a punch. However, before he could land the blow, he found himself propelled away. Observing Yi Bai's abrupt flight, the White Wolf cleverly extended his fist, creating the illusion that Yi Bai had been carelessly knocked back by a single strike. Yet, it was far too implausible for Yi Bai to be ousted from the match by such a mere punch. Thus, Yi Bai had no choice but to inflict a few superficial wounds upon himself. The audience quickly discerned that Yi Bai was merely acting on stage. Yi Bai clutched his bleeding injuries, cautiously eyeing the White Wolf. Feigning a demeanor of having underestimated his opponent, he then subtly prompted the White Wolf to press forward. The White Wolf, understanding the cue, advanced, and Yi Bai seized the opportunity to strike once more, only to be sent flying again, this time directly off the ring. According to the standard boxing rules, falling out of the ring constituted a loss, and thus Yi Bai was deemed defeated. The spectators had yet to fully comprehend the outcome when Yi Bai found himself on the ground, taking a moment before rising with a grim expression. "This time I was careless. You shall wait for the next encounter," he declared, turning on his heel and departing from the scene. As he vanished from the crowd's sight, the hand that had been clutching his head fell away, replaced by a cunning smirk that suggested his scheming had succeeded. After changing into the attire he had purchased here and donning his mask, he sought out Lin Tian. That moment, Lin Tian had just exited the spectator area, intending to find Yi Bai, who promptly approached him. "Let's go collect our earnings." They made their way to the designated place to retrieve their funds, pushing through the crowd until they reached the front. "Withdraw funds, Yi," Lin Tian stated, tapping the table twice. The dealer, recognizing Lin Tian, smiled and handed him the card, having already deducted the necessary expenses. The remaining balance was 114 million. As for the 200,000 promised to the White Wolf, Yi Bai had no intention of fulfilling that commitment. He wished for that secret to sink into oblivion. Regarding confidentiality, only the dead could keep such secrets, and thus the White Wolf had to be silenced. Meanwhile, the White Wolf had been waiting for a while at the agreed-upon location, a highly discreet spot, as their meeting could not be observed. Yi Bai had suggested this secluded venue for their rendezvous. After a brief period, Yi Bai arrived at the designated place. Before the white wolf could utter a word, Yibai swiftly eliminated him. After dispatching the body, Yibai departed with Lin Tian, heading home. Upon returning, night had already fallen. Yibai instructed Lin Tian to prepare dinner, and after their meal, they retired for the night. There was no thunder that evening, and only a light drizzle fell outside. Lin Tian would no longer insist on sharing the bed. Yet, unexpectedly, Lin Tian approached again. "Why do you still want to sleep with me tonight when it's not even raining?" Yibai asked in exasperation. "I'm scared." "What if it thunders in the middle of the night?" Lin Tian replied, leaning against Yibai's legs, gazing pleadingly at him. Yibai reluctantly allowed Lin Tian to maintain the previous night's arrangement. This time, Lin Tian directly shed his clothing, unlike the previous night when he had waited until the early hours to do so discreetly. Once undressed, Lin Tian climbed into Yibai's bed and awaited him. Yibai, with no other option, joined him under the covers. "I want a hug," Lin Tian stated, and upon hearing this, Yibai embraced him. However, Lin Tian's hand quickly ventured to Yibai's abdominal muscles. Just as Yibai intended to remove Lin Tian's hand, Lin Tian exclaimed, "Brother, Yibai's abs feel so nice. Can I touch them?" "Touch your own," Yibai retorted. "I don't have any. I only have one. I want to feel an 8-pack. Yibai fell silent, silently conceding to Lin Tian's request. Chapter 8. The Emergence of the White Dragon. That night, Lin Tian's antics wore Yibai's patience thin. Initially, Yibai could tolerate it, but as time went on, it became unbearable. Lin Tian was audacious enough to attempt to kiss Yibai. Had Yibai not still been awake, he might have been caught off guard. Realizing he had been discovered, Lin Tian awkwardly stammered, "Hey, brother Yibai, you're still awake. Would I dare to sleep with you here?" Yibai retorted, rolling over and pinning Lin Tian beneath him. Before Lin Tian could comprehend the situation, Yibai declared, "Since you desire it, I shall oblige." With that, he planted a kiss on Lin Tian's lips. System. Everything is fabricated. The true scenario unfolded as follows. Hey, brother Yibai, you're still awake." Yibai remained silent, tossing both his clothes and the blanket aside. Suddenly, it struck him that Lin Tian seemed to lack a blanket. The one discarded was his own. Yet the blanket was already gone, beyond retrieval. Thus, Yibai resigned himself to sleep without it. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, having been unceremoniously expelled, dared not make a second attempt at mischief. The next day, approaching noon, Lin Tian finally awoke, while Yibai had long been standing at the foot of his bed. Watching him, as soon as Lin Tian opened his eyes, he found himself locked in a gaze with Yibai in a mischievous moment. Lin Tian blew a kiss toward Yibai. Yibai, incensed, delivered a swift slap to Lin Tian's face. Lin Tian, sporting a prominent handprint, proceeded to prepare lunch, but was punished by being forbidden from partaking in the meal. He could only watch as Yibai consumed food meant for two, having waited for Lin Tian to finish cooking before he began to eat. Seated at the table, Lin Tian felt a pang of sorrow as he gazed at the meal he had prepared yet could not enjoy, all due to his own foolishness. Yibai, willing to overlook the previous night's antics, found it intolerable for Lin Tian to be so audacious upon waking. "Today, you shall dispose of the body from last night, then return to shower and change. This afternoon, we train. Aren't we heading to the underground boxing arena?" Lin Tian inquired, perplexed. "Not yet. Your skills are still too feeble. Although you can easily handle those opponents, you would falter against stronger adversaries, so further training is necessary." Lin Tian nodded in agreement. After 30 minutes, once Yibai had finished his meal, he took Lin Tian to a dimly lit corner not far from the black market. After ensuring they were hidden, Yibai produced the body. He then retrieved a bag and placed the corpse inside. Next, Yibai instructed Lin Tian to carry the bag to the dealer from the previous day for a transaction. Yibai thoughtfully provided Lin Tian with a mask, as he would not be accompanying him this time to shield his nose. One might wonder why Yibai chose not to go. I would assert it was purely for the sake of training Lin Tian, not out of laziness, absolutely not. Having given Lin Tian his instructions, Yibai watched as he ventured into the black market, resembling a mother observing her child embark on their first day of school. Once inside the black market, Lin Tian relied on his memory to locate the dealer from before. The dealer, engrossed in his phone, was called over by Lin Tian. "Dealer, I have a headless sheep from last night. Upon recognizing Lin Tian as the young companion of Yi Bai, after uttering these words, Yi Bai discarded all the money he wouldn't need into the trash bin. As he watched the bundles of cash being thrown away, Lin Tian felt an indescribable pain in his heart. Ultimately, only 30,000 remained. Let us head back. With that, Yi Bai took Lin Tian home, taking the body bag with him as well. System, what is Lin Tian's current Dao power level? Yi Bai silently called out to the system. Lin Tian's current Dao power level is 97, which pales in comparison to the host's, so there is no need to worry about being surpassed and subsequently defeated, becoming a captive consort. Yi Bai anticipated that the system would certainly tease him about yesterday's events and this morning's happenings. So he was not surprised in the least. In his mind, Yi Bai had already devised a method to subject Lin Tian to rigorous training. Unbeknownst to Lin Tian, who innocently followed Yi Bai, the afternoon's training would put him through a grueling ordeal. Upon returning home, Yi Bai instructed Lin Tian to undress and take a shower, but Lin Tian replied, "Brother Yi Bai, I don't know how to bathe. Can you help me?" He tugged at Yi Bai's clothing, gazing into his eyes. Recalling that he had assisted Lin Tian with bathing on previous occasions, and that Lin Tian indeed lacked the ability to wash himself, Yi Bai replied, "This is the last time. After this, you will bathe on your own." Upon hearing Yi Bai's words, Lin Tian eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "Brother Yi Bai is so kind." With that, Lin Tian pulled Yi Bai into the bathroom. Yi Bai removed Lin Tian's clothes and knelt by the bathtub to wash him. "Pay attention. Don't look down." With that, Yi Bai lightly tapped Lin Tian on the head. Realizing his lapse in decorum, Lin Tian acknowledged his mistake, prompting Yi Bai to refrain from further admonishing him and continue washing him. When it came time to wash the lower parts, Yi Bai instructed Lin Tian to do it himself. Lin Tian mimicked the technique Yi Bai had used on him earlier, diligently cleaning that area. "Don't grab, wash it twice, and don't forget your backside." After Lin Tian finished washing those areas, Yi Bai resumed washing the rest of his lower body. As they reached the feet, Yi Bai applied soap to Lin Tian's soles, eliciting a fit of giggles and struggles from Lin Tian. Unable to bear it any longer, Yi Bai jabbed Lin Tian's foot with a pointed poke. This left Lin Tian completely still, speechless, and if not for the rise and fall of his breath, Yi Bai might have assumed he had fainted. Thus, Lin Tian obediently allowed Yi Bai to complete the washing of the remaining areas before letting Yi Bai dry him off. Once he was entirely dry, Yi Bai presented Lin Tian with a fresh set of clothes. Yi Bai donned his own previous attire. After Lin Tian changed, Yi Bai took him outside. Upon returning to their previous location, Lin Tian impatiently inquired about the training regimen. 20 laps with weights, followed by 1,000 weighted push-ups in 3 sets. Although Lin Tian found the training daunting, he resolved to persevere. He donned the weighted suit that Yi Bai had recently purchased, which was far more comfortable and considerably heavier, weighing 100 jin. The first 5 laps were a breeze for Lin Tian, but he had to rely on sheer willpower to finish the last 15. By the end of the 20 laps, his stamina was nearly depleted, leaving him barely able to stand. Needing to lean on something for support, Yi Bai kindly granted Lin Tian a 30-minute rest. Congratulations, host, for completing Task 1, assisting Lin Tian in reaching a Dao power level of 100. Current Dao power level, 109. Reward acquired. Armament Hockey. The system's notification rang in Yi Bai's ears. Had it not been for the task, Yi Bai might have forgotten about the system entirely. System. You really. Yi Bai observed Lin Tian resting and stepped aside to examine how to utilize Armament Hockey. Although he had an idea of how to employ it, he was still uncertain of its effects. "I hope it does not disappoint me," Yi Bai mused internally. Subsequently, Yi Bai enveloped his hands in Armament Hockey and struck a tree with a punch. Ordinarily, a punch with only 10% of his strength would not damage a tree, yet with Armament Hockey, his power surged more than double. The system assessed the Dao power levels. Host's current Dao power level, 51. 894. Yi Bai gazed at the system panel in disbelief. Just one form of hockey had more than doubled his Dao power level. If he were to master the other two as well, his Dao power might exceed 100,000. Although elated, Yi Bai suppressed his exuberance, choosing not to display it outwardly. He then returned to Lin Tian's training area. Upon his return, he found Lin Tian already engaged in push-ups. 64, 65, 66. With each push-up, Lin Tian gasped for breath. In this manner, Yi Bai observed as Lin Tian persevered through the seemingly endless push-ups. Lin Tian did not disappoint Yi Bai's expectations, gritting his teeth to complete the 1,000 push-ups. However, there remained 2 more sets of identical training. After a 30-minute rest, they resumed the running. Without looking back, Yi Bai seated himself on a bench in the abandoned park. After 30 minutes, Lin Tian had nearly recovered. After a brief warm-up, he commenced his second round of training. Time passed, and Lin Tian successfully completed the second round of training. During his rest period, a white figure flashed past Yi Bai's back. Sensing danger, Yi Bai turned to find a white silhouette darting between the trees. He shielded Lin Tian behind him, cautiously observing this peculiar creature. The strange being cautiously scrutinized Yi Bai, sensing his formidable power. It understood that being captured by Yi Bai would spell near certain doom. Roar. Not sure how to write a dragon's roar, so I have phrased it this way. If incorrect, please advise me. The strange creature bellowed at Yi Bai and Lin Tian. Yi Bai remained oblivious to the nature of the creature, while Lin Tian discerned that it was a dragon. Brother Yi Bai, this is a dragon, Lin Tian alerted Yi Bai. Chapter 9. Another dragon? Brother Yi Bai, this is a dragon, Lin Tian reiterated, directing Yi Bai's attention. Is it really a dragon? It doesn't seem particularly formidable, Yi Bai observed. Lin Tian, hearing Yi Bai's words, felt speechless. You are incredibly powerful. It appears to be injured and keeps glancing back, likely fleeing from something. After teasing Yi Bai, Lin Tian proceeded to analyze the creature's predicament. It seems quite fearful of me, Yi Bai remarked, stepping forward. The dragon, upon seeing Yi Bai advance, glanced back to confirm that its pursuers were not in sight before engaging Yi Bai in combat. Detecting that the host is currently engaged in battle with an enemy. Automatically analyzing the opponent's combat power. Opponent, White Dragon King. Dao power level, 43,718, on the brink of death. Yi Bai was taken aback by the system's analysis. Even on the verge of death, it possessed over 40,000 Dao power. He mused that he might not even exceed 10,000 at death's door. Congratulations, host, for activating a system task. Please check. Upon hearing this, Yi Bai immediately reviewed the system task. Task 1. Defeat the White Dragon King. Reward. Increase Dao power by 10,000. As the White Dragon King approached a certain distance from Yi Bai, it ceased to draw closer, instead opting to circle around him. Its speed was so astonishing that Yi Bai found himself momentarily stunned. Seizing this opportunity, the White Dragon King launched a surprise attack on Yi Bai's back. Sensing the imminent danger behind him, Yi Bai promptly infused his armed color haki onto his back to counter the assault. The White Dragon King struck with a claw aimed at Yi Bai's back, sending him flying 3 meters away. Nevertheless, aside from the damage to his clothing, Yi Bai remained unscathed. Lin Tian, possessing only 100 in combat power, could merely exclaim in awe at the duel between the two masters. I can't see a thing. Not at all. The White Dragon King, taken aback by Yi Bai's seemingly intact form, felt as though its claws had struck solid iron. With its current strength, it could not breach Yi Bai's defenses. Yi Bai, too, was astonished by the White Dragon King's surprise. Without further hesitation, the second round of combat commenced. In the first round, Yi Bai had suffered a slight disadvantage due to speed. This time, however, he resolved to approach the battle with utmost caution, giving a full 300% of his attention to the White Dragon King. After a prolonged standoff, Yi Bai discerned that he could not maintain this stalemate and deliberately exposed a flaw, enticing the White Dragon King to take the bait. Although the White Dragon King eyed Yi Bai's exposed weakness with suspicion, it sensed the approaching pursuer and knew it needed to conclude the fight swiftly. Thus, it charged towards the opening Yi Bai had revealed. As Yi Bai sensed the White Dragon King taking the bait, a sinister smile crept across his face. Just as the White Dragon King was about to secure its strike, Yi Bai deftly evaded its attack. The White Dragon King realized, it's over, a fatal opening. With the attack evaded, Yi Bai delivered a punch aimed at the White Dragon King's vulnerable spot. It is said that a dragon's sensitive spot is located at the 7th inch or on its neck. Yi Bai aimed for the 7th inch purely because the dragon resembled a snake. Channeling all his strength into this punch, imbued with armed color haki, Yi Bai struck the White Dragon King. The White Dragon's sensitive spot lay at the 7th inch, not on its neck, and thus, Yi Bai's punch was capable of delivering a critical blow thrice over. With that single strike, the White Dragon King faltered, barely managing to rise, its expression a mix of rage and fear as it gazed at Yi Bai. Yi Bai considered delivering a fatal blow, as sparing a foe could lead to dire consequences. However, the system's voice suddenly resonated. A powerful creature is pursuing another creature. Scanning results. Pursuing creature, Black Dragon King. Combat power, 160,473, lightly injured. Target creature, Young White Dragon. Combat power, 74, on the verge of death. Upon receiving the system's report, Yi Bai was taken aback. A combat power of 160,000 was not something he could afford to offend. He immediately decided to retreat. Lin Tian, having witnessed Yi Bai's apparent victory, was about to extend his congratulations when Yi Bai whisked him away. Cradling Lin Tian, Yi Bai received his mission rewards while airborne. After flying a considerable distance, he finally set Lin Tian down. As soon as he was released, Lin Tian inquired, "Brother Yi Bai, why did we run? Didn't we win?" Yi Bai patiently explained the situation. "Just now, in addition to that dragon, another one appeared. I sensed its immense power, far surpassing my own, and it was heading in this direction, likely pursuing the White Dragon." Just as Yi Bai prepared to depart with Lin Tian, the system's voice echoed again, this time instilling fear rather than panic. "The Black Dragon King is approaching the host. Please escape." Activating Life Mission. Mission 1. Elude the pursuit of the Black Dragon King. Reward. Advanced Armed Color Hockey Skill Card. Mission 2. Subdue a White Dragon. Reward. Guaranteed loyalty from that White Dragon. Advanced Observation Color Hockey Foresight Skill Card. Mission 3. Eliminate the Black Dragon King. Assisting in the kill also counts. This is the system's favor towards you. Hurry and comply with the system. Reward. Advanced Armed Color Hockey Observation Kill Skill Card. Due to the high difficulty of this mission, this system kindly points you in the right direction. Your father and mother are there. Go find them quickly. Yi Bai had no time to scrutinize the mission details or translate the latter part of the message. He spotted the silhouette of the Black Dragon King approaching him. Suddenly, he noticed an arrow far in the distance, presumably indicating where he should go. The system had also thoughtfully marked the distance, 7 kilometers. Although Yi Bai was uncertain of the destination's significance, he chose to trust the system, especially since he understood the latter part of Mission 3. In the brief moment he took to confirm his direction, the Black Dragon King was already upon him. It held the lifeless body of the White Dragon King in its jaws, while its claws clutched the young White Dragon. Upon spotting Yi Bai, the Black Dragon King unleashed a fireball from its mouth, piercing through the White Dragon King's body and hurtling directly towards Yi Bai. Astonished, Yi Bai watched the incoming fireball, never expecting the Black Dragon King would use the White Dragon King's corpse as a projectile against him. As the fireball drew nearer, Yi Bai opted to flee with Lin Tian. Though he managed to escape in time, he was still caught in the blast radius. His left leg was nearly severed by the explosion. Despite the pain, he did not slow down, ensuring that Lin Tian remained well protected and only fainted from the ordeal. With his nearly incapacitated left leg, Yi Bai struggled towards the system's marked destination. Meanwhile, far off, Yi Yuan, out with his wife, sensed the disturbance caused by the Black Dragon King's fireball. He turned to Bai Yu and said, "Dear, I've detected a weak energy wave attacking someone. I'm going to check it out. You should take cover." Though Yi Yuan's words were meant to be reassuring, they earned him Bai Yu's disdain. "Oh, you think I'm weak? My combat power is 310,000, though not as high as yours. I could easily dispatch that feeble force with a mere flick of my finger." "Humph. I've sensed that the person under attack is near their end, and it seems there are 2 of them. I'm going to investigate." On the other hand, Yi Bai was only 5 kilometers away from Yi Yuan, but he struggled to gain any distance from the Black Dragon King, dodging its attacks. However, in a moment of carelessness, a fireball struck him directly. This time, Yi Bai felt the full force of the Black Dragon King's assault. He spat out a mouthful of blood and glanced back, only to see the Black Dragon King looming behind him. Just a breath away from achieving a triple kill, the Black Dragon King prepared to strike again. A massive sword suddenly appeared above its head, followed by a voice that pierced through the air. "Beast, do not harm my son." Yi Bai staggered to his feet, relieved to see Lin Tian still alive in his arms. The great sword, in sync with Yi Yuan's voice, descended swiftly, severing the Black Dragon King's 2 forelimbs. The young white dragon, clutched in the Black Dragon King's grasp, was also flung into the air along with the severed limbs, landing right in front of Yi Bai. Yi Bai did not forget the system's mission. He swiftly rescued the young white dragon from the dragon's claws. The Black Dragon King, now gripped by fear, turned its gaze towards Yi Yuan. Yi Bai turned to see Yi Yuan standing protectively in front of him. "Dad," Yi Yuan patted Yi Bai's shoulder and reassured him, "It's all right, I'm here." Those 6 simple words brought immense comfort to Yi Bai. Not only was Yi Bai astonished by the sword that had just struck down the Black Dragon King, but he was even more shocked to learn that Yi Yuan's combat power was a staggering 670,000. Yi Yuan shifted his attention to the Black Dragon King, which regarded him with wariness. Suddenly, Yi Yuan launched a fierce assault, targeting the Black Dragon's name. The Black Dragon King had no time to react before it was slain. Yi Bai stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how the Black Dragon King, which had driven him to the brink, was so effortlessly vanquished by Yi Yuan. After dispatching the Black Dragon King, Yi Yuan hurried back to Yi Bai's side, asking, "Are you all right? Let's go find your mother. She can heal you." As he spoke, Yi Yuan reached to take Yi Bai away. Yi Bai quickly interjected, "Wait, we need to take someone with us." Once uttered, Yi Bai broke free from Yi Yuan, the force of his release nearly dislocating his arm. After cradling Lin Tian in his embrace, Yi Bai tucked the small white dragon into his pocket. He then stored the corpses of the Black Dragon King and White Dragon King in the system's space. Subsequently, Yi Bai followed Yi Yuan in search of Baiyu. Upon arriving before Baiyu, she immediately pushed Yi Yuan aside and inquired of Yi Bai, "Yi Bai, how did you sustain such severe injuries? Who did this to you? Does it hurt?" Baiyu's barrage of concern left Yi Bai feeling overwhelmed. Just as he attempted to respond, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and subsequently fainted. Chapter 10. Embrace training. When Yi Bai awoke once more, the first sight that met his eyes was Lin Tian sleeping beside his hospital bed. A glance around revealed that he was in a medical facility. He attempted to rise from the bed, but just as he was about to do so, Yi Yuan swung open the door. Spotting Yi Bai's intent to get up, Yi Yuan shouted, "You little rascal. What are you doing? Do you realize that it takes 100 days to heal from serious injuries? Your back was nearly punctured through. Your mother worked hard to bring you back to health, and you dare to move around." The commotion startled Lin Tian awake. Upon opening his eyes and seeing Yi Bai about to get up, Lin Tian hurriedly exclaimed, "Big brother Yi Bai, you can't move around with such grave injuries. Please, lie back down." With that, Lin Tian yanked Yi Bai back from the edge of the bed, nearly causing him excruciating pain as he inadvertently pressed on the most injured part of Yi Bai's arm. Noticing Yi Bai's discomfort, Yi Yuan refrained from expressing his frustration in front of his younger companion and instead suggested, "That child. Refrain from touching your older brother Yi Bai for now. Let him rest. You should also get some rest." Lin Tian, understanding the hint, wisely ceased his attempts to engage with Yi Bai, having witnessed the pain he had inadvertently caused. After releasing Yi Bai, Lin Tian settled on the bed beside him, gazing at him intently. Yi Yuan turned to Yi Bai and asked, "Why was the Black Dragon King pursuing you?" After a moment of contemplation, Yi Bai replied, "The Black Dragon King was initially hunting the White Dragon King, the one it had in its jaws. The White Dragon King was originally its prey, but it managed to escape due to the Black Dragon King's distraction by another creature. When the White Dragon King fled, it encountered me, and I ended up fighting it, injuring it severely. Just as I was about to deliver the final blow, the Black Dragon King arrived, leading to the events you witnessed." Yi Yuan nodded in understanding and said, "All right, focus on your recovery. Once you are healed, return with me." Hearing this, Yi Bai immediately countered, "No, I will not return. Not now, at least." Yi Yuan paused in surprise but then responded, "Fine, but you must return before you turn 18. Do you know that since your departure, your sister has been mentioning you every single day?" Yi Bai, upon hearing Yi Yuan's words, reluctantly agreed. With that affirmation, Yi Yuan did not linger and departed promptly. As soon as Yi Yuan left, Yi Bai called for Lin Tian. "Lin Tian, come here." Hearing Yi Bai's summons, Lin Tian hurried over, saying, "What is it, big brother Yi Bai? Are you hungry? Shall I fetch you some food?" With that, Lin Tian made to dash out to get food for Yi Bai. Yi Bai halted him, asking, "Wait a moment. How long was I unconscious?" Lin Tian thought for a moment before replying, "I don't remember the exact time. But you woke up 5 hours after I did." Upon receiving this information, Yi Bai instructed Lin Tian, "All right, go get me something to eat." With a wave of his hand, he signaled Lin Tian to fetch his meal. Lin Tian, receiving the directive, dashed out to procure food. Once the room was entirely vacant, Yi Bai took a portion of the White Dragon King's corpse from the system space, specifically the part that had been cooked by the Black Dragon King's flames. He consumed the flesh entirely. After ingesting the White Dragon King's meat, Yi Bai felt his strength surging and noticed a significant improvement in his injuries. He was now capable of getting out of bed. Suddenly, Yi Bai recalled certain matters and mentally declared, "System, claim task rewards. Congratulations, host, you have received a high-level usage card for armed hockey. Flowing Sakura, congratulations, host, you have received a high-level usage card for observation hockey. Future sight. Congratulations, host, you have received a high-level usage card for Conqueror's hockey. Insight Kill. Yi Bai immediately utilized the upgrade card for armed hockey, planning to reserve the other two until he acquired the corresponding hockey. After a while, when Yi Bai noticed no changes, he inquired, "System, why have I not experienced any effects after using this card?" The system glanced at Yi Bai's condition and responded, "You are well aware of your own state. The usage of Flowing Sakura demands far more stamina than armed hockey. Currently, you are unable to even utilize armed hockey, let alone Flowing Sakura. You will feel the effects once you recover." Reassured by the system's words, Yi Bai settled back, awaiting his meal. Suddenly, the small white dragon leaped onto Yi Bai's head, peering down as if questioning him. "Little white dragon, where's my food? Speak quickly, did you steal my meal?" Yi Bai gently lifted the little white dragon off his head and into his hands. Once near death, the little white dragon had been forcibly revived by Baiyu, healing all its injuries. Yi Bai affectionately rubbed its nose and retrieved a portion of the Black Dragon King's meat from the system space to feed the little white dragon. The little white dragon immediately recognized the meat as belonging to the Black Dragon King, clutched the piece of flesh and began to devour it voraciously, as if it were the very essence of the Black Dragon King itself. Eventually, after a period of intense gnawing, the piece of meat became lodged in the little dragon's throat. Yi Bai gently poked the little dragon's belly, prompting it to regurgitate the obstructing morsel. Yi Bai observed the little white dragon, which had nearly choked on a piece of meat, and found it hard to believe that this creature was of the same kind as the severely injured White Dragon King that had fought him evenly. After slicing the meat into suitable portions within the system space, he offered it to the little white dragon again. This time, the little dragon displayed wisdom, selecting a smaller piece to consume. The instant the meat touched its tongue, the little dragon became insatiably eager for more, finishing off the piece and gazing longingly at Yi Bai, hoping for another morsel. In response, Yi Bai, opting to ignore its pleading gaze, placed the remaining meat in the adjacent drawer. After waiting another 10 minutes, Lin Tian returned with a bounty of dishes he had prepared for Yi Bai. At a glance, there were at least 6 dishes, all of which Yi Bai particularly enjoyed. As Lin Tian had noted his preferences during their meals and ordered accordingly from the hospital cafeteria. "Eat up, big brother Yi Bai. If it's not enough, I'll fetch you more," Lin Tian encouraged. Just as Yi Bai was about to reply, the system's voice interrupted. Upon witnessing the abundance of food brought to the host, this system finds itself quite tempted. Activating system task. Task 1. Consume all 7 dishes, 2 bowls of soup, and 3 bowls of rice within 10 minutes. Reward. Transformation Pill. Upon hearing the mention of the transformation pill, Yi Bai's eyes sparkled. With it, the little white dragon could transform into human form, allowing it to communicate intelligibly. However, finishing such a copious amount in 10 minutes seemed almost impossible. Commencing timer. Yi Bai silently counted in his mind before launching into a frenzied eating spree. In a mere 8 minutes, he had polished off all the dishes and soups, astonishingly not feeling overly full. "I'm done. Feeling 7/10 full and no need to fetch more," Yi Bai declared to Lin Tian. Hearing this, Lin Tian promptly collected the leftover utensils and headed back to the cafeteria. Yi Bai then reclined on the bed to recuperate. After consuming all the food, Yi Bai noted a remarkable improvement in his injuries, Nearly reaching a state of full recovery, he checked his energy levels. Current energy level, 106,468, light injury. He had surpassed the 100,000 mark. Yibai was astonished at how swiftly he had achieved such a milestone. It had only been a few days. He marveled at the system's prowess. The system, unexpectedly flattered by the compliment, shyly responded, "Oh, it's nothing much. Primarily, it's due to the host's strength. It has little to do with me." Yibai chuckled silently at the system's modesty. When Lin Tian returned from returning the dishes, Yibai had already removed his bandages. He retrieved the little white dragon from the cabinet, along with a pen and a piece of paper, on which he wrote, "I have healed. You need not worry about me. I will return when I turn 17. I am taking people with me." After placing the note on the table, Yibai exited the room, just in time to encounter Lin Tian, who had just returned from delivering the dishes. "Let's go," Yibai announced, leading Lin Tian away. Upon returning, Yuan spotted the note on the table, smiled, and tore it into pieces before tossing it into the trash, saying, "You little rascal, what a waste of paper. Did you really need to write this for me to see?" Having distanced himself for a while, Yibai suddenly sneezed. Lin Tian, concerned, inquired, "Brother Yibai, why did you sneeze? Are you catching a cold? You must be careful to stay warm. Did you throw your blanket off last night and end up freezing?" Yibai waved his hand dismissively and replied, "It's nothing. It must be someone cursing me from behind." After pondering, Yibai realized that he hadn't offended anyone recently. Those he had wronged were long gone. He surmised it was likely Shui and Bing Bing, as he had kept them waiting for an hour during his previous visit to the underground boxing gym for a bath. They would certainly have grievances, but Yibai hadn't anticipated they were still complaining. He resolved to address this matter the next time he visited. After approximately an hour of walking, Yibai returned to the former training ground with Lin Tian. He doubled Lin Tian's training regimen, leading him to repeat the routine of waking, cooking, eating, training, eating, and sleeping day after day for the next month. By the 12th day, Lin Tian's Dao power reached 500, granting Yibai the ability to sense the flow of battle. Upon using this newfound ability, Yibai instantly felt a significant enhancement in his perception. He subsequently employed a card that allowed him to foresee the future, elevating his Dao power to 140,000. As the month concluded, Lin Tian's Dao power reached 1381, while Little White Dragon's power attained 1257. After consuming a transformation pill, Little White Dragon could shift between human and dragon forms and even transform into any animal at will. Chapter 11. Return to the underground boxing arena, the duel between the White Pavilion and others. A month had passed, and both Yibai and Little White Dragon exhibited remarkable growth, yet they were still far from mastering the ability to exert their will. Additionally, Lin Tian and Little White Dragon often clashed, unable to see eye to eye. Observing the time, Yibai stood up and approached the quarreling Lin Tian and Little White Dragon. With a swift punch each, both of them sported a sizable bump on their heads. "Let us head to the underground boxing arena. You both must participate. Lin Tian, you've already signed up for the life and death match, and Little White Dragon, you'll join the ordinary bouts." With that, Yibai led Lin Tian and Little White Dragon to the entrance of the underground boxing venue. Upon entering the underground boxing arena, Yibai wasted no time and immediately sought out Shui, who was having lunch with Bing Bing and discussing Yibai. "Sister, do you think the one with 16,000 Dao power and his little psychic Haven Tea shown up for a month because he might have been beaten to death outside?" Bing Bing whispered conspiratorially to Shui. Yibai approached the front desk. Using his perception to locate Shui, he overheard Bing Bing speaking ill of him, causing his expression to darken. Noticing Yibai's gloomy demeanor, Lin Tian asked with concern, "What's wrong, brother Yibai?" A month had also seen Lin Tian grow a bit taller, from 1.5 meters to 1.53 meters. Though subtle, the change was evident. "It's nothing," Yibai replied, making his way towards the cafeteria, as they had yet to have lunch. Once at the cafeteria, Yibai quickly spotted Shui and Bing Bing, who were oblivious to his presence. Engrossed in their meal, Yibai, accompanied by Lin Tian and Little White Dragon, seated themselves at a distance from the two. After a brief wait, Lin Tian and Little White Dragon returned with their meals. Once the food was devoured, Yibai stealthily approached from behind. That moment, the two were engaged in discussing Yibai. "Sister, I feel that there is something odd between Yi and that Kirin. Shui remarked, puzzled by Bing Bing's assertion. What do you mean? What's wrong? Bing Bing looked around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before whispering, don't you notice the way Kirin looks at Yi? It's not right. Hearing this, Yi Bai subtly glanced at Lin Tian, who smiled awkwardly in response. Moreover, just a month ago, right after the Kirin finished a match, he went to shower, and Yi entered with him. You didn't he have much blood on him? I suspect those two might have. With that, Bing Bing raised her hands, one forming a 1, and the other a 0. Bing Bing. You mentioned this a month ago, Shui interjected. Oh, but it's different now. I found solid evidence. Yi Bai gestured for Lin Tian to tap Bing Bing on the shoulder. Let me tell you, Bing Bing began, but was interrupted by Lin Tian. Causing her to flinch, Yi Bai signaled Lin Tian to try again. Hey, do you have? Bing Bing turned around only to find the very subjects of her discussion standing right behind her, along with an additional companion. What a coincidence. Are you all here to eat? We're full. You all carry on, we'll be leaving now, she stammered, pulling Shui along to exit. However, Lin Tian firmly pressed her back onto the seat, rendering her immobile. Don't rush to leave, he insisted. Shui shot a loathing glance at Bing Bing, as if to say, You've brought this upon me. Is there anything else? She asked. We're here to participate in the matches. Aren't you going to take us to register? Lin Tian patted Shui's shoulder. Upon hearing this, Shui immediately sprang into action, leading Yi Bai and the others to the registration area. Since Yi Bai and Lin Tian had already signed up, the focus was on registering Little White Dragon. When Little White Dragon's Dao power was announced as 1021, Shui was taken aback, astonished by the prowess of the individual before her. Little White Dragon, the creature declared its alias before making its way toward Yi Bai, seeking a sense of security. Arrange matches for them. I'll wait until they finish before I compete. Yi Bai instructed. Upon hearing Yi Bai's directive, Bing Bing quickly arranged for opponents who would be no match for Little White Dragon and Lin Tian. Yi Bai pulled Little White Dragon aside and whispered. In the ordinary boxing arena, there are no rules against killing. The people here hold grudges. If you don't eliminate them directly, they will retaliate. I wish to avoid complications, so you know what to do. Little White Dragon nodded, displaying an expression of confidence. After 5 minutes, the matches for Lin Tian and Little White Dragon commenced. Yi Bai proceeded to Little White Dragon's arena to observe whether it would show any mercy. Seated in the spectators section, Yi Bai went unnoticed due to his mask. As the match began, Little White Dragon wasted no time, striking decisively at its opponent's head. The adversaries barely had time to react before being dispatched. This unexpected victory profited those who had bet against Little White Dragon handsomely. Noting Little White Dragon's ruthless resolve, Yi Bai opted not to linger and turned to leave. Upon exiting, Yi Bai arrived at Lin Tian's arena, where Lin Tian had just completed a match. Instead of seeking Lin Tian, Yi Bai approached Shui, who was watching Lin Tian's fight. As Shui saw Yi Bai approach, she frantically recalled whether she had inadvertently said something to offend him. The faster the matches are arranged, the better. Also, I wish to meet the head of the White Pavilion, Yi Bai stated before departing. Upon exiting, he encountered Lin Tian and Little White Dragon, who were bickering about who had finished their match more swiftly. I was faster, Lin Tian declared. Nonsense, it was clearly me, Little White Dragon retorted. If you were faster, why did I come to find you? Lin Tian, realizing he was losing the argument, prepared to strike. Understanding he couldn't win against Lin Tian, Little White Dragon retreated, and upon seeing Yi Bai, it rushed over as if he were a savior. Lin Tian quickly followed suit, becoming obedient once he reached Yi Bai's side. For the time being, we shall reside here and strive to elevate your victory count to the level of the Blue Pavilion, Yi Bai instructed. Upon hearing the words of Yi Bai, the two individuals nodded obediently. Satisfied with their response, Yi Bai departed and made his way to the residential area, where he selected the largest and most luxurious 3-person suite, purchasing it for a staggering 17 million. After receiving the keys to his new abode, Yi Bai left the premises and proceeded to the venue where he could check battle records. To his delight, he discovered that Lin Tian had made it onto the leaderboard of the Life and Death boxing arena, while Xiao Bai Long had secured a spot on the regular boxing arena's leaderboard as well. When Yi Bai looked up his own record, he found it to be lackluster, 0 wins and 1 loss. However, in the face of financial gain, Yi proved to be a pragmatic individual. At that moment, Xiao Bailong had triumphed in 14 matches, while Lin Tian had claimed victory in only 7. Due to the unique rules of the life-and-death boxing arena, participation was scarce, resulting in Lin Tian's fewer victories compared to Xiao Bailong. As evening approached, Yi glanced at the leaderboard once more and noted that Xiao Bailong had fought 37 matches, while Lin Tian had only engaged in 17. Observing this progress, Yi shook his head. Such a meager number of matches in an entire afternoon suggested it would take several months to complete the competitions. After bringing Xiao Bailong and Lin Tian along, he took them to a restaurant, where, by coincidence, they ran into Shui and Bing Bing. Yi couldn't help but suspect that the two were trailing him. Upon seeing Yi, Bing Bing instinctively recoiled behind Shui in fear. Yi, noticing this, settled into a seat closest to the house he had purchased at the underground boxing arena. Upon their arrival at the cafeteria, Xiao Bailong and Lin Tian immediately set off to get Yi some food. By the time they returned to Yi's side, a full 20 minutes had passed, primarily due to their difficulty in locating him. Meanwhile, the two women dining at a distance breathed a sigh of relief as they noticed Yi's distance from them. "Sis, why do we keep running into them?" Shui queried. "I have no idea, but you'd best remain silent to avoid saying something else. Right now, you've already offended Yi and Qilin, and if you were to further provoke Bailong, you could find yourself in dire straits. While they won't act under surveillance, once the cameras are off, they certainly will." Shui continued that Yi, when he first arrived, had someone killed for merely hurling a few insults at him. If it weren't for the surveillance, you'd have met your end 100 times over. Listening to Shui's words, Bing Bing nodded solemnly. Though she sometimes spoke without thinking, there was a distinct difference between being thoughtless and being devoid of intellect. Suddenly, Shui's phone rang. Upon answering, a woman's voice echoed through the receiver. "Shui, listen up, I need you to find the 3 most formidable fighters in your boxing club and have them prepare for the brawl the boss is hosting in 2 days." Confused, Shui asked, "But, Master, our boxing club is ranked quite low. Aren't only the top 100 allowed to participate? Shouldn't this have been announced a month or 2 in advance? Why the sudden rush, the Master?" Somewhat taken aback by her inquiry, replied Shui, "I'll address your questions one by one. Yes, it is true that only the top 100 can participate, but the boss has suddenly decided that all clubs must take part this time. As for the late notice, it's simply because the rules were changed at the last minute. I just received the notification myself." After hearing the Master's explanation, Shui responded with an "oh" and hung up the phone. She pondered who could participate and suddenly realized that there were 3 suitable candidates available. However, considering that Bing Bing had previously offended them, she questioned whether they would agree to help. Turning to Bing Bing, she asked, "Did you hear everything the caller said?" Bing Bing nodded, affirming, "Yes, I did. Go buy some fruits to send to them. They just finished eating." Shui began, but upon glancing up, she noticed that Yi and the others had already left. She quickly added, "Get some hawthorn, strawberries, and apples, along with some snacks, and don't forget a case of cola, that's all. I'll go find out where they are." After giving her instructions, Shui set off to search for Yi. Unbeknownst to her, Yi had purchased a house in the vicinity, so she could only search amidst the throngs of people. After searching for a while without success, she grew anxious and began pacing in circles. Suddenly, she remembered the residential area and, recalling the money Yi had earned, speculated that he might have bought property there. She promptly made her way there to inquire with the administrator if anyone with the aliases Yi, Bailong, or Qilin had come to purchase a house. Her determination paid off, and Shui eventually discovered where Yi resided. Without delay, she called Bing Bing. Once the call connected, Shui quickly exclaimed, "Bing Bing, have you bought everything? I've found out where they are, at the residential area, Zone 7. Hurry and come find me." After hanging up, Shui stood outside, awaiting Bing Bing's arrival. 10 minutes later, Bing Bing rushed over, burdened with a multitude of items. Shui caught several bags from Bing Bing's hands, which contained apples and strawberries. "Let's go find them. Once we arrive, you need to apologize first, then hand over the gifts. Remember to be polite, understood?" Along the way, Shui diligently instructed Bing Bing on proper etiquette. Bing Bing nodded earnestly in compliance. Upon reaching their destination, Shui looked at the house in awe, exclaiming, "Is this what the life of the wealthy looks like? How pitiful that I only share a house with a foolish sister." With that, Shui knocked on the door. Inside, upon hearing the knock, Yibai instructed Lin Tian to answer. When Lin Tian opened the door and saw Shui and Bing, he inquired, "What brings you here? It's nearly 10 p.m. Why are you coming to find my brother instead of heading home? What, have you taken a liking to him?" Shui was left speechless by Lin Tian's words. Nevertheless, she and Bing responded, "We apologize for any comments we made that may have upset you and your brother. We have come to express our remorse. Please forgive us." With that, they both bowed deeply. Lin Tian, sensing something amiss with the two, quickly called for Yibai. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Yibai felt that the matter was more complex than it appeared. He inquired, "You're not here just to apologize, are you? Speak. What do you want from us?" Shui, momentarily startled, quickly composed herself and replied, "The truth is, while we came to apologize, we also seek your assistance." Yibai raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What is it?" Shui wasted no time responding. "Our boss has instructed each boxing club to identify their 3 strongest fighters for a competition in 2 days. Since our club ranks low, we have very few formidable contenders, and we immediately thought of you 3. May I request your participation?" As she finished speaking, Shui subtly adjusted her clothing. Observing her actions, Bing mimicked her, pulling down her own attire slightly. Yibai chose to disregard their gestures, while Lin Tian's gaze shifted to Yibai. Xiaobai Long, due to her nature, showed little interest in Shui and Bing. Thus, their attempts to charm were ineffective. Yibai pondered for a moment before stating, "We can participate. What's in it for us?" Shui eagerly replied, Yes. The team that ranks first will receive a 1 billion prize. I know you may not be in need of money, but 1 billion is a substantial sum. The top 3 in the individual ranking will receive 1 billion, 500 million, and 100 million respectively. Moreover, the individual ranking champion will be directly promoted to the Blue Club, bypassing further matches in the White Club. Hearing the details of the rewards, Yibai's interest was piqued. Although he had enough funds for now, he anticipated future needs, especially given his plans for development, which required significant financial resources. "All right, I agree. You may return and await our arrival." Relieved by Yibai's affirmation, Shui exhaled, "Thank you for your cooperation. We will ensure you and the other 2 receive special rewards from our club afterward." With that, Shui and Bing bowed to Yibai, handed over the items they had purchased, and took their leave. Watching the 2 depart, Yibai felt an unexpected sense of tranquility wash over him. Yibai retrieved an apple and a bottle of cola from the bags and gestured for the others to share. Lin Tian and Xiaobai Long took a few of their preferred snacks, leaving the majority for Yibai. Neither touched the apple or cola. They only took a small portion of the other items, leaving the bulk for him. Yibai placed the items on the living room table and remarked, "Feel free to take what you want. I'm not particularly fond of these. You too should enjoy them." Yibai, who is not particularly fond of snacks, finds himself yearning to sink his teeth into an enormous apple while sipping from an oversized bottle of cola. However, he is acutely aware that excessive cola consumption could lead to weight gain and adversely affect his blood sugar levels and sleep quality. Thus, he resolves to limit his cola intake and drink more plain water instead. Overindulgence in apples is likewise unadvisable, as it is paramount for Yibai to maintain his dignity in front of his younger companions. He cannot allow snacks to tarnish his image in the eyes of his younger peers. Yibai presents himself as a cool and gentle older brother. Yet beneath this facade lies a more reserved character. Chapter 12. Arrival at the destination. After uttering these words, Yibai retreated to his room. Upon hearing his remarks, Lin Tian gleefully seized all the potato chips, while the little white dragon took all the strawberries. Neither of them touched the cola, as Yibai had previously advised them to consume it sparingly, preferring that they avoid it altogether. Once Lin Tian and the little white dragon had succumbed to slumber, Yibai quietly ventured into the living room to chill the cola before returning to his room with 2 apples and some hawthorn to snack on. He swiftly devoured 1 apple in just a few bites, discarding the core into the trash. After munching on 2 pieces of hawthorn, he succumbed to sleep. The following morning, Yibai awoke and finished the remaining apple from the previous day. He then polished off the unfinished cola from yesterday in a single gulp. Letting out a burp, He exited his room. Noticing that the house was empty, he surmised that everyone had gone to the cafeteria, so he decided to head there as well. Upon arriving, he encountered Shui and Bing Bing. "Hello! Your younger brother is already waiting for you at the table," Shui kindly reminded him, fearing that Yi Bai might not find Lin Tian. Yi Bai acknowledged her with a grunt and made his way toward the table where the little white dragon and Lin Tian were seated. Upon arrival, he observed that they had already begun their meal, while he leisurely commenced his breakfast. After 20 minutes, Yi Bai handed his utensils to Lin Tian, signaling him to return the tray. After Lin Tian took the tray away, he hurried back to Yi Bai's side. Yi Bai then led Lin Tian and the little white dragon to Shui. "You continue to arrange their matches. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." Hey, aren't you going to train them?" Shui exclaimed, grabbing Yi Bai's arm just as he was about to depart. Yi Bai cast a cold glance at her before withdrawing his hand. Realizing her faux pas, Shui quickly apologized. "I'm sorry for my outburst." Yi Bai waved his hand dismissively, indicating for her to continue. Shui, noticing his gesture, added, "We're competing at the General Bai Pavilion tomorrow. Aren't you going to train them? Or let them compete?" "Isn't letting them compete a form of training?" Yi Bai replied nonchalantly. Shui was momentarily speechless, but they annihilate their opponents in the matches. "How can we consider this training? I know you're formidable, but the other competitors are no slouches either. Their combat prowess places them in the upper middle tier." She gestured toward Lin Tian and the little white dragon. Yi Bai remained unfazed. "Regardless, I can secure first place individually and ensure our team comes in first as well. You underestimate them. They are not as weak as you think." With that, Yi Bai departed before Shui could retort. Returning to his abode in the underground boxing arena, Yi Bai examined Lin Tian and the little white dragon's combat power levels, 1446 and 1168, respectively, significantly higher than the previous day. One was an exceptionally gifted human youth, and the other a talented dragon. With such combat power, they could easily defeat opponents with a combat power of 3,000. With this reassurance, Yi Bai felt no concern for their performance. The top 3 individual ranks had already been reserved for them. Meanwhile, Shui, bewildered by Yi Bai's abrupt departure, dashed over to Lin Tian and the little white dragon. "There are still rules I haven't explained. Your older brother just left. Do you have his contact information? Please provide it so I can add you to a group chat for unified communication." After rummaging through his phone, Lin Tian replied, "Here's his number. You can add him. Whether he accepts is up to him." Lin Tian shared Yi Bai's contact information with Shui, who promptly sent a friend request. Lying in bed and staring at the ceiling, Yi Bai felt his phone vibrate and picked it up to see. "You have a friend request. Please check." Upon checking, he saw, "I'm Shui. Hey, I didn't finish my earlier conversation before you left. Please accept my request. I need to explain the rules." Yi Bai consented. And Shui, upon seeing that he had accepted, added him, Lin Tian, and the little white dragon to a group chat where she outlined the rules. Individual rules. 1. Opponents may not be killed in the arena. They may only be incapacitated. 2. No weapons other than those personally equipped are allowed. 3. Healing items are prohibited. 4. Matches cannot conclude unless one party is unconscious or surrenders. 5. Each participant must compete in at least 3 matches daily, with a maximum of 5.6. After 1 month, the total number of wins minus 1.5 times the losses will determine the victor. 7. Offline killings or threats against participants are forbidden, as is playing passively. Violations will result in disqualification. 8. Individual matches cannot pair participants with teammates. Team rules. Aside from Rule 5, the other rules apply as stated above. 1. Each team must compete in at least 1 match daily, with a maximum of 3. Upon reading these rules, Yi Bai felt as though a peculiar force had diminished his threat level significantly. The prohibition on killing reduced his capabilities, as he primarily trained in lethal techniques rather than methods of mere incapacitation unless resorting to brute force. As Yi Bai pondered how to maximize his unique strengths, the group chat began to buzz with activity. User ID. Qielin remarked, "These rules are unbearable. Without the option to kill, our methods are severely limited." User ID. Bai Long chimed in, "Exactly. Our older brother only taught us how to kill. He never instructed us on how to incapacitate." User ID. Yi interjected, Shui, "Why don't you arrange their matches?" Qielin and Bai Long, Just use brute strength to incapacitate your opponents. Compete first, incapacitate them, and then finish them off. Qianlin and Bai Long responded in unison. Okay. Shui, observing the chat, felt a wave of unease wash over her. What do you mean by incapacitate first and then kill? How cruel! She dared not dwell on it and silently set about arranging matches for Lin Tian and the Little White Dragon. Following Shui, the duo was ready for their matches, adhering strictly to Yi Bai's instructions to incapacitate first. Thus, they left their opponents bloodied and unconscious before delivering the final blow on this day. The Little White Dragon dispatched all 14 of his opponents in this manner, while Lin Tian eliminated 6 in the same brutal fashion. The following day, just after dawn at 5 a.m., Shui knocked on Yi Bai's door. Fortunately, Yi Bai was already awake. Otherwise, he would have been thoroughly annoyed. Opening the door to find Shui, he inquired, "What brings you here so early? I thought we were leaving soon, so I wanted to wake you up early to prevent you from forgetting." She replied. Yi Bai casually remarked, "I want to forget." He attempted to close the door, but Shui caught it just in time. Hey, don't close the door. Let me come in and sit for a bit. I've never been in such a fancy place before. Yi Bai cast a sidelong glance at her and, after a moment, gestured for her to enter. Shui beamed at the invitation. Yi Bai led her to the sofa and retrieved a bottle of cola from the fridge for her. "Thank you," she said, taking a sip. Yi Bai then roused the still sleeping Lin Tian and the Little White Dragon. Duang ah. As they shuffled into the living room, Lin Tian immediately spotted Shui on the sofa and questioned, "What are you doing here?" "I came to check on you and make sure you didn't oversleep," Shui replied. Lin Tian regarded her skeptically. "What do you mean? You'll be leaving shortly. Shouldn't you be preparing?" Hearing this, Lin Tian glanced at Yi Bai. "Nothing to bring. Just bring yourselves," Yi Bai stated. This. Lin Tian flopped back onto the sofa, while the Little White Dragon, maintaining his cool demeanor in front of outsiders, revealed his true nature among friends. He leaned back in his chair, propping his legs up and gazing at the ceiling, promptly dozing off. Meanwhile, Yi Bai sat nearby, engrossed in his phone. Shui was taken aback by the trio's nonchalance. 2 were sleeping, and 1 was distracted by his device, completely unfazed. Finally, at 6 a.m., Shui turned to Yi Bai and declared, "It's 6 o'clock. We can leave now." She sprang up suddenly, only to sit back down again. That was quite a jolt. After 3 seconds, Shui stood up. Yi Bai, having pulled Lin Tian and Xiao Bai Long along, followed Shui. Lin Tian and Xiao Bai Long kept pace with Yi Bai. After reuniting with Bing, Shui proceeded towards the exit of the underground boxing arena. Once outside, Shui followed the navigation to a concealed parking area. This was where she had arranged for the car in advance. Upon entering the vehicle, Shui instructed everyone to fasten their seatbelts before setting off. Bing occupied the front passenger seat, while the 3 back seats were perfectly filled by Lin Tian. Xiao Bai Long and Yi Bai, with Lin Tian sitting in the center position. It took 3 hours to reach their destination. The journey from City Z to City L took 3 hours, a detail Yi Bai mentally noted. After disembarking, Shui led Bing, Lin Tian, and Yi Bai to submit their information. Chapter 13. The competition is about to begin. Please test your Dao power. As soon as they entered, someone stopped the 5 of them. Addressing Shui guided Yi Bai and the others to the area for testing their Dao power, while Bing chose accommodations for Yi Bai and herself along with her sister. After selecting a room that was somewhat more spacious, Bing pointed to it and stated, "This one." The staff, glancing at the room, took out a form and said, "Please sign here and affix your thumbprint." Bing picked up a pen and inscribed her name, Zhu Qi. Once Shui signed, the staff handed the key to Bing. She then requested 4 additional keys, intending to give one to each of the others. Meanwhile, the 3 individuals taken for the Dao power test, along with Shui, were observed by others who had completed their tests. They immediately discerned that Shui was not there to compete, and their attention shifted to Yi Bai and his companions. The highest Dao power among them was only 864, surpassing merely 60% of the Bai Guan participants. Thus they held little hope for Yi Bai and his friends. "Here, please," the staff indicated to a target nearby, suggesting they take aim there. Yi Bai gestured for Xiao Bai Long to go first. Xiao Bai Long stepped forward and unleashed 90% of his strength, achieving a score of 1194. With Xiao Bai Long's punch breaking their expectations, Lin Tian followed suit, delivering a blow that astonished them further with a score of 1472. If Xiao Bai Long's strike shattered their perceptions, Lin Tian's punch obliterated their understanding of Dao power cultivation. Next, Yi Bai took the stage. His punch sent the Dao power soaring, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, 10,000. Ultimately, it settled at an astounding 127,000. The staff, visibly incredulous, examined Yi Bai and then checked the machine, confirming its accuracy before stating, "Please, three of you register your codes and proceed to collect your supplies." Yi Bai wrote down his code on the form, signaling Lin Tian and Xiao Bai Long to do the same. After they finished registering, they walked inside, with Shui following closely behind, her expression one of disbelief as she gazed at Yi Bai and Lin Tian. Just a month ago, their Dao powers were merely in the 80s and 16,000. Now, Yi Bai had multiplied his to 127,000, while Lin Tian had more than tenfold his. Truthfully, Shui felt a stir of ambition. Perhaps if she stayed close to Yi Bai, she too might elevate her Dao power to 1,000. Yet, she pondered how to attach herself to Yi Bai, realizing that offering her looks was unrealistic, as he seemed indifferent to women. Shui racked her brain. Why Yi Bai, observing her forlorn expression, curiously inquired, "What's the matter? Do you have something on your mind?" Breaking from her thoughts, Shui blinked at Yi Bai, quickly realizing her lapse in composure, and replied, "I was lost in thought. My apologies. Let us continue." Yi Bai, dismissing any further speculation, pressed ahead. After walking a short distance, Yi Bai arrived at the area to collect his supplies. The supplies were contained in a small box, which included 60 packets of tourniquets, 30 energy bars, 30 bottles of energy drinks, and 300 yuan. Yi Bai extracted the 300 yuan, then handed his box to Shui, saying, "I don't need this. It's for you." Lin Tian and Xiao Bai Long echoed his sentiment, stating they too had no need for their supplies and offered them to Shui. Thus, Shui found herself carrying 3 boxes as she trailed behind Yi Bai and his companions. Although the boxes were not large, it proved somewhat challenging for Shui to manage them all on her own. Even with her Dao power exceeding 100. "Hey, could you slow down a bit? Wait for me," she called out anxiously, noticing the distance between them growing. In her haste, she quickened her pace, but stumbled unexpectedly. Just as she was about to fall, Yi Bai stepped back and caught her. "Thank you." Yi Bai ignored her gratitude, instead taking the other 2 boxes, which lacked handles, and effortlessly fashioned makeshift grips. Without 5,000 Dao power, even the outer fabric would likely remain intact, yet Yi Bai shredded it with 5 fingers with ease. His prowess was a clear dimensional downgrade for those around him. Approaching Lin Tian and Xiao Bai Long, Yi Bai handed them their boxes. Being the supreme slacker he was, Yi Bai would never carry boxes himself. Such tasks were perfectly suited for his underlings. Once they emerged, they encountered Bing, who had arrived promptly. After greeting the 4, she announced, "Here are the keys to the place where we 5 will be staying this month. I'll now show you the way." With that, Bing led Yi Bai and the others to their accommodations. Distributing the keys among the 4, she unlocked the door to their home. The residence comprised 2 floors and 4 rooms. Yi Bai quickly surveyed the space and requested the room furthest from the entrance, which happened to be the only room upstairs. Lin Tian and Xiao Bai Long had no particular demands, only that their rooms be sufficiently distant from each other. Thus, they each chose rooms located at opposite corners. This left only one room available, meaning Shui and Bing would have to share. They exchanged glances, both reflecting mutual reluctance. "Sister, why don't you take the sofa?" Bing timidly suggested to Shui. "What? I sleep on the sofa. Why should I? If anyone should, it should be you." Bing mustered her courage and retorted, "Or, you could sleep in the same room as one of those 3? Upon hearing this, Shui was left utterly baffled. "Do you hear yourself? How could I possibly share a bed with 3 boys? Am I that kind of person?" she scolded, pointing at Bing. All right, I won't push anymore. I am sorry. How about you just take the top bunk tonight?" Bing meekly proposed. Shui, hearing this, felt a wave of exasperation. Who would want to be on top, and who would want to share a room with her? However, she refrained from voicing these thoughts, for to do so would jeopardize their unbreakable sisterly bond. Lin Tian, hearing the commotion, stepped out of his room and inquired, "What are you two arguing about?" Upon seeing Lin Tian, the two girls immediately rushed to him, clinging to his arm. "Brother, could you possibly give up your room? There's only one left, and we'd rather not share, so we're asking for your help." They adopted a pleading expression as they looked up at him. Lin Tian recognized this as an opportunity to get closer to Yi Bai, so he replied, "Sure, my room isn't organized yet anyway. I can give it to you, and I'll just sleep with someone else." His magnanimous offer instantly captivated countless girls. "Really? That is wonderful. Thank you, brother." Lin Tian withdrew his arm and said, "Don't call me brother. I am not older than you. You both look like you're at least 17. Indeed, Lin Tian was right. Shui was currently 17, while Bingbing was 15, making them both older than him by several years. Clearing her throat awkwardly, Shui addressed Bingbing. "Which room do you want?" After a moment of thought, Bingbing responded, "I'll take the one I just chose. It suits my preferences." Upon hearing this, Shui pushed Bingbing out of her room and promptly shut the door. Bingbing did not contest Shui's actions and instead returned to the room she had just vacated. Lin Tian ascended the stairs, knocked on Yi Bai's door, and entered. Yi Bai looked at Lin Tian and asked, "What do you need?" Lin Tian replied, "Yi Bai, I've given my room to that girl at the front desk, and now there are no extra rooms left, so I had to come to you." Yi Bai, puzzled, asked, "Why not go find Xiao Bai Long?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tian scoffed, "That guy would never let me sleep with him." Seeing Lin Tian's immediate refusal, Yi Bai felt a sense of incredulity. He recalled the shadow of a month ago, a time when Lin Tian had missed an opportunity to take advantage of their shared quarters. However, given that this past month had presented numerous chances, Yi Bai declined Lin Tian's request. "Go back and ask them for your room back." Upon hearing these words, Lin Tian felt a sense of reluctance. "Brother Yi Bai, I have already promised them it would be impossible for me to go back and reclaim my word now. Besides, if I were to do so, it would imply that you have rejected me. And how would they perceive you then? They would think you incompetent, unable even to share a bed." Yi Bai, unable to bear it, replied, "All right, but do not entertain thoughts of kissing me tonight, nor shall you remove your clothing. Drool, touch my abs, let me embrace you. Nor shall you embrace me. Do not climb onto the bed, do not fidget, do not lie on me, do not touch my hair, my legs, my waist, or any part of my body. Do you understand?" Listening to these conditions, which were even more unequal than the Treaty of Exai and Shou, Lin Tian fell into contemplation. If he could not do as Yi Bai requested, then what was the purpose of sharing a bed with him? Merely to look? No, fine, I agree. Lin Tian verbally acquiesced, yet his hands did not comply. Still unconvinced, Yi Bai added, "If I discover that you do not adhere to these conditions, you shall sleep on the sofa." Yi Bai's words rendered Lin Tian utterly hesitant to entertain any inappropriate thoughts, and thus even his hands complied. After arranging their sleeping quarters, it was already noon, and Yi Bai, along with the Shui sisters, ventured to the dining hall. They chose a spot farthest from the crowd and nearest to the food line. Upon arriving, Shui and Bingbing realized that meals required payment, and it seemed they had forgotten to bring any money. Yi Bai, perceiving their predicament, remarked, "Lin Tian will cover your meal expenses for this month. You may repay me threefold later." Lin Tian interjected, "Sixth." Just as he was about to argue, Yi Bai shot him a glare and directed, "Lin Tian, you and Xiao Bai Long go get the food." Upon hearing Yi Bai's words, Shui and Bingbing inquired, Yi, is Lin Tian the name of that Qilin?" Yi Bai pondered for a moment before responding, "Yes, why?" "Oh, nothing. Could you tell me your name?" "You may simply call me Yi," Yi Bai replied before resting his head down and drifting into slumber. Observing Yi Bai asleep, Shui felt a mix of disbelief and intrigue. The two sisters racked their brains to recall if Lin Tian had inadvertently mentioned Yi Bai's name before. However, after a moment's reflection, they abandoned the idea, as Lin Tian had always referred to Yi Bai merely as brother, and not brother Yi Bai. The same applied to Xiao Bai Long. Thus, they could not uncover Yi Bai's name. When Lin Tian and Xiao Bai Long returned with their meals, Yi Bai instantly awoke. He took his portion and began to eat. while Lin Tian first served Shui Shui and Bing Bing, then kept the remaining portion for himself. Shui Shui and Bing Bing internally lamented, "What a gentleman! How could he possibly be gay?" After finishing their meal, Lin Tian returned the plates, and they all stood to leave. Upon receiving a notification, Shui Shui addressed Yi Bai and the others, "The competition begins tomorrow. You may return today." With that, Shui Shui gestured for them to follow her as she headed back to their lodging. Yi Bai and the others ignored her actions, attributing it to her youthful innocence. Upon returning to their quarters, Yi Bai retreated to his room, followed by Lin Tian. Shui Shui and Bing Bing returned to their own rooms, and Xiao Bai Long did the same. At 7 p.m., rain suddenly began to fall outside, accompanied by thunder. Lin Tian, feeling frightened, turned to Yi Bai and said, "Brother Yi Bai, I'm scared. Could you hold me? I promise I won't move." With that, Lin Tian made a gesture of swearing an oath. Yi Bai glanced outside, and then at Lin Tian, exhaling in resignation, "Just this once. This is the last time." The brief 8 words sent Lin Tian into a fit of joy. "Thank you, Brother Yi Bai. You are the best." Upon finishing his sentence, Lin Tian leapt onto the bed and wrapped his arms around Yi Bai's waist. At that moment, Yi Bai had already removed his shirt, so Lin Tian's face was pressed against Yi Bai's abs. "All right, be a bit more reserved. We are both boys. And so what? Why can't boys like boys?" Lin Tian replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, Yi Bai's heart sank. He had initially thought Lin Tian was merely teasing him because of his looks, but now it seemed there was more to it. "Do not speak so recklessly. It is best for boys not to like boys. You are still young. When you grow up, you will need to marry and have children." Yi Bai believed this would dissuade Lin Tian, but instead, Lin Tian insisted, No. When I grow up, I want to marry Brother Yi Bai and have children with you." Yi Bai was taken aback by Lin Tian's words. "Lin Tian, do not speak nonsense. We are both boys. Boys cannot have children, nor can one marry another." Yi Bai was genuinely alarmed. He could not abandon Lin Tian after having cared for him for a month. Having developed feelings, it would be improper to cast him aside simply due to matters of sexual orientation. What if Lin Tian turned into a possessive type? "Lin Tian, think carefully." Yi Bai wished to further enlighten Lin Tian. Yet Lin Tian dismissed his words, repeating, "I won't listen. When I grow up, I will marry Brother Yi Bai, regardless of gender." Yi Bai found himself at a loss as to how to respond, so he suggested, "Let us sleep for now. If you wish to think about it, do so in your dreams." With that, Yi Bai ruffled Lin Tian's hair and lay down with him. Chapter 14. Midnight Games, Short Chapter. Consider this an aside. It will not be recorded in the main text. That night, Lin Tian frequently chuckled foolishly and even drooled, leaving Yi Bai completely sleepless. He suspected Lin Tian had indeed dreamt of marrying him. Yi Bai felt a tightening sensation as he pondered why he had been so kind-hearted, saving Lin Tian and even allowing him to sleep together. Now he had unwittingly acquired a husband. The more Yi Bai thought about it, the more irritated he became, prompting him to pinch Lin Tian's cheek. Awakened from his dream, Lin Tian immediately exclaimed, "Brother Yi Bai, why are you pinching my face?" Rubbing his reddened cheek, he complained, "You must have woken me for a reason. You were laughing in your sleep and drooling. You must have dreamt of something unkind about me. I had to awaken you to prevent you from causing me trouble in your dreams." Yi Bai declared with righteous indignation. Lin Tian appeared bewildered, but he did recall dreaming about Yi Bai in a compromising situation, though he wondered how Yi Bai could have guessed. "No, how could that be? I just dreamt of delicious food. Believe me." Yi Bai saw through Lin Tian's deception, but chose not to expose him, knowing it would only lead to a lengthy argument. Instead, he opted for silence. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was only 4 a.m. Feeling overwhelmed, he noted that Lin Tian had been laughing since 8 p.m. the previous evening. If Yi Bai were to sleep now, he feared no one would wake him, and how could he perform in today's competition? Thus, he resolved not to sleep. Feeling increasingly distressed, Yi Bai decided to take matters into his own hands, tugging at Lin Tian's nape. "You are not allowed to sleep. Stay awake with me." Lin Tian was perplexed by this request. Why should he forego sleep just to keep someone else company? Yet, since this was his elder brother, he felt obliged to indulge him. "I'm hungry. Go fetch me something to eat." "Huh? It's only 4 a.m. The dining hall is certainly closed, and there's no kitchen here for me to cook." Lin Tian protested. "Brother Yi Bai, Just bear with it for a moment. Yi Bai turned away in irritation, refusing to look at Lin Tian, and said over his shoulder, "You both must perform well in today's competition. And you cannot lose a single match. If you do, I will break one of your legs, and if you lose, I'll choose to break the middle one." Lin Tian, unfazed, replied confidently, "I won. Bring you shame. It's only 4 a.m. Let us play something." "What shall we play?" Yi Bai, preoccupied with thoughts of how to change Lin Tian's perspective, was not in the mood for games. Lin Tian suggested, "Let us play rock, paper, scissors. Best of 3. The winner can make one unreasonable request, and the loser must comply without complaint." Yi Bai was hardly attentive to Lin Tian's proposal, as his mind was occupied with how to rectify Lin Tian's orientation. When the game began, Yi Bai casually played 2 rounds and was soundly defeated. 0-2. Haha, brother Yi Bai, you lost. You must grant me one unreasonable request. Yi Bai was momentarily confused. Why was his luck so poor? He knew Lin Tian would likely request something inappropriate. Following Lin Tian's rules meant he had to comply unconditionally, but Lin Tian's words suggested he would not actually go through with it. If he were to go back on his word, it might strain their relationship. While it could temporarily divert Lin Tian's pursuit, Yi Bai did not desire that outcome as for unconditional agreement. Yi Bai certainly did not want to find himself pinned down. "Speak your request," Yi Bai said, feeling a flutter of anxiety. Lin Tian thought for a moment before stating, "I want brother Yi Bai to kiss me." Yi Bai was momentarily taken aback, initially expecting Lin Tian to make more outrageous demands, but was surprised to find that it was merely a request for a kiss. However, for Yi Bai, even kissing Lin Tian posed a considerable challenge. Observing Yi Bai's hesitation, Lin Tian remarked, "We agreed not to be coy, Yi Bai Gij. You mustn't dally. Just kiss my cheek. It won't cost you a piece of flesh." Lin Tian's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Summoning his resolve, Yi Bai instructed, "Close your eyes." Upon uttering those words, Yi Bai's face flushed crimson. Lin Tian eagerly complied and shut his eyes in anticipation. Meanwhile, Yi Bai, resembling a shy girl, knelt before Lin Tian. Gradually inching closer, staring at Lin Tian, he found himself unable to proceed. After a brief pause, Lin Tian, still awaiting Yi Bai's kiss, teased, "If your lips can't reach my cheek, a kiss on the mouth would suffice." His tone bore a playful lilt, as he suspected Yi Bai might not follow through with the kiss, and thus had no genuine expectations. Just as Lin Tian was about to dismiss the notion, Yi Bai finally pressed his lips against Lin Tian's. With a flushed face and closed eyes, Yi Bai kissed Lin Tian, who gazed at him in disbelief. After a few seconds, Yi Bai released him and said, "Are you satisfied now?" Lin Tian, taken aback by Yi Bai's boldness, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Eventually, he managed to respond, "Yi Bai Gij, you truly kissed me." His tone was laced with incredulity. "Wasn't it you who asked me to?" Yi Bai retorted, feeling slightly aggrieved that Lin Tian seemed to deny the act, calling him a scoundrel. Lin Tian, blushing, suggested, "Yi Bai Gij, why don't we draw closer and see what happens?" With that, Lin Tian pushed Yi Bai down, pinning him beneath him. At that moment, Yi Bai was in a state of partial undress, clad only in shorts. "Lin Tian, don't go too far. Kissing you was merely a forfeit for losing a game. Don't take advantage of the situation," Yi Bai protested, though his body showed no signs of resistance. "Why, Yi Bai Gij, if you truly wished to resist, there would have been some sign, yet you offered none just now." Lin Tian teased, before proceeding to remove Yi Bai's shorts. "Don't you dare!" Yi Bai stammered, feeling utterly flustered, realizing that his body had betrayed him, showing no aversion to Lin Tian. How infuriating. Has even my body turned against me? This night would become an indelible memory for Yi Bai. Chapter 15. The competition begins, victory secured. Shui strikes it rich after a restless night. Yi Bai found it difficult to sleep soundly. With Lin Tian fidgeting in his embrace, by 6 in the morning, the 5 of them made their way to the cafeteria for breakfast. Once they finished, Shui shared the competition schedule with the trio. The competition commenced at 8, with team matches in the morning and individual matches in the afternoon. Lin Tian gave an okay gesture before lowering his head to continue eating. Yi Bai shrugged, indicating he understood. Xiao Bai long remained silent, concentrating on his own plate. By the time they finished, it was nearly 7, leaving them with some time before the competition began. Why Yi-Bai inquired, is it possible to place bets here? Yes, but betting is almost futile since everyone's Dao power levels are public knowledge. Thus, betting based on Dao power levels rarely results in losses, nor does it yield significant gains, Shui explained. Where can we check the Dao power levels? Take me to see, Yi-Bai requested. Shui promptly led him to the Dao power leaderboard. Upon arrival, they found a crowd gathered, captivated by Yi-Bai's impressive score of 127,000. No way. 127,000? How did he achieve that? Is this even a Dao power level that can be attained at the Baiguan? Someone speculated. It can't be a registration error. If you had scored 12,000, I could somewhat understand, but fine, I can't. Yi-Bai pushed through the crowd, joining the other four. He searched for Lin Tian and, upon discovering that the second place was not Lin Tian, continued looking down the list. He found Lin Tian in 8th place, while Xiao Bailong was in 13th. Haha, foolish dragon, I outrank you by quite a bit, Lin Tian taunted upon seeing his higher rank compared to Xiao Bailong. Xiao Bailong shot an annoyed glance at Lin Tian before examining the Dao power levels of those ranked above. The second place score was 2497. None of Lin Tian's competitors had a score below 2000, while Xiao Bailong's competitors didn't dip below 1200. The lowest score was 940. Instead of mocking others, you should focus on improving your own strength. Yi-Bai scoffed at Lin Tian's taunting. Seeing Lin Tian scolded, Xiao Bailong restrained his laughter and added, Brother is right. You would do better to practice rather than insult me. Look at you. You're not even in second place, so what gives you the right to mock me? Lin Tian's teeth ground in irritation, wishing to bite the dragon. Shui, witnessing the banter between the two, interjected, There are others around. Is it really wise to undermine our own team like this? Lin Tian and Xiao Bailong fell silent, focusing instead on recording names and Dao power levels. Yi-Bai merely glanced at the leaderboard before abandoning the effort. After all, he could defeat them all without needing to memorize anything. Yi-Bai gazed at the Dao power leaderboard. A thought suddenly struck him, prompting him to contemplate the feasibility of a scheme. Shui, observing Yi-Bai's contemplative demeanor, recalled the previous incident of Yi-Bai's match-fixing and leaned closer to whisper in his ear. You are not considering match-fixing for profit, are you? Surprised, Yi-Bai looked at Shui and replied, How did you know? I'm currently assessing the feasibility of this method. Upon hearing Yi-Bai's response, Shui quickly cautioned, That's not advisable. It would lead to disqualification for negative play. Yi-Bai felt conflicted upon Shui's warning. Lamenting, had I known, I should have played lower, but if I did, no one would bet on me to win, he sighed, expressing his regret. Upon hearing Yi-Bai abandon the idea, Shui felt a wave of relief wash over her. She was genuinely worried that he would resort to match-fixing, as it would not only jeopardize him but also affect her. Suddenly, Shui had an idea and gathered everyone, stating, We haven't decided on a team name yet. Let's brainstorm one now. Lin Tian and Xiao Bailong turned their attention to Yi-Bai, who in turn looked at Shui. Shui then glanced at Bing, who looked at Lin Tian. Shui broke the stalemate, suggesting, How about we call ourselves the Yi Qilong team? It incorporates all your code names. Number for the name sounded rather peculiar. Shui then proposed, What about the Yi Linlong team? No, why must my name always come first? That sounds odd. We could change the team name to just 2 characters. Yi-Bai commented, and Bing added, That's a valid point. Let's try for a 2-character name. It might sound better. How about the Qi Lin team? Since you don't want your codename included, we can simply use the team members' codenames. Yi-Bai shrugged, indicating his indifference. Lin Tian and Xiao Bailong also agreed. Bing, lacking a voice in the matter, remarked, Then it's settled. After finalizing the name, it was already 7:30, and people had begun submitting their team names and member lists along with their Dao power levels. When the competition time arrived, Yi-Bai handed his card to Shui, instructing her to place a bet. Bet 80 million on our victory. The password is, You can take a 20 commission from the profits. Yi-Bai casually passed his card to Shui, unperturbed by the thought of her absconding with it. Shui, accepting the card, asked, Aren't you worried I might run off with it? Since you've said it. I trust you won't, Yi-Bai replied before leading the others to the arena. There were 10 platforms, ensuring that there would be no delays in the morning matches. Though all of Baiguan was expected to attend, only half showed up, The other half either couldn't gather 3 members or were comprised of bitter rivals. As Yi Bai stepped onto the platform, he saw 3 short opponents and instructed, when the match begins, "You two should finish your bout as swiftly as possible so we can move on to the next." Upon receiving the information, Lin Tian noted that despite their diminutive stature, they were of a height comparable to his own. Yet their average Dao power levels exceeded Xiao Bailong's, ranking as numbers 3, 5, and 6. The opponents, upon noticing Lin Tian and Xiao Bailong, were not overly surprised, but when they laid eyes on Yi Bai, they could no longer contain themselves. "Why do we have to face this Yi in the first match? Boss, how are we supposed to handle this?" "Stay calm. Although this Yi appears to have a high Dao power level, perhaps his defenses are weak, we might just catch him off guard." "Boss, do you even hear yourself?" The match commenced as it began. Yi Bai simply sat down, displaying utter disdain for his opponents. The adversaries' frustration escalated as they watched Yi Bai's nonchalance. Their captain instructed the other two to engage with Lin Tian and Xiao Bailong the moment their fists collided. The once confident duo found themselves in stunned silence. Their arms were shattered upon impact. As Lin Tian and his partner dispatched them with a single blow, "Boss, something's not right. They shouldn't possess such power. They must be hiding their strength. Indeed, their strength is terrifying. My arm broke after a mere clash with that blue-haired individual." Their captain glanced helplessly at the two of them and said, "You two step back. I shall confront them myself." With that, the captain pushed the two aside and stepped forward, locking eyes with Lin Tian. Lin Tian was the first to strike. With a single punch, his opponent nearly lost all fighting capability. "We were about to." Before the words could escape, Lin Tian knocked the opponent unconscious with another blow, subsequently rendering the other 2 team members unconscious as well, tossing them aside. The battle lasted no more than 5 minutes. The Qilin team emerged victorious. The referee, regaining composure, quickly declared the result. Yi Bai paid no mind to the 3 opponents, leading Lin Tian and Xiao Bailong away. Upon returning to the lounge, they were greeted by the exuberant Shui. As soon as she saw Yi Bai, she leaped into his arms. Yi Bai barely had time to react. Caught off guard by Shui's sudden embrace, witnessing Yi Bai being hugged by another girl left him feeling somewhat jealous, a sentiment captured by Bing, who discreetly snapped a photo of Lin Tian's expression. "What are you doing?" "Let go," Shui said, blushing as she released her hold. I'm sorry, I was just too excited. It wasn't intentional." "What's the matter? Why the excitement?" Upon hearing this, Shui hurriedly replied, "Since many participants are new, they are unaware of the betting rules, not knowing to report their collective strengths, resulting in a betting ratio of 2 to 1.26, which directly earned us 80 million ADO. So that's the reason for your excitement? What's that about? You mentioned I could have 20% of the earnings, and 20% of 80 million is 16 million. Enough for Bing and me to live without worries for a lifetime." "Oh, have you withdrawn the money?" "Yes, the amount due has already been transferred to my card. I assure you, I haven't taken a single cent from you." With that, Shui made a gesture of oath. Yi Bai waved his hand dismissively. "I didn't imply you were taking my money. Go arrange our next team match. Let us strike while these people are still reeling." Without hesitation, Shui went off to match Yi Bai's team for the next round. On the way, Bing asked Shui, "Sister, do you like that Yi?" Shui, caught off guard by Bing's question, blushed and stammered, "Don't say such things. I don't like him." Bing wore a skeptical expression. "All right, maybe just a little, but don't tell him." Shui made a gesture that suggested she would retaliate if Bing dared to say anything. "Rest assured, sister, I won't mention it," Bing replied earnestly, giving a thumbs up to reassure Shui. "You'd better keep it that way." With that, Shui led Bing to arrange the match for Yi Bai and the others. After 10 minutes, they returned. "Your next match is in 30 minutes. The staff mentioned you can claim a reward for your first victory, and I've retrieved it for you." With that, Shui handed the 3 exclusive masks given to her by the staff to Yi Bai and his companions. Each mask corresponded to Yi Bai, Lin Tian, and Xiao Bailong. Yi Bai's mask bore several leaves. Lin Tian's depicted a Qilin, and Xiao Bailong's featured a white dragon. Yi Bai placed the masks into the system space, while Lin Tian and Xiao Bailong gave their masks to Yi Bai as well. Yi Bai stored their masks in the system space too. In future instances of sudden disappearances into pockets, unless specified, it refers to the system space. After 30 minutes, Yibai's second match commenced. Drawing from their previous experience, they predominantly placed bets on the Qilin team to win. However, some teams that had just completed their matches, engrossed in watching their own competitions, were unaware of the Qilin team's strength and wagered on the seemingly stronger opponent. In this round, Yibai's team stood to win at 0.65. Betting 160 million could yield a return of 264 million. Shui, excitedly calculating, thought, no, that's not right. She was simply thrilled. After placing all her bets, she returned to the viewing area, just in time to see Yibai finish his match. Finding Lin Tian and Xiao Bailong too slow, he took matters into his own hands, concluding the match in just 57 seconds. Yibai approached the viewing area and directed Shui, collect the money, match us again, bet again, and then collect more money. In just 9 words, he facilitated Shui in earning a fortune, a sum she could never have imagined accumulating in her lifetime. However, they wouldn't earn much more moving forward. After all, everyone had witnessed the prowess of Yibai, Lin Tian, and Xiao Bailong, leading to bets being placed solely on their victories. Any intentional losses would result in penalties. In the third match, betting on themselves to win would only yield base odds. The formula is bet amount 100 odds. Thus, this time, Yibai's team only earned 1% of the total stake. While it was just 1%, it still amounted to 2.64 million. Over the month, they could potentially earn over 1.4 billion. Shui casually calculated and realized she had enough money to last a lifetime. She contemplated switching teams with Bing, aligning with Yibai. Worst case, they could share a bed with him in the future. Yibai's trio effortlessly secured victory in all 3 team matches. The afternoon matches, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would likely conclude with a clean sweep as well. During lunch, Shui and Bing shyly approached Yibai, saying, can we join you? Yibai, puzzled, inquired, why? What benefit do you gain from following me? What do you mean by no benefit? Haven't we earned a considerable sum? Besides money, what else? Shui thought for a moment and replied, you also make us feel good to look at. What do you mean? It means we admire your looks. It elevates our aesthetic standards. Just as Yibai was about to decline, Shui added, we sisters can keep you warm at night. Please don't refuse. With that, they each wrapped an arm around one of his. Let go. Don't touch me, Yibai said, pulling his arm away and continuing, do you even know what I do? You want to follow me? Of course, we know. We just want to mix with you. Do you have any idea how many people I've killed? Shui and Bing shook their heads, estimating from Yibai's demeanor that he had taken at least 30 lives. I've killed at least 5 figures worth of people. Are you sure you want to follow me? Who knows, I might one day decide to eliminate you too. Upon hearing Yibai claim to have killed tens of thousands, Shui and Bing's expressions changed slightly, yet they persisted. We aren't afraid, and we've killed before. If you tell us to kill someone, we won't hesitate. What if I asked you to kill your master? Would you agree? Yibai's question left Shui and Bing in deep thought. Their current master treated them well, even considering them like daughters. Although they had taken lives, those were of strangers. Asking them to kill their master was an entirely different matter. And what about Lin Tian and Bailong? What did they do? Lin Tian is an orphan without parents. I saved him. Besides me, he has no one to turn to. If he betrays me, he will be hunted by me and my forces, referring to Yi Yuan and Bai Yu. Bailong is also someone I saved. His former protector is dead, referring to the Dragon King, which I caused. Now, I am his only support. Betraying me means facing the same consequences as Lin Tian. But you two are different. I don't know about your parents, but your master is your support. If you betray me, you can seek refuge with your master, who can then turn to the headmaster, who in turn can contact the owner of the boxing arena. I don't believe I can overpower the boxing arena owner. As long as you betray me, you'll have a support to shield you from my wrath and that of my forces. So, if you wish to follow me, you must sever ties with your current support, meaning you must kill him. Shui looked pale as she regarded Yibai. She longed to follow him, to amass wealth and power. Yet she simply could not bring herself to betray her master. Even though they couldn't defeat the master, Yibai would undoubtedly have Lin Tian or Bailong with him, meaning her options were either to refuse Yi Bai and wait for him to ascend the individual rankings to first place and move to the Blue Pavilion, thereby allowing Lin Tian and Xiao Bailong to join him, severing their ties, or to comply with Yi Bai's demands and eliminate the master, completely dissociating from the boxing arena. Killing the White Pavilion Master Wu Ti necessarily provoked the boxing arena. But it would mean losing that layer of protection. Can't there be some leniency? Shui's voice carried a hint of despair. No, I will not harbor a threat. Even if I support someone with grand ambitions, as long as they do not betray me, I can afford to keep them. Just as Bing Bing was about to refuse, Shui interjected, Fine, I agree to your terms, but we cannot defeat our master. We need assistance. All right, I'll have Lin Tian and Bai Long accompany you. With that, Yi Bai ushered them both out. Once outside the door, Bing Bing remarked in confusion, Sister, why did you agree? Didn't you say that the money is enough for us to live comfortably for the rest of our lives? Why agree to this? With a cool and composed tone, Shui said, Bing Bing, I too harbor ambitions. I yearn to ascend, yet the two of us are incapable of climbing any higher. Why is that? What grounds do we have to believe that we can? Our stagnant prowess over the years. Shall we wait for the master to elevate us instead? Even if the master were to promote us, should they fail to secure the position of the owner, we would inevitably be cast aside. The most prudent course of action now is to align ourselves with him. I have a premonition that within 3 years, our status and worth will rise significantly. But, Bing Bing attempted to articulate her thoughts, but was abruptly interrupted by Shui. Enough with the buts. Do you lack ambition? Do you not desire to earn more? Do you not wish for others to admire you? If you do, then cease your hesitations. If you do not, return to the master and report our conversation, and we shall pretend we have never met. Shui's words left Bing Bing momentarily stunned. Indeed, she too possessed desires and ambitions. She was unwilling to remain stagnant. The idea of betraying her current benefactor to seek another path seemed simple. Yet the thought of turning against someone who had nurtured her for over a decade felt insurmountable. Sister, is this truly the right course of action? Will we not face retribution? Bing Bing, trust me. Being with you will be 1,000 times better than our current situation, Shui assured her. Bing Bing fell silent, fully aware that aligning with Yi could lead to her betterment. However, the prospect of betraying the master, who had cared for them as a mother would, weighed heavily on her conscience. Yet, in the face of desire, one can abandon all else. After a lengthy contemplation, Bing Bing resolutely declared, I have made up my mind. Let us proceed with the plan. Upon hearing Bing Bing's decision, Shui nodded and rapped on Yi Bai's door. Come in, came Yi Bai's voice. Shui ushered Bing Bing into Yi Bai's room. Yi Bai had overheard their conversation. Desire was a potent motivator, one she could manipulate to her advantage. Both girls sought wealth, strength, and status. Thus, Yi Bai would provide them with money, methods to enhance their power, and a position of supremacy. We have decided. Once this matter is concluded, we shall summon the master and eliminate her. Very well, Yi Bai responded. Now, enough of this. We have yet to dine. Let us eat first. With that, Yi Bai ushered them out and joined them as they headed to the dining hall. Upon arrival, Lin Tian and Xiao Bailong served meals to Yi Bai and the others. Yet the two girls lacked the appetite to eat. It took them 30 minutes to finish their meals. Lin Tian, perplexed, inquired of Yi Bai, Big brother, why are they taking so long to eat? They seemed fine this morning. Do not concern yourself. Are you prepared for the individual matches this afternoon? No problem, they chorused. After their meal, they returned to their quarters. Yi Bai, having returned to his room, found the long-absent system had reappeared. Did you miss me? Your adorable and charming system is back, and I bring you new tasks. Task 1. Participate in the Bai Hall duel and secure first place in the individual rankings with a flawless victory. Reward: 1 advanced observation skill upgrade card for HeartNet, and 1 advanced observation skill upgrade card for Insight. Task 2. Participate in the Bai Hall duel and secure first place in the team rankings with a flawless victory. Reward: 1 advanced Conqueror's color upgrade card. Upon hearing the system's tasks, Yi Bai smiled inwardly. These tasks seemed far simpler than the missions he had undertaken as a mercenary. Had the system known his thoughts, it would likely have been infuriated. That evening, after completing his 5 matches, Yi Bai sought out Shui and Bing Bing to watch Lin Tian and Xiao Bai Long's competition. Upon spotting Yi Bai, Shui called out, "Over here, big brother." Yi Bai nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly approached them. "Big brother, what is your name? Please tell us," Shui implored with a playful tone. "Ask them," Yi Bai replied. "Very well." After Lin Tian finished his match, he returned to the stands, having completed all his matches for the day. Only Xiao Bai Long's match remained. Seeing Lin Tian, Shui asked, "Lin Tian, what is our big brother's name? Please tell us." Lin Tian hesitated before responding, "What do you mean by our big brother? He is my big brother, not yours. Besides, I am much younger than you, so do not call me brother." "Oh, but Bing Bing and I have also pledged our allegiance to Big Brother." And I addressed him by status, not age. Lin Tian cast a glance at the back of Yi Bai's head. Indeed, Yi Bai remained focused on Xiao Bai Long's match, watching intently as Xiao Bai Long toyed with his opponent. Bored, Xiao Bai Long swiftly knocked out his opponent, concluding the match. "Remember, our big brother's name is Yi Bai. Yi means night, and Bai means white silk." "White silk?" Shui questioned, and before she could finish, Lin Tian was knocked to the ground by Yi Bai. "Why did you hit me, big brother? I didn't say anything wrong." Yi Bai glanced at Lin Tian and remarked, "Next time, choose a different descriptor. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as a punch." After Xiao Bai Long returned, Yi Bai instructed Shui to retrieve the cards they had bet with. Once she returned with the cards, Yi Bai led them back to their quarters. They had completed their matches in just 3 hours. So it was only 5 o'clock. With dinner still an hour away, Yi Bai lay down for an hour before taking everyone to eat. After dinner, it was already 6:30 o'clock that evening. Lin Tian entered Yi Bai's room, ready for bed. The reason for their early slumber was to ensure they could wake around 4 in the morning, a time when few would be awake. Yet some black market doors opened at this hour, minimizing risks. Thus, they had developed the habit of sleeping by 8. "Hey, big brother Yi Bai, I'm here. Let us continue the game from yesterday." Yi Bai shot Lin Tian a look, silently urging him to behave. Lin Tian, understanding, obediently crawled under the covers, refraining from his usual chatter. Chapter 16. The matches conclude. System rewards acquired, teaching Lin Tian and Xiao Bai Long the art of dominance. That night, Lin Tian remained quiet, likely aware that without the benefit of a buff, his incessant chatter could lead to his expulsion. At 5 in the morning, Yi Bai awoke, and Lin Tian stirred as well. "Good morning, big brother Yi Bai," Lin Tian greeted, but Yi Bai ignored him. Stepping outside, Yi Bai discovered no one else was awake, so he took a seat and retrieved a bottle of iced cola from the system space. He then began playing games on his phone. As Lin Tian reached for his phone, Yi Bai instructed, "A day's plan begins at dawn. Go wake Xiao Bai Long in the front desk, then head out for a run." "Big brother Yi Bai, they have names, you know." Yi Bai recalled their names, both being reduplicative, and refrained from saying them. Reduplicative terms are irritating. Just go wake them. When you call them, blindfold yourself. Lin Tian understood he was referring to the Shui and Bing Bing sisters. Understood. Lin Tian casually grabbed a cloth from the table and proceeded to their room. He knocked on Shui's door, calling for her. Not hearing a response, he opened the door, covering his eyes, and closed the door behind him. Lin Tian fumbled to turn on the light and called out again, "Wake up, stop sleeping. It's almost 8. This tactic proved effective. Upon hearing his voice, Shui stirred. Yet, she remained silent, prompting Lin Tian to raise his voice again. "Wake up, stop sleeping." With that, Shui bolted upright. However, she had a habit of sleeping in the nude, so she was currently without clothing. Upon seeing Lin Tian, she quickly pulled the blanket over herself and exclaimed, "Lin Tian, what are you doing in my room? Big brother Yi Bai asked me to wake you. Are you dressed?" "Just a moment. I'm not dressed. Wait until I get ready before you remove the cloth." Yi Bai had indeed foreseen Shui's state of undress, which was why he instructed Lin Tian to blindfold himself. "All right, you can remove the cloth now." Lin Tian complied, and Shui had just finished dressing, her eyes still glistening with the remnants of sleep. "Go wake your sister. I'll go rouse that foolish dragon." With that, Yi Bai opened the door and made his way to Xiao Bai Long's room. Upon entering, he found Xiao Bai Long sprawled across the bed. Lin Tian, noticing that Xiao Bai Long was not wearing a top, hesitated to pull back the covers, fearing he might encounter something unsightly. Lin Tian called out, Wake up, foolish dragon. Big brother Yi Bai wants you to come out for your punishment. Dazed, Xiao Bai Long responded, What did I do? Don't worry about it. Just know that Big brother Yi Bai wants you to come out for your punishment. Little white dragon, filled with doubt, dressed hastily and ventured outside. As soon as he emerged, he spotted Shui and Bing Bing already seated beside Yi Bai beckoned Lin Tian and Little White Dragon to approach. Upon witnessing Yi Bai's demeanor, Little White Dragon felt a pang of anxiety, retracing his thoughts to discern what he might have done to provoke the elder brother Yi Bai. However, despite his prolonged contemplation, he could not arrive at any conclusion. He took a seat beside Yi Bai, nervously gazing at him. Yi Bai did not directly point out his mistakes. Perhaps he was awaiting Little White Dragon's own admission. Yet Little White Dragon remained oblivious to his wrongdoing. Thus he could only place his hopes on Lin Tian's deception. As anticipated, Lin Tian had indeed been misleading him. Little White Dragon inwardly cursed. Dog Qilan, how dare you deceive me? Since you have chosen to accompany me, you must not be too weak. Although it is only 5 o'clock now, you must go out and train. Each of you is to run 10 laps around this area and return by 5:40. With that, Yi Bai retreated into the house, leaving the four staring at one another in astonishment. 10 laps. Each lap must be at least 20 kilometers, and you expect us to run 10? Shui exclaimed. Will this training not exhaust us to death? Hurry, let's go. With the two of us guiding you, you might fare better. It is already 5:10. We have only 30 minutes, meaning we need to run at 7 kilometers per minute, which translates to over 100 meters per second, Lin Tian thought to himself, feeling overwhelmed. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Shui and Bing Bing also felt a sense of dread. Was this truly the training regimen of a monster? With gritted teeth, Shui and Bing Bing dashed out, fearing that any delay would cost them their chance to complete the run. Witnessing their sudden sprint, Lin Tian and Little White Dragon followed suit. At Lin Tian's speed, running at 130 meters per second was not an issue. However, he lacked endurance and would likely tire out within 20 minutes, at most 17. Little White Dragon, though slightly slower than Lin Tian, possessed greater stamina as a dragon. Running at 120 meters per second for an hour would hardly faze him. In contrast, Shui and Bing Bing were in dire straits, averaging only around 100 in stamina. Even at their utmost effort, they could only manage 50 meters per second. Consequently, by the time they finished, it was already 6:30, a result of having surpassed their limits several times. Exhausted, they collapsed at the doorstep. Yi Bai handed each of them an energy bar, and upon consuming it, they felt revitalized. One cannot deny that the energy bars in this world genuinely replenish lost energy. Therefore, bringing a few along during training would be immensely beneficial. However, Yi Bai prohibited their use during training, believing it would compromise the training outcomes. How are you feeling now? Yi Bai inquired as he stood before them. Much better, they replied, though fatigue still lingered, a weariness that came from overexertion. Yi Bai assisted the two inside, allowing them to lie down alongside Lin Tian. That moment, apart from Yi Bai and Little White Dragon, the other three lay sprawled on the sofa like exhausted dogs. Foolish dragon, you are far too slow. I arrived nearly 3 minutes before you. Lin Tian gasped, struggling to catch his breath. Ha! Even in such a disheveled state, you still have the energy to mock others, retorted Little White Dragon without hesitation. Slow is slow. Do not make excuses. Seeing that he was losing the argument, Little White Dragon was ready to resort to physical confrontation. Lin Tian, in his current state, could hardly lift a hand, let alone engage in a scuffle with Little White Dragon. Yi Bai noticed Lin Tian's condition and restrained Little White Dragon from escalating matters. Brother Yi Bai, let me go. I must teach him a lesson today. Little White Dragon protested defiantly. Before he could finish, Yi Bai delivered a punch that sent Little White Dragon and the other three crashing onto the sofa. Ha ha ha! Lin Tian's laughter was abruptly cut short as he found himself in the same predicament as Little White Dragon. Shui and Bing Bing glanced at the disheveled duo, and though they felt an urge to laugh, a quick glance from Yi Bai silenced them. They feared being reduced to the same state as those two that rest well. We rise at 4 tomorrow for more training. Yi Bai's words filled them with dread. After enduring such a grueling training session, The prospect of waking even earlier tomorrow hinted at an even greater workload. With heavy hearts, they nodded in acceptance. BY 7:30. Lin Tian and Little White Dragon finally awoke, only recalling that they had been bickering before succumbing to sleep. Shui and Bing Bing had also recovered, though their legs trembled uncontrollably. Lin Tian helped Little White Dragon to his feet, albeit unsteadily. "Foolish dragon, assist me. My legs have betrayed me," he exclaimed. "Can you not be of any use? This meager training has rendered you incapacitated. Brother Yi Bai's regimen could easily be 10 times more demanding, and he shows no signs of fatigue. Why should we complain? Stand up and walk." Little White Dragon's words inadvertently flattered Yi Bai, energizing Lin Tian and the sisters, who leapt to their feet only to swiftly sit back down again. "I truly cannot stand, Brother Yi Bai. Lend me your support." Lin Tian extended his hands in desperation, yet Yi Bai did not even glance his way as he walked off. Little White Dragon followed suit, offering his assistance to Shui and Bing Bing before departing, clearly targeting Lin Tian with this gesture. "Wait for me." Lin Tian forced his legs to move, and after some vigorous encouragement, they finally complied. Once standing, he rushed towards Yi Bai without delay. Upon arriving at the arena, Yi Bai and the others had been waiting for quite some time. It was nearly 8 o'clock, and they were fully prepared for the first match. Duties had already been assigned. Shui would handle matchmaking, Bing Bing would place bets, while Yi Bai, Lin Tian, and Little White Dragon would take to the field. The morning's 3 matches concluded in unblemished victories. In just a few days, they had amassed more wealth than Shui had in her entire life. "Brother Yi Bai, with so much money, what shall we spend it on?" Shui inquired during lunch. Yi Bai pondered for a moment before responding, "Constructing buildings." Shui was momentarily taken aback by this response. "Building? Are we venturing into real estate? What do you mean?" At this point, Lin Tian, Little White Dragon, and Bing Bing also regarded Yi Bai with puzzled expressions. "In the future, we will undoubtedly establish a faction, so we cannot skimp on housing, especially since we require discretion." Upon hearing Yi Bai's words, the 4 finally comprehended. "What name do you intend to give the faction, Brother Yi Bai?" Shui asked eagerly. "Let Lin Tian be the leader. I prefer to remain in the shadows. As for the name, we will simply adopt the title of our current team." Yi Bai seemed to have no intention of taking a prominent role in the yet-to-be-formed faction. Lin Tian considered this and replied, "Brother Yi Bai, I believe this faction cannot exist without you. At the very least, your name should be associated with it. Yi Bai shrugged nonchalantly. "The leader is you. You decide." After lunch, the 5 returned home to continue their discussions. Once inside, Lin Tian urged everyone to sit down and began. "I think we should first establish a major faction called the Qilin faction, comprising myself, Brother Yi Bai, and the Foolish Dragon." Little White Dragon scoffed but chose not to interject further. "Then we can form 4 smaller factions beneath it, responsible for recruiting members. The Qilin faction will suffice with only a few individuals. Yi Bai and Little White Dragon showed no objections. Shui, somewhat perplexed, asked, "Why wouldn't you recruit members for your own faction? And what about me and Bing Bing?" Lin Tian replied with a hint of challenge in his tone. "Are you certain you and your sister can bear such a name?" Lin Tian stated calmly, "You 2 can take on the role of leaders for the Zhuke faction." "Very well." Zhu Xin and Zhu Qi responded without complaint. "And what about me?" Little White Dragon inquired of Lin Tian. "You? Just be my mount," Lin Tian retorted. Little White Dragon bristled at this remark. "I am a dragon, you know. By rights, I should be your ancestor. Foolish dragon, say that again, and I will pluck your reverse scale and brew it in soup. Qilin dog, do not touch my reverse scale. If you dare, I will end you. Foolish dragon, what use are you besides your flesh? If not for Brother Yi Bai, you would have been devoured by the Black Dragon King long ago. Qilin dog, do not be insolent. I am certain I will outlive you." Little White Dragon, seething with anger, transformed into his dragon-human form to confront Lin Tian. Seeing that Little White Dragon was serious, Lin Tian remarked, "This is just a joke. You wouldn't take it seriously, would you? There are others present, and you choose to expose your form. Qilin dog, today I must show you who is the strongest beneath Brother Yi Bai." Lin Tian shrugged indifferently. "If you wish to fight, you may, but doing so here risks exposure. Save it for when we return, asked the white dragon. Xiao Bailong contemplated a rebuttal. He realized with careful consideration that engaging in a dispute here would undoubtedly expose him. Thus, he deemed it prudent to temporarily spare Lin Tian. For now, I shall let you off the hook. Oh, how amusing indeed. Just as Lin Tian was about to continue speaking, he was silenced by a mere glance from Yi Bai. Yi Bai then directed Xiao Bailong to revert to his original form. Zhu Xian and Zhu Qi, thoroughly intimidated, were rendered speechless. Who could have imagined that the code-named White Dragon was indeed a genuine dragon? This led Zhu Xian to ponder the implications for Lin Tian. Casting her eyes upon him, she noted his awareness of her gaze as he turned to face her, finding Zhu Xian regarding him with an expression of curiosity. Among the three of us, this foolish dragon is the only one who is an animal. Both Yi Bai and I are human. That will not be the case in the future. Zhu Xian nodded in agreement. What astonished her most was that Yi Bai had the ability to keep Xiao Bailong in check, and he had previously mentioned that he had eliminated Xiao Bailong's former protector. This meant he had effectively slain a Dragon King. The power of a Dragon King is formidable, with a potential combat prowess exceeding 300,000. I shall return to my quarters, Yi Bai announced. Finding little amusement in the proceedings and retreating to his room. The others soon followed suit, all returning to their respective chambers. By afternoon, the competitions commenced. The individual matches for Yi Bai, Lin Tian, and Xiao Bailong concluded with remarkable ease. Henceforth, for a month, they adhered to a regimen of rising at 4 in the morning, running, competing, and retiring to bed at 8 after their matches. Thus, a month passed. After Yi Bai dispatched his final opponent, the tournament came to a close. Once the staff had finalized the rankings, they proclaimed, the first team on the leaderboard is the Qilin team, victorious with an unblemished record, awarded a prize of 1 billion. Following this announcement, the staff handed Yi Bai a card. After accepting the card, Yi Bai paid him no further heed. The staff proceeded to distribute the prizes for the second and third places on the team leaderboard. The individual leaderboard's first place went to Yi, also with a prize of 1 billion and a direct ascension ticket to the Blue Pavilion. The staff then presented Yi Bai with the Blue Pavilion's ticket, followed by an additional card. Subsequently, they awarded the prizes for the second and third places as well. After acquiring what he desired, Yi Bai departed with his companions. Upon leaving, Yi Bai entered the car prepared by Zhu Xian and returned to the White Pavilion. Upon her return, Zhu Xian intended to call the pavilion master directly, only to find the master already awaiting her arrival. Shui, Bing Bing has returned. Was the journey arduous? The pavilion master, a middle-aged woman, spoke with a gentle tone that instantly put one at ease. Master, let me introduce the team members we brought for the competition. Zhu Xian began, but the master interjected, no need. I am already aware. The Grand Pavilion Master has inundated me with calls. I came today specifically to meet the three of you. At that moment, the White Pavilion was devoid of any patrons due to the ongoing competition. Master, let's take the guests to a room to sit. After a morning of travel, standing is hardly suitable. Indeed, I should have considered that. With that, the master led Yi Bai and the others to her office. The office was modest in size and devoid of surveillance. Shui, Bing Bing, you have shattered your limitations, the master exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement. She had never anticipated that two individuals who had been stagnant in their prowess for years would break through after attending the competition at the 100 Pavilion. Yes, we owe our gratitude to Mr. Yi. The master bowed respectfully to Yi Bai before rising to pour him tea. As she poured, her back was turned to everyone. Seizing the moment, Lin Tian stealthily approached and struck the master, rendering her unconscious. This maneuver was executed with remarkable ease. How many had it taken to train Lin Tian to achieve such proficiency? Lin Tian tossed a knife to Zhu Xian and Zhu Qi, stating, you must be the ones to finish her. Both Zhu Xian and Zhu Qi, despite their determination, found themselves unable to carry through with the act. Zhu Xian's grip on the knife tightened as she wrestled with her conscience. The voice of the demon urged, kill her. By doing so, you shall attain unparalleled power, far superior to remaining under her tutelage. Meanwhile, the angelic voice countered, you cannot kill her. She has cared for you and your sister for over a decade. Though she may not have contributed significantly, her sacrifices are undeniable. Are you truly willing to take the life of someone who has nurtured you for so long for the sake of a stranger? The conflicting voices echoed in Zhu Xian's mind. Ultimately, she chose her own interests, clenching the knife and plunging it into the master's body, while Zhu Qi withdrew the blade and delivered a second strike to her heart. Upon witnessing the master's demise, Yi Bai retrieved paper and pen from the office and inscribed a message. I have killed the master of the White Pavilion. I trust you will not sever ties with me over the death of a mere pavilion master. As for my reasons, I shall not disclose them. I intend to take 2 individuals with me. Yi Bai placed the note into the master's hand. Let us depart. Our business here is concluded. With that, Yi Bai led the remaining 4 out of the premises. Yi Bai initially intended to return home, but his modest dwelling offered only a single bedroom. Thus, he sought a real estate agent and purchased a villa nestled against the mountain where Lin Tian and the others trained. The very mountain from which the Black Dragon King pursued him. Zhu Xian and Zhu Qi were left awestruck by Yi Bai's extravagant expenditure. Is this what it means to be wealthy? Choose your rooms. There are 5 available, and I shall take the one that remains. Yi Bai waved his hand, encouraging them to select their accommodations. The 4 quickly set about choosing their preferred rooms without any further discussion. Ultimately, Yi Bai was left with a perfectly sized room, neither too large nor too small. During the month spent at the 100 Pavilion for the competition, Lin Tian's combat prowess had reached 2,149. While Xiao Bailong stood at 1794, despite Xiao Bailong's dragon lineage, his innate talent paled in comparison to Lin Tian's, and even Yi Bai's abilities surpassed his. Nevertheless, Yi Bai had an advantage. System. Indeed, I am referring to this system. Though Xiao Bailong's prowess was merely 1794, he was now capable of learning the Conqueror's Hakai.as for Zhu Xian and Zhu Qi. They still had some distance to cover. Their prowess lingering around 700. Their potential was commendable, yet their misguided training methods had hindered their progress. After a month under Yi Bai's guidance, their prowess had multiplied 7-fold. Lin Tian, Xiao Bailong, join me outside. Zhu Xian, Zhu Qi, you are welcome to come as well. With that, Yi Bai rose and proceeded to the back mountain. Lin Tian and Xiao Bailong exchanged glances, each scoffing at the other's presence before following Yi Bai to the back mountain. Upon arriving, they found themselves on the familiar rubber track once more. Yi Bai, why have you summoned us here? Lin Tian inquired, puzzled. Once Zhu Xian and Zhu Qi joined them, Yi Bai explained, I have brought you and Xiao Bailong here to teach you a particular skill. One that enables you to turn the tables on adversaries vastly more powerful than yourselves. The 4 listened intently, their excitement palpable. Yi Bai continued, I am about to instruct you in Haki, a skill known only to myself. There is no one else who possesses it. Should any of you teach it to others without my permission, do not blame me for taking action. With that, Yi Bai cast a fierce glare at Lin Tian and the others. They understood the weight of his words. Possessing such a skill would grant them a significant advantage in battle. As for those who doubted the efficacy of this skill, that was absurd. Could anything taught by Yi Bai be weak? Listen closely. There are 3 types of Haki. The first is Conqueror's Haki, which allows one to overwhelm or even incapacitate foes through sheer will. However, if mismanaged, it can affect those nearby as well. Conversely, if mastered at a higher level, it can exert a pressure that commands respect. The second type is Observation Haki, which enhances one's ability to sense the presence and movements of opponents, allowing one to glean their location, numbers, and the actions they will undertake in the next instant. The third type is Armament Haki, which bolsters one's defensive capabilities, akin to an invisible armor. Upon hearing Yi Bai's introduction, the 4 could hardly contain their astonishment. Conqueror's Haki cannot be cultivated. It is innate, with stringent conditions for awakening. Therefore, do not concern yourselves with whether you possess it. Focus on mastering the other 2 forms of Haki. Chapter 17. The Battle of Lin Tian and Xiao Bailong. Mastery of Haki. Upon hearing Yi Bai's words, both Lin Tian and Xiao Bailong nodded in agreement. Zhu Xian and Zhu Qi, aware that their abilities had yet to reach the level required to master Haki, inquired, Yi Bai, is there anything we can do to assist? For now, simply observe how they train. Once your prowess reaches around 1500, you will be ready to begin training in Haki. Understood. Zhu Xian and Zhu Qi replied obediently. Meanwhile, Xiao Bailong chimed in, Yi Bai, I wish to challenge Lin Tian to a duel. We agreed to do so upon our return. Lin Tian also chimed in, Indeed, Night White brother, I have longed to spar with the foolish dragon. Night White cast a glance at the two of them and replied, let us begin, but do mind the intensity. With that, Night White stepped back slightly, accompanied by ZHXN and ZHQ. Observing Night White's stance, the two adjusted themselves in perfect synchrony. LNTN, noticing that the little white dragon had not transformed into its dragon form, couldn't help but mock inwardly, fool. Suddenly, LNTN unleashed a burst of energy, launching a punch at the little white dragon. The little white dragon managed to block it and retaliated with a kick, but LNTN had anticipated this counterattack and deftly evaded without a moment's hesitation. Thus ended the first round, with LNTN clearly dominating over the little white dragon. Realizing that his human form was ineffective against LNTN, the little white dragon decided to reveal its true form. The little white dragon's dragon form had grown considerably since the beginning. Once small enough to fit into Night White's pocket, it now stood at an impressive 30 meters. Has the foolish dragon finally revealed its true prowess? LNTN thought as he prepared himself for a fierce battle. The little white dragon unleashed a fireball directed at LNTN, who easily dodged it and aimed a kick at the dragon's head. They maintained an unspoken agreement not to strike the little white dragon's sensitive scales, leading to a mutual understanding. After taking the kick, the little white dragon retaliated by forcefully expelling a fireball at LNTN, who staggered back in pain. Seizing the opportunity, the little white dragon swung its tail towards LNTN. After taking the blow, LNTN grasped the dragon's tail and hurled it away. The little white dragon attempted to retaliate with a fireball, but found it difficult to aim accurately. In a turn of events, the little white dragon managed to throw LNTN off balance. The match was evenly matched. LNTN relied solely on his physical prowess, while the little white dragon had the advantage of breathing fire. Should the little white dragon take to the skies, LNTN would be at a complete loss. The little white dragon retracted its dragon form and slowly transitioned back to a humanoid shape. However, upon completion, it appeared neither fully human nor fully dragon, embodying a new hybrid form, with dragon horns atop its head, a tail, sharp dragon teeth, and claws resembling those of a dragon. Its body was covered in scales, and its eyes glimmered with the classic dragon gaze. LNTN couldn't help but admire this formidable form, wishing for one just as impressive. At that moment, the little white dragon was in its strongest state, though it did possess a weakness: newly grown sensitive scales on its neck, of which LNTN was unaware. LNTN felt a palpable pressure emanating from the little white dragon, whose aura was now nearly on par with his own. The little white dragon arrogantly gestured for LNTN to attack first. LNTN, however, refrained from making a hasty move, scrutinizing the little white dragon for any vulnerabilities. Yet, the little white dragon's sensitive scales were cleverly concealed and obscured by its hair, rendering them invisible to LNTN. Eventually, unable to contain himself, LNTN charged forward. The little white dragon followed suit, and as they collided, LNTN found himself unable to overpower the little white dragon as he had hoped. They both retreated a small step, surprised by the strength of each other's forms. Let us settle this with one decisive blow, LNTN proposed to the little white dragon. I am of the same mind. LNTN, the little white dragon replied. Flames enveloped its fist as LNTN too prepared for their final clash. They both surged toward each other, striking each other squarely on the face. Soon enough, the little white dragon faltered, and LNTN followed up with a swift kick. Seizing the moment, the little white dragon retaliated with a kick of its OWN. At this point, LNTN's stamina was nearly depleted, and while the little white dragon remained unharmed, its energy reserves were running low due to the exertion of maintaining its dragon form. Ultimately, LNTN emerged victorious by a narrow margin. ZHXN and ZHQ commented in disbelief. It's astonishing to think this is the combat prowess of a juvenile dragon and a 4-year-old child, while this one beside us is a heavyweight at 7 years old with a power level of 120,000. Meanwhile, Night White's power level had reached 190,000, just a step away from 200,000. After restoring the stamina of the little white dragon and LNTN, Night White declared, "Now we shall commence your training in hockey. Beginning with the armament hockey." With that, Night White's arm suddenly turned black as he struck at LNTN. Taken aback by the sudden assault, LNTN was momentarily stunned. Had it been anyone else, it might have been bearable, but this was Night White. Once steadied, LNTN inquired, "Night White brother, why did you suddenly attack? Only through enduring blows can one grow stronger. Engaging in life and death battles is the quickest way to master armament hockey, or else you must train," Night White explained. "Brother Night White, I can train. Just spare me the life and death battles. No, I have no time to wait for you to train." Night White's insistence stemmed from his eagerness for LNTN to master hockey, as the initial task set by the system required him to ensure LNTN's proficiency. Just as LNTN contemplated fleeing, Night White yanked him back and proceeded to deliver a series of blows. "Oh, not merely evade. You must strike back. Fight me, understand?" Night White admonished while riding atop LNTN, pummeling him as he lectured. LNTN, determined to resist, threw a punch at Night White, but within a second, he found himself on the receiving end of a broken bone in pain. He attempted to retaliate with his other hand, but the outcome was the same. LNTN could only defend against Night White's relentless attacks. After enduring 81 strikes, LNTN's arm was reduced to a powdered fracture. Night White brought LNTN before the little white dragon and waved his hand, instantly healing LNTN's injuries. Don't ask. It's a skill granted by the system. Rising to his feet, LNTN felt the changes in his body. Aside from increased resilience, he noticed no significant difference. The little white dragon, pale-faced, looked at Night White and said, "Brother Night White, I think I can forego this. My skin is tough, and it's uncomfortable to fight. Just use this method on LNTN. I am willing to practice slowly and accept any shortcomings." Night White noted that the system had not assigned a task for the little white dragon to master hockey, prompting him to say, "You may train at your own pace, but increase your previous training intensity tenfold. Starting now." Hearing this, the little white dragon dared not voice any objection and promptly began running, fearful that Night White might change his mind if he hesitated for even a moment. After allowing LNTN a brief respite, Night White led him into a small grove. By nightfall, LNTN and Night White finally concluded their training. At this moment, ZHXN and ZHQ had already returned home, and the little white dragon had completed its training and left. The three sat at the dinner table contemplating what to eat, as none of them knew how to cook, and they were unwilling to dine out. Thus they awaited Night White's return. When Night White returned, dragging an utterly exhausted LNTN behind him, ZHXN and ZHQ hurriedly approached, asking, "Brother Night White, what shall we have for dinner? Should we eat out? It seems too far." Night White pointed at LNTN and said, "He will cook. Let him do it." With that, Night White kicked LNTN, who reluctantly set about preparing a meal for the four of them, including himself. Cooking for five was a monumental task that left LNTN mentally drained, if not physically. After approximately 30 minutes, LNTN finally presented the dishes at the table. ZHXN couldn't help but exclaim after tasting a bite, "Delicious. LNTN brothers' culinary skills are truly impressive." Night White took a bite and remarked, "It's passable. Passable. This is infinitely better than the cafeteria food we used to have. It pales in comparison to what I used to eat," LNTN mused, contemplating Night White's background but choosing not to elaborate. Unaware of Night White's past, ZHXN and ZHQ inquired, "Brother Night White, what did you eat before?" "Food," he replied succinctly, leaving them momentarily dumbfounded. Seizing the opportunity while they were bewildered, Night White finished off the rice in his bowl and nonchalantly snatched the chicken leg that LNTN was about to take. In a flash, he devoured it, discarding the bone into the trash. After 20 minutes, they all finished their meals and retreated to their rooms to sleep. Although they no longer had to rise early, their biological clocks had been set'd at 6 in the morning. LNTN finally got out of bed, having been thoroughly exhausted from the previous day's training with Night White at that moment. Their house was devoid of anyone else. Everyone had already gone out to train. LNTN knocked on Night White's door. "Come in," came the reply. Upon entering, LNTN immediately leaned over Night White and asked, "Brother Night White, I'm not feeling well today. Could I skip training? Recalling yesterday's grueling training regimen made Lntian's scalp tingle. No negotiations. And stop leaning on me. At that moment, it seemed as if Lntian had pinned Night White down on the bed, poised to kiss him at any moment. Night White could have easily escaped Lntian's grasp, but he opted to remain still, allowing Lntian to have his way. Brother Night White, don't you think this is rather ambiguous? With that, Lin Tian's head tilted slightly downward, while Yi Bai, being pressed against the bed, could no longer lower his head. Get off me, stop messing around. Yi Bai said, his face flushed, his body seemingly beyond his control as he could only allow Lin Tian to push closer inch by inch. The system remarked, oh dear. Let us see when you will realize that it is this system that controls your body. At that moment, Zhu Xian suddenly opened Yi Bai's bedroom door, followed closely by Zhu Qi. The little white dragon, due to an increase in training intensity, had yet to complete her regimen and was still engaged in training. Upon entering, the two of them were greeted by the sight of Lin Tian and Yi Bai sprawled on the bed, their lips nearly touching. Ahem, sorry to interrupt, please continue, they said before promptly shutting the door. Here begins the side story. Yi Bai, still somewhat dazed and unsure of the situation, found Lin Tian leaning in for a kiss. In an instant, Yi Bai's face turned as red as an apple. He closed his eyes, unable to look at Lin Tian. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Tian finally released Yi Bai's lips, a silvery thread connecting them. Lin Tian drew the thread into his mouth. Yi Bai, blushing furiously, gazed at Lin Tian. Big brother Yi Bai, you look truly lovely when you blush, Lin Tian said, reaching out to caress Yi Bai's flushed cheeks. Wait, let go of me, I am your elder brother. This is inappropriate, Yi Bai protested. Not anymore, now you are my wife, Lin Tian retorted, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Lin Tian, get off me, I am a man. Don't be ridiculous, Yi Bai exclaimed. Lin Tian, with a devilish grin, replied, and what of being a man? With that, he leaned in to kiss Yi Bai once more. Yi Bai wished to voice his thoughts, yet remained silent. After several minutes, Lin Tian finally pulled away. Yi Bai looked at him with a mix of reproach and disbelief. Big brother Yi Bai, do you enjoy this? You pervert. Yi Bai didn't respond directly, but shot Lin Tian a glare before shifting from lying beneath him to being on all fours under Lin Tian's weight. Yi Bai's unexpected assertiveness caught Lin Tian off guard. He had anticipated a longer wait to reach this point. After a brief moment of stillness, Yi Bai, noticing Lin Tian's lack of movement, inquired, why aren't you moving? Lin Tian smiled and began again in the main story. Upon seeing the two who had just closed the door, Yi Bai pushed Lin Tian away and rushed out to explain to them. It is not what you think. Lin Tian was the one pressing himself against me. I couldn't get him off. Zhu Xian and Zhu Qi clearly did not believe him. You two were practically kissing? And with your strength, you couldn't push him away? We believe you, Zhu Xian and Zhu Qi said with knowing smiles. Despite their claims, they were resolute in their disbelief. Yi Bai gritted his teeth and returned to find Lin Tian. At that moment, Lin Tian had already nestled comfortably within Yi Bai's bed. Yi Bai, filled with frustration, yanked Lin Tian upright. Get up and train with me. Stop daydreaming all day. Yi Bai tugged at Lin Tian's ear. Big brother Yi Bai, please, that hurts. Although the effect is evident, I can't endure it. The little white dragon can. Her skin is thick, Lin Tian protested. Yi Bai sighed in resignation. All right, if you can master the 2 types of hockey I mentioned within 3 months, I will grant you a reasonable request. Agreed? Lin Tian pondered for a moment before responding. Agreed, it's settled. Absolutely no backing out, Yi Bai insisted, skeptical that Lin Tian could truly learn 2 types of hockey in 3 months. The moment Lin Tian dashed out the door, he began training fervently, not pausing until lunchtime. Is Lin Tian still training? He is working so hard, Zhu Xian remarked as she gazed at the empty dining table. Lost in thought. After 2 hours had passed without Lin Tian's return, the little white dragon could no longer wait and dashed out, capturing several large animals for a meal. She returned with a cow roasted by her fireball. Pulling it inside and slicing it to share among them. Yi Bai consumed 2/5, while Zhu Xian and Zhu Qi together had 1/5, leaving the remaining 2/5 for Lin Tian. Afternoon arrived and Lin Tian still hadn't returned. The others resumed their training until evening that Lin Tian returned with the little white dragon. Yi Bai chose not to have dinner, opting instead to lie in bed and prepare for sleep. Upon returning home, Lin Tian hurried to Yi Bai's room to share his joy. "Big brother Yi Bai, look!" Lin Tian exclaimed, raising his arm, revealing a transformation from a pale complexion to a darkened hue. After a moment of stunned silence, Yi Bai finally spoke. You learned it already?" Realizing the implications of his promise to Lin Tian, he contemplated the request Lin Tian might make, which he hoped wouldn't be too demanding. "Big brother Yi Bai, I just need to learn one more thing. Remember to teach me tomorrow. Don't go back on your word." Yi Bai nodded slowly, his mind still reeling. He then drifted off to sleep, while Lin Tian prepared dinner for the others. The next morning, Yi Bai awoke with a blush, haunted by troubling dreams from the previous night. To be continued, Lin Tian was aware that Yi Bai had agreed to his request, and thus he cheerfully locked the door. That moment, the room contained only Yi Bai and Lin Tian, with even the curtains drawn shut. Just as Yi Bai was about to speak, his lips were silenced. Before Yi Bai could fully prepare himself, Lin Tian pressed him down and kissed him. As time ticked away, Yi Bai gradually relaxed, for these rewards were far more valuable than his mere 10 minutes. When the clock struck 9 minutes and 30 seconds, Lin Tian prepared to release him. However, Yi Bai pulled Lin Tian back down just as he attempted to rise. Initially, there had been some space between their bodies. But with Yi Bai's action, they were now pressed closely together. Feeling Lin Tian's warmth, Yi Bai's heart began to race uncontrollably. Lin Tian, without hesitation, wrapped his arms around Yi Bai's waist. Blushing, Yi Bai embraced Lin Tian in return. They did not part ways until the 13th minute had passed. Yi Bai noticed the uncontainable resentment in Lin Tian's eyes. What was supposed to be a 10-minute duration had unexpectedly turned into 13. The task was complete, and the system detected that the host had exceeded the mission requirements, granting an additional reward. Photographic memory. With this extra reward, Yi Bai felt a sense of relief. Those 3 minutes had not been wasted. "That should be enough kisses," Yi Bai said, blushing, fearful that Lin Tian might suddenly attack him again, especially since he had already become Lin Tian's shape. "That's sufficient," Lin Tian replied, showing no sign of embarrassment. "A typical rogue. Then you should get off me." At that moment, Lin Tian was still pressing down on Yi Bai. With even the slightest wicked thought, Yi Bai would be powerless against him. "I will get up now," Lin Tian declared. Rising from atop Yi Bai promptly issued an eviction order. "All right then." Lin Tian dashed away without looking back. Watching Lin Tian run off into the distance, Yi Bai felt a surge of anger. After kissing for so long, he simply walked away. What a rogue! Yi Bai glanced at himself in the mirror, deciding to change his appearance, for he currently looked far too much like a girl. After a brief consultation with the system, he altered his hairstyle. Once done, Yi Bai no longer resembled a girl as much. Much better, he thought. Though his hair remained white and his face unchanged, the transformation was significant. Subsequently, Yi Bai exited the room. Upon descending the stairs, he found the 4 individuals seated, seemingly awaiting something from him. Upon noticing the flush on Yi Bai's face, Zhu Qi suspected that something had transpired inside the room. The more she pondered, the more outrageous her thoughts became, ultimately causing her own face to redden. "Now, everyone, please share your Dao power values for this week." Zhu Xian spoke first. 1349. Zhu Qi, 1324. Little White Dragon, 4836. Lin Tian chuckled and proclaimed, "With my dual-colored domineering spirit, my Dao power value has reached 14629. With that, Lin Tian displayed a proud expression, as though he were invincible. However, Yi Bai's next words sent Lin Tian crashing down. "My Dao power value is now 320,000, with the rewards from both the previous and current system missions combined." Yi Bai's power had more than doubled. His raw strength was now sufficient to single-handedly handle individuals with 40 Dao power. Upon hearing Yi Bai's declaration, Lin Tian slumped over the table. "You 3 can also learn the domineering spirit. I do not require you to master it within a specific time frame, but you must learn at least one." "Understood." Understood. Point 3. Lin Tian. "Take them 3 for training." With that, Yi Bai returned to his room. Lin Tian wasted no time and took the trio outside for training. Chapter 19. Mastering the Domineering Spirit. establishing the Qilin gang, all right? Let's pause here. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, the three stopped. First, we'll learn the armament hockey. It's relatively easy to grasp. MHM.3 consistent high-intensity training coupled with some hits will lead to mastery. Upon hearing this, Little White Dragon showed little reaction, while Zhu Xian and Zhu Qi were filled with trepidation at the mention of taking hits. Getting hit by Lin Tian would leave me half dead. Your training volume will be multiplied by 10. After completing your training, you will spar with me. Little White Dragon will fight with Yi Bai, as I cannot handle you. No. I believe you have grown quite strong already. Yi Bai doesn't need to assist anymore. I can fight you in my human form. This made sense, as Yi Bai could easily incapacitate Little White Dragon with a single punch without utilizing haki. After all, Little White Dragon had fought against Yi Bai several times before, each time being swiftly defeated. Alright, I won't trouble Yi Bai then. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Little White Dragon sighed in relief. Let's begin training. At Lin Tian's command, the three commenced their training. Several hours later, Little White Dragon was the first to complete his training and began sparring with Lin Tian. Little White Dragon's training volume had initially increased tenfold and then again by another tenfold. Even he found it overwhelming. Consequently, during his battle with Lin Tian, he endured many hits until he eventually collapsed to the ground. After a brief moment, Zhu Xian and Zhu Qi also completed their training. They gazed at Little White Dragon, who lay on the floor, swallowing hard. Come on with that, Lin Tian began to spar with the two. They lasted even less time than Little White Dragon. After a period, the three of them simultaneously regained consciousness. The moment he awoke, Little White Dragon sensed a change within himself. He raised his arm, feeling the transformation, when suddenly, his arm turned black. Upon witnessing Little White Dragon awaken the armament haki, Lin Tian felt a pang of discomfort. He could no longer use techniques he knew against Little White Dragon, as it was now on equal footing. Ha, I've done it! Little White Dragon exclaimed joyfully, jumping up. Zhu Xian and Zhu Qi looked on enviously at Little White Dragon's darkened arm. Congratulations, Brother White Dragon, they congratulated him, filled with admiration for his newfound power. Observing their envy, Lin Tian remarked, you need not be envious. You will soon master this haki as well. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Zhu Xian and Zhu Qi suddenly appeared vibrant. Shedding their previously listless demeanor, Little White Dragon also joined their training group. While they engaged in standard practice, Lin Tian assisted Little White Dragon in learning observation haki. 3 months later, Little White Dragon had elevated his Dao power value to 23,000 and mastered the dual-colored haki. Lin Tian raised his Dao power value to 39,000 and had grasped the dual-colored haki, slowly making strides towards understanding advanced armament haki techniques. Zhu Qi and Zhu Xian achieved values of 13,000 and 15,000 respectively, both having also mastered the dual-colored haki. Thus, as of this moment, Lin Tian remained the most formidable warrior under Yi Bai's command. Yi Bai summoned everyone to the first floor for a grand assembly. Now that you have all mastered the dual-colored haki and your Dao power values have surpassed 10,000, you are entirely capable of forming a gang. Lin Tian, go and take care of the arrangements. We will need a fund of 10 billion. Make it presentable. Little White Dragon will assist, while Zhu Xian and Zhu Qi will scout locations. Yi Bai's words resonated with all present, prompting them to ponder thoughtfully. Lin Tian broke the silence first. Brother Yi Bai, where can we register a gang? I heard that we can register a gang. Is that true? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Bai replied, I am not quite sure. You might ask anyone nearby, and when it comes time to register, we can use our code names. With a wave of his hand, Yi Bai dismissed Lin Tian. Lin Tian, feeling quite displeased, nodded and sauntered out. After leaving, Lin Tian ventured to a nearby black market, randomly capturing a local gang leader to inquired. Don't be alarmed. I am merely here to ask you something. The gang leader trembled and replied, Sir, please feel free to ask. I will do my utmost to assist you. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian inquired, I heard that one can register a gang. Is that true? Yes. You can register a gang at a place called the Gang Registration Center, where you can submit your gang's information. Where is that located? It's right in the city center. Upon receiving this useful information, Lin Tian promptly eliminated everyone present. Do not leave traces, as Yi Bai would say. But Lin Tian believed that leaving an entire street stained with blood was an effective means of erasing evidence. Perhaps Lin Tian's understanding was that with no witnesses, there could be no traces. For with no one left, no one would expose their whereabouts. Upon arriving at the city center, Lin Tian immediately spotted an enormous building, so vast that it seemed to stretch endlessly. He entered the building, and a staff member, noticing Lin Tian's arrival, promptly approached him. "Sir, are you here to register a gang? Please follow me." Lin Tian had yet to comprehend why she could discern at a glance that he was there to register rather than engage in other activities. Considering that aside from gang registration, there were various other endeavors available. However, upon noticing the blood on himself, everything fell into place. Lin Tian followed the staff member to the registration area. The man seated in the office chair handed Lin Tian a form, instructing him to fill in the name of his gang, whether he had any affiliated gangs, in the name or alias of the gang leader. Yi Bai had advised Lin Tian to use their aliases for all names he provided. Gang name: Qilin Gang Gang Leader, Qilin Main Members, Bai Long Affiliated Gangs, Qing Long Gang, Zhu Ke Gang, Xianwu Gang, Bai Hu Gang Qing Long Gang Leader, Nun Zhu Ke Gang Leader, Zhu Xian Main Members, Zhu Qi Bai Hu Gang Leader, Nun Xianwu Gang Leader. None regarding the existence of any backing forces. Lin Tian indicated that there was, and noted Yi Bai's alias. After completing the form, Lin Tian handed it to the person across from him. The individual glanced over it briefly before instructing Lin Tian to place his handprint, following which the gang leader's power level was registered. Only the leader's was recorded, while the other members would log in themselves. Lin Tian then accompanied the staff to the location for recording power levels, where there was a camera for video recording, one person operating the machine, and another recording the data. Lin Tian unleashed a powerful punch, enhanced with armed color, even temporarily breaking through, while additionally incorporating internal destruction. With that single blow, Lin Tian's power level soared past 50,000, reaching 53,469, initially assessed as a mid to high potential gang. Alright, your gang has been officially registered, and we will promptly publish your gang's information. After nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Tian departed. Subsequently, he went to purchase some snacks. At home, Yi Bai had imposed restrictions on his eating habits, but now that he was out, he intended to indulge without restraint. Lin Tian had brought along 100 million. As the registration did not require much money, and he ended up not spending a single penny during the process. Meanwhile, Bai Long had been temporarily assigned elsewhere. Yi Bai summoned Bai Long to serve as a mount for Zhu Xian and Zhu Qi, responsible for taking them flying to better scout suitable territories. After a day, Zhu Xian and Zhu Qi relayed the selected locations back to Yi Bai. Upon opening his phone, Yi Bai saw a message from Zhu Xian. "We have found a suitable place. Should we buy a house here or have one constructed?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Bai replied, "Handle it as you see fit." With that, he disregarded any further messages from Zhu Xian. Regardless of how many messages Zhu Xian sent, Yi Bai remained unresponsive. Zhu Xian glanced helplessly at Zhu Qi and Bai Long, her eyes reflecting a sense of resignation. After a simple discussion among the three, they decided it best to purchase a nearby house for the time being and consider building a dedicated residence later. Once Zhu Xian acquired the property, she instructed Bai Long to clear the area of any dissenters, eliminating anyone who refused to comply. Thus, the Qilin Gang was officially established. Chapter 20. Lin Tian's unexpected joy after the establishment of the Qilin Gang. Lin Tian did not rush back home but instead chose to enjoy himself outside until evening. Back at home, Yi Bai clenched his fists, feeling increasingly anxious as Lin Tian had yet to return. Meanwhile, Lin Tian was reveling in the city center, joyfully shopping and having a splendid time. He initially intended to find a place to stay until the next morning before heading home. But just as he was about to leave, he heard a faint cry for help. The voice was so soft that most would not have noticed it, yet Lin Tian, possessing keen observation skills, sensed the plea. He followed the sound to an alleyway, where he witnessed several individuals surrounding two others, attacking them. A boy and a girl appeared to be siblings. The boy, seemingly around 11 years old, stood protectively in front of the girl, shielding her from the blows. "Ha ha ha, what business do two orphans have attending my father's school? They should take a good look in the mirror first." Lin Tian had initially wished to stay out of it, But upon seeing one of the assailants brandishing a knife, he swiftly approached after sending the message. Yi Bai lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Lin Tian, upon receiving Yi Bai's response, also felt relieved and settled down to sleep. When dawn broke at 5 o'clock the next morning, Lin Tian rose from his slumber. Upon stepping outside, he was greeted by the sight of the Qingshu siblings standing at the door. "You're up so early. Aren't you sleepy?" he inquired. "Not at all," they replied in unison. "Since you're not tired, come with me," Lin Tian urged as he pulled out his phone and opened the map, navigating to the location that Zhu Xian had indicated. The distance was neither too far nor too close. Lin Tian estimated that they could arrive in approximately 50 minutes. After leading the siblings outside, he took each of them by the hand and sprinted back. Meanwhile, at a school, the number of students absent the following morning reached an astonishing 16, including the principal's son. Given the circumstances surrounding his previous actions, the teacher couldn't help but speculate that the principal's son had met his demise. He promptly relayed this information to the principal. Upon receiving the news, the principal scoffed in disdain. "That's my son. Who would dare harm him on this street? They probably just partied too hard last night and will be back this afternoon," he retorted. Xiao Hongtian dismissed the teacher's concerns and, after a brief exchange, immersed himself in his work for the day. On the other side, Lin Tian continued to run with the Qingshu siblings until he arrived at their destination, where he finally came to a halt. Gently placing them down, both siblings swayed unsteadily before managing to stand upright. Lin Tian then led them to Yi Bai, who was now wearing a specially designed mask from the system. This mask not only prevented others from using Kinbunshiku to detect him, but also did not obstruct his own vision and altered his voice. "Brother Yi Bai," Lin Tian called out, waving from a distance. Yi Bai glanced at Lin Tian but then turned away, feigning ignorance. Lin Tian hastened to Yi Bai's side with the Qingshu siblings and said, "Brother Yi Bai, these two are the ones I mentioned to you. Please assess their talents and see if they possess the potential to awaken Hakai." Yi Bai glanced at them and remarked, "Their potential is decent, though not exceptional. With diligent training, they could awaken 2 types of Haki. And with a bit of luck, perhaps even more." With just a cursory glance, the system had analyzed the potential of Qingshu and his sister. Truly remarkable. "What are your names?" Yi Bai inquired. "I am Qingshu." "I am Qingzi." Yi Bai nodded and addressed Lin Tian. "Take them to the Qinglong gang's dormitory and let them stay there. You will be responsible for their training during this period." "Understood," Lin Tian replied. Leading the siblings to the dormitory. Upon arrival, he directed Qingshu to the male dormitory and Qingzi to the female dormitory before departing. Once away, Lin Tian immediately sought out Yi Bai and embraced him. Yi Bai did not shy away, given that they were alone. "Brother Yi Bai, I've missed you so much. Let me give you a kiss," Lin Tian said, pulling down Yi Bai's mask and pecking him on the cheek. In an instant, Yi Bai's face turned as red as an apple. "Get lost. Don't kiss me again or I'll cut out your tongue," he retorted. "Hee, understood." Lin Tian chuckled as Yi Bai adjusted his mask. "You should return and help Bai Long move things." "All right," Lin Tian agreed before sprinting home. After several hours, the 4 of them managed to move everything. When lunchtime arrived, Yi Bai and the others decided to eat out. Although Yi Bai opted not to accompany them as he had other matters to attend to, Lin Tian called out to Qingshu and Qingzi, leading them to a meal. Upon returning from lunch, they found Yi Bai waiting for them. Yi Bai still wore the specially designed mask, just as he had during their first meeting. "You 4 should go recruit members for the gang. Defeat all the nearby gangs to establish our reputation," he instructed. "Understood," they replied in unison. Over the course of the following months, Lin Tian and the others systematically took down all the notable gangs in the vicinity. Those willing to surrender were spared, while those who resisted were eliminated. 3 months later, the members from the 4 gangs had been largely assimilated. Qinglong gang led by Qing Xian, Zhuke gang led by Zhu Xian, Xuanwu gang led by Xian Chen, and Baihu gang led by Bai Qi. The reputation of the Qiling gang had spread, with hundreds eager to join daily, though none met the qualifications. Yi Bai messaged Lin Tian from afar. "You can now instruct those with a power level exceeding 1300 to learn Haki." "Brother Yi Bai, what if someone leaks the training methods?" Lin Tian asked. "These individuals were personally chosen by you. I trust your judgment," Yi Bai replied. "All right, I'll gather them and bring Bai Long along." Lin Tian promptly called for Bai Long. "What is it?" Bai Long asked, visibly annoyed. Brother Yibai wants us to teach those who have a power level of 1300 to learn hockey. What does that have to do with me? Bai Long retorted that of course it matters. You'll be teaching them too, or why else would I call you? Lin Tian insisted. Bai Long rolled his eyes but added, by the way, the leaders of the other 3 gangs have power levels around 8,000. Should they come as well? Yes, invite them all. Have Zhu Xian and Zhu Qi help notify them, Lin Tian instructed. Got it, Bai Long responded before heading to Zhu Ke gang to inform Zhu Xian and Zhu Qi. At that moment, the two were supervising their disciples' training. Upon seeing Bai Long, they quickly stood to greet him. What brings you here, Brother Bai Long? Zhu Xian asked. Lin Tian asked me to gather those with a power level of 1500 to learn hockey. Zhu Xian pondered for a moment before saying, Brother Bai Long, we can teach them ourselves. There's no need to trouble Lin Tian. After considering, Bai Long replied, just have them notify the other 3. All right, Zhu Xian acknowledged, sending messages to the 3 leaders. After receiving the notifications, Bai Long returned directly to the Qilin gang. 30 minutes later, the 3 leaders arrived at the entrance of the Qilin gang. Lin Tian surveyed them and declared, I will now teach you a technique that can enhance your strength. This knowledge is to remain confidential. If I discover anyone leaking it, I will not hesitate to take action. With that, Lin Tian awakened his Conqueror's hockey. Bai Long was taken aback, wondering, how can this sycophant awaken Conqueror's hockey? The onlookers felt the overwhelming power and, in a cold sweat, declared, we dare not. The subsequent 8 months saw the 3 gang leaders mastering dual hockey. 3 years later, the Qilin gang rebranded itself as the Wuxing gang, boasting a membership of 6,000, with most members proficient in at least one type of hockey. 7 years passed, and this year, Yibai returned to his home. While Bai Long ventured back to the seaside forest where he had first met Yibai, Lin Tian had grown significantly, successfully managing the Wuxing gang over the years. However, it was regrettable that the training methods for hockey had been leaked. In a furious pursuit across half the city, Lin Tian sought to track down the culprit and exact his vengeance. Lin Tian, Bai Long, and the 4 gang leaders aggressively monopolized information. Yet many families and gang leaders still acquired the hockey training methods. Lin Tian initially intended to apologize to Yibai but received a message from him first, stating, I already know about the situation. It's not your fault. Soon, these individuals will gradually master hockey. Letting them start training earlier is not a big deal. Upon reading Yibai's message, Lin Tian was overcome with emotion, nearly breaking down in tears. Why Yibai sent another message? I'm preparing to leave. I do not wish to see the gang members bullying the weak or engaging in unscrupulous activities. Understood, Lin Tian replied. After concluding their conversation, Yibai turned off his phone and navigated back home using the system. Chapter 21. A young man returns home after many years. After walking for a while, Yibai arrived at a home that felt somewhat unfamiliar. He knocked on the door, and a girl's voice called out from inside. Who is it? Yibai remained silent and knocked again. When the girl opened the door, she was greeted by the sight of Yibai's white hair. Although Yibai had changed significantly since he left home, Bai Xian recognized him instantly. Brother, you're back. I've missed you so much, she exclaimed, throwing her arms around him. Yes, I'm back, Yibai replied. Are you leaving again? Bai Xian asked, gazing at him with hope. I shouldn't be, he reassured her. Good. After Bai Xian brought Yibai into the house, she introduced him to the changes that had occurred over the years. After a brief acceptance, he realized that there was little difference. Upon entering his former room, Yibai discovered it had been meticulously cleaned, devoid of even a speck of dust. Brother, your room was tidied up by Mom. Where are Mom and Dad? Yibai suddenly recalled something and inquired. They went out to buy groceries. Yibai settled onto the sofa and turned on the television, waiting for Yi Yuan and Bai Yu to return. After half an hour, Yi Yuan and Bai Yu returned home and immediately spotted Yibai sitting on the sofa watching TV. Neither of them was overly excited. After all, they were aware that Yibai would be back on the 17th. They went inside to find Bai Xian and said, Bai Xian, your study abroad application has been approved. You can depart in a month. Make sure to spend quality time with your brother this month, or the next time you meet will be 3 years later. Upon hearing this, Bai Xian joyfully replied, Got it. Afterward, she put on her shoes and dashed out to find Yibai, saying, Brother, will you accompany me to play? Seeing Bai Xian's eager eyes, Yibai couldn't bear to refuse and agreed. All right, where shall we go? Yay, you're the best, brother. I want to go to the amusement park. Okay, let us go. With that, Yibai took by Xian out. Once outside, Yibai realized he hadn't brought any money, so he messaged Lin Tian, saying, I forgot to bring money. Could you transfer me some? Shortly after, Lin Tian transferred 100,000 to Yibai. With the money in hand, Yibai quickened his pace, leading by Xian to the amusement park. Upon arriving, they first enjoyed the iconic Ferris wheel that couples must ride at an amusement park. They also experienced the roller coaster, the swinging pendulum, and bumper cars. Finally, they played the balloon popping game. At first. By Xian only popped 3 balloons, but then she looked at Yibai with a gaze that implored him to help her retrieve the large rabbit plush toy at the top. After taking the gun, Yibai swiftly knocked down the giant rabbit plush. Once he handed the toy to Bai Xian, he took her around a shop for many items. Thank you, brother. At that moment, Bai Xian felt she had reached the pinnacle of joy. Who wouldn't be happy to have a brother so devoted to pampering his sister? By the time they returned home, night had fallen. Bai Xian arranged her belongings in her bedroom and smiled at Yibai. Why are you looking at me? Yibai, puzzled by her gaze, asked, Brother, you were so good to me. Initially, Bai Xian had thought she was a burden to Yibai, which was why he had left, but today she realized that his departure was not due to her. This revelation eased her mind. You are my sister. Who else should I treat well? Hee. Bai Xian giggled and snuggled into Yibai's embrace. Thus, throughout the month, Bai Xian and Yibai enjoyed each other's company, making it the happiest time of her life in recent years. However, today was the day Bai Xian would leave for her studies abroad. Reluctantly, she gazed at Yibai before boarding the plane under the watchful eyes of the three. Once Bai Xian had boarded the plane, Yibai felt a sense of relief wash over him. Back at home, Yuan called Yibai into his and Bai Yu's room. Kid, I heard a few months ago that a remarkable cultivation method has emerged from your Wushang gang, capable of awakening some powerful abilities. Is that true? Yuan scrutinized Yibai as if trying to see through him. Yes, why? Teach us both. Why? Yibai shot Yuan an exasperated glance. You're already powerful. There are few who can rival you. Now you want me to teach you? Figure it out yourself. Yuan was not surprised by Yibai's response and then suggested they practice together. Yibai, intrigued by the opportunity to gauge the gap between himself and the elite, readily agreed. The two headed to a nearby hill, locking eyes in anticipation. With a sudden clash, a punch resonated with a deafening boom. As if the mountain itself had been struck by a cataclysmic force. Yibai's current power level had reached 500,000, while Yi Yuan had also made significant progress, boasting a formidable 800,000. The 300,000 difference was not just a number but a daunting gap. Yibai sighed in resignation at the system's data. Was this the prowess of a top-tier talent? The system detected that the host was engaged in an unequal battle and activated a mission. Mission 1. Endure for 10 minutes under Yi Yuan's attack. Reward. 1 self-created ability. Mission 2. Endure for 30 minutes under Yi Yuan's attack. Reward. 1 self-created ability and an increase of 100,000 in power level. Mission 3. Defeat Yi Yuan. Reward. Ancient secret technique, evil god summoning. Although Yibai desired to complete all 3 missions, he doubted he could even manage the first one. Looking at the reward for Mission 1, which was the ability to create a unique power, he knew he had to seize it. Closing the system's mission panel, Yibai returned to the fray with Yi Yuan. After witnessing Yi Yuan's might, Yibai no longer concealed his techniques. He employed armed color, conqueror's color, and observation color, fully utilizing them all. Observing Yibai's darkened arms, Yi Yuan chuckled, "You little rascal. Let me see how formidable your technique truly is." With that, Yi Yuan unleashed a punch that ripped through the sky, causing the clouds above to part. Bai Xian, seated on the plane, spotted this extraordinary scene and hurriedly captured it on her phone. Meanwhile, Lin Tian and the other 4 gang leaders of Wushang gang, far away, were equally astonished, wondering who had caused such a remarkable phenomenon. Only Zhu Xian understood that this was the result of Yibai's battle with another. Yibai had previously mentioned that the clash of conquerors' colors could indeed tear through clouds, a claim they had doubted. Now, they believed him. The inherent effectiveness of Conqueror's color against animals meant that the pressure felt by the white dragon was greater than that experienced by anyone else present. Lin Tian, however, was unconcerned for Yi Bai's safety. Knowing he had returned home and understanding the strength of Yi Bai's family member, it was highly likely that this was merely a sparring session with that family member. With that thought, Lin Tian felt completely at ease regarding Yi Bai's well-being. The battle did not last long. In just 13 minutes, Yi Bai was bested by Yi Yuan. Nonetheless, Yi Bai would eventually surpass Yi Yuan. After all, Yi Yuan was 38 this year, while Yi Bai was only 17. In 10 years, Yi Bai's power level would likely match the cumulative effort of 20 years of Yi Yuan's training. After claiming his system rewards, Yi Bai ventured alone to create his unique ability. Chapter 22. Creating a unique ability. Upon returning to his room, Yi Bai sealed all doors and windows. He briefly perused the introduction to creating a unique ability. Create unique ability allows the creation of a personal ability tailored entirely to one's needs. The resulting ability is contingent upon the individual's strength and can be fully mastered and taught to others, but can only be imparted through the owner's active teaching. It cannot be acquired through stealthy learning. Yi Bai contemplated what he currently lacked. There were many gaps. He had no healing abilities, no secret techniques for short-term power boosts, and could not achieve long-distance tracking, not even through a mental network. After all, once one mastered an ability, others could do the same, and for those strong enough, precognition was merely a matter of time. After a moment of reflection, Yi Bai decided to create an ability called Illusion. As the name suggests, illusion allows one to manifest their imagined abilities or objects into reality. However, this ability has significant limitations. It cannot elevate one's power level from 1 to 100 million, with a maximum increase of 30. Additionally, it consumes considerable stamina. Although Yi Bai possessed limitless stamina, this ability could still deplete it. Yi Bai's limitless stamina simply meant he could quickly replenish what he had lost. Rather than reducing his energy expenditure to zero, using this ability would restrict his stamina recovery, thereby rendering his infinite stamina ineffective against it. Despite this, Yi Bai felt a surge of joy, valuing the creation of a unique ability over the minor loss of stamina. This ability is truly wonderful, Yi Bai mused happily. Since he felt creating a unique ability was such a positive experience, perhaps he should give something back to the system. Upon hearing the system's voice, Yi Bai's previously buoyant mood was suddenly extinguished. Whenever he found himself in high spirits, the system would invariably intrude and disrupt him. However, Yi Bai hesitated to directly criticize others. After all, one must not bite the hand that feeds them. He had received so many benefits from others, and to turn around and berate them would be a quintessential act of a petty person. Far away in the beautiful country, Bai Exine arrived at school without a hitch. No one dared to stop her, especially since Yi Yuan had personally visited this place. Those with high power levels in the beautiful country were akin to paper in Yi Yuan's hands. The highest power level was merely 600,000, on par with Yi Bai, yet Yi Bai far surpassed him. Consequently, Bai Exine faced no teachers bold enough to give her trouble, nor did any students dare to insult her verbally, as the teachers had long made their stance clear. Nevertheless, there were still audacious individuals who sought to provoke Bai Exine. Although she was a gifted individual yet to be fully developed, the bodyguards assigned to her by the school principal were anything but ordinary. Whenever someone attempted to approach Bai Exine, they would swiftly intervene, although Bai Exine was blissfully unaware of it. Returning to Yi Bai's side, by the time he stepped outside, night had already fallen. Though he claimed to have thoroughly mastered his powers, the intensity of his aura necessitated a considerable amount of time for him to truly grasp it. Yi Bai unlatched the sealed windows and doors and, upon stepping outside, noticed a meal left for him on the table. Without hesitation, he devoured the food. After finishing his meal, Yi Bai found himself with nothing to do and decided to take a stroll. Unbeknownst to him, he wandered to the very spot where he had rescued Lin Tian. The previous surveillance blind spot was now fully monitored. Nearby, a long-abandoned plot had been redeveloped into a school, and Yi Bai could sense a yearning for education emanating from it. He aspired to create a genuine school, one that did not impose the absurdity of waking students at 5 a.m. and forcing them to sleep at 11 p.m., with no weekends or entertainment during holidays, only a prison of study and homework. A school should exist for the sake of students and the resurgence of China, to impart knowledge, Not to torment students for the sake of graduation rates, IT was not merely a matter of here. We don't test, so we won't discuss it further. Yi Bai did not linger there. As someone who had never attended school in either of his lives, he hardly had the inclination to observe the construction of an educational institution. Yi Bai returned home close to dawn, finding that Yi Yuan and Bai Yu were already asleep. He quietly slipped into his room, careful not to wake them. 3 years had passed, and today Bai Xian would return. Yi Yuan had risen early to rouse Yi Bai. "Get up, you little rascal. We're going to pick up your sister." "What time do you think it is?" "She arrives at 6 a.m. Yi Bai groggily opened his phone at Yi Yuan's insistence. Discovering it was merely 3:30 a.m. "Why the rush? We still have 2.5 hours. Why aren't you worried? Our home is quite far. It takes at least an hour by car. Can't we run there?" "Why must we take a car? Running would be fast, but how would your sister return? She is just an ordinary person. It would take her 4 to 5 hours on foot. Bringing her back is impractical. What else would we take? A plane? We don't have that option." Yi Bai dispelled his drowsiness using his powers, donned his clothes, and followed Yi Yuan out the door. Boarding the car bound for Bai Xian's arrival at the airport. They encountered traffic, resulting in a delay of 10 minutes from their anticipated arrival time. In that brief span, a cascade of events unfolded. Upon Bai Xian landing and arriving at the designated meeting point, she noticed the absence of Yi Yuan and the others, prompting her to seek fast food. Just as she purchased her meal, Yi Yuan and the others arrived, but as soon as he answered the phone, Bai Xian was abducted. Yi Yuan's anger surged as he looked at the phone in his hand, yet without mastery over his mental network. He could not pinpoint Bai Xian's exact location. The phone's speaker was on, allowing Yi Bai and Bai Yu to hear the voice on the other end. Before Bai Yu could act, Yi Bai activated his mental network and illusion, teleporting to the rescue. Not far from where they stood on Pingyang Street, Bai Xian was bound. Yi Bai arrived at the door and kicked it open. The occupants inside were startled by his sudden entrance. Upon realizing he was merely a young boy, they mockingly remarked, "Little brat, are you here to play games by kicking down my door? If so, you won't be leaving today." Ignoring the man's words, Yi Bai brandished a gun and swiftly eliminated them all. Bai Xian was still processing the rapid turn of events when she found herself rescued. The swift progression of events led her to believe she was caught in a dream, yet the vividness of it all confirmed its reality. Gazing at the blood on Yi Bai's face, the gun in his hand, and the corpses on the ground, a chill ran down her spine. She was unaware of when Yi Bai had transformed into such a figure. All she knew was that he had taken lives. "Brother, aren't you afraid of retaliation?" Bai Xian inquired. Yi Bai gently patted her head and replied, "No one in this world capable of avenging me has yet to be born." After tossing the gun into the system space, he wiped the blood from his face with a towel and teleported back with Bai Xian. Upon their return, both Yi Yuan and Bai Yu sighed in relief at the sight of Bai Xian unharmed. However, they soon caught a whiff of the blood on Yi Bai, leading them to exchange glances of concern. The murderous aura surrounding Yi Bai was palpable. Yi Yuan surmised that the lives Yi Bai had taken must number in the thousands, far exceeding those in his own previous rampages. Yet Yi Yuan had significantly reduced his own killings, only resorting to it when absolutely necessary. The families of those he had slain bore no grudge against him. As they were all deceased, Yi Yuan's reputation as a tyrant was widely known, though he had depthly concealed his appearance, ensuring that few had glimpsed his true self or that of Bai Yu. Only a select few were privy to the identities of Yi Yuan and Bai Yu. Yi Bai, Lin Tian, and a doctor from the hospital, the very one who had delivered Bai Yu. Beyond them, only 2 individuals knew his true identity, Bai Yu and a person whom Yi Yuan had once incapacitated. Once a prodigy with unparalleled talent, he had achieved a power level of 500,000 by the age of 16. However, upon encountering Yi Yuan, he was swiftly defeated. Fate had conspired against him, as he faced the most bloodthirsty of adversaries. Nearly everyone he had once known had perished. Yi Yuan initially intended to kill him, but then opted for a different approach. He severed all of his tendons and shattered his cultivation, ultimately banishing him to the desert. Bai Xian, are you all right? Don't be afraid. Your mother is here. Bai Yu comforted her, gently ruffling her hair. Bai Xian replied weakly, nodding. Yi Yuan ushered the 3 back to the car in the rear seat, by Xian anxiously watched Yi Bai. Fearful of potential retribution against him, during her years abroad, she had learned much and matured significantly in 3 years. She had witnessed far too much violence, often due to her striking beauty, which inadvertently drew her into gruesome scenes. Observing her worried expression in the rearview mirror, Yi Yuan reassured her, "You need not fret for your brother. If he dares to kill, he is unafraid of revenge. Moreover, he possesses the strength to defend himself." Upon hearing Yi Yuan's words, Bai Xian gradually relaxed. Over the past 3 years, she had come to understand the nature of Yi Yuan, an existence that stood above all, second only to none. Chapter 23. Yi Bai is going to school? By the time they reached home, it was already noon. After lunch, Yi Yuan summoned Yi Bai and Bai Xian to his room. "I found you a school. You restarting tomorrow. If you find it boring, I can have your sister accompany you." "I refuse," Yi Bai replied without a moment's hesitation. "In a way, I've already made arrangements. You must go tomorrow, Bai Xian. Keep your brother company." With that, Yi Yuan departed, leaving the sibling duo alone. In truth, Bai Xian was quite eager to see the school. "Brother, why not take a look? I can accompany you. I don't want to go. Please, just consider it a fun outing. The school has so many fascinating things, like the power level testing machine." The mention of the power level testing machine by Xian became animated. "Let me tell you, this thing is incredible. It converts a person's strength into a numerical value, and there are only 2 universities here with such a device. One is out of province, and the other is near our home." Yi Bai recalled that there were hundreds of such machines at Baiguan. Why were they so scarce in schools? Why are there so few? "Brother, don't you know? In our country, you must be at least 18 years old to be tested. Otherwise, it's illegal, and the test costs a fortune." The more Yi Bai listened, the more he sensed something was amiss. Some had been tested at the age of 7, while others as young as 4, yet they faced no consequences. "Come on, just agree. It'll be nice to have a companion." Ultimately, Yi Bai could not resist Bai Xian's insistence and agreed to attend school. However, there was still a pressing matter at hand. He needed to eliminate the group responsible for Bai Xian's kidnapping. After pushing Bai Xian to safety, Yi Bai sent a message to Lin Tian, instructing him to investigate Pingyang Street and resolve the situation. Lin Tian, upon reading Yi Bai's message, inquired, "What's wrong? Are the people of Pingyang Street bothering you?" "No," Yi Bai replied, "they kidnapped my sister." "How audacious! I'll take care of it right away." After sending the message, Lin Tian sought out Xin Shun, the leader of the White Tiger Gang. After explaining the situation, Xin Shun respectfully replied, "I understand, Brother Qilan. I will handle this matter with utmost efficiency." Lin Tian patted Xin Shun on the shoulder, saying, "I have great faith in your abilities, but what I require is a reputation. Although we generally stay low-key, I still wish for the outside world to remember the Five Saints Gang. So you know what must be done." "I understand. I understand." Xin Shun nodded and then departed. Through diligent inquiries, Xin Shun discovered that Pingyang Street was entirely controlled by criminal forces, far exceeding the territory held by the Five Saints Gang. But that would soon change. Without delay, Xin Shun gathered a few trusted subordinates and set off. Upon arrival, Xin Shun directed his men, "You two go east, and you go west. I have gathered intelligence, and their escape routes lie in these directions." "Understood." The two responded and proceeded to execute Xin Shun's orders. Xin Shun instigated a conflict at the intersection, luring a portion of the enemies out. As soon as they entered his line of sight, Xin Shun swiftly eliminated them. The scouts, witnessing the slaughter, hurriedly informed the boss of Pingyang Street about the situation. Enraged at the audacity of someone daring to create chaos in her territory, the boss of Pingyang Street remembered that not long ago, someone had caused trouble and killed one of her most capable subordinates. She had yet to seek retribution for that incident and now faced another provocation to her authority. Accompanied by her subordinates, she charged toward Xin Shun. Upon arrival, seeing that it was Xin Shun, her legs nearly buckled in fear. After all, she had witnessed Xin Shun's prowess firsthand. She could hardly contend against him. Nevertheless, she steeled herself and confronted him. "Xin Shun, why have you come to cause trouble in my Pingyang Street? I am unaware of any offense committed by us towards the Five Saints Gang." Xin Shun himself was equally baffled by what offense Pingyang Street had committed. He was merely acting on orders. "I do not know, but I have been instructed to resolve matters concerning you. It would be best if you do not resist. It will be an easier fate for you." Realizing that negotiations had failed, she quickly commanded her subordinates, "You all hurry and leave. I will hold him off." However, before her subordinates could respond, Xian Chen's two companions had already charged from the direction of their intended escape. It appeared there would be no way out. With Xian Chen and his two men, they were more than capable of subduing her entire crew. "Damn it, Xian Chen, are you truly intent on exterminating us?" She seethed. "Otherwise, what do you expect? Orders have been given from above. If you do not die, I will." The boss of Pingyang Street cursed Xian Chen and the unseen Lin Tian in her heart. With no room left for negotiation, she lunged at Xian Chen, engaging him in combat. Seeing their leader in battle, the remaining lackeys injected themselves with courage and rallied. "It's just two of them, with so many of us. How can we not overpower them? Brothers, let us fight." Watching the approaching throng, Xian Chen and his companions exchanged knowing glances, drawing their knives and unleashing their formidable powers. In a mere 10 minutes, Xian Chen's companions had eliminated all of the boss's subordinates, and Xian Chen had subdued the boss herself. She collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with resentment and fury. "I curse you and Qilin to an untimely demise. Even in death, I will not spare you." Before she could finish, Xian Chen severed her head from her body. "Your head will serve as one of the stepping stones on my ascent to greatness." After meticulously searching to confirm there were no survivors, Xian Chen messaged Lin Tian, "Brother Qilin, the matter has been resolved. Not a single survivor remains." Shortly, Lin Tian replied, "I trust you to handle things efficiently. Return swiftly." Xian Chen returned triumphantly with his two subordinates, earning accolades for his achievements. Meanwhile, Yi Bai lay on his bed, eyes closed in meditation, suppressing the power within him, gradually realizing that this body could no longer withstand his strength. Yi Bai's perception was keen. A human body could only endure up to 600,000 units of energy before reaching its limit, with the exception of Yi Yuan, whose body had been enhanced by divine means, allowing him to withstand up to 2,000,000 units of energy. The vibrations of his phone interrupted Yi Bai's meditation. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Lin Tian. "Brother Yi Bai, the task has been completed without leaving a single survivor." "Yay, I'm Brother Yi Bai. Won't you praise me a bit?" Disappointed.jpg. Yi Bai felt a headache coming on. "You are the best. Hee, just average.happy.jpg.as. Yi Bai returned to reality. He realized it was already night. Where had the time gone? Exiting his room, he found the living room empty. The three had already retreated to their rooms for the night. Upon reaching the kitchen, he discovered no food had been left for him. What a bunch of dogs. Yi Bai cursed silently, contemplating how to procure a meal. Should I go out to eat? It's a bit far from the city center. Should I mooch off Lin Tian? No, that would tarnish my dignity as the elder brother. After much deliberation, Yi Bai decided to prepare a meal himself. He retrieved a beginner's cooking tutorial from the system space. After a brief glance, he grasped its essence. Yi Bai then took out a recipe to create the simplest dish: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and flipped to the page on how to cook rice. After a quick review of the instructions, Yi Bai began. Following 7 unfortunate incidents of accidentally crushing eggs, 6 occurrences of burning tomatoes, and turning the rice into maltose, he finally produced a concoction resembling scrambled eggs with tomato skins and a bowl of water with a few grains of rice. Looking at the inedible mess he had created, Yi Bai resolutely discarded it into the system space, converting it all into organic materials. As the clock struck 12, Yi Bai realized he had spent 3 hours without successfully preparing a single edible dish. Emerging from the kitchen, he encountered by Xin, who was up in the middle of the night. "Brother, are you still awake? We have to report to school by 7 a.m. tomorrow. You mustn't oversleep." "Yeah, I haven't eaten yet. I'll see if there's anything to eat." Xin recalled that she had called out to Yi Bai numerous times during dinner, but he had not responded, and they had not left any food for him, assuming he was undergoing some sort of trial. "Brother, Mom and Dad didn't leave you anything to eat. If it's really dire, you can come to my room and grab some snacks." Unbeknownst to Yi Bai, the one who suspected he was enduring a trial was none other than Xin herself. "No need. Keep your snacks for yourself." Yi Bai decided that once today passed, he would stock up on boxed meals in the system space. The system space has a time pause feature. Time does not flow within, meaning it cannot contain living things, and the food inside will not spoil. All right then. Brother, you should sleep early. I'll head back to bed now. Good night. Good night. Chapter 24. Is there a kidnapper at the school gate? The next day at 6 a.m., Bai Xian relentlessly knocked on Yi Bai's door. Yi Bai, bleary-eyed, rose from his bed, rubbed his hair, and opened the door for Bai Xian. The door swung open. Bai Xian, unable to control her momentum, bumped into Yi Bai's abs. The gentle tap from Bai Xian felt no different than a feather brushing against him. Staring at Yi Bai's abs, Bai Xian's saliva involuntarily began to flow, but upon realizing he was her brother, she quickly swallowed it back. Brother, it's 6 a.m. Come out for breakfast. After saying this, Bai Xian touched Yi Bai's abs once more before reluctantly heading downstairs to eat. Yi Bai, still in a state of stupor, took a moment to recover, realizing that his sister had just taken liberties with him. However, he did not mind. After all, if his sister was being affectionate, could that truly be called taking liberties? It was merely a loving touch. After getting dressed, Yi Bai made his way downstairs for breakfast. By the time he finished, it was already 6:20 a.m. If it were up to him, he could have instantly teleported to school the moment the gates opened. However, Bai Xian was merely an ordinary person, so they needed to leave earlier. Mom, Dad, we're leaving. Be careful on the road. After exchanging pleasantries, Bai Xian led Yi Bai towards their destination, following the navigation. As they traversed the increasingly familiar streets, Yi Bai realized that this was indeed the place where he had once rescued Lin Tian. The school they were headed to was the very institution Yi Bai had observed previously, and the principal was the same individual who had yearned for educational reform. Here, a multitude of like-minded individuals gathered. Moreover, nearby lay the resting place of the White Dragon, who at that moment was slumbering beneath a cliff not far away. Upon arrival, they discovered that there was still some time before the doors would open, prompting Yi Bai to decide that the White Dragon should accompany them. After all, he and Bai Xian might not end up in the same class. So having the White Dragon along offered an added layer of security. You can stay here and buy some snacks. I have some matters to attend to, Yi Bai instructed. Bai Xian readily agreed without hesitation. All right, be quick. The school gates will open soon. Upon reaching the cliff, Yi Bai stamped his foot, causing a minor tsunami that roused the sleeping White Dragon from its slumber. The startled creature, without regard for the identity of its disruptor, surged from the sea, unleashing fireballs towards Yi Bai. After successfully deflecting the flames, Yi Bai unleashed his conqueror's haki, enveloping the White Dragon in its formidable aura. The essence of a king erupted at that moment. And although Yi Bai had never truly unleashed the full extent of his haki, he decided to seize this opportunity to gauge its true power. Unfortunately, the hapless White Dragon became an unintentional test subject. Kneeling before Yi Bai, the White Dragon repeatedly apologized. I'm sorry, Brother Yi Bai. I didn't mean to. Please forgive me this time. With a simple command of get up, Yi Bai alleviated the White Dragon's distress, as his character was known to shift with his words. Brother Yi Bai, did you come to find me for something? The White Dragon inquired cautiously, fearing any misstep in conversation might provoke Yi Bai's ire. Yes, I need you to transform into a cat and accompany my sister to ensure her safety. Absolutely, Brother Yi Bai, the White Dragon replied, promptly using a transformation elixir to become a cat. Once he had the feline cradled in his arms, Yi Bai began retracing his steps. On the way back, he stumbled upon a litter of abandoned kittens, their previous owner's reasons for abandonment a mystery, though it certainly could not have been due to their lack of adorability. As they were undeniably charming, perhaps they were discarded out of necessity. Unwilling to let them perish, Yi Bai resolved to adopt them. Inquiring with the system about how to create a space capable of accommodating living beings, he was informed that a cost was involved. What cost? He pressed, impatiently. Let me think. The system's visage darkened as it contemplated the price. However, for the sake of the kitten's safety, Yi Bai deemed these trivialities inconsequential. To do so, you must undress and allow me to observe you for an hour, along with permission for photographs and video. All right, that's unacceptable. Let us negotiate further. Then I require 100 photographs of your private areas. Yi Bai found this offer even less palatable and quickly countered. Can we settle on a more reasonable price? After a brief deliberation, the system replied, the White Dragon, standing still, suddenly exhaled a fireball that shot directly towards the Cyclops. Aware that evasion was futile, the Cyclops braced himself for impact, but it was to no avail. He was swiftly vanquished. Observing the Cyclops' minions, including a dazed young man nearby, the latter cast a glance at the white dragon. Realizing that it had perceived him as an adversary, he hastily gestured to indicate that he was merely a law-abiding citizen. With utmost caution, Bai-Xian tapped the back of the white dragon, prompting the once arrogant creature to soften its demeanor. "What is it, miss?" it inquired. "That person over there in blue is my protector. Could you perhaps spare him?" Following Bai-Xian's, the white dragon noticed the young man distancing himself from the Cyclops' minions. "Very well," the dragon replied, retracting its tail and slowly approaching the trembling minions, who were too paralyzed by fear to move. After dispatching them one by one, the white dragon returned to Bai-Xian's side, ready for further instructions. As for Yi-Bai, he was still embroiled in a heated exchange with the system. The cost of utilizing the pet space was 1 day for every 100 health points. To use it without expense, he needed to upgrade the system, which required materials sourced from his own body, quite literally with no special implications. "System, you bastard. How can I possibly give you my body? I don't care how you do it. The price is set," the system retorted. Yi-Bai resolved to approach the system with a calmer demeanor, asking, "What do you need my body for?" The system, invigorated by the discussion, replied, "So that other systems can see how formidable my host is. And your physique is simply superb. Drooling, you bastard. I swear. Your entire family." After a delightful exchange of words, the system fell silent, seemingly rendered mute by Yi-Bai's tirade. Through choked sobs, it murmured, I don't want it anymore. Please stop scolding me, Werwu." Consequently, Yi-Bai's pet space upgraded to a version with no cost. However, Yi-Bai felt a twinge of guilt, sensing that his earlier reprimands had been overly severe, particularly since previous outbursts had gone unpunished. That wasn't intentional. Please don't be upset." Yet the system remained unresponsive, choosing to sulk alone in its digital realm. Yi-Bai, feeling a headache coming on, made his way towards Bai-Xian, who had just informed him that the situation had been resolved. After a while, Yi-Bai finally came into view of Bai Long and Bai-Xian. Upon seeing him, Bai-Xian dashed over and embraced him, while Bai Long carefully flanked her, anxious to prevent any mishap. "Brother, you've finally arrived. Someone tried to kidnap me earlier." Bai-Xian gazed at Yi-Bai with innocent eyes, as if she had found a reliable ally to confide in. "It's all right now." At that moment, with only 5 minutes until the school gates opened, the security personnel had not intervened to stop the gang of ruffians, which had thus earned a spot on Bai Long's hit list. After ensuring there were no prying eyes nearby, Yi-Bai erased the memories of the incident from everyone present, excluding Bai-Xian, as memory alteration could potentially harm one's mental state. A sudden surge of blue light emanated from Yi-Bai's eyes, enveloping everyone in the vicinity, causing them to forget the recent events. Seizing the opportunity, Yi-Bai instructed Bai Long to transform back into a cat and perch on his shoulder. Bai-Xian, astonished by the sight of Bai Long in feline form, reflected on a term she had overheard from the Cyclops, Five Saints Gang. She had heard of this name before but had never seen what Bai Long looked like. However, rumors suggested that Bai Long was a shape-shifting dragon, and now she could confirm it. Yet, how could the Bai Long of the Five Saints Gang be connected to her brother? Could it be that Yi-Bai was a Qilin of the Five Saints Gang? Yet, she had also heard that Qilins and white dragons were often at odds, embroiled in daily disputes and occasional skirmishes. Furthermore, it was said that Qilins had blue hair. My head itches. I feel like I'm about to grow a brain. Stop pondering. The school gate is opening. Yi-Bai's voice interrupted her thoughts. Observing the crowd entering the school as if nothing had happened, Bai-Xian was bewildered. Just moments ago, she had been terrified, yet now it seemed as if nothing had transpired. "I erased their memories of this incident. Do not speak of Bai Long to anyone, not even to friends you meet at school." Upon hearing Yi-Bai's words, Bai-Xian initially wanted to inquire why, but quickly suppressed her curiosity. Realizing that the matters at hand were far too complex, and knowing too much could be detrimental to her. Chapter 25. Meeting classmates. The young man who had defended Bai-Xian retained his memories for reasons unknown. As Yi-Bai and Bai-Xian passed him, Yibai appeared to notice something, glancing around the boy before stating, "You, come with us." Before the young man could react, Yibai had taken him by the hand and led him away. Along the way, Yibai remarked, "It seems your sister cares for you immensely, and not just in a casual manner." The young man fell silent, for he understood the depth of that concern. His memories had been preserved due to his sister's spirit resisting Yibai's memory erasure. The young man began to speak, but was promptly interrupted by Yibai. "Hold on, I'm not finished." Once the boy ceased his speech, Yibai continued, "I can allow you to keep your memories, but you must promise not to reveal the connection between Bai Long and us. Should you inadvertently disclose it, your sister's spirit will not be able to protect you." The young man nodded, remaining silent as he felt the atmosphere trembling, not from the air, but from his sister's spirit. Just as Yibai was about to leave, the young man called out, "My name is Cho Tian. What are your names?" After a brief contemplation, Yibai replied, "Yibai, by Xian." After acquiring the information he sought, Cho Tian proceeded to complete his registration, as he and Bai Xian were the same age. While heading to the registration area, Bai Xian could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "Brother, what exactly is your relationship with the Five Saints gang?" Yibai pondered for a moment before responding, "Are you familiar with the codename Yi?" Upon hearing the name, Bai Xian recalled snippets from her previous outings, where she had overheard a few individuals discussing this person. The words suggested that Yi had killed someone, reportedly a figure of authority. Yet the slain individual's superior had not intervened, leading to rumors that he was too intimidated to confront Yi. The deceased had apparently worked at a place called the Underground Boxing Club. Bai Xian was unclear about the power dynamics of the Underground Boxing Club and thus paid little heed. However, she had heard that Ye's combat prowess had reached an astonishing 800,000, and he was a significant figure within the Five Saints gang, capable of ousting the Qilin at any moment. "Do you have a connection with that person?" "Yes, but it's not something to be discussed lightly. Just remember, I am friends with Yi." Bai Xian nodded thoughtfully. However, she couldn't help but notice that Bai Long's demeanor towards Yi Bai seemed somewhat off, resembling that of a subordinate addressing a superior. Such a dynamic would be unusual for mere friends. She mused, listening to Bai Xian's unvoiced thoughts. Yibai felt it necessary to orchestrate an appearance by Yi after reconciling with the system. Revealing too much too soon would be detrimental to Bai Xian. Upon reaching the registration area, Yibai guided Bai Xian through the crowd to locate their respective classes. After a brief search, Bai Xian exclaimed, "Brother, I'm in Class 10 on the 3rd floor. I am in Class 5 on the 2nd floor." Bai Xian's class was situated just above the Night White building, allowing students to easily descend or ascend to converse after class. Upon entering their respective classrooms, a stark contrast in events unfolded. Night Bai first located his seat from the seating chart at the entrance, only to discover an empty classroom. After all, he and his peers had arrived early. Consequently, Night Bai settled into his seat and succumbed to slumber. In contrast, Bai Xian, upon returning to her class and finding it vacant, took the initiative to memorize the names associated with each seat for future interactions. Possessing a remarkable photographic memory, a skill inherited from Bai Yu, Bai Xian was endowed with this gift, while Night Yuan had not imparted any special talents to Night Bai. Meanwhile, the white dragon resting on Night Bai's shoulder slithered into his desk drawer. As the classroom filled, the white dragon roused Night Bai from his slumber. Observing the arriving students, Night Bai decided against resuming his nap, understanding the importance of leaving a good impression on his classmates. Night Bai's deskmate was a charming girl named Yu Qian, her flowing blue hair exuding beauty. Night Bai occupied a seat in the 4th group, positioned at the wall in the 4th row. The arrangement of seats would be determined by group points, with 4 students per group. Points would be calculated weekly, awarding 5 points for answering questions in class, 10 for being featured on the honor roll, and 20, 15, and 10 points for the top 3 students in class, respectively. Conversely, points would also be deducted, with the bottom 3 losing 20, 15, and 10 points. However, these matters held little significance for Night Bai, who remained indifferent. Once everyone had arrived, discussions commenced within the groups, with students introducing themselves or listening to others' introductions. Night Bai's group was surprisingly quiet, as he simply wished to refrain from speaking, while Yu Qian exhibited shyness or feelings of inadequacy. The other 2 members, witnessing the silence between Night Bai and Yu Qian, assumed they were difficult to approach and hesitated to speak, fearing they might say something inappropriate. Thus, the four exchanged glances of uncertainty. The student seated in front of Night Bai broke the silence. Let us introduce ourselves. I'll go first. My name is Chun Ku, and I enjoy playing basketball. After Chun Ku introduced himself, his deskmate, a girl, began her introduction. I'm Luo Chen, and I like to keep up with societal issues, such as conflicts between different gangs. All right, once you graduate, Night Bai, I'll definitely help you join the Five Saints gang as an informant. I am Yu Qian. I generally don't like to talk much and lack hobbies. While Yu Qian's introduction was straightforward and conventional, Night Bai's contribution was notably brief. He simply stated, I don't like to talk and have no hobbies, finishing in less than a second. Thus, Night Bai's group completed their introductions. They then proceeded to elect a group leader. I believe the leader should be the one with the best academic performance. Let us share our rankings, suggested Chun Ku. I'm ranked 94th in our grade. I'm 42 ND, responded Luo Chun, earning a thumbs up from Chun Ku. I'm ranked 2 indeed. Why Yu Qian's silence was soon shattered by her revelation that the top student, by Xin, had achieved a perfect score upon entering the school. With Yu Qian trailing behind by a full 21 points, the strength of Bai Xin was evident. At this moment, all eyes turned to Night Bai. Anticipating that his ranking would be equally surprising, Night Bai was taken aback, unaware of any examinations, as Night Yuan had neglected to inform him. I got in through connections, he stammered, even uncertain of his ranking. What? Echoed the group in unison. Night Bai, you got in through connections? Your family must be quite wealthy. Be sure to treat us. We'll rely on you for our group funds. My family insists I earn my own money during school, and they only provide for me after graduation. With that, Chun Ku adopted a beggar's pose, attempting to evoke Night Bai's sympathy. After all, Night Bai had plenty of money. It could simply be seen as a welcome gift for classmates at the semester's start. Moreover, Night Yuan had advised him to assist classmates when possible, provided it benefited him. Given the situation, a mere monetary contribution could earn him the goodwill of 3 classmates, which was indeed advantageous. All right, Night Bai acquiesced, and Chun Ku beamed with excitement. From now on, you're my brother, Night Bai. If anything comes up in society, just let me know, and I'll definitely assist you. Luo Chen chimed in, thank you. My family is quite well off. My monthly allowance suffices, and unless something unusual arises, I'll let you know if I need assistance. After expressing her gratitude, Luo Chen smiled at Night Bai. No need, thank you, replied Yu Qian, feeling bashful and reluctant to accept Night Bai's money, believing she was unworthy of it. If you need anything, just tell me. Repayment as the concern, Night Bai reassured, not pressuring anyone to accept his generosity, lest he be perceived as flaunting his wealth. As for societal assistance, Night Bai merely smiled and remained silent. Luo Chen and Chun Ku had some understanding of societal matters, while Yu Qian was the embodiment of modesty. Night Bai, in contrast, seemed like a living legend, though only the deceased could truly be called legendary. After familiarizing themselves with the group members, they unanimously agreed to appoint Yu Qian as the group leader, though she cast her vote for Luo Chen. Believing her more suited for the role, I can't do it. Let Luo Chen take the lead, Yu Qian said, a hint of self-doubt in her voice. Why Yu Qian, you must believe in yourself. Don't be so self-deprecating. Yes, Yu Qian, your excellent performance makes you the most suitable candidate for group leader. Night Bai remained silent, pondering how to communicate with the system, which had grown unresponsive. Encouraged by her peers, Yu Qian hesitantly replied, all right, I'll give it a try. That's the spirit. Yu Qian, you're definitely fit for this role. Yes, I also believe Yu Qian is the right choice for group leader. Thank you. I'll do my best. Once they had all acquainted themselves, the teacher entered the classroom to deliver her introductory address. I am Lian, your counselor for this semester. You may also call me Sister Lian. I am quite amicable and enjoy surfing the internet in my spare time. This university differs from typical institutions. Our teachers are all exceptionally talented and articulate. Moreover, the teaching methods here remain largely consistent with high school, with minimal changes. The counselor also serves as the homeroom teacher, personally instructing lessons. I'd like to call on a few students to share their thoughts on the new school, as well as any suggestions. With that, Lian retrieved a list and began calling names. Luo Chun, please stand and share your thoughts on the school and any suggestions you may have. Luo Chen pondered briefly before responding. When I first arrived on campus, I felt excitement and joy. For I had gained admission to my desired university, I am quite satisfied with all aspects of the school and have no suggestions. Following her statement, the class erupted in applause. Excellent presentation. However, I would still like to hear more suggestions from other students. After considering your input, the school will strive to enhance your experience and help you integrate into campus life more smoothly. Subsequently, Chunka raised his hand, eager to speak. Lien gestured for him to proceed. My suggestion is to relocate the cafeteria closer to the academic building. This morning, I noticed the cafeteria is quite far from our classrooms, and that's my suggestion. Changku's remarks elicited heartfelt admiration from nearly everyone in the class except for Night, Bai, and Yuqian. Indeed, I will advocate for this with the school, though it may take until next semester. In the meantime, I can request permission to allow food to be brought into the classrooms for distribution. This will not interfere with your regular meals. Lien's response prompted enthusiastic cheers from the majority of students. Long live Sister Lien. After one student initiated the chant, nearly everyone joined in, solidifying a sister-brother rapport between teachers and students. All right, everyone quiet down. You are free to discuss among yourselves for the remainder of the time. 9 o'clock, there will be an hour of free activity, during which you may explore or check out the clubs. After Lien finished speaking, she sat down at the podium, engrossed in her phone, chatting with her close friend. Lien, sister, what are you up to? Zhu Xian. I just finished training with my sister, and now I'm taking a shower. Lien, let me see. Zhu Xian. Image.jpg. Lien, so big, I'm envious. Zhu Xian. My sister's is even bigger than mine. Lien, I really don't understand how you and your sister grew to be so large. Unlike me, who has just a little. Zhu Xian. Let us not talk about that. How are you managing as a counselor lately? Lien, pretty well. The new students all have such unique personalities. Should I take a photo for you? Zhu Xian. No need. I'll visit your school in person when I have time. Lien, can you get in? Zhu Xian. Of course, I am the leader of the Zhuke gang. If I want to go, I can go freely. Lien. All right, I know you're impressive, but isn't it a bit inappropriate to come to school as the leader of the Zhuke gang? Zhu Xian. Then I'll just visit as a friend. Lien. Okay, I'll call you when the time comes. Let us not chat anymore. You go back to your business. Zhu Xian. Just as well, I've been assigned a task. They want me to take care of a group causing trouble near your school, so I can visit you too. Lien. After their conversation, Lien stretched, pondering what the students, who were getting to know each other, might be discussing. Brother, what do you usually do? I enjoy playing basketball and can also sing and dance. And I dabble in rap. Brother, you look a bit like a dear friend of mine. Really? On the other side, Chengku was chatting happily with his deskmate, while Luo-chan was having a great conversation with the person next to her. Yibai and Yuqian had no common topics. Yibai was preoccupied with thoughts on how to appease the system and enhance his physical strength. Meanwhile, Yuqian was wondering when her father would return. Yuqian's father was a scientist who had left her and her mother when she was very young, leaving behind a considerable fortune. Yuqian's mother never sought other men after her husband's departure. Her heart remained solely with Yuqian's father. In the same vein, Yuqian's father felt the same way, his heart belonging only to Yuqian's mother. Every year, he would write letters home to describe his research and progress. He only shared this information with Yuqian's mother and Yuqian with their consent. Otherwise, he would have kept such matters to himself. Chapter 26. Free activities. As soon as the bell rang at 9 o'clock, Lien stood up and said, "It's 9 o'clock now, be back before 10, and be careful not to get lost in school. My account is on the blackboard. If you get lost, add me, and I'll come to rescue you." Chengku walked over to the club recruitment area and immediately spotted the basketball club, quickly following the address to join. Luo Chen, on the other hand, found the mixed black society, yes, even that had a club. For those who might be eliminated needed a place to belong. Hence the mixed black society was there to teach others how to join them. Yuqian stayed in class, not going out. Leaving just her and Lien. Yibai had intended to check on by Xian upstairs, but he was swept downstairs by the crowd. Once he escaped the throng, Yibai found himself unable to retrace his steps. He had no choice but to look for an intriguing club on the playground. After searching for 10 minutes, he found a club called Dao Power Training. This club was organized by the school. And they had invited someone with a Dao power level of 500 to instruct the students. A Dao power level of 500 was more than sufficient to teach these students. Suddenly, Yibai realized he had forgotten about Bai Long in the classroom. But that was irrelevant. What mattered was that he was captivated by the Dao power training. He wanted to see if the training methods here could provide him with some inspiration, as professional guidance would surely yield better results than his brute force training. Bringing back these training techniques could elevate the overall Dao power level of his gang. Without further ado, he signed up for the club. The people around him looked at Yi Bai as if he were a fool. After all, the training in Dao power was not something just anyone could complete, yet Yi Bai dared to enroll. Was he not afraid of death? Yi Bai did not understand why those around him regarded him that way. But he paid no mind and followed the address to the Dao power training area. IT was located in the center of the playground, which was quite expansive, a full circle measuring 1,000 meters. Significantly larger than the standard 400-meter track. However, this was a dedicated track for Dao power training. Others engaged in physical exercises or other club activities needed to go to a different playground. Upon reaching the center of the playground, Yibai conveyed his intentions to the coach seated on the lawn. The coach looked at Yibai and said, "Please tell me your class, counselor's name. And your name so I can inform your counselor." Yibai quickly retrieved the necessary information from his memory and replied, "Class 5, Lien, Yibai." After sending the message to Lien, the coach told Yibai, "Since you're here, you can't leave now, go change your clothes." The coach gestured towards a direction, and Yibai followed his indication, noticing a pavilion with a door inside. Upon entering the pavilion, Yibai was suddenly enveloped in a sack. This was a prank that everyone in Dao power training played on newcomers. Yibai sensed no malice and thus did not resist. Once the sack was removed, he saw several individuals holding signs welcoming him to the Dao power training family. One of them approached Yibai and said, "Don't mind what just happened. That was our initiation ceremony." Yibai was speechless. Whose initiation ceremony involved putting someone in a sack? Had he sensed even the slightest hint of malice, he would have dealt with them ruthlessly. However, Yibai was unconcerned about any repercussions, as it was Night Abyss who had summoned him. Any trouble should be directed at Night Abyss, not at him. No worries. The ceremony is quite unique. Yibai glanced around, noting a mix of boys and girls, all dressed in lightweight training attire, with some heavier options available. Moreover, each training session required both genders to wear a chest patch, similar to the rationale behind marathon runners using them. This was simply to protect against injuries due to the intense training volume. There were also various joint protection gear, all of which were unavailable in the Five Saints gang, and Yibai noted everything down to share with Lin Tian later. "Ah, little brother, how adorable. Let me touch your face." A girl approached, attempting to touch Yibai's face. He quickly pulled away, ensuring his safety. Seeing Yibai retreat, the girl was unsurprised. She had anticipated his reaction. She then continued, "Little brother, my name is Lu Xian. You can call me Lu Jie, or just my name." Yibai never offered kindness to such individuals. Those who approached him to touch his face were surely not good people. If they dared to touch his face today, they would likely have no qualms about invading his personal space tomorrow. Yibai casually explored the area, discovering not only changing rooms but also showers, with very complete facilities, ensuring separation between genders to prevent any awkward encounters. Even if someone accidentally wandered into the wrong area, it would merely be attributed to exhaustion from training, as both boys and girls were too fatigued to think about anything else. They would simply assume the person was confused and had taken a wrong turn. The trainees, regardless of gender, had all seen each other by now. Girls would discuss which boys had attractive abs or were well endowed, while boys would talk about which girls had long legs, good figures, or were busted. In essence, any discussions worth having had already taken place. Everyone here was competitive, unwilling to be outdone, even the girls. Thus, there were quite a few girls participating in Dao power training, while most boys were single with the exception of Yibai, who was already part of Lin Tian's circle. A playful remark for self-preservation, Yibai received his training uniform, and after putting it on, he felt it could easily replace their usual training gear. He discreetly stowed a copy of this training attire in his system space, planning to have Lin Tian produce a large quantity of such materials later. By 10 o'clock, everyone had returned to their classrooms, except for those in Dao power training, as their training had only just begun. The coach had already informed the counselor, so there were no issues. As the training commenced, Yibai realized the approach here was entirely different from his usual brute force methods. While both were effective for the strong, the methods here were far more beneficial for the weaker participants. After 2 hours of training, Yibai had grasped the general content and resolved to have Lin Tian find someone to experiment with IT.AT1150. The coach allowed Yibai and the others to return to the classroom early. Since the Dao Power training uniform could also serve as regular clothing, Yibai returned to class still dressed in it. On the way back to class, someone draped an arm over Yibai's shoulder and said, "Brother, what's your name?" "I'm Jack, and I have a sister named Lanyu in class 10. She's very beautiful. Dio, you want me to introduce you?" Yibai was taken aback by Jack's blatant attempt to use his sister as a means to connect. And with a scowl, he replied, "Yibai, no need. Don't be so quick to refuse. Come on, let me take you to see my sister." As Jack spoke, he seized Yibai and dragged him towards class 10. At this point, the curriculum for each class had mostly concluded, and with merely 20 minutes until mealtime, the remaining time was left for free discussion. Jack, pulling the exceedingly reluctant Yibai, called out towards the window of class 5. "You do you like this?" Inside the classroom, the blue-haired Yu was engaged in a conversation when she heard Jack shout, her expression immediately darkening. Following the direction of his voice, she spotted Jack grinning at her. Bai Xian, who was gossiping with Yu, also turned to see Jack with his arm around Yibai's neck, waving enthusiastically, while Yibai displayed an unmistakable impatience to leave. Bai Xian felt an urge to laugh, but suppressed it. Unable to endure any further, Yibai broke free from Jack's grasp and headed upstairs. Realizing that continuing in such a manner was impolite, Jack returned to his class. Observing the two depart, both Yu and Bai Xian sighed in relief. "Bai Xian, let me tell you, my brother is such a fool. He has no shame, but I do feel shy," Bai Xian consoled. "It's all right. You the one being held is my brother. I think you too should give it a try." After saying this, Bai Xian gave a thumbs up, affirming her words. "Forget it. I have no interest in boys. I prefer girls with long legs, hee." Bai Xian gazed at you with disbelief in her eyes. And then, as if realizing something, hurriedly defended herself. "You are indeed acting strangely. Getting close to me must be for my body, you little lesbian." You chuckled at Bai Xian, causing her to feel somewhat uneasy under the scrutiny. You hee elsewhere. Keep your distance from me." Seeing Bai Xian's reaction, you laughed before saying, all right, I'm not interested in you. It was just a joke." Bai Xian, still skeptical, asked, Really? You gestured as if swearing to it." Bai Xian reluctantly accepted this. Upon returning to the classroom, Yibai was greeted by Lian, who remarked, "You're back, Yibai. Was the training exhausting?" Yibai shook his head. For him, it was merely a casual run, hardly qualifying as training. The fitted training attire accentuated his physique, allowing a glimpse of his abdominal muscles. As he settled into his seat, Yibai gently nudged Bai Long, who was napping in his desk drawer, to awaken him. Bai Long, initially thinking it was under attack, prepared to bite Yibai, but upon recognizing him, he quickly came to his senses. Yibai placed Bai Long on his shoulder and offered him some cat food. Bai Long, though highly reluctant, began to eat it. However, the cat food was specially prepared by Yibai, consisting entirely of meat in each bite. Bai Long quickly finished the meal. Yu Qian observed Bai Long, eager to pet him, yet hesitated, fearing a scratch. This was not due to shyness or insecurity, but sheer fear. Chun Ku, noticing Yu Qian's desire, spoke up. "Brother Yibai, can we pet this little cat?" Yibai shrugged indifferently and placed Bai Long onto the desk. Yu Qian tentatively stroked Bai Long's head before withdrawing her hand. Chun Ku and Luo Chen, however, were much bolder, petting Bai Long with abandon, not ceasing until a few minutes had passed, yet Bai Long had not lost a single hair. "Brother Yibai, what breed is your cat?" "It doesn't shed at all." "Yeah, my cat sheds so much, unlike yours, not a single hair, that's just a joke." Bai Long, in his cat form, corresponds to dragon scales in his dragon form. "So how could he shed?" "I found him." "I'm not sure." This was indeed correct. Bai Long had been discovered by Yibai from the Black Dragon King. For the remainder of the time, Chun Ku and Luo Chun persistently attempted to pluck Bai Long's fur, but to no avail. By the time mealtime arrived, as soon as class ended, the majority of the students rushed outside, with Yibai at the forefront. Indeed, Yibai was also competing for food. After all, no one knew him here, and he had to secure his meal. Those with lesser stamina could only queue at the back. "Brother Yibai, wait for me." While Yibai sprinted ahead, Jack trailed closely behind. They both arrived simultaneously at the dining area. Yibai came to a steady halt, while Jack, breathless, said, "Auntie, 2 servings, please." Jack received 2 servings, one for himself and one for Yibai, however, collected 5 servings. After all, his teammates lacked his speed and would undoubtedly struggle to eat. He also grabbed one for Xian. Just as Chen Ku, Luo Qin, and Yu Qin descended from the teaching building, they desperately pushed forward, exclaiming, "Oh no, there are still so many people ahead. We won't get hot food." Upon entering the cafeteria, they immediately spotted Yibai and the 4 servings of food beside him. The 4 of them sat as they did in class, with Yibai and Yu Qin on one side, and Chen Ku and Luo Chun on the other. While Yibai was eating, Jack stealthily approached and sat beside him. Observing the crowd, Yibai took a bite of his meal and activated his observation hockey to locate Xian. After a brief search, they both realized they could not find them. It seems they haven't arrived yet. Xian and you were still outside, having not yet entered the cafeteria. After a struggle, they finally managed to enter, only to find a line that seemed to stretch for eternity. Spotting you and Xian, Jack raised his hand and called out, "You over here? And your brother Yibai's sister? Your meals are already prepared." The 2 girls looked at the steaming servings with delight. Once seated, Xian and you expressed their gratitude to their respective brothers and began to eat. At that moment, the academically challenged, Yibai and Jack, were seated alongside the top achievers, Xian, Yu Qin, and Yu, who ranked first, second, and third, respectively. Yu, noticing Yibai more closely now, realized just how handsome he was. She nudged Xian with her leg. Xian turned to Yu, who gestured for her to check her phone. Upon opening her phone, Xian saw a message from Yu. "The moon is blue. Xian, your brother is quite handsome. Little Xian is feeling quite good. Of course, he is my brother." "The moon is blue. Xian, while I'm not interested in boys, your brother is not only handsome but possesses a certain beauty. I really like that." After reading Yu's message, Xian shot her a disdainful glance before looking back at Yibai. Realizing that Yu's words held some truth, little Xian is feeling quite good, indeed, but my brother doesn't seem to have any interest in you. The moon is blue. Ah, then I guess I'll just stick to girls with long legs. I think you fit that description perfectly. Little Xian is feeling quite good. No way. I'll ask him for you. Don't set your sights on me. With that, Xian cast another scornful look at you. Observing the 2 of them engaged in a covert discussion while simultaneously eating, Jack and Yibai suspected they were up to something. Yibai, utilizing his mind-reading ability, picked up on Xian's thoughts. "How should I tell my brother? This Yu is something else. Why can't she confess her feelings herself instead of making me do it? If I don't, she'll start targeting me." Yibai continued to listen to Yu's thoughts. "I hope Xian can make this happen. Otherwise, I'll have to settle for her." Hearing their inner musings, Yibai felt utterly distressed. After finishing his meal, he intended to leave immediately, but Jack suddenly pulled him aside, saying, "There's a place at the far end of the cafeteria that sells pet food. You might want to check it out." Upon hearing Jack's suggestion, Yibai remembered that he still had 3 kittens in his pet space waiting to be fed. Earlier, he had given them some meat, but it had not worked well since the kittens were too young and lacked the teeth to chew the meat properly. Yibai approached the pet food vendor and inquired, "What is suitable for kittens around 1 to 2 months old?" The vendor pondered briefly before responding, "Pet food and water should suffice. You can also feed them some milk." Taking the advice to heart, Yibai purchased some cat food and pure milk. He then placed everything into the pet space, which would automatically feed the animals, eliminating the need for him to do so manually. After returning to his seat and tidying up his tray, Yibai promptly headed back to the classroom. Before leaving, he also grabbed 2 apples from the school cafeteria, completely ignoring the sign that stated each person was allowed only 1. Seeing Yibai leave, the other 3 members of the group hurriedly finished their meals and took an apple each before dashing after him. Chapter 27. Provocation. Upon returning to the classroom, Yibai and his 3 companions discovered that only Lien remained. The others had yet to return, likely still queuing for food. as not everyone had a speedy team member like Yibai to assist them. Upon seeing Yibai and his friends return, Lian inquired, "Are you planning to be day students or boarders?" Holding a form, she addressed the 4 day students. Point 4 All 4 opted for day student status. Will you return home for the lunch break or stay in the school dormitory? Yibai considered that there was little difference between going home and staying here. Returning home would only lead to being lectured by Yi Yuan. Hence, he decided to remain at school until evening before heading home. In the school dormitory. The other 3, hearing Yibai's response, followed suit. In the school. Point 3 Lian pondered briefly before continuing. There are 3 dormitory buildings, one for boys, one for girls, and one for groups. Do you wish to be separated or stay together? Upon hearing this, everyone except Yibai appeared bewildered. Director, is it really okay for a mixed-gender group to stay together? Chunku was the first to inquire. The dormitory arrangements consist of 1 male and 3 female rooms, 2 male and 2 female rooms, as well as 3 male and 1 female rooms, all distinctly separated. Although they share the same building, the rooms are divided by gender. The keys to the female rooms will be entrusted to the girls, while the keys to the male rooms will be given to the boys. Should you all feel comfortable, you may also reside in the regular dormitory. Being adults, the school will not intervene in any matters apart from ensuring your safety, as long as you are willing. That is sufficient. Upon hearing Lian's words, the 4 fell into contemplation. Luo Qin and Yu Qian pondered the security of the dormitory doors. Chunku imagined what the dormitory might look like. Yibai contemplated how to efficiently convey the new training methods and materials for the training outfits to Lin Tian. How are your thoughts progressing? Lian's voice interrupted their musings, pulling them back to reality. I have no particular preference, Yibai responded first. I am quite eager to see what the dormitory looks like. I want to see it too, so do I. With unanimous agreement among the 4. The Nightby group decided to utilize the dormitory for their afternoon breaks starting tomorrow. The school would assign their dormitory accommodations by tomorrow, and for today, they were to rest in the classroom. Upon returning to their seats, Luo Chen asked, "Why do you all wish to stay in the group dormitory?" Chinka replied, "Don't you want to see what the group dormitory looks like? I am quite curious." Exactly, I am curious too. With that, the 2 turned their gazes towards Yibai and the others. I'm fine with wherever you choose to go, I'll follow your lead. The primary responsibilities of the Nightby group lay with Chunku and Luo Chen, while Yu Qian operated behind the scenes, and Yibai served as the muscle of the group. In simple terms, Chunku and Luo Chen proposed ideas, Yu Qian executed or supplemented them, and Yibai assisted with meals. I just realized, why do you have 2 apples? I wanted to take 2, but the lunch lady snatched them from me, Chunka remarked, observing the 2 apples in Yibai's hand. They didn't stop me, Yibai replied. Didn't stop you? More like they couldn't stop you. You just grabbed 2 and walked off without giving them a chance to react. It's nice to have connections. We can't even manage to get 2 apples, Chinku said enviously. Yibai scratched his head, unable to comprehend the advantage of having connections. In truth, without relying on Yi Yuan, Yibai could attend kindergarten if he wished. After all, no one would dare disregard the presence of the 5 Saints gang. Let us each share our experiences in the club, Luo Chun suggested to the 3. I have no objections. It's beneficial to discuss. Chunko concurred. Yibai and Yu Qian also expressed their agreement. I'll go first, Luo Chun said as he took the lead. In the club, I have become acquainted with many names of gang leaders, with the most formidable and largest being the 5 Saints gang. As Luo Chun mentioned the 5 Saints gang, Yibai was about to interject but was promptly silenced by Luo Chun. Do you understand the 5 Saints gang better than I do? Be quiet and let me speak. Yibai's attempt was abruptly cut off by Luo Chun. Let me share something with you. My brother is the leader of the White Tiger gang. You mustn't tell anyone else. I'm only sharing this with you, Luo Chun whispered to the 3. Yibai nodded, indicating his understanding, and thought about providing special treatment upon returning, recalling the name by Qi.Ye by message Lin Tian. Lin Tian, doesn't he, the leader of the White Tiger gang, have a sister named Luo Qin? A few seconds later, Lin Tian replied, yes, he mentioned that once his sister graduates, he would let her join our gang and asked me to facilitate things. How did you find out? Yibai responded. I am in the same school, class, and group as her. Lin Tian replied, got it? Dio, you need me to inform him? No need. Just take good care of him, Yibai instructed. Understood. Lin Tian closed his phone and went to find Bai Qi. Bai Qi, Come out for extra training. Kicking open the gang's door, Lin Tian announced loudly. The other members, initially curious about the commotion, promptly returned to their rooms to sleep upon seeing Lin Tian. Bai Qi? Surprised to see Lin Tian asked, Mr. Qilin, I just had extra training yesterday. Why another session today? Weren't you supposed to ease the entrance examination for your sister? If I let her off the hook, you will have to make up for it with extra training, Lin Tian replied matter-of-factly. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Bai Qi thought to herself, I should have known better than to ask Mr. Qilin for leniency. With a sigh, Bai Qi reluctantly agreed to Lin Tian's conditions for additional training. Meanwhile, far away in the school, Luo Chen sneezed, puzzled. Who's cursing me? Yi Bai quickly searched and deduced the identity of the culprit. Around 1 p.m., most of the class members returned, though a few were still absent due to late arrivals. However, Lien could wait no longer. She instructed the group leader and members to discuss where to spend their afternoon break. By 1:30 p.m., Lien had completed the tally of all groups regarding whether they would leave campus or stay in the dormitory. They were the first class in the entire school to finalize their arrangements. After confirming the details, Lien stood and declared, from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. is designated as break time. Aside from loud noise, you may do as you please, but no fighting or collisions are allowed with that. Lien made her way to the principal's office to submit the report. Once Lien left, Chen Ku and Luo Chun turned to each other and asked, What are your accounts? Let us add each other and hang out during the holidays. Yi Bai's account was 8319859881. After adding each other as friends, Luo Chun created a group chat, and the three of them added one another as friends. Yi Bai was cautious about adding others. Adhering to his belief that accounts can easily be hacked and are not secure, he maintained a skeptical view towards this form of communication. In serious situations, he would directly call Lin Tian instead of messaging him. Images you send are likely visible to the back end, Luo Chen remarked as he changed the group name to the chat group of the Trash Squad, a name that seemed exceedingly unimpressive. Gue Luo Xingchun. Let us go out and play this weekend. Imi Ba Gao Long Nin Shun. Sure, let us go out and play basketball this weekend. Luo Xing Gue Chun. Playing basketball is rather dull. Would you like me to take you to watch other gangs fight? 123. Let us skip that. It sounds dangerous. Luo Xing Gue Chun. Don't worry. We'll bring binoculars to watch some weaker gangs fight. It'll be safe. They won't be able to find us. 123. I still think it's unsafe. If we get caught, we're done for. Imi Ba Gao Long Nin Shan. I think it's worth a look. If we get caught, we can just run. I can help you escape. Yi Bai found their conversation amusing. Watching gang fights is not as simple as just observing. If discovered, there's no escape for you two fools. Yi Bai intended to end the chat but was interrupted by a message from Lin Tian. Not long before their conversation, the Five Saints gang encountered its first formidable adversary. A tall figure clad entirely in black approached the entrance of the Five Saints gang and forcefully kicked the door open. Bai Qi, who was training on the playground, noticed the disturbance and prepared to confront the intruder. However, before he could get close, he was sent flying. Despite being the weakest among the four, he still possessed 110,000 points of combat power, indicating that this intruder was no ordinary opponent. Noting the unusual situation, Zhu Xian arrived at the scene and, upon seeing Bai Qi sent sprawling, looked at the intruder with surprise. Who are you? State your name. Zhu Xian glared at the intruder with murderous intent. Dead men do not deserve to know my name. Let Qilin come out and fight me. Such arrogance. Zhu Xian drew her dagger, imbued with armed color hockey, and charged at the intruder. However, within moments, she was defeated. Inside, Lin Tian sensed Zhu Xian's defeat and donned his mask, unleashing his conqueror's hockey. Zhu Xian, feeling the overwhelming aura, immediately fled, realizing she was no longer capable of participating in the battle. The intruder also released his conqueror's hockey to confront Lin Tian, yet ultimately, Lin Tian's hockey proved superior. However, the outcome of the battle did not solely depend on whose hockey was stronger. It was a matter of inherent strength. Because Lin Tian's hockey was slightly more potent, he maintained an advantage throughout the confrontation. After several hours of intense fighting, Lin Tian emerged victorious, though he was left exhausted. Seeing the battle conclude, Zhu Xian brandished her dagger, intending to eliminate the intruder. Yet, Lin Tian intervened, sensing a terrifying presence locking onto them. one that surpassed even him by a significant margin. It was important to note that Lin Tian was no ordinary figure. Boasting a combat power of 420,000, to be stronger than him would suggest a combat power around 600,000, while the one he had just fought likely possessed around 410,000. Zhu Xian was puzzled as to why Lin Tian stopped her. But she understood that he would never let any enemy slip away. No matter the time, that individual would meet their demise. Let him go. Lin Tian reluctantly uttered these words, and the man seemed to have anticipated Lin Tian's response. So he spoke up. Qilin, this time I concede to you, but I assure you, next time I will emerge victorious. Await my return to pull you down from your pedestal. With that, the man was enveloped in a swirl of black smoke, and by the time it dissipated, he had vanished without a trace. Lin Tian, too, spat out a mouthful of blood. The injuries he sustained from the recent battle were quite severe. After all, he had been pitted against an equally matched opponent. And sustaining some wounds was inevitable for victory. Once his condition improved slightly, Lin Tian began to seek assistance. Brother Yi Bai, earlier a young man, came to cause trouble, and although I defeated him, I sustained significant injuries myself. I could have killed him, but I sensed someone with at least 600,000 in Dao power was protecting him from behind, so I refrained from letting Zhu Xian intervene. Yi Bai, ensuring that no one could overhear their conversation, replied, Do you know their origins? I have no idea, not even his name. The man was clad in black, and the one behind him remained concealed, leaving me utterly clueless. Yi Bai pondered for a moment before saying, I'll drop by this afternoon. All right, Lin Tian acknowledged. After their discussion, Yi Bai deleted their chat history and then added Lian on WeChat. At that moment, Lian was engaged in a conversation with Zhu Xian. Hey Lian, some troublemakers just came and caused a ruckus, damaging a lot of things. Are you all right? Lian asked with concern. I sustained a few minor injuries. Nothing serious, just be cautious. It seems that the gang near your school might strike again soon. Don't worry, things have been quite peaceful lately. No one has caused trouble at school. True, but we still need to take action. It seems that group provoked someone they shouldn't have, which led to the White Dragon's pursuit. It was not Lin Tian who issued the order to Zhu Xian, but rather the White Dragon, as Lin Tian was unaware of the events transpiring here. All right, I have to go. A student just added me, and I need to respond. Yi Bai changed his nickname to his real name, as his current ID could easily lead to misunderstandings. After all, only a few members of the Five Saints gang bore such names. After adding him, Lian inquired, What's up? Is there something you need? I'm going to take a leave this afternoon, Yi Bai replied. Okay, come to my office later to pick up the leave form. Thus, Yi Bai successfully secured his leave. Shortly thereafter, Lian sent him the address of her office. Yi Bai addressed his group. I'm taking leave this afternoon. I might not make it back in time. The three looked at Yi Bai in confusion, questioning what had transpired. However, such matters were not for discussion. After bringing the White Dragon along, Yi Bai followed the directions to Lian's office. Upon receiving the leave form, he hurried toward the school gate. As soon as they exited the gate, both Yi Bai and the White Dragon glared with murderous intent at the three security guards stationed there. Once they reached a deserted area, Yi Bai donned his mask and teleported to Lin Tian's recovery location. Zhu Xian and Zhu Qi, who were attending to Lin Tian, rushed to embrace Yi Bai's arms upon his arrival. After breaking free from their grasp, Yi Bai asked, Were you fighting outside? Yes, right outside. Let me take you there, Lin Tian replied, attempting to rise. However, as soon as he stood up, he collapsed toward Yi Bai due to the severity of his leg injury. Had it not been for the mask, Lin Tian would have directly kissed Yi Bai. If it had been just the two of them, Yi Bai could have managed, but with so many others present, it was quite awkward. Once the White Dragon transformed into his humanoid form, he supported Lin Tian and teased, What happened to you? I leave for a few years, and you end up like this? Seeing Lin Tian in such a state brought immense joy to the White Dragon. It wasn't you who fought that guy, so of course, you're unscathed. That fellow is far stronger than you. Had you faced him, you would have been down for the count. The White Dragon chose not to continue the argument, for Lin Tian's statement held merit, and he could not counter it. He assisted Lin Tian to the site where the battle had taken place. Yi Bai instructed everyone to step back 20 meters before crouching down and placing his hands on the ground. The eyes of the mask radiated a golden light, and the scene began to shift. Replaying the events from the moment Zhu Xian drew her dagger and Lin Tian intervened. As the footage froze, Yi Bai walked up to the man's presence, and the right eye of the mask emitted a yellow glow once more. Subsequently, Yi Bai gleaned the information he sought. The individual who had fought Lin Tian was named Huang Tianqin. Although Yi Bai was unable to discern the location of the person behind him, he did not need to. He already knew his information. The man behind him was named Tang Huoming, and his subordinate was the one-eyed brother who had been slain by the White Dragon. Through some special methods, they discovered that the Five Saints gang was involved, which prompted Huang Tianqin to stir trouble with them. The reason for not confronting them directly stemmed from fear of Yi Bai, whose Dao power was at 710,000. Although he had never witnessed Yi Bai's true strength, he was still intimidated by the rumors that claimed Yi Bai's Dao power had reached 800,000. However, these were mere rumors. Yi Bai's true Dao power was only 600,000, yet he was more than capable of dealing with them. The myth of 800,000 arose from Yi Bai's earlier challenge to the underground boxing arena's headmaster while under the guise of Yi. The headmaster's confirmed power was 830,000, and he was friends with Yi Yuan, yet they were also bitter rivals. Upon learning that Yi Bai was Yi Yuan's son, he graciously agreed to a sparring session and even gifted Yi Bai an unlimited black card. However, this was not the primary reason for the inflated rumor of Yi Bai's Dao power. That was merely discussed in the headmaster's office. What spread was the tale of Yi Bai, with a then Dao power of 540,000, matching the headmaster in a draw, and it seemed that the headmaster did not hold back, which was indeed the case at that time. No one knew Yi Bai's exact Dao power, hence the rumor of 800,000 emerged. As Chapter 28, titled Gathering Information, unfolds. Just as Yi Bai prepared to investigate further, he found himself too fatigued to continue using his abilities. When the mask's glow dimmed, Yi Bai sank to one knee. He could only wield his self-created domineering ability while wearing the mask, having transformed an ordinary mask into a divine artifact, a clever ruse on Yi Bai's part to catch others off guard. With a name in hand, he could track the individual's whereabouts. Even if he couldn't find them, he had other means. Zhu Xian approached to help Yi Bai to his feet and asked, "Did you see anything?" Yi Bai shook off Zhu Xian's support, swayed slightly, and then steadied himself, stating, "Huang Tianqin, Tang Huoming, and Stenata Chun is the name of the one-eyed man, but he is already deceased." Yi Bai added. The White Dragon reflected on the one-eyed man and remarked, "Brother Yi Bai, Miss Bai Xian may be in danger now because the one-eyed man's death is connected to her. Although we don't know how they obtained this information, it would be wise to ensure her safety." Yi Bai considered the White Dragon's words, but then recalled that the protective umbrella of the school seemed rather formidable. So he opted not to intervene, believing their reach was limited and no need. Their hands aren't that long. You all investigate Tang Huoming's territory, but do so discreetly. Money isn't an issue, Yi Bai commanded before departing. Lin Tian then dispatched trusted individuals to gather intelligence on Tang Huoming's domain. After leaving, Yi Bai did not rush back. Instead, he headed straight for the boxing arena's headquarters. He knocked on the office door. "Come in." A robust voice emanated from within, exuding a sense of security. Upon entering, the man expressed mild surprise. "What brings you here, Yi?" "Looking for a spar. My back is acting up, so I can't train right now. But if you wish, you can find your father instead." Yi Bai shook his head and replied, "Uncle Dong, I need information on someone named Tang Huoming." The man, known as Dong Qiansheng, pondered for a moment before responding. "I've heard of him. What do you want with him on Shintian Road? Our relationship is not amicable. He brought people to my territory and injured several of my brothers. I'm planning to wipe them out." Dong Qiansheng was slightly taken aback, but then asked, "Do you need my assistance?" Yi Bai shook his head, indicating that the situation did not necessitate Dong Qiansheng's intervention. After obtaining the information, Yi Bai prepared to leave. But Dong Qiansheng called out, "Wait a moment, come play a game of chess with me." Dong Qiansheng set up a chessboard in pieces he had seemingly produced from thin AI art. Yi Bai was taken aback. He did not know how to play chess. He was only familiar with Go Bang, while Go was utterly beyond him. Although Yi Bai intended to decline, the stakes were too enticing. A game worth 500 million was hard to resist, especially since Yi Bai's total assets amounted to just over 2 billion. along with an unlimited black card. Reluctantly, he sat down to play. After losing 7 games, Yibai managed to win 3.5 billion, effectively doubling his assets, and he also learned a great deal in the process. Thank you for your guidance. Yibai expresses his gratitude here. Yibai bowed and thanked him before departing. Upon returning to the gang, Lin Tian and the others had been waiting for quite some time. The moment Yibai arrived, he declared, "Chun Tian Road, gather the people and let's go." Upon hearing Yibai's command, the 3 individuals sprang into action, and Lin Tian was swiftly healed from his injuries by Yibai's restorative abilities. After a brief wait of 10 minutes, the majority of the combat-capable members of the Five Saints gang had assembled. Poised for battle, whispers circulated among them, as many had heard of Yibai, yet none had laid eyes upon him. Not even the leaders of the 3 factions had encountered him. Rumors spoke of Yibai as a formidable figure. With none who had crossed him still alive to tell the tale, Lin Tian briefed the assembly on their destination and mission. Just moments ago, an adversary had attacked their gang, injuring several of their brethren. Could they tolerate such an affront? Absolutely not. What then shall be done? They must eliminate them all. Excellent. Those who dare to disturb the Five Saints gang shall pay the ultimate price. Death. Chun Tianlu, lead the charge. With the command issued, the group erupted with fervor, as if a switch had been flipped, igniting their bloodlust. Lin Tian took the lead to confront Tang Huoming, while Yibai concealed himself in the shadows. Despite Lin Tian's orders to keep this operation under wraps, some could not resist divulging the news to their friends and family. Thus, word spread rapidly, and soon, many in the streets became aware that the Five Saints gang was preparing to strike against Chen Tianlu. News that did not go unnoticed by Chen Tianlu's associates. Report. Boss, we have just learned that Qilin is leading the Five Saints gang against us. Tang Huoming was taken aback, not expecting retaliation to come so swiftly. And he quickly inquired, is he also involved? It appeared there were no signs of Yi, nor had the reports mentioned him. Doubts lingered in Tang Huoming's mind, as those who disseminated the information likely spoke in hushed tones. He had heard that Yi was decisive and unyielding. Any threat to the gang would surely draw his eye, or it was well known that Yi or Qilin would impose severe penalties for actions detrimental to the gang, leaving no room for doubt regarding the authenticity of the news. After all, no one dared to fabricate tales about the Five Saints gang. Immediately, he ordered increased defenses and contacted Dong Qiansheng for assistance. Dong Qiansheng was the only ally he could think of, as their relationship had remained amicable. I have a poor rapport with him, Dong Qiansheng remarked to his assistant. Once comrades in the same gang, they had fought and trained together frequently. However, a rift had formed between them due to past grievances, yet both had agreed to assist each other with one matter. Given their shared history, 30 years had passed without an opportunity to fulfill such a promise. But now, Tang Huoming found himself in dire need. Meanwhile, Dong Qiansheng instructed his assistant, I have business to attend to. If anyone calls, tell them I'm in contract negotiations and won't be available for a day. Regardless of who it is, even if it's Yi Yuan himself. The assistant nodded and remained stationed. Dong Qiansheng then retreated to his quarters to rest. Upon calling Dong Qiansheng, Tang Huoming was informed that he was occupied with business and would not be available for a day, prompting him to exhale in exasperation. He had considered the possibility that Dong Qiansheng was reluctant to confront Ye's wrath and thus hesitated to get involved, but upon reflection, Tang Huoming dismissed the notion. If anyone understood Dong Qiansheng, it was undoubtedly him. Even after their falling out, he could not simply stand by and watch an old friend be slaughtered, unless he had been bribed. Yet, to his knowledge, the assets of the Five Saints gang amounted to only a few billion. It was implausible that they could afford to bribe Dong Qiansheng. Thus, he reasoned that Dong Qiansheng was indeed engaged in legitimate business dealings. Tang Huoming lamented his misfortune, placing his hope in the possibility that the rumors were false. He had not fought Dong Qiansheng to a standstill, nor did he possess an impressive combat power of 80. Meanwhile, at school, Luo Qin and her peers had caught wind of the news. Goodness, the Five Saints gang is set to confront Chen Tianlu. How could Chen Tianlu have provoked them to the extent of mobilizing Qilin alongside the 4 major factions? Luo Qin was incredulous. In the past, those who had offended the Five Saints gang had faced only 1 or 2 members at most. Never had she witnessed such a united front. Yet, her concern for her brother's safety weighed heavily on her mind. She quickly sent a message to Bai Qi. Luo-chun, brother, someone has leaked your whereabouts. Many are now aware. Please be cautious. Upon receiving the message, Bai Qi hesitated before his anger surged. After showing the message to Lin Tian, who was furious, he realized that this was not the time for reckoning. Such matters could be addressed after the battle. In the shadows, Yibai felt his phone vibrate and noticed Luo-chun's mention of him in the group chat. Luo-chun, Yibai, are you aware? The Five Saints gang is going after Chen Tianlu. It's a pity I'm not there. I wish I could witness it firsthand. Luo-chun, I want my brother to record a video for me. But I'm worried he might get hurt. Chung-ke, I suggest you refrain from sending that message. I need to sleep. And your phone's vibrations are shaking me. In the office, Lian observed the exchange and relayed a similar message to Zhu Xian, echoing Luo-chun's sentiments. Bai Qi, upon reading Luo-chun's request for a video, was momentarily stunned. Sister, brother, could you record a video for me? I want to see the battle unfold. Bai Qi's lips twitched. Though his mask concealed his expression, he initially intended to refuse outright but reconsidered. This could serve to deter Luo-chun from joining the gang, as doing so would mean stepping onto the battlefield. He was unaware of her abilities or whether her interest was merely a fleeting whim. Should she lose interest upon joining and neglect her training, Lin Tian's punishment would be no trivial matter. He was known for his severity. Bai Qi believed that the brutal realities of the battlefield could dissuade Luo-chun from pursuing such ambitions, though whether he could record the video would depend on Lin Tian's response. Upon informing Lin Tian, he too appeared conflicted. This was not a decision he could make unilaterally. He turned to the concealed Yibai, who finally emerged and stated, if you wish to record, then do so. No one will stop you. However, should this cause you to underperform, you will face 3 hours of water torture upon your return. Yibai then turned to address the others. Anyone who leaked our current operation will face 10 minutes of water torture. Though Yibai had been unaware that their movements had been compromised, Luo-chun's message served as a timely reminder. Understood, he acknowledged before retreating into the shadows, reasoning that remaining hidden might allow them to catch their adversaries off guard. Bai Qi messaged Luo-chun, it's permissible, but you should refrain from showing it to others, as it may be quite gruesome. Luo-chun, no problem. After sending the message, Bai Qi activated his phone's recording feature and secured it at his waist to prevent it from falling. After walking for several dozen minutes, Lin Tian spotted a road sign that read, 500 meters ahead to Chen Tianlu. Informing everyone that they were just 500 meters from their destination, Lin Tian also heightened their vigilance. Given the time elapsed, it was likely the enemy had already laid an ambush. Lin Tian's thoughts were not misplaced, yet he had not considered that Yibai remained concealed. Those who had been monitoring them had already been dealt with by Yibai. Upon entering Chen Tianlu's territory, Lin Tian soon felt his imposing aura suppressed, a capability reserved for those of higher standing. Though the reduction was minimal, only a few thousand combat points, and thus not significantly impactful, suddenly, a breathtaking display of Conqueror's Haki surged forth, counteracting Tang Huoming's suppression. This was none other than Yi by unleashing his full might. The resulting Conqueror's Haki resonated through the school and reached Dong Qiansheng. Dong Qiansheng marveled at the overwhelming power, astonished that such strength had been wielded by Yi Bai. Meanwhile, Luo-chun and her classmates, eagerly awaiting Bai Qi's video, were rendered speechless by the sheer force of the Haki. The slumbering Chung-ke was abruptly awakened by the overwhelming presence of Yi Bai's aura. Rain Xian, feeling frightened, instinctively drew closer to Yi Bai's desk, as if seeking his protection. It must have already begun, Luo-chun stammered, reflecting on the intimidating essence of the Five Saints gang's Haki. She surmised that it was likely Qilin's Conqueror's Haki. Knowing that Chen Tianlu was over 10 kilometers away, the transmission of such power was astounding, highlighting Lin Tian's extraordinary strength. However, Lin Tian's Conqueror's Haki could only barely reach the school, where the students felt a chill. As though a gust of wind had swept through, those closest to Yi Bai, including Lin Tian and his companions, were intentionally shielded from the full brunt of the Haki, yet they still found themselves taken aback by its overwhelming might. The sheer intensity of the Haki was beyond comprehension, truly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Not far away, Tang Huoming also sensed the Haki and was momentarily stunned. While he too possessed Haki, it paled in comparison to Yi Bai's. Damn it, Is this the level of hockey mastery achieved by the developer? Tang Huoming's voice betrayed a mix of reluctance and astonishment. Moreover, he realized that his observation hockey had inexplicably ceased to function, leaving him perplexed. Soon, Lin Tian's group confronted Tang Huoming's forces, though they did not immediately engage in battle. Instead, they exchanged pleasantries. "How has your health been recently, Tang?" "Quite well, and how about you, Lin?" "Everything is fine, but a few hours ago, someone came to my place and caused a disturbance, injuring me. I wonder if that person is with you." Tang Laoyud. Lin Tian's words were laden with a strong sense of hostility, and his dissatisfaction with Tang Huoming was evident. "The person is with me, but I cannot hand him over to you." Lin Tian let out a cold snort. "Old Deng, stop speaking of useless matters. This time next year will mark your day of mourning." With that, Lin Tian's conqueror's hockey was unleashed. Tang Huoming initially intended to take action against Lin Tian, but from the shadows, Ye Bai suddenly charged forward, catching him off guard. Tang Huoming never expected Ye Bai to be soaring high above, flying even higher than an airplane. Even from several kilometers away, the intensity of the conqueror's hockey was palpable. Ye Bai's fists, infused with flowing cherry blossoms, landed blow after blow on Tang Huoming's face, but Tang Huoming was no slouch either. After fiercely repelling Ye Bai, he quickly regained his footing. Staring in astonishment at Ye Bai, Tang Huoming was taken aback, unable to fathom that Ye Bai's punches possessed a penetrating force. At that moment, he was already experiencing signs of a cerebral hemorrhage. He realized he must resolve this swiftly, otherwise, defeat was inevitable. Witnessing their leader's plight, Tang Huoming's subordinates felt their morale plummet, while Ye Bai's side surged with confidence. Tang Huoming commanded them to engage in battle with their adversaries. At that moment, Ye Bai faced Tang Huoming, Lin Tian confronted Huang Tianchen, and Bai Long battled another general from Tang Huoming's ranks, while the remaining 4 leaders of various factions selected their opponents from among the 4 minor lords across the battlefield. The war was now fully ignited. Chapter 29. The war commences. Ye Bai dominated the fight against Tang Huoming, not due to Tang Huoming's weakness, but because Ye Bai possessed the ability to foresee and kill, rendering Tang Huoming unable to utilize his observation hockey. Moreover, Ye Bai boasted boundless stamina. As long as he refrained from using his self-created hockey, his energy was limitless. The void blade materialized from thin air in Ye Bai's hand. One of his self-created hockey techniques, imagination. At that moment, the mask on Ye Bai's face emanated a radiant white light as he hurled the blade, which shattered into countless fragments. As he reassembled them, the void blade affixed itself to Ye Bai's arm. By channeling his armament hockey into the void blade, Ye Bai re-engaged Tang Huoming in combat. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had also begun his clash with Huang Tianchen. At this juncture, Huang Tianchen had yet to recover from his injuries, for he had been the loser in his previous battle with Lin Tian, and the wounds of the defeated were always more grievous than those of the victor. Huang Tianchen had merely consumed a few energy bars before confronting Lin Tian. In the skirmish, he was utterly overwhelmed by Lin Tian, not even possessing the strength to retaliate. Lin Tian's fists fell upon him like a relentless storm, as if taunting, "What's become of your bravado? Without your backing, you're merely a songstress." Before long, Huang Tianchen's consciousness faded. Indeed, he had been reduced to a vegetative state by Lin Tian's assault. Bored by the outcome, Lin Tian shifted his gaze to the individual battling Bai Long. Channeling his hockey into his fist, Lin Tian unleashed a wave of energy that sent both Bai Long and his opponent flying. "For heaven's sake, can you aim better? Do I even need your assistance? Get lost and help someone else," Bai Long bellowed from the skies. Infuriated with Lin Tian, acknowledging his lack of precision, Lin Tian departed. The 2 combatants stood their ground, both weary, gazing at one another. Bai Long's combat power in dragon form stood at a mere 390,000, while his opponent was not far behind, hovering around 370,000. Their battle was fiercely contested, and notably, the opponent was a woman. During the fight, she managed to knock Bai Long's mask off, and upon seeing his handsome visage, she was momentarily stunned, lamenting, "How unfortunate that such a striking figure is on the opposing side. Is there any chance if I were to betray and join you?" Just as Bai Long was about to erupt in anger, he restrained himself. Observing her earnest demeanor, Bai Long found himself in a quandary. recalling Yebai's advice. If a formidable foe sought to surrender, do not kill them. Rather, keep them alive and assess their sincerity after the battle. However, this was a battlefield, and allowing a powerful enemy to roam free could lead to dire consequences. Keeping her under watch would diminish Yebai's side's fighting strength, albeit the opposing side would similarly lose one, yet Yebai's faction would ultimately suffer. At this moment, Bailong found himself in a dilemma. Suddenly, an idea struck him. You must eliminate the opponents of our other 4 factions, and then I shall trust you. Bailong, oh Bailong, are you not afraid she might suddenly attack the leaders of the other 4 factions? As expected, she did not betray them. Instead, she diligently dispatched the 4 foes. Tang Huoming's men, witnessing her defection, felt their morale plummet even further than before. Tang Huoming, engaged in battle with Yebai, was drawn to the commotion. Completely blindsided by the betrayal of his most trusted henchman, focusing on me while battling is not a wise practice, Yebai admonished as he thrust a blade toward Tang Huoming. However, Yebai's voice alerted Tang Huoming just in time. Reacting swiftly, Tang Huoming evaded, but not without sustaining a scratch. Each time he was struck by the void blade, he would permanently lose a portion of his combat power until the wounds healed. And these lost powers would energize the void blade. Currently, Tang Huoming had already lost tens of thousands of combat power. This war would not last beyond 2 hours, for the high-ranking combatants on Tang Huoming's side had all perished. One turned into a vegetative state. Another had betrayed him. At this moment, Tang Huoming felt an urge to weep, yet he retained a shred of pride, a final remnant of his dignity. Do I regret standing up for that one-eyed fool? I, Tang Huoming, have never regretted my actions. If you wish to kill me, then come and try. With that declaration, Tang Huoming unleashed all his combat power. Yebai understood. Tang Huoming was preparing to self-destruct. Everyone, retreat, Yebai shouted urgently to the crowd behind him. But it was too late. Before his words could fully resonate, the sound of an explosion reached Yebai's ears. He hastily summoned his stamina and haki, and the mask on his face radiated a kaleidoscope of light. The energy emitted from the explosion suddenly halted. One could say the explosion was suspended by Yebai. Moments later, the explosive energy surged back into Tang Huoming's body and the instigator of this chaos. Tang Huoming gazed at Yebai in disbelief, muttering, "Impossible. The power of a god." Tang Huoming's will to fight evaporated completely. The ability to distort time and reverse it within a specific area. What else could this be but divine? Amidst the domain of the dark god, a pair of glowing eyes emerged from a cloud of black mist, murmuring, "After a century, someone has finally reached this level. I have waited far too long." With those words, the being closed its eyes once more. Yebai did not afford him the time to self-destruct again, for he had exhausted his stamina and could not wield such power again. Watching Tang Huoming's head tumble to the ground, Yebai finally sank to the ground, gasping for breath. The onlookers were utterly dumbfounded by the spectacle. Distorting time was clearly beyond human capability. At that moment, their gazes toward Yebai were filled with reverence. They had not realized they were following a deity. After catching his breath, Yebai rose and addressed the crowd. "I am not a god. This is merely one of my abilities." Albeit with significant limitations, the crowd nodded in acknowledgement, yet disbelief lingered. Only Lin Tian comprehended the immense toll this technique had taken on Yebai. He had rarely seen Yebai panting for breath, except for a recent occasion. And this was undoubtedly one of Yebai's most exhausting moments. Previously, Yebai had managed to remain standing, but this time he collapsed to the ground. Lin Tian, more aware than anyone else of Yebai's true nature, understood that he would never show weakness in front of his subordinates, let alone sit on the ground gasping for air. Lin Tian was certain that even if Yebai had a shred of stamina left, he would not simply sit down. After hours of exerting similar abilities, Yebai had only knelt momentarily, catching his breath. Lin Tian rushed forward to assist Yebai, but Yebai shoved him aside, struggling to rise. "All who wish to surrender, step forward. Those unwilling shall face punishment." The term punishment referred to a form of ancient execution, wherein flesh was meticulously scraped from the body with a blade, each slice no thicker than a centimeter. However, Yebai's method was more refined. with each slice fixed at 5 millimeters, an excruciating thickness, yielding the most pain while being the hardest to endure. Too thin, and the victim would feel little pain initially. Too thick, and death would come too swiftly. Thus, this particular thickness was the most terrifying. Yet, witnessing Yebai's capabilities, they understood that following such a leader would guarantee at least the status of a county ruler. Only a handful of those utterly loyal to Tang Huoming refrained from surrendering. A total of 7 individuals were to face punishment, with 1 sentenced to dismemberment. Yebai had no time to oversee the executions. He needed to return to school promptly. Though he had taken the afternoon off, he could not risk returning, for Night Yuan would surely retaliate. Yebai stood no chance against Night Yuan, who would undoubtedly overpower him. Moreover, he had taken leave under the pretense of Whiteheart, and no one had informed her of his absence. Before departing, Yebai cast a glance at the traitorous individual who had betrayed Tang Huoming and remarked, "You are a traitor, not a surrenderer. Your actions must be scrutinized. Go and eliminate Tang Huoming's other forces." Having spoken, Yebai provided her with an address, which was that of the 5 Saints gang. Just as she was about to leave, Zhu Exine called out to Yebai, "Wait a moment, elder brother Yi. Bai Long asked me to deal with a local influence near his school, and I need to take care of that. Additionally, I would like to visit my friend's school. Yebai acquiesced to Zhu Exine's request. He was no longer inclined to waste time. With one hand, he lifted Bai Long and teleported away. At this moment, Yebai stood at 1.80 meters, while Bai Long, in his dragon form, was 2 meters tall. However, Bai Long had reverted to his human form, measuring only 1.70 meters. Thus, Yebai was still able to carry him. In the darkness, Bai Long transformed into a cat, resting on Yebai's shoulder, as Yebai stowed his mask away in the system's space. Bai Qi also sent the video to Luo Chen, ensuring that any accidental footage of Bai Long's visage was obscured. Upon arriving at the school gate, Yebai returned the leave request form to the security guard, clarifying that he was not tardy but rather a student returning from absence. As Yebai entered the classroom, he fortuitously arrived just as class was ending, leading into the afternoon's free activity period. Coincidentally, Bai Qi's video had also been sent. Bai Qi warned, "Don't show it to anyone. If it gets out, we're both doomed." Luo Chen replied, "Understood. I won't share it." Despite this assurance, he still invited Chen Ku and Yu Qian to watch. At that moment, Luo Chen noticed the returning Yebai and exclaimed, "Yebai is back. Come here. I have something exciting to show you." Luo Chen, with an air of mystery, beckoned Yebai over, who suspected the exciting thing was indeed the video sent by Bai Qi. Yebai sat down and was compelled to lean over the desk along with the other 3 to watch the video. The initial walking segment was hastily viewed by Luo Chen and fast forward. She dared not skip any parts, fearing she might miss something crucial. Upon witnessing Yebai unleash the Conqueror's Haki to shatter Tang Huoming's constraints over the others, they all understood that this was the legendary Haki emanating from Yi, who was reputed for his prowess. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, the legendary Yi was being pinned down by Yu Qian. Meanwhile, Yebai could only catch glimpses of the unfolding events, unable to see the entirety of the scene. Even through the phone, they could faintly sense the overwhelming pressure of the Conqueror's Haki. When they saw Yebai send Tang Huoming flying, their adrenaline surged once more. Witnessing Lin Tian's release of the Conqueror's Haki, they perceived him as a natural leader, akin to a madman like Adolf. As Bai Qi engaged in combat with Tang Huoming's subordinates, Luo Chen silently cheered for her, albeit with concern. Yet, when Bai Qi's opponent was slain by the traitor, they collectively exhaled in relief, followed by Luo Chen's complaints. "How could that person betray us and steal my brother's head? It's utterly despicable. And why was Bai Long's face obscured?" From his perch on Yebai's shoulder, Bai Long sighed in relief at not having his identity revealed. Having feared being exposed by Bai Qi, he had not misjudged Bai Qi. She was indeed a person of promise. However, the graphic violence of Bai Qi slaughtering the minions left them all aghast. Yu Qian clung tightly to Yebai, though he was still pinned down. When they heard Yebai remark, "It is unwise to be distracted while battling," they were captivated by his confidence, though only Yebai felt a twinge of awkwardness. Yet, he pondered, what connection did Ye's actions have to him? As they witnessed Tang Huoming preparing to self-destruct, tension filled the air. Luo Chen envisioned the state in which Bai Qi would send her video after enduring such an attack. Yi Bai's mask emitted a kaleidoscope of colors, and as they gazed deeper, they discovered everything had reverted to its original state. Just as Yi Bai severed Tang Huoming's head, the video abruptly ended before Yi Bai could even settle to the ground. Following the viewing, the quartet shared their thoughts. Luo Chen commented, "Intense. I can't wait for more." Chunko added, "Gory, captivating. Please record more." Wai Yu Chen remarked, "Too bloody. Not appealing." To Wai Yi Bai could only remain silent. I believe Ye's final handling was somewhat lacking. Had he not uttered that phrase, he might have plunged that strike directly into Tang Huoming's heart. Hearing Yi Bai's Anna the coach, deep in thought, nodded contemplatively before speaking. "You can watch Lian Jia's friend from the stands over there. If you feel thirsty, you can grab something from the cooler beside it." The coach gestured towards the stands and then pointed at the icebox nearby. "Thank you," Zhu Xian replied gratefully, distancing herself from Yi Bai and settling into the stands to observe his training with keen interest. As the training progressed, rain suddenly began to fall, prompting Zhu Xian to change her viewing location to a sheltered spot. Most of the male trainees had removed their shirts, revealing their chiseled abs. With the exception of Yi Bai, Zhu Xian, not catching a glimpse of Yi Bai's abdominal muscles, muttered in disappointment, "It's a pity not to see brother Yi Bai sabs.it. Seemed as though Yi Bai had heard her." Suddenly turning to look at Zhu Xian, who was startled and quickly sent a mental message. "No, that's not what I meant. Oh, do you really want to see?" He teased. "No, not at all. I truly have no desire to see." Despite initially intending to ignore her and resume training, Yi Bai was compelled by a few shirtless peers to follow suit. Zhu Xian thought to herself, "This is a divine gift." She gazed at Yi Bai with an intensity that suggested she might devour him whole. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her scrutiny, Yi Bai was nonetheless pulled into training. Watching him radiate youthful vigor, Zhu Xian felt a surge of springtime emotions. Yet, she was aware that she was nearly 30, while Yi Bai was merely 20, 10 years her junior. Although it is often said that a woman 3 years older can bring prosperity, it would indeed be she who would be embracing the riches if they were to be together. Nevertheless, Zhu Xian appeared far younger, resembling an 18-year-old girl. Once training concluded, Zhu Xian made her way back to the classroom ahead of Yi Bai, fearing that he might confront her. Why Yi Bai, observing Zhu Xian's hasty retreat, scoffed quietly. She was not getting away that easily. As he prepared to put on his clothes, Jack suddenly wrapped an arm around him, saying, "Don't rush to dress. Don't you want those girls to see your abs?" "They re-perfect," Yi Bai, his face darkening, retorted. "No need for that." He was wary of being drained of his energy. "Don't be shy. Let us go," Jack urged, pulling Yi Bai towards the teaching building. Typically, they had no such opportunity, but with the rain falling, it was the perfect time to flaunt their abs and attract the ladies. Upon returning to class, all the girls fixated their gaze on Yi Bai, including Lian and Zhu Xian. Feeling increasingly uneasy under their scrutiny, Yi Bai feigned wiping sweat from his body with a towel from his desk and then donned a shirt to preserve his modesty, lest he be completely drained of his vitality. Luo Chun stared at Yi Bai in a daze. While she had always known he had an impressive physique, she had never anticipated it was to such an extent. Rain Xian, on the other hand, blushed slightly as she gazed at him. The clock read 5:40 p.m. With school dismissal scheduled for 6:30, there remained a mere 50 minutes. Lian encouraged each student to briefly recount their day, and before long, the time had slipped away. However, Luo Chen couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with Zhu Xian. She discreetly opened her phone to discover a video from Zhu Xian and Bai Qi showcasing a striking resemblance in hair color and clothing style. A sense of shock washed over her. She had not expected someone who had just been watching her to suddenly appear before her. Yet, she brushed it off as mere coincidence, considering they had just finished a battle. And with Chan Tianlu residing over 10 kilometers away, it was improbable he would arrive so swiftly. Just a coincidence, she reassured herself as the dismissal bell rang. Yi Bai took White Dragon upstairs to fetch Bai Xian. Zhu Xian and Lian walked together, though Zhu Xian remained oblivious to the fact that Bai Qi was also waiting at the school gate. The relationship between Lian and Bai Qi was notably contentious, often devolving into sharp banter upon their encounters. Bai Qi had come to pick up Luo Chun. She did not reside with him and their mother, living alone in a place Bai Qi had purchased for her. He was merely responsible for picking her up, not dropping her off. This was Luo Qin's stipulation, asserting that it showcased her independence. However, if she was to demonstrate her capability, why not purchase her own home? Bai Qi stood at the gate, engrossed in his phone while waiting for Luo Qin. He was taken aback when he noticed both Lien and Zhu Xian accompanying her. As soon as Lien and Bai Qi crossed paths, they began their customary banter to, "Oh, I ascended this the renowned Bai Qi? What brings you to my humble abode?" Lien quipped, "Humph, why should my whereabouts concern you? Old hag." Bai Qi shot back, "You're getting anxious. Are you about to throw a punch?" "How terrifying!" Zhu Xian, aware of the animosity between Lien and Bai Qi, had not expected it to be this intense. Luo Chun, caught in the middle, was bewildered as to why her advisor was arguing with her brother. Seemingly having known each other prior, "Brother, what is going on?" she inquired. Bai Qi positioned Luo Chun behind him, cautioning her, "Stay away from her. She has not a good influence and will lead you astray." Lien, incensed by this remark, retorted, "What good could come from following you? Don't you know your own shortcomings?" Unable to endure the escalating tension, Zhu Xian intervened. All right, let us not argue. There are others watching. Save your quarrels for when you're back home and can vent on your phones." Bai Qi paused, taken aback by Zhu Xian's unexpected interjection. "Understood, Xian, Shuejia. For your sake, I will let this slide this time." With that, both adversaries departed. Meanwhile, Yibai had just escorted Bai Xian out of the school and remained oblivious to the earlier confrontation. "Brother, I heard the Five Saints gang is going after Chun Tianlud. Is that true?" Bai Xian's curiosity piqued. Why Yibai's shoulder bore the weight of White Dragon, who nodded in confirmation, responding mentally. "Indeed, brother. Aren't you friends with Lin Tian?" Gazed at her phone in confusion and inquired, "What is wrong with her? What did she do to offend you?" "Don't bother. If she needs extra training, let her train. Spare me your unnecessary chatter." "All right, I'll go find her now." After sending the message, Lin Tian donned a mask and proceeded to seek out Zhu Xian at the Zhu Ke gang. "Zhu Xian, Brother Yibai has instructed you to train more. You should head out and practice now." Zhu Xian, believing she could evade this predicament, underestimated Yibai's capacity for grudges. To illustrate Yibai's vengefulness, it could be said that his remarkable memory was solely dedicated to remembering grievances. He had not forgotten the enmities from over a decade ago and was systematically resolving them one by one. Addressing adversaries was a daily task for the Wu Shang gang. Most of those who had joined had seen their enemies perish, and some even took the opportunity to exact revenge on individuals who had treated them well but whom they simply disliked. However, these individuals were soon discovered, and the least severe punishment involved having their tongues extracted. As Lin Tian had previously stated, if you cannot speak, then you have no reason to remain. If that person has wronged you, you may certainly voice it, but if they have treated you kindly, you should not speak ill of them. You are unworthy of joining us, so be gone. Indeed, such individuals would inevitably become backstabbers in the future. And if Lin Tian perm after Lien finished speaking, she cast a meaningful glance at Luo Chun, before taking her seat to commence the lesson. Chapter 32. The invitation in place upon returning to his residence. Luo Chen was informed by Bai Qi to keep his distance from her, claiming that she would lead him astray. Luo Chen had inquired of Bai Qi why she would corrupt him. Yet Bai Qi refrained from providing an answer, asserting that he was still too young and not yet suitable to be privy to such matters. Nevertheless, Luo Chen did not abandon this line of thought. He resolved to ask Lien today, and if that proved futile, he would have no choice but to relinquish the matter. Once class concluded, Luo Chen hurried over to Lien and asked, "Sister Lien, what exactly is going on between you and my brother? Why does he say you would lead me astray?" In her eyes shone a clear yet naive innocence, unafraid of being deceived by Lien. Lien pondered for a moment before replying, "You are still too young to grasp the complexities of this world. However, I must correct you. It is your brother who may lead you astray, so minimize your contact with him." Listening to Lien's words, Luo Chun discerned a significant underlying conflict between the two of them, each believing it to be the other's fault, and neither acknowledging any personal wrongdoing. This was the entirety of what Luo Chun could comprehend. Beyond this, they remained silent, as if they had conspired to keep their secrets. Yibai, with his keen ears, overheard their conversation, realizing that Bai Qi and Lien had a disagreement. which was news to him. He quickly messaged Lin Tian to inquire, "Do you know what conflict exists between Bai Qi and someone named Lien?" However, at that moment, Lin Tian had yet to awaken, prompting Yi Bai to bombard him with messages. After sending several in quick succession, he finally succeeded in rousing Lin Tian on the 23rd attempt. Lin Tian, still somewhat dazed, scrutinized the multitude of messages, opening them one by one. He first encountered Yi Bai's question and, after a moment of contemplation, responded, "You might want to ask Zhu Xian. She seems to have a friend named Lien, and she might have some insight." Subsequently, Lin Tian scrolled to the top, watched the video, and found it quite absurd. Both he and Tang Huoming had simultaneously developed feelings for the same girl, leading to a dramatic confrontation, a rather cliché scenario. The second video, aside from the gender, was entirely accurate. However, there were no photographs or daily thoughts to accompany it. He then noticed a message from Yi Bai and, without hesitation, messaged Qing Xian, as he was more adept at locating individuals. Although he perceived them as somewhat brawny and not particularly bright, he knew they were astute in their own right. Upon receiving the message, Qing Xian wasted no time in opening the video to memorize her face, voice, and distinctive traits before commencing the search. However, without a specific location, she opted to first ascertain her approximate whereabouts, ideally securing a direct pinpoint. Qing Xian instructed her subordinates, "Begin by asking around the vicinity with this photograph to locate her, but exercise discretion. Should you attract undue attention and she flees, you shall face the consequences." After receiving the photograph, her subordinates donned specially designed cloaks and set out on a large-scale search. Meanwhile, Qing Xian made a mysterious phone call. "Hello, Dong Dong Yao. This is Dong Dong Guai. I am Dong Dong Yao. What is it?" Qing Xian, not easily swayed by the person on the other end, stated, "The king covers the earth. The white tiger is 1 meter 50. This." Qing Xian was entirely convinced of the interlocutor's identity. The code was known only to them, and Lin Tian was oblivious. "Please help me find someone. If possible, a precise location would be best. I will send you a photograph." With that, Qing Xian ended the call. The person on the other end did not take offense. She understood Qing Xian's nature. Patiently, she awaited the photograph, and after a few minutes upon its arrival, she began her search. It wasn't long before she discovered the girl's whereabouts. Name: Xiamu Bei. Gender: female. Age: 17. Residence: H Province, Z City, Shashang County, Banyang Road, Number 7 Community, Unit 5, 10th floor, Room 1006. General schedule: wakes at 6 a.m., sleeps at 11 p.m. She maintains a stable routine, primarily working as a video creator. She left her parents at 14 to work, but by 16, she had not earned much, so she ventured into the self-media industry during the peak of the internet era, gaining considerable attention due to her striking appearance and keen analytical skills. However, her type of content was soon overshadowed by gaming and entertainment videos. She contemplated a change in direction, but transitioning would mean abandoning her only marketable skill. Thus, she devised a solution: to analyze gaming videos and provide commentary on ongoing anime series. Making predictions, indeed, her videos garnered significant attention at the time. As the first to publish such content, her earnings were pitiful. She received no advertisements, no contracts, and lacked capital support. Her editing lacked creativity and standout features, causing her to quickly fade into obscurity. Though she continues to release videos, they no longer garner much attention or revenue. Despite her ongoing efforts, she has lost the passion she once had for self-media. In reality, she juggles multiple jobs to make ends meet, sending half of her earnings to her parents and keeping the other half for her sustenance. There are indications that she may have cancer, yet she has not sought medical attention, possibly facing a limited time left. This was all the information she gathered about Xiamu Bei. Well, you've laid bare her entire background. Why not uncover the details of her birth while you're at it? Understood, Qing Xian replied, forwarding the information verbatim to Lin Tian. At that moment, Lin Tian was engaged in additional training. He couldn't comprehend why a mere speculation about someone prompted him to intensify his regimen. Yet he knew he had no choice if he wished to avoid repercussions. Upon completing his training, he discovered that Qing Xian had sent him all the information he sought about the individual. After a brief glance, he responded, "Well done. This is quite thorough." Lin Tian was well aware of Night White's reasons for recruiting her. Her exceptional reasoning abilities alone made her worthy of consideration. Furthermore, her profound filial piety alleviated any concerns regarding betrayal. As long as her parents were kept under control, she would not turn against them. Lin Tian was unconcerned about the possibility of her parents suddenly perishing, even in such a dire scenario. He possessed the means to revive them. Of course, this represented the worst-case scenario, and Lin Tian did not genuinely believe she would betray him. After all, ensuring her own livelihood was a challenge in itself. Having food, shelter, and money was undeniably appealing. Why would she risk her life to betray him? However, Xiaomu Bei had no backing whatsoever. She was merely an ordinary video creator, and Night White had miscalculated. Lin Tian did not linger on these thoughts. After relaying the information to Night White, he prepared to personally recruit Xiaomu Bei. Wearing a mask, he was confident that no one would fail to recognize him. Especially since Xiaomu Bei had previously posted several videos about the Five Saints gang, thus she would undoubtedly recognize both him and his voice. After inputting the location into his map, Lin Tian set off to find her, although at that moment, Xiaomu Bei was likely still working outside. Lin Tian moved swiftly, and the distance was not too great, only a county away, so he would arrive shortly. Upon reaching her residential complex, Lin Tian employed the lock-picking skills he had honed over 2.5 days to open her front door. His ability to pick locks stemmed from a time when he and Night White had been living in a cramped room with only a single bed. They had both forgotten their keys and were unable to enter. With the windows locked as well, Lin Tian had been compelled to learn how to pick locks. Fortunately, he proved to be quite gifted at self-learning, successfully gaining entry into her home. Once inside Xiaomu Bei's residence, Lin Tian closed the door, completely unaware that a small piece of paper had slipped through the crack, falling to the floor. This oversight was careless. He should have anticipated that she might have left a note, yet he neglected to check, not even activating his observation hotkey. He casually seated himself on her sofa, poured himself a glass of water, and waited for her return. Meanwhile, Xiaomu Bei was outside distributing flyers when she was accidentally bumped into, causing her flyers to scatter in the wind, leading to her dismissal from her job. Distraught, she trudged home under the scorching midday sun, squinting to see her path ahead. As soon as she entered the elevator, Lin Tian sensed her return. He turned off the lights and continued to wait on the sofa for her to unlock the door. Upon reaching her floor, Xiaomu Bei noticed the paper lying on the ground and realized her apartment might have been invaded. The intruder could still be lurking inside, waiting for her. Such individuals were often dangerous, either intending harm or seeking to assault her. She brandished a utility knife and knocked on all the doors on her floor, but no one answered. She could only hope that the intruder had already departed. Even if she went downstairs to seek help, calling the police would surely alarm whoever was inside. The distance to the ground floor was minimal, and someone with good eyesight might even witness the unfolding events. If the intruder possessed high combat prowess, a jump from the building would likely result in no serious injury, at most a broken leg, making it impossible to capture him. Unless she moved away, she would be at risk of retaliation, and one could never know when her little ruse might be discovered. Steeling herself with the utility knife, she opened the door. Upon entering, she flicked on the light. But instead of seeing Lin Tian on the sofa, her gaze darted to where she kept her money. Lin Tian was irked by her apparent blindness. Quickly shutting the door, he addressed the silver-haired girl before him. "Young lady, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to discuss a matter with you. If you refuse, I will leave immediately." Xiaomu Bei was startled by the sudden voice and instinctively thrust the utility knife toward Lin Tian. He made no attempt to defend himself, and the knife broke upon contact with him. Observing the shattered blade, the request made by Xiaomu Bei may appear unreasonable at first glance, yet it conceals a deeper intricacy. If her parents disapprove of her joining the Five Saints gang, unbeknownst to her, yet she proceeds to join regardless, the question remains. If discovered, will she choose to stay or depart? This uncertainty looms large. Therefore, it is imperative to lead her parents to believe that their daughter is employed at a reputable company, thus alleviating their worries and preventing Lin Tian from contemplating the worst-case scenario due to parental concerns. "Very well, but I must wait a few days to have a tailored suit made, which may take some time," Lin Tian replied. He believed that only those clad in suits could truly embody the essence of a corporate leader, and it had to be bespoke. "All right, what shall I do next?" "Check if there's anything I need to bring," If not, we shall set off back, as the distance to the Five Saints gang is rather considerable. Spanning across counties, Xiamu Bei was surprised to learn of the great distance, quickly packing her belongings in preparation for departure. Lin Tian removed his mask, utilizing its power to alter his hair color from blue to black. When Lin Tian cast his gaze upon Xiamu Bei, she had already covered her eyes, fearful of witnessing something that might incur punishment. Lin Tian was at a loss for words. Although he typically wore a mask, it did not mean that seeing his true appearance warranted silencing. Such a reaction was characteristic only of Yi Bai. After all, he still had school and other matters to attend to. Being recognized could undoubtedly impact his real life. As well as that of the young lady, Lin Tian was aware that Yi Bai had a younger sister, a fact he learned when Knight Yuan spoke of Yi Bai being injured by the Black Dragon King. Moreover, Yi Bai had mentioned his sister. Why cover your eyes? Among the three of us, myself, the White Dragon, and you, there is no need for apprehension regarding each other's appearances. Even if you were to see me, I would not silence you. Many have already seen my face, yet they dared not speak of it. Only brother Yi would resort to such measures, but you must surely be acquainted with him. As you are the one he specifically requested, I was not afforded such privilege. I had to plead with him to let me join to this point. Lin Tian cast a melancholic glance at Xiamu Bei, perplexed as to why he had to beseech Yi Bai while she was directly summoned by him. The White Dragon shared a similar experience, having been brought in by Yi Bai without resistance. Lin Tian had nearly sacrificed his own innocence just to join Yi Bai. Chapter 33. Training companions having purchased the train tickets, Lin Tian and Xiamu Bei embarked on their journey home. Were it not for Xiamu Bei's frail constitution, Lin Tian would have preferred to carry her back directly. Meanwhile, Yi Bai was not in a hurry to seek information from Zhu Xian. Though he intended to do so eventually, he preferred to wait until the weekend to address the matter directly as Yi. Noticing that it was nearly time for training, Yi Bai rose to head downstairs. But Luo Chun abruptly halted him, saying, "Wait a moment, could you take me along for training? I'll speak to Sister Lien about it. Could you also have a word with your coach?" Luo Chun gazed at Yi Bai with wide, innocent eyes, completely oblivious to the grueling nature of physical training, naively wishing to join in. "If you're worried about not measuring up, you can just do some push-ups. Anything will suffice. The intensity won't increase rapidly for the next few days." Lin Tian is an exception. He is quite unique, with naturally colored hair. Yi Bai reflected on the peculiar hair colors around him. Yi Bai had white hair. The White Dragon also had white hair. Lin Tian sported blue hair. Bai Xian had white hair. Yuan's hair bore a hint of crimson. Bai Yu was white-haired, while Xiamu Bei's was gray, and Zhu Xian and Zhu Ke had red hair with a touch of blue. The purer the color, the more extraordinary it seemed, with Yi Bai, Bai Xian, and Lin Tian's hair being notably pure without any hint of muddiness. Seeing Luo Chun pleading fervently, Yi Bai conceded, "Very well, but if you tire yourself out, do not blame me." Chun Ku, witnessing Luo Chun's success, chimed in, "Me too. Take me along. I can run like the wind." Yi Bai sighed, bemused by their apparent masochism. "You two, with your physical abilities not exceeding 55, wish to subject yourselves to rigorous training? At least have some athletic foundation. Chunka has a bit, but Luo Chun has none. What is this if not self-inflicted misery? All right, I accept, if you can convince Sister Lien. Then we shall proceed." Yi Bai initially intended to refer to their instructor as instructor, but restrained himself and opted for Sister Lien instead. Fine, I've agreed. Now, let us hurry," he added, as Luo Chun, who had just been holding him back, now pushed him along as if eager to move forward. Upon arriving at the training grounds, the coach was already aware that Yi Bai would be bringing 2 companions, as Lien had informed him. It was not just Yi Bai. Many others had also brought guests, so it was hardly surprising. Normally, we do not allow anyone outside the team to participate in our training, but today is an exception due to special circumstances. However, if you cannot keep up, I will impose penalties on you as well. Understood? The coach's authority, emanating from his remarkable 500 physical strength, was sufficient to intimidate everyone present, save for Yi Bai. Luo Chun was taken aback. If someone with a mere 500 was so formidable, how powerful must the legendary Yi, boasting 800, truly be? Just his ability to reverse time was enough to surpass 99 of individuals. Yi led his companions into a room to gather the necessary equipment. After explaining how to use the items, Chunku prepared the protective gear while waiting for Luo Chun. Yi guided Luo Chun in donning the protective suit while hydrating himself. Once fully suited, Luo Chen began applying adhesive patches, and before Yi could avert his gaze, she proceeded without hesitation, resulting in Yi catching a glimpse. However, he quickly diverted his attention, ensuring he did not see too much, at least not the areas that required covering. Luo Chen, on the other hand, seemed unfazed, considering it a reward for Yi Bai. Had it been anyone else, regardless of how close their relationship, she would not have offered such a reward. This was a special trust reserved for Yi Bai. Once the patches were affixed, Luo Chen patted Yi Bai on the shoulder, saying, "All right, don't block my view. What is there to see anyway? It's not that impressive." "Are you serious? You dare say it's not impressive? It is quite substantial, at least more so than Yu Qian's. You better not behave like this in the future, or I'll tell your brother," Luo Chen retorted, curiosity evident in her tone. "Do you know my brother?" Yi Bai suddenly realized he had let slip something unintended and hastily froze time to check Luo Chen's memories. He discovered that Bai Qi had come to pick her up from school. So he resumed his original form, releasing the time freeze. "Doesn't your brother come to pick you up after school? I could go find him directly." Luo Chen, alarmed, quickly responded, "All right, just don't mention this to my brother. If he finds out, he'll definitely scold me." "Why would he say anything if you already know?" Yi Bai was utterly bewildered by Luo Chen's reasoning. How could she be aware of Bai Qi's potential reaction and still engage in such reckless behavior? "This is your reward," he stated. Luo Chen chuckled sheepishly, realizing her jest had perhaps gone too far. "I don't need your reward. If I want one, I can find someone else." Yi Bai was right. If she truly desired a reward, she could choose from Zhu Xian or Zhu Qi, both of whom, despite being older, were undeniably more attractive than Luo Chen, who had yet to fully blossom. As Yi Bai led Luo Chen outside, he noticed that the training had already commenced, with everyone engaged in stretching exercises. The coach gathered everyone together, stating, "Considering that those brought here may believe their physical prowess does not meet the standard, I will adjust the training intensity to a manageable level for you, and you will follow your designated leaders for running." After the coach concluded, he instructed them to form lines again, with nearly everyone bringing along one or two close acquaintances. While some opted not to bring anyone at all, and others brought several companions, Luo Chen and Chunku positioned themselves behind Yi Bai, awaiting his lead for their run. Those who are leading you will only need to run half the usual distance, and at a much slower pace. You can gradually make up the difference after the tests are completed. Upon hearing the first half of the sentence, some team members felt a sense of relief. Yet the latter part plunged them into despair, a burden they would have to bear. Among them, the most emotionally unperturbed was Yi Bai. For him, whether to add or subtract made no difference, even less than the energy expended in a mere breath. Once training commenced, the others noticeably slowed down, yet Yi Bai's speed remained virtually unchanged, maintaining the pace he had established in prior training. Observing Yi Bai's enhanced performance, Chunku and Luo Chen inwardly cursed him as the sixth before exerting themselves to keep up with his strides. Before long, they had completed a quarter of the distance. Swiftly, the required 50 laps had been halved to 20, further reduced by the coach to merely 20 laps, making the run seem comparatively brisk. However, even 20 laps equated to 20 kilometers, a staggering distance of 20,000 meters, nearly the distance of a half marathon. Typically, Yi Bai and his peers would run 50 laps, translating to a daily regimen of 50,000 meters, further than a full marathon, at a slightly faster pace. Contemplating this, Luo Chen could not help but feel a pang of anguish for Yi Bai. She had not anticipated that he endured such torment regularly. Although it had only been one day, the two training sessions were identical in content. Thus, Yi Bai ran an astounding 100,000 meters each day, if not more. This thought deepened Luo Chen's sorrow for him, as she silently mourned his plight. Yet, after merely 5 laps, Chunku and Luo Chen found themselves utterly spent. The 5,000 meters had nearly taken their lives. Yi Bai, ever accommodating, reduced his speed, enabling them to endure until the 17th lap. From the 17th lap onward, Yi Bai had to assist both of them, as they were completely drained of strength, only able to move with his support. With one arm around Chunku and the other around Luo Chen, he completed the remaining 3 laps. Upon finishing, the two collapsed onto the ground, but Yebai forcibly compelled them to rise. Knowing that lying down immediately after running was detrimental to their health. Thus, he supported Chinku with one hand while Luo Chan leaned against him. As a male, Yebai had a preference for interacting with females over males. He believed that those who shunned women were often lacking in vitality. Yebai was not averse to women. Rather, he possessed a remarkable ability to suppress his desires, maintaining a platonic demeanor with acquaintances he did not know well. If a longtime friend appeared before him unclothed, he might glance but would not linger, as a second look would lead to an emotional explosion. He would also refrain from getting too close, lest he be overwhelmed by his desires. For instance, if Zhu Xian were to appear before Yebai in such a state, he might allow himself a fleeting glance, but would quickly avert his gaze. For a lingering look would be too much to bear. He would not approach either, for coming closer could lead to an emotional meltdown. Ahem, all jest aside, his refusal to look a second time stemmed from respect. Even if Zhu Xian were to suggest otherwise, he would not relent. Should he find himself enamored with her, it would grant her leverage to manipulate the Five Saints gang, a scenario Yebai would vehemently reject. His defenses against those close to him were formidable, even more so against outsiders. He had scrutinized every individual within his circle, preparing for the worst while being acutely aware of their vulnerabilities. Even applying the same measures to Lin Tian and Bai Long, although Yebai did not believe Lin Tian would betray him, it was always better to be cautious than to be caught unprepared. Even having saved Lin Tian's life did not eliminate the risk of betrayal. Consider Zhu Xian and Zhu Qi. They had betrayed the master who had nurtured them for years in the face of self-interest. Aligning themselves with Yebai.as for Bai Long, Yebai had complete faith in him, given the system's assurance of his unwavering loyalty. Except when under control, Bai Long would never betray him, making him the most trusted ally within the Five Saints gang. This trust was the reason Yebai felt secure in allowing him to protect Bai Xian. If anyone were to threaten Yebai using Bai Xian as leverage, Yebai would find himself at a significant disadvantage. For such abilities should never be misused, as they could inflict irreversible harm. Just from one instance of reversing time, Yebai sensed that his stamina was no longer limitless, yet it also seemed nearly inexhaustible. If an ordinary person's stamina were rated at 10, then Lin Tian's would be 1 million, Bai Long's 5 million, and Yebai's an astonishing 100 billion. While these figures appeared impressive, they were ultimately futile. Against foes of equal caliber, abilities that inflicted damage were proportionate to stamina consumption. The more stamina expended, the greater the impact. Once both Chun Ku and Luo Chun had sufficiently rested, Yebai released them. "Thank you," they expressed in unison, turning their attention to the others still running. Those individuals had only completed 15 laps thus far, significantly slower than their own pace. When they finished, these individuals had barely managed 13 laps. Yebai procured 2 small stools for his companions to rest upon, prompting an annoyed glance from the coach, though Yebai remained oblivious to the underlying message. This was a case of selective ignorance regarding mind reading. Once everyone had completed the training, they transitioned to the next exercise, push-ups. Members training in physical strength were tasked with completing 1,000 push-ups in 3 sets, with each set not exceeding 10 minutes and 17 seconds. The remaining participants were required to complete 500 push-ups, regardless of time or number, ensuring each was performed with proper form, chest touching the ground. This gave a considerable advantage to the larger females. Those smaller individuals found it less so. Yebai commenced at a pace of 5 push-ups per second, gradually increasing his speed. Consequently, he completed the 3,000 push-ups in 7 minutes and 12 seconds, setting a new record. The previous day, Yebai had hesitated to shatter the record outright, deliberately slowing down for a few minutes, but now he had discerned the temperaments of those around him. They would not be angered by a record being broken. So he felt emboldened to do so. After waiting a few more minutes, the majority of those training in physical strength and a handful of others completed their sets. Another 5 minutes passed, and all had finished their tasks. Next came strength training. By the end of the session, Luo Chen and Chun Ku were utterly exhausted, barely able to stand without Yebai's support. Not just the two of them, but nearly everyone who had attended the extra training required assistance to return. Bai Xian and Lanyu from Class 10 trembled upon witnessing the two being helped back. "Moon, do you think we would survive if we joined in? It seems unlikely, especially since I heard their coach has have their training load. Where did you hear that? Bai Xian inquired, perplexed. It was evident that this was a recent development, and Lan Yu had not strayed from her sight. Yet she suddenly mentioned it. I heard. Who did you hear it from? The wind? Or did someone communicate it to you? Don't sweat the details. Speaking of which, do you think our physical strength can meet the standards for females? We must have confidence in ourselves. Yes, confidence is key. After exchanging glances, Bai Xian and Lan Yu proceeded to collaborate on how to tackle a particular question. When Yebai returned to the classroom, supporting two utterly exhausted bodies, Yu Qian was taken aback. After settling them into their seats, Yebai returned to his OWN. Why Yu Qian was puzzled as to why they had exerted themselves so fiercely. Was it merely for a verbal wager? As long as one party did not concede, the other had no power over them. However, such actions could jeopardize their friendship. During lunchtime, Yebai carried both of them, as otherwise, they would have needed him to fetch their meals. As per usual, Yebai served lunch for the three of them and prepared an additional portion for Bai Xian. After finishing their meal, during the afternoon break, Lin Tian messaged him. Lin Tian, Brother Yebai. I've completed the tasks you assigned me. May I grant her a bit more authority? Yebai. What kind of authority? Explain. Lin Tian. I promised her that if she joined us, she would have a status equivalent to mine. Is that acceptable? Lin Tian's words carried a hint of deference, fearful of Yebai's disapproval. Although Xiaomu Bei agreed to join, her commitment would likely be lukewarm. Suddenly retracting a promise made in the vehicle would leave anyone displeased. Even if it was something given out of charity, Yebai. As long as you aren't afraid of losing power, I have no objections. Lin Tian. Understood. It may take a few days before we return. Should I have her practice during this time? Yebai. Encourage her to focus on mastering observation hockey. She could potentially develop it into mind reading or even foresight. Lin Tian. Got it. Just as Yebai was about to rest, Lien entered, announcing that dormitory arrangements had been made. By entering their student ID numbers on the school's official website, they could find their respective dormitory locations. Chapter 34. Matters at School. Upon hearing Lien's words, everyone in the class immediately began packing their belongings to head to the dormitory. Yebai entered his student ID and discovered that his dormitory was room 404 on the third floor. The other members of the lower group found similar results. Let us go check out the dorms. Suddenly, Luo Chun shot up and then plopped back down. After a few seconds, she managed to rise with difficulty. And Chun Ku followed suit, struggling to stand. Once Yebai and Yu Qian stood up, they each supported one of them as they navigated their way to the dormitory using the provided map. Notably, Bai Xian and Lan Yu also resided in the dormitory, and they had been assigned a special double room, receiving preferential treatment. Was it merely due to their academic excellence that they were granted such privileges? However, there is a rationale behind the fact that the two of them reside in a double room. They are collaborating on a research paper concerning dominance, and to ensure their work remains undisturbed, the school has granted them special permission for this accommodation. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Yebai and his companions were immediately struck by the uniqueness of their surroundings. The entrance led into a small anteroom, with the walls recessed to create 4 alcoves, each furnished with a set of tables and chairs, complete with individual power outlets. Furthermore, each dormitory is equipped with its own exclusive internet connection, and the password can be set by the residents themselves. To the left and right of the entrance lie the dorm rooms. The boys on the left and the girls on the right, with the option to swap rooms, albeit with some inconvenience due to the locking mechanism that requires a valid reason for change. The boys' and girls' dormitories are similarly designed, featuring 2 beds side by side. Apart from this, there are no remarkable differences. Each bed is accompanied by a nightstand for personal items and toiletries. Thoughtfully, both beds are stocked with 2 rolls of toilet paper. As if anticipating the needs of the students, girls managing their monthly cycles and boys, well, those in the know understand. After a brief survey of the room, Yebai employed his observation skills to ascertain whether any surveillance or recording devices were present. Following a thorough inspection, he found none, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, his thoughts soon turned to the girls' dormitory, prompting him to step out and knock on the door of the neighboring room. When Luo Chun opened the door and saw Yebai, she inquired, "What's the matter? Is there something you need?" "I need to check for surveillance or recording devices," Yebai replied, disregarding Luo Chen's presence as he entered the room. After a diligent search, Yibai discovered not a single electronic device within their dormitory, save for their mobile phones. Not even a stray hair was left behind, confirming that the individual from earlier had indeed accomplished what he set out to do. Remaining true to his initial resolve, with this knowledge, Yibai felt reassured that other dormitories were free of such items. Nevertheless, as a precaution, he discreetly paused time and swiftly made his way to Bai Xian's dormitory. To his surprise, he found that she too resided in a double room. After confirming the absence of any devices, Yibai returned to his original spot, resuming his previous posture as he lifted the time suspension. The surrounding individuals remained oblivious to any irregularities, though a select few with considerable prowess, such as Lin Tian, Bai Long, Yi Yuan, and Dong Qiansheng, sensed something amiss, yet could not articulate what was wronged. Why Yibai had not disclosed the existence of his self-created ability to anyone. Not even to Lin Tian or Bai Long. He typically employed this power while wearing a mask, as its use caused his eyes to emit a luminous glow. Why Yibai aimed to create the impression that this ability stemmed from the mask itself. And since Lin Tian and Bai Long also utilized certain powers exclusively while masked, it served as a source of confusion for adversaries and a means of vigilance for allies. After all, one could never be certain if their comrades might betray them. Human nature is notoriously unpredictable. A lapse in caution could lead to unforeseen treachery. However, it appeared that Xiaomu Bei's mask had yet to be created, which left Yibai feeling quite overwhelmed. Previously, the masks had been crafted with the assistance of the system, with Yibai merely providing supplementary input. He possessed an understanding of the principles involved, but lacked the expertise to create one himself. Now, with the system seemingly unresponsive, he pondered how he might fashion a mask for her. Could he simply provide her with a standard one? That was inconceivable. Yibai concluded that the most suitable course of action was to communicate with the system. System, let us converse. If I speak too harshly, please inform me. I will allow you to retaliate verbally. Just do not be upset. I apologize, system. Forgive me, please. I implore you. In his final plea, Yibai adopted a tone of utmost humility, desperate for the system's forgiveness. At last, after Yibai's persistent appeals, the system responded, I may forgive you, but you must agree to my stipulated conditions. Yibai was well aware of what the system's demands entailed. Yet for the sake of their camaraderie, which was certainly not due to the limitations he would face without the system, absolutely not, he acquiesced to its requests. The system, in turn, expressed its delight at Yibai's compliance. I can provide you with the mask directly, but I recommend asking her what design she prefers first. Taking the system's advice to heart, Yibai immediately messaged Lin Tian. Please inquire what design that person likes. I am preparing to make her mask. While dining in the car, Lin Tian received the message and turned to Xiaomu Bei, asking, what design or animal do you prefer? Brother Yi is crafting your mask. Xiaomu Bei appeared momentarily bewildered before promptly responding, I do not have any particular favorites. Could you perhaps include multiple eyes in the design? Lin Tian was somewhat perplexed. Please elaborate. Otherwise, it may be difficult to understand. Lin Tian's insistence was entirely reasonable, as more eyes could easily be misconstrued by the system to mean a mask adorned with numerous eye motifs, resulting in a rather comical appearance when worn. After some contemplation, Xiaomu Bei began to clarify, firstly, I would like one eye on each side out if possible. I hope to enhance my vision and eyesight. That is manageable. Anything else? Lin Tian inquired. Xiaomu Bei pondered before adding, I cannot think of anything else. Perhaps let Brother Yi come up with ideas. I am at a loss. It was not surprising that Xiaomu Bei entrusted this task to Yibai. For, as she reasoned, the mask crafted by someone else might not be aesthetically pleasing or could even appear somewhat ridiculous. Thus, she resolutely handed the matter over to Yibai. After Lin Tian conveyed Xiaomu Bei's specifications to Yibai, he added, Brother Yi, perhaps you should consider making some adjustments. Otherwise, I fear it may not look good. Yibai shared this sentiment. Finding the design rather peculiar, lacking coherence, he briefly consulted the system on how to refine the design before retrieving materials from the system's space. After 20 minutes of diligent work, the system crafted a mask exclusively for Xiaomu Bei, accommodating her requests while skillfully modifying the design to ensure that the two eyes appeared harmonious rather than jarring, all while exuding an air of dominance and authority. Yibai placed the mask on the bed and sent a photograph to Lin Tian. Upon receiving the image, Lin Tian showed it to Xiaomu Bei without glancing at it himself. Wishing to preserve an element of mystery, he was eager to gauge Xiaomu Bei's reaction to determine her satisfaction. Initially hesitant, Xiaomu Bei's expression shifted from confusion to surprise and finally to anticipation. Observing the fluctuations in her tone within mere seconds, Lin Tian could no longer contain his curiosity and seized the phone for his own inspection. After a careful comparison with his own mask, Lin Tian found that Xiaomu Bei's design surpassed his in elegance. This realization left him feeling somewhat disheartened, as he perceived it as a loss of favor. With a melancholic glance at Xiaomu Bei, Lin Tian refrained from voicing any complaints. By the way, it would be best if you reserved some of your abilities for use while wearing the mask. Why is that? Xiaomu Bei queried. Puzzle.it can confuse enemies, Lin Tian explained. Nodding in understanding, Xiaomu Bei resumed her meal, as she still had a few bites left to finish. Upon returning to school, Yibai, having sent the image to Lin Tian without receiving a response, decided to reclaim the mask into the system's space. Checking the time, it was only 2 o'clock, leaving an hour before afternoon classes began. With this hour at his disposal, Yibai resolved to engage in some activity, thus rising to leave the dormitory. Meanwhile, Luo Chen, having heard the commotion, stealthily followed him, eager to uncover the truth of the situation. Upon entering the classroom, Yibai summoned Bai Long from the drawer. Go take care of the security guards at the entrance. But be discreet and avoid exposure. Luo Chen had lost track of him. The lingering fatigue from training had left her somewhat unsteady on her feet. Yibai's brisk pace only exacerbated her difficulties, leading her to conclude, oh no, I've lost him. Perhaps he went to train. I should check the sports field. Luo Chen murmured softly. After Yibai had given his instructions, he departed from the classroom, as the presence of others made the environment potentially unsafe. However, there were no surveillance cameras within the classroom. They were only positioned in the corridor. Yet, this school had scarcely any blind spots in its monitoring system. Consequently, incidents or disturbances within the school were exceedingly rare. Nevertheless, Bai Long was determined to cause a ruckus this time. It had located a blind spot in the surveillance and disabled one of the cameras. Following this, Bai Long proceeded to dismantle all cameras that could monitor the security room. Inside the surveillance room, the security personnel sensed something amiss and attempted to step outside for a check, but barely had they taken their first step before Bai Long dealt with them. The remaining security guards looked on in horror at Bai Long, and before they could utter a word, Bai Long swiftly sent them on their way as well. From that moment on, being a security guard became a perilous occupation. After completing its task, Bai Long stealthily returned, licked the blood from its body clean, and then sought out Yibai at this moment. Yibai was wandering through the school, having yet to truly explore what the institution had to offer. As he meandered, he inadvertently caught sight of a couple sharing a kiss, prompting Yibai to awkwardly turn his head away and retreat. During this hour, Yibai traversed the school's swimming pool, library, indoor gymnasium, basketball court, soccer field, and various clubs. However, Luo Chen still could not locate Yibai. Observing that the time had reached 3 o'clock, Luo Chen resolved to return to the classroom and inquire about Yibai's whereabouts upon his return. Thus, Luo Chen returned to the classroom with such thoughts, only to find that Yibai had already been waiting there for some time. Upon seeing Yibai, Luo Chen rushed up and asked, Yibai, where did you run off to at noon? I searched for you for quite a while. Yibai did not respond directly, but rather deflected the question. When afternoon classes commenced, Bai Long reappeared. The reason for its late return was due to its need to evade some inconsequential individuals, which resulted in a delayed arrival. Some students who had taken leave stood outside the security room, calling for the guards, but received no response. They were perplexed by the situation, and upon entering, their faces drained of color. Before them lay 3 corpses, blood splattered across the entirety of the security room. From outside, nothing appeared amiss, but once inside, the horrific scene was laid bare. A few trembling students pulled out their phones, dialing their instructor to report the situation. The instructor, upon receiving the news, did not rush to the scene but first sent a message to the principal to inform them of the circumstances. The principal, upon receiving the message, exhibited neither anger nor fear, only a calm demeanor. When the instructor arrived on the scene and beheld the bodies, they too trembled. for they were merely an ordinary person unaccustomed to such sights. The principal, maintaining his composure, remarked, "Send some money to their families and offer them some comfort." He gazed at the bodies and addressed those nearby. It seems they must have offended someone. Otherwise, such lethal force would not have been employed. All the surveillance has been destroyed, leaving no trace. This is the work of a skilled individual. The visage of the perpetrator began to materialize in the principal's mind. Initially, he considered their enemies, yet they lacked the capability to execute such a deed. Subsequently, his thoughts shifted to the Wu Shang gang. Only they possessed the audacity and power to commit such an act. Quick to act, decisive, leaving no trace, able to disable surveillance unnoticed and then kill. His first thought was Lin Tian. However, according to the information he had received, Lin Tian was reported to be out of town. Thus, he turned his attention to Bai Long, as it was the only one who fit the profile. The principal could not fathom how they had provoked Bai Long, yet he did not dwell on it. The incident had already transpired, and he lacked the capacity to confront the Wusheng gang. After ensuring the security room was cleaned up, the principal returned to his office. To avoid inciting panic, the school chose not to disseminate news of the incident. After all, the sudden murder of a security guard could lead to fears that students might be next, resulting in a significant number of withdrawals. It was best to avoid this situation altogether. If it was merely a vendetta, that would be ideal. Otherwise, the school could not continue to operate. Meanwhile, within Yi Bai's desk drawer, Bai Long sneezed before resuming its slumber. Unbeknownst to Yi Bai, Bai Long had been exposed, and he remained blissfully unaware in class. Finally, Yi Bai successfully endured until school dismissal. After school, upon picking up Bai Xian, Yi Bai immediately took her home. Along the way, Bai Xian appeared somewhat anxious about the upcoming Tao power test, fearing she might not meet the requirements. "Brother, I think my Tao power might not be sufficient to pass tomorrow's test. What should I do?" Yi Bai pondered briefly before responding, "Rest well today. You may perform better tomorrow." From the system's prompts, he noted that Bai Xian's Tao power was merely 34, far below the normal standard for females. Likely due to her insufficient diet and lack of exercise, leading to her low power level. "All right," Bai Xian replied with a cheerful smile. Upon returning home, Yi Bai promptly stripped off his clothes and lay in bed, indifferent to the world outside. After a moment of reflection, he decided to send a message to Lin Tian. "Where are you? How soon can you return? If you can't make it back by noon tomorrow, just bring her back with you. Don't take the bus." Currently engaged in a game of poker, a serious game of poker, with Xiamu Bei, Lin Tian felt his phone vibrate and pulled it out to respond to Yi Bai's message. After reading the message, he summoned the attendant to inquire about the fastest possible arrival time. The attendant replied, "No more than a day and a half. You can expect to arrive by noon the day after tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian replied, "The earliest will be noon the day after tomorrow. Her constitution is too fragile. She can't be jostled about. If you want me to bring her back in one piece, rather than missing something, you'll need to wait a bit longer." Lin Tian was feeling bold, daring to speak to Yi Bai in such a manner. Consequently, Yi Bai resolved not to wait any longer and decided to retrieve her himself. Intending to confront Lin Tian, "Just wait. I'm coming over to deal with you now." After issuing a death threat to Lin Tian, Yi Bai activated his observation haki. After a brief period of searching, he pinpointed the location of the high-speed train. Donning a mask that emitted a soft blue glow, Yi Bai's figure materialized before Lin Tian and Xiamu Bei. Lin Tian looked at Yi Bai with a hint of trepidation, while Xiamu Bei was oblivious to his identity. Zhu Xian and Zhu Qi gazed at Xiamu Bei in astonishment. They distinctly perceived that Xiamu Bei's physique was merely that of an ordinary person, perhaps even slightly weaker than the average individual, yet they were baffled as to why she garnered the favor of Yi Bai. Zhu Qi squinted her eyes as if attempting to see through Xiamu Bei. But when Xiamu Bei shifted her gaze toward Zhu Qi, she seemed to hear the latter's thoughts. What gives her the right to win Yi Baiji's affection? Is it possible that Yi Baigu has a preference for such types? Subsequently, she glanced at Xiamu Bei and compared her with herself. It appears that Yi Baigu is fond of those younger than him. Xiamu Bei could not fathom why Zhu Qi harbored such thoughts. Nor could she comprehend why she was able to hear Zhu Qi's inner musings. She discreetly tugged at Yi Bai's sleeve, signaling him to follow her. Yi Bai trailed Xiamu Bei to a secluded corner. "What is it?" he inquired. his expression impassive as he regarded Xiaomu Bei. With a hint of trepidation, she replied, "Yi Baigu, I seem to have the ability to hear people's thoughts. Just now, I heard that person's thoughts." Yi Bai looked at Xiaomu Bei with mild surprise before responding. "This is an advanced application of observation haki, known as mind reading. Presently, only you and I possess this ability." He was uncertain whether anyone else had mastered such a skill. And if they had, they would need to be eliminated, for such individuals were difficult to control. "Mind reading? Let us go. I will have Lin Tian arrange a room for you." Xiaomu Bei chose not to dwell on the matter any further, as she had been inundated with too much information that day and required time to process it. She feared that the events of the day were merely a dream, dreading that she might awaken to find herself back in her meager rental apartment. She was terrified of losing all that she had gained and feared that everything she had experienced was merely a figment of her imagination. Pinching her arm, the pain reminded her that this was not a dream. It was a reality. She was indeed valued and included by the Five Saints gang. Following Lin Tian, she arrived at her bedroom. Residing next to Lin Tian, upon entering, Xiaomu Bei was greeted by a level of opulence she could scarcely have imagined. While this might not be considered lavish in the eyes of the wealthy, it represented an unparalleled luxury to someone like Xiaomu Bei, who often struggled to make ends meet. This was something she had previously dared not even dream of. She hastily took several photographs to save on her phone, a relic from several years ago. This was the device she used to edit videos and capture footage, which often lagged when she attempted to watch anything. "I will get you a new phone tomorrow. Yours is far too outdated." Xiaomu Bei was taken aback by Lin Tian's unexpected warmth. She had done nothing to merit such generosity, yet here she was, provided with such a splendid living space and a seemingly extravagant mask, not to mention being assigned a lofty position, along with the promise of a new phone. "I must not disappoint them with my expectations and their investment in me." While it appeared that Lin Tian and Yi Bai were offering these gifts unconditionally, in reality, it was merely a means of exerting control over her. Lacking extensive education, she was oblivious to the true treachery of society, making her easily trusting of others. She would remember their kindness. For she was exceedingly naive, believing that exchanging wealth for something unattainable was a sound bargain. "Thank you, Lin Tian Gu." Xiaomu Bei had learned Lin Tian's name from Zhu Xian. "You should rest in your room now. The key is on your bedside table. If you're hungry, feel free to take something from the refrigerator. Or if that doesn't suffice, head to the cafeteria." Lin Tian produced a meal card from his pocket and continued, "This is your meal card. You can use it at the cafeteria. Meals in the Five Saints Gang's cafeteria are free of charge. As long as you possess this card, it will be provided to anyone who joins the organization, regardless of their role." This card originally belonged to Lin Tian, but he never needed to use it, as his mask served as the ultimate proof of his identity. Therefore, he decided to hand the meal card over to Xiaomu Bei. Just before leaving, Lin Tian suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, and make sure to rise early tomorrow. Yi Baigu mentioned he would conduct some training with you, as you cannot remain too weak." "All right, I understand." Who knew she would be knocking on Lin Tian's door at 4 in the morning the next day? But that was a matter for another day. Today was not yet over. "Lin Tian Gu, may I first inform my parents that I have found a job?" After a moment of contemplation regarding any potential risks of exposure, Lin Tian consented to Xiaomu Bei's request. Back in her room, Xiaomu Bei retrieved her aging phone to send a message to her parents. "Dad, I found a job." Xiaomu Bei's father, while delivering takeout, suddenly saw her message and, trembling, picked up his phone to reply. "Good child, you will always be your father's pride. Is the job tiring? Is it hard? Is the salary high? Is the boss nice?" Her father inundated her with questions. Meanwhile, on the other end, Xiaomu Bei was already in tears. "It's not tiring. The boss is very kind and even assigned me a house. Look how luxurious it is." She sent her father the picture she had taken, which included a selfie, fearing he might doubt her and think it was an image from the internet. Good child. Work hard and do not let down your boss's kindness and expectations." Xiaomu Bei's father was aware of her educational background. It was safe to say that with her qualifications, no company would hire her, and the fact that this company had chosen her indicated they recognized some talent in her, hence their significant investment in her. He dared not gamble with her future. Fearing Xiaomu Bei might become complacent, so he repeatedly reminded her to stay grounded, work diligently, and avoid provoking her boss. If the boss made a mistake, she should not point it out but rather agree with him. If others did, she should help smooth things over. In short, Xiaomu Bei's father imparted all the do's and don'ts of the workplace to her. Xiaomu Bei patiently read through her father's messages. Suddenly, her father recalled that he was still delivering takeout and sent another message, "I must go now. The delivery is about to be late. The weather may turn cold soon. Dress warmly and do not catch a cold." "Okay, Dad. Once I earn enough money, I will bring you both over to enjoy your retirement in a few days. My boss wants to meet you. Do you have time?" Hearing that Xiaomu Bei's boss was coming to meet him and her mother, her father quickly responded, "Of course, I will head home to tidy up." "Dad, aren't you supposed to be delivering takeout?" Xiaomu Bei's father chuckled on the other end. His daughter's job was far more important than his own. He was merely a delivery driver. However, he first needed to complete this delivery to ensure no one went hungry. Yet, shortly thereafter, he collided with a car. The driver stepped out, first inspecting the damage before asking, "Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Xiaomu Bei's father quickly apologized. "I am so sorry. I truly didn't mean to. I was too tired today and glanced at my phone, not paying attention to the road, and accidentally hit your car. I sincerely apologize." While bowing, he continued to express his regret. Meanwhile, a figure in the back seat leaned forward and inquired, "What happened?" He had been asleep and was unaware of the unfolding events. "Xinshin Gu, this person accidentally crashed into your car. What should we do?" The vehicle belonged to Xin Shun of the Five Saints gang, and the driver was one of the two individuals he had brought along when they besieged Pingyang Street. Xin Shin exited to inspect the car before addressing Xiaomu Bei's father. "Sir, you ought to be cautious when riding an electric bike. Thankfully, your speed was not too high. Otherwise, it could have been a serious incident." Although Xin Shun was understandably upset about his car being damaged, he prioritized ensuring the other party was unharmed. "I am fine, my lord. I will cover the repair costs for this car. How much will it be?" "I will pay. I hope you can show some leniency." As he assessed the damage, he roughly estimated the repair costs. "You are a delivery driver, are you not? The repair bill for this car will be considerable, likely in the hundreds of thousands." Hearing this figure, Xiaomu Bei's father felt as if he might faint. He had just received joyful news from his daughter, but now he had unwittingly crashed into an expensive vehicle. Moreover, he recognized the name Xin Shun. He was a member of the Five Saints gang, known for his ruthlessness. However, he only exhibited such behavior towards enemies. The members of the Five Saints gang, aside from Yibai, Lin Tian, and Bai Long, had not harmed anyone outside of their foes. Zhu Xian and Zhu Qi were not exceptions. They had become enemies the moment they sought to join Yibai. "I will find a way. I will use this phone as collateral for you. I will figure out how to pay you." His face bore some scratches, and his eyes glistened with tears as if he were on the verge of breaking down. Xinshin handed the phone back to him and remarked, "I have already stated that you need not repay me. Just be more careful next time. If you insist on repaying, send the entire amount of the Five Saints gang." After speaking, Xinshin boarded the vehicle and signaled the driver to commence the journey. The driver inquired, "Brother Xinshin, your estimated price is likely off by at least 90%. Meanwhile, Xiaomu Bei's father managed to lift the car and slowly pushed it back home. The meal he was meant to deliver had been completely ruined, and he was now faced with the grim possibility of unemployment. The food delivery industry is indifferent to whether one has been in an accident. They are solely concerned with whether the customer's food has arrived, and if it has not, they will terminate your service. At that moment, Luo Chun, who had ordered takeout, looked at the message that popped up on her phone in disbelief. What on earth? Did the rider get into another accident? Her stomach audibly protested, grumbling despite her not feeling particularly hungry just moments before. After receiving a refund, Luo Chun decided to call someone else, feeling that ordering takeout was unreliable, as this was already her third attempt. Each of these 3 occasions had ended in refunds due to the rider's accidents, spanning across 3 different platforms, with each instance mirroring the last. She resolved to ask a friend to bring her food, offering to reward them for their kindness. The first person who came to mind was Yibai, considering their homes were in close proximity. She promptly picked up her phone and sent a message to Yibai. At that moment, Yibai had returned to his home, completely unaware of what had transpired. Just as he was preparing to sleep, Luo Chen's message arrived. "Why, Yibai? Could you bring me something to eat?" Yibai, puzzled, replied, "Are you sick? Can't you order yourself? I've ordered takeout 3 times, and each time the rider got into an accident, I'm afraid if I order again, the same will happen, so I have no choice but to ask you for help. Why not just go downstairs to eat? You know why? Because of you. I can't exert any strength in my legs and can't go downstairs. Oh? What do you mean? Because of me? I haven't done anything. Yibai was baffled by Luo Chen's words, feeling unjustly accused of causing her predicament. Did I not train with you today? That's why my legs are weak. So it's your fault. Please help me by bringing me food, I beg you, brother Yibai. While Yibai understood the first part, he chose to overlook the latter. Fine. What do you want to eat? After a moment's thought, Luo Chen replied, I want to eat crayfish and self-heating hot pot. Why Yibai was speechless. Could these items truly satisfy her hunger? All right, send me your location, and I'll buy them and bring them to you. Okay, thank you, brother Yibai. Luo Chen eagerly awaited Yibai's arrival with her meal, pondering how else she could reward him besides repaying him with money. Should she offer him a kiss as a reward? She felt that, given her looks, Yibai would likely accept such a gesture. However, she quickly realized something was amiss. It was merely a delivery, so why would she need to kiss him? Meanwhile, Yibai was at the supermarket. Having purchased a box of self-heating hot pots, and then turned his attention to his own cafeteria, where he presumed there would be the crayfish Luo Chen desired. Wearing a mask and carrying a large box, he entered the cafeteria of the Five Saints gang. The staff serving food greeted him respectfully. Greetings, brother Ye. Yibai ignored them and continued his search for the crayfish. After a brief search, he located the area selling spicy crayfish. Though there was not much left, he called over a chef, saying, Are there any more in the kitchen? Pointing to the stall selling the spicy crayfish. The chef quickly responded, Yes, there are plenty in the kitchen. How many do you need? Unsure of how many Luo Chen could eat, Yibai simply replied, All of them. Truly, the commanding presence of Yibai was evident. He was indeed impressive. All right, a few minutes later, Yibai arrived at Luo Chen's home with several boxes of spicy crayfish and a carton of self-heating hot pots. After another 10 minutes, he stood at her door and knocked. Luo Chen opened the door after a few moments. Yibai placed the items inside and turned to leave, but Luo Chen called out, Don't go. Let's eat together. I can't finish all this by myself. Yibai was caught off guard as Luo Chen grasped his hand. She suddenly felt her heart racing, as if she were in love. Unbeknownst to her, as she began to pay attention to Yibai's whereabouts, she had gradually developed feelings for him, as if he possessed a unique charm. Without realizing it, Luo Chen had become enamored with Yibai, wishing to merge her existence with his. Yibai, with a hint of resignation, remarked, Sister, it's nearly 10 p.m. Why sister hasn't eaten yet? I need to go home and prepare something for her. Although he said this, Bai Xin could already cook for herself, while Yibai had yet to learn. Fine, Luo Chen's tone turned slightly dejected, but soon shifted to a cunning tone. Close your eyes. I have a surprise for you. A reward for bringing me food. Yibai obediently closed his eyes, slightly anticipating what reward Luo Chen might bestow upon him. However, instead of a reward, he received a kiss. Yibai opened his eyes. Astonished to see Luo Chen's lips pressed against his cheek. Confused, he thought, We've only known each other for 2 days. Why would she kiss me? She is acting just like Lin Tian. What are you doing? Chapter 36 The Forbidden Love of Siblings. What are you doing? Luo Chen gazed at Yibai, smiling without answering. Yibai felt flustered, realizing that Luo Chen was behaving similarly to Lin Tian. Hey, I like you, Yibai. Will you be my boyfriend? Luo Chen playfully clung to Yibai's arm. Yibai's composure began to fray. If Lin Tian found out, he would likely react violently, possibly driving a wedge between them. Does your brother know about this? Does he approve? Yibai had no choice but to invoke Lin Tian to deter Luo Chen, oblivious to the fact that Lin Tian had long hoped for Luo Chen to find a partner. Now, Luo Chen had chosen the older brother of her brother's elder brother as her boyfriend, creating a tangled family dynamic. I don't currently have any thoughts about dating or seeking a girlfriend. I am afraid I cannot agree to your request. My apologies. But I kissed you. If you don't agree, you'll have to return the favor. Yibai, reluctantly, placed a kiss on Luo Chen's left cheek. Can we kiss? Luo Chen's tone bore a hint of pleading. She wished to claim Yibai's first kiss, unaware that Yibai's first kiss had already been given to Lin Tian. Clenching his teeth, Yibai pressed a kiss on the corner of Luo Chen's mouth. It was the greatest concession he could make. Kissing on the lips was out of the question, at least not at this moment. Yi Bai had no intention of pursuing a girlfriend, nor a boyfriend, so misunderstandings should be avoided. All right, that's the biggest concession I can make. Yi Bai stood opposite Luo Chen, who was now licking her lips, seemingly unsatisfied. Fine, if you ever decide to find a girlfriend, be sure to come to me first. After Yi Bai nodded in agreement, he departed. Upon returning home, Yi Bai immediately settled into his warm bed. As for Bai Xian, she had already eaten and required no assistance from Yi Bai, being fully capable of preparing her meals. Now, Yi Bai would focus on Xiaomu Bei, aiming to cultivate him into a formidable individual. One who could rival Lin Tiandai in the dead of night. Bai Xian found herself unable to sleep, stealthily opening Yi Bai's door and slipping into his bed. She scrutinized him closely, having never observed him from such proximity. It dawned on her just how handsome Yi Bai truly was. Gradually, Bai Xian found herself entranced by Yi Bai's looks, as if she were on the brink of falling for him. She caressed Yi Bai's abdominal muscles, uncertain as to why she felt this way. Memories of Yi Bai's attentive care during their childhood flooded her mind. Those moments had been the happiest of her life. However, when Yi Bai departed, Bai Xian felt as if her world had crumbled. She did not want her brother to leave her. She wished for Yi Bai to remain by her side forever. It is said that the midnight hour is when one is most susceptible to melancholy. Even the typically lively Bai Xian found herself in despair. But was this normal? Clearly, it was not. This feeling transcended mere melancholy, resembling an awakening of desire. Bai Xian's desire for Yi Bai felt akin to love for her brother. A desire that had been magnified, prompting her to sneak into Yi Bai's bed in the dead of night. All of this was orchestrated by a figure, or perhaps a demon scheming. In a darkened space, a human knelt before an entity that was neither human nor ghost, seemingly uttering words of reverence. Esteemed Lord of Desire, your plan is nearing fruition. The desires have been unleashed. What is your next course of action? Please enlighten your faithful follower. The kneeling figure was none other than the embodiment of desire itself. The entity, known as Planaris, was a demon on the cusp of divinity. Yet not quite a demon, for demons do not gather followers as he does. He had renounced his demonic identity, aspiring to ascend to godhood. He spent nearly 10,000 years spreading his followers across every corner of the world. With just a single opportunity or a mere object, he could ascend to true divinity. This opportunity lies in the sacrifice of the most powerful human in existence, in other words, for Planas to attain godhood. He must sacrifice Yi Yuan. However, this endeavor is destined to fail. For Yi Yuan is under the watchful gaze of the divine, clearly beyond the reach of a demigod or a false god such as himself. Realizing that he cannot touch Yi Yuan, he then turns his attention to Bai Xian. Bai Xian has not been touched by the divine. She has only attracted the notice of an evil god. Yet such attention is insufficient to deter Planas's desires. Naturally, he would not be foolish enough to directly force a sacrifice of Bai Xian, for the divine who observes her would certainly intervene. Moreover, Bai Xian is the child of Yi Yuan, and Yi Yuan's involvement would signify that the divine behind him would also take action. Thus, he reluctantly shifts his gaze to another individual. He amplifies the desires of Bai Xian and Yi Bai through his inherent power. Desires that could lead one into the abyss, subtly nurturing faith in him. Should Bai Xian successfully place her faith in him, Planas would officially become him, a demon not inferior to a god. However, Bai Xian harbors no such desires. It is only Bai Xian who is influenced, her heart's longing solely for Yi Yuan. She yearns to merge with Yi Yuan, to be wholly embraced by him, wishing to transform entirely into his form. These desires, now magnified, stemmed merely from her innocent affection for Yi Yuan. Even the mere act of gazing at him would bring her joy. Yet, these desires caught the attention of Planas and were amplified, leading to the impending divine assassination battle initiated by Bai Xian against Yi Yuan. Influenced, Bai Xian is on the verge of stripping Yi Yuan and kissing him, but he soon realizes something is amiss. Upon opening his eyes, he sees Bai Xian's pupils transformed into hearts. Clearly, this is no longer the gaze of a normal person. Confused as to why Bai Xian is acting this way, he nonetheless discerns her aberration. Thus, he summons the system to inquire. System, what has happened to her? After a lengthy pause, the system finally responds, Host, your sister has been influenced by Planas, the embodiment of desire. Planas? I've never heard that name before. Elaborate. Planas, the embodiment of desire, originally a demon who abandoned his demonic identity in pursuit of divinity. He has cultivated numerous followers throughout the world. Now, he is but one step away from godhood, and that step entails sacrificing you. Your sister's current state is a result of Planas's influence. Infuriated by the system's revelation, Yi Yuan exclaims, What nonsense is this Planas? How dare he target my sister? That is a mortal sin. Chapter 37. With a power level of 30, are you feeling weak? System, can she recover from this? Of course, I am omniscient and omnipotent. Such minor tricks are trivial for me. And no sooner had the words left its mouth than a greenish light enveloped by Exine. And before long, her abnormality was dispelled, though Planas was alerted. By Exine then fell asleep, bearing the memories of what transpired. Yi Yuan, observing by Exine sprawled on his bed, sighed helplessly. Sleep was now out of the question. So he dressed and took a seat on the edge of his bed to read. Yi Yuan, too, has taken to reading to enhance his knowledge, though he finds no interest in attending school. Instead, he peruses ancient texts chronicling the significant events of this world, along with accounts of deities that no longer exist. Thus, he spent the night reading, with the system accompanying him throughout. By Exine, on the other hand, awoke at 5 in the morning, reflecting on the events of the previous night. Was it a dream? At this moment, she still believed that the occurrences of yesterday were but a figment of her imagination. Yet she noticed something was off in the room. The ceiling should be square, not rectangular. Hastily rising, she glanced around, only to find herself alone. Just as she sighed in relief, a sudden voice startled her. You're awake? Harboring a crush on your brother is not a good thing. Turning her head, by Exine discovered Yi Yuan gazing at her. Instantly drenched in sweat, she hurriedly exclaimed, Brother, I can explain. Please don't be angry. I can totally explain. It's not what you think. By Exine seemed anxious, yet Yi Yuan remained composed. It's all right, I understand, but I still hope you can let go of such thoughts. I am your brother after all. In that moment, Yi Yuan displayed an unprecedented tenderness. Had it been Lin Tian in by Exine's place, Yi Yuan would have unhesitatingly struck him, forcing him to confront reality. However, by Exine is not Lin Tian. Although Lin Tian has spent more time with him, Yi Yuan's feelings for by Exine run deeper. For by Exine is family, while Lin Tian is but a brother, the distinction is profound. Even if by Exine makes a mistake, Yi Yuan would forgive her, for she is his first family, and also his first brother. Yet, precisely because she is family, Yi Yuan finds it hard to accept by Exine. Were she a stranger, he would find it easier to embrace her than he would with Luo Chun or Lin Tian. Brother? If we weren't siblings, would you accept me? By Exine's trembling voice carried a hint of curiosity. Yi Yuan offered no reply, instead placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. Stop overthinking. It's time for school. Let us go. By Exine touched the spot where Yi Yuan had kissed her, feeling that this love is precisely what she yearned for. A love that is attentive to her feelings, that encourages her, and comforts her in her moments of wrongdoing. This type of love is known as familial affection. By Exine craved such love, though Yi Yuan and Bai Yu also treated her with similar care. By Exine always sensed that Yi Yuan was more concerned for her. This led to her psyche gradually distorting after Yi Yuan left. Yi Yuan did not attempt to mend these distortions. Unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from employing such fundamental powers to heal others. The damage would not only affect himself but also the one being healed. After arriving at school, Yi Yuan and Bai Exine parted ways to their respective classes. Once everyone settled into their seats, the instructors began organizing the students to line up for the downstairs activity. Each class formed a queue based on student numbers, with those in power training lining up to join their counterparts. Yi Yuan strolled alone onto the playground, discovering that the coach was already waiting with the others. The coach beckoned Yi Yuan over. After waiting for several minutes, everyone was finally gathered. The power testing was to commence with those in power training testing first. The testing would proceed in order of entry, with Yi Yuan being the last. The first to test was Jack, who, as the first to join power training, naturally possessed a commendable power level. Bang! he delivered a punch. Achieving a power level of 106. Jack, power level 106, excellent. Next. Every subsequent individual failed to exceed 100, the highest being a mere 99. Oh dear. A power level of 99. Such a pity. So close to breaking the 100. The one who recorded a power level of 99 was the very person who had once pinched Yi Yuan's cheek. Now, only Yi Yuan remained. Approaching the machine, he placed his hand upon it and delivered a punch. Bang, 10, 50, 70, 100, 150, 200. Ultimately, his power level stabilized at 212, precisely double that of Jack's. In truth, Yi Yuan had not intended to strike so high. It was merely a lack of control that resulted in the 212 reading. Yi Yuan, power level 212, excellent. Next, we will have the students from each class begin testing, starting with Class 1 and Class 2. Once the power training members had completed their tests, it was time for the regular students to be assessed. With those who had finished assisting the teachers, Yi Yuan and Jack were assigned to assist Class 10. Standing to the side, Jack couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Yi Yuan, you're incredible. No wonder you never seem out of breath during training. Your power level is so high, just average," Yi Yuan humbly replied to Jack. Jack shrugged, having never encountered someone so modest. Average? 212 is just average? Truly humble. However, he refrained from speaking further, wary of provoking Yi Yuan. When Bai Xian's turn arrived, Yi Yuan noticed she was not in her usual state. "Relax, don't be nervous. Just give it your all," Jack assumed Bai Xian was simply anxious and tried to comfort her. Yet, Yi Yuan perceived that Bai Xian was still reeling from the events of the previous day. Go ahead. After a brief recovery, Bai Xian summoned all her strength to strike the machine. Bang. Ultimately, her power level registered at 39. Not bad. Although it's not passing, it's very close. With a slightly better state, you would have surely qualified. Bai Xian, power level 39, not qualified. Next, Jack delivered the report on Bai Xian's Taoist power value with an expressionless demeanor. However, it was heard by only a few, himself, the recording Night Bai, and Bai Xian herself. Others could scarcely catch a whisper. There was no need to worry about embarrassment. Bai Xian's next assessment was for Lan Yu, who performed rather poorly, achieving only a score of 34. Jack sighed in resignation. Lan Yu's Taoist power value is 34, which is unsatisfactory. Next. After what felt like an eternity, Night Bai and Jack had completed their evaluations, while others were still engaged in theirs. With lunchtime approaching, Night Bai and Jack decided to take a break for a meal. They sought out Bai Xian and Lan Yu, who were already seated in the stands. "Come, let us dine," Jack waved his hand, leading the two to the cafeteria. Chapter 38. Unwelcome visitors. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Night Bai observed that it was sparsely populated. It was understandable. Most students were likely outside watching the Taoist power tests. Neglecting the cafeteria altogether, the four of them easily procured their meals. That moment, Luo Chun was embroiled in a dispute with Chen Ku, as both of their Taoist power values were identical, making it impossible to determine who was superior, and thus their wager could not be settled. "I am superior. I am a girl, and having the same Taoist power value as you only means I am more formidable." Nonsense. Even if our values are the same, boys naturally possess greater strength than girls. Let us ask Night Bai for a ruling. Upon mentioning Night Bai, both of them instinctively turned towards the playground. But after scanning the area, they found no sign of him. Consequently, they redirected their attention to the cafeteria, the only place where he might be found. When they dashed inside, they discovered Night Bai and the others already devouring their meals. "Luo Chun, you settle this for us?" Luo Chun exclaimed as he rushed to Night Bai's side. "Chen Ku and I have the same Taoist power value. Who do you think is more powerful?" Night Bai was momentarily taken aback. Is that even a question? If the values are the same, then aren't they equally formidable? Jack appeared somewhat puzzled as well, while Bai Xian and Lan Yu commenced their own analyses. Biologically, boys are naturally stronger than girls, and it is generally more challenging for girls to enhance their Taoist power values. Therefore, I believe Luo Chun is slightly stronger, Lan Yu posited. Conversely, Bai Xian argued, I think Chen Ku is more powerful. I believe. Both Bai Xian and Lan Yu began in unison, but before they could finish, Night Bai and Jack interjected harmoniously, if the Taoist power values are the same, shouldn't the strength be equal? The four of them found this reasoning unsatisfactory and countered, Girls inherently possess lower Taoist power values than boys. Thus, if the values are equal, shouldn't the girl be stronger? How can they be the same? You mentioned that boys naturally have higher Taoist power values, so it stands to reason that boys should be somewhat stronger, they argued back. The ensuing commotion rendered Night Bai unable to enjoy his meal. Silence, he commanded, and upon confirming that everyone had quieted down, he continued, if both a boy and a girl do 10 push-ups simultaneously, does that mean the girl's performance is automatically inferior? It depends on innate talent. If your Taoist power values are the same, it signifies that Luo Chun possesses higher innate ability. Why? Because you were on the basketball team, and yet you were still surpassed by a girl. Upon hearing this, Chang Ku fell silent, for he was indeed part of the basketball team and trained daily, yet here he was, unable to outshine Luo Chun, who had seemingly trained less. Observing that everyone had ceased their bickering, Night Bai quickly finished his meal. Noticing that Yu Qian had not yet gone upstairs, Night Bai descended to find her. However, he soon spotted several individuals who appeared to be non-students bullying a fellow student. He refrained from intervening directly and opted to observe the situation first. "Do you know who we are?" One of the bullies taunted. "No, I don't. This is a school. How did you get in here?" The victimized boy pleaded, glancing around helplessly, but no one dared to step in. They were members of a gang. If they were merely a common group, the school could have intervened, but they belonged to the notorious Five Saints gang. Although the gang had strict prohibitions against bullying civilians, students, or ordinary individuals, there were always a few self-righteous members who relished causing trouble. Most of these were inexperienced newcomers, resistant to discipline. Night Bai snapped a photo with his phone and sent it to Lin Tian. "Lin Tian, find out which gang these individuals belong to and impose penalties." At that moment, Lin Tian was accompanying Xiaomu Bei to purchase a phone, but upon feeling his phone vibrate, he paused his current task. Night Bai's message took precedence over any other concern. Upon reading the message, Lin Tian's demeanor shifted dramatically. He promptly shared the image with the leaders of the four gangs. Zhu Xian reacted with rage. While Bai Qi and Xian Chun remained largely indifferent, their expressions nonetheless grave. However, Qing Xian's face darkened, for one of the culprits was a recent recruit he had taken under his wing. Believing he had potential, yet, despite Qing Xian's repeated warnings, the young man had committed the very act he had been cautioned against, entering a school to assault students under the banner of the Five Saints gang. If news of this spread, the gang's reputation would undoubtedly suffer. "Whose man is this? Get him to step forward and claim responsibility," Lin Tian demanded. Qing Xian replied, "Brother Qilin, he is my man. I willingly accept the consequences. Go with Zhu Ke and bring him back, alive." Understood. Zhu Xian would naturally agree to handle this matter. She harbored no fondness for those who bullied others due to their status. Yet, she never paused to reflect on how many had perished because of her alliance with Night Bai. A form of bullying in its own right. That arrogant young thug would undoubtedly not survive the day. If he did, neither Qing Xian nor Zhu Xian might see the following sunrise. Inside the phone store, Xiaomu Bei noticed Lin Tian's troubled expression and asked, "Lin Tiangu, is something wrong?" Gazing at him with her wide, innocent eyes, "It's a matter of moderate significance. If not handled properly, it may tarnish our reputation." Lin Tian replied, unconcerned about the store owner since he was one of their affiliates. The phone purchase was merely a pretext. Lin Tian had already informed the owner to prepare the devices. After securing the phones, Lin Tian led Xiaomu Bei out, reminding her, "Cut the surveillance." Thus, Lin Tian and Xiaomu Bei strolled along the street, while she delightedly admired her new phone, scarcely believing he had truly gifted her a replacement. Feeling touched, she reflected that it was the first time in her life someone had spent so much on her. "Thank you, Lin Tiangu. I truly don't know how to repay you in Night Bai Gu." Xiaomu Bei was ready to offer herself in gratitude, willing to endure anything for the two of them. Just contribute more to the gang. At that moment, Lin Tian resembled a caring older brother. Without the title of Qilin of the Five Saints gang, he would undoubtedly be a gentle soul. Meanwhile, Zhu Xian and Qing Xian charged toward the school like a tank. As they approached, the bully had already fixed his gaze upon Yu Qian. Night Bai positioned himself protectively behind her, casting an unhappy glance at the assailant. The white dragon perched on Night Bai's shoulder mirrored his displeasure. If Zhu Xian and Qing Xian did not arrive within 5 seconds, the dragon would not hesitate to eliminate him and then seek retribution from Zhu Xian and Qing Xian. 4. At the school entrance, Zhu Xian and Qing Xian burst through the gates. 3. Zhu Xian activated her observation hockey, scanning for the target. 2. Upon pinpointing the location, she swiftly led Qing Xian in that direction. 1. Just as the white dragon was about to strike, a male voice rang in their ears. A masked figure glared furiously at Night Bai's opponent. Damn it, what a lunatic! Zhu Xian could hardly fathom that Night Bai had tolerated the situation for so long. Minutes had passed since the photo was sent, and under normal circumstances, Night Bai should have already taken action. Yet he had restrained himself. The assailant, on the other hand, was now terrified as he recognized Qing Xian and Zhu Xian, their distinctive masks unmistakable. Luo Chun, Lan Yu, by Xian, and Jack peered down from the second-floor cafeteria window, captivated by the unfolding drama. Although Qiu Tian contemplated intervening, he knew he could not afford to cross the Five Saints gang, so he chose to remain a spectator, unwilling to play the fool. Qing Xian seized the bully by the throat and addressed the crowd. This individual is a traitor to our Five Saints gang. We apologize for the harm he has caused you. I personally pledge to donate 100 million to ensure a better learning environment for all students. With that, Qing Xian led the culprit away. Zhu Xian, however, remained behind to tend to the injured students and teachers. She had learned some healing abilities from Night Bai. Though her knowledge was limited, she could manage only minor injuries. Fortunately, the students had only sustained minor wounds, which she could easily handle. She approached one of the injured students and asked, "Does it hurt?" The student instinctively nodded at first, only to shake his head afterward. Zhu Xian's mask emitted a faint green glow, and before long, the injured area of the student was healed. Once the treatment was complete, Zhu Xian spoke a few words to him, and ultimately, the student fully believed what Zhu Xian had conveyed. The same occurred with the second and third students. The last to arrive was Yu Qian, who still clung to Yi Bai, unwilling to let go. Upon seeing Zhu Xian and Qing Xian approach, Yi Bai initially intended to walk away, but Yu Qian's grip on her arm proved unyielding, leaving her in this predicament. As Zhu Xian approached Yu Qian's side, she felt a mix of fluster and jealousy at the sight of Yi Bai being embraced. Jealousy arose from the fact that Yu Qian could hold Yi Bai so closely, while she and her sister had previously shown their affection without receiving any acknowledgement in return. Now, witnessing Yu Qian's boldness, how could she not feel envious? The same words were exchanged, yet they held little sway over Yu Qian, who stubbornly clung to Yi Bai's arm, visibly intimidated by the presence of Zhu Xian. Realizing that the situation was escalating, Yi Bai took a step back, pulling Yu Qian with her, while Bai Long leaped down to position himself between the two girls. Aware that the situation could not be diffused, Zhu Xian decided to leave. Upon reaching the school gate, she discovered that Qing Xian was still waiting for her, prompting her to inquire, "Why didn't you just take them back?" "I was waiting for you." Qing Xian replied, "Why wait for me? Didn't we come together? Why didn't you return on your own? It's more enjoyable to have company and chat along the way." As they conversed, a vehicle abruptly halted at the school entrance, and a group of individuals clad in black disembarked. Among them was the young master of the Hier Na family. The aristocratic family had set their sights on this school, intending to transform it into their personal paradise. Thus, he personally arrived with his entourage, which included bodyguards with a staggering combat power of 200,000. Zhu Xian and Qing Xian stood opposite the car, and the bodyguards quickly recognized them. "Young master, they are from the Five Saints gang." "The Five Saints gang? Merely jesters. Eliminate them without hesitation," Leites commanded with a glint of cunning in his eyes. The subordinate understood and prepared to engage Zhu Xian and Qing Xian in combat. Before Zhu Xian and Qing Xian could comprehend the situation, the attack was already upon them. Their knowledge of the Hier Na family was limited. They only knew that their patriarch wielded immense power, making them untouchable and tyrannical. The patriarch's combat power reached an astonishing 570,000, and while Zhu Xian and Qing Xian, each with a power of 200,000, could handle one or two opponents, they faced 10 such adversaries here. Even they found the odds daunting. "Consider it extra training. We shall deal with them," Zhu Xian declared as her mask radiated a crimson light. flames enveloping her. However, the flames did not harm Zhu Xian. They adhered to her, a technique taught by Yi Bai. A column of fire erupted into the air, capturing the attention of the students within the school. Though curious, they understood that a battle was likely unfolding. And given the location, it seemed Zhu Xian and Qing Xian had encountered foes. Thus, few dared to witness the spectacle. However, Luo Chun was bolder. She ventured to a vantage point with her phone to capture the unfolding drama. Yi Bai instructed Bai Long to follow her, donning her mask in preparation for combat, knowing that among the adversaries was a formidable foe with a combat power of 400,000, a challenge even for Bai Long, whose maximum power was around 370,000. The average human form only possessed 310,000, merely 120,000 more than Zhu Xian. Upon arriving at the scene, Luo Chun quickly realized that Zhu Xian and Qing Xian were gradually falling behind. The enemy was too numerous and too strong. Even the formidable Zhu Xian and Qing Xian struggled against such overwhelming opposition. Qing Xian exhibited no anger or fear, only a fierce determination, while Zhu Xian wore an expression of confidence, fully aware that they could not possibly lose this battle. Just as they were nearing their limits, Bai Long appeared, launching a kick that sent the closest enemy flying. With Bai Long's arrival, Zhu Xian felt a wave of relief. She had been worried that Yi Bai might not be aware of the situation, despite the towering column of fire she had created. But now, with Bai Long present, her concerns faded. Luo Qin, on the other hand, was filled with anticipation. Bai Long cast a sidelong glance at Luo Qin's hiding spot before engaging in a fierce battle against the adversaries, single-handedly dispatching them. As the enemies fell, the most powerful among them emerged, watching Bai Long silently, seemingly wary of whether anyone else remained behind him. If there were none, he could likely take down at least one of the three. However, if there were more, escape would be impossible. Initially, he considered retreating, but Leites had already ordered him to capture all three alive and to make Bai Long his mount. Reluctantly, he engaged Bai Long in combat. Before long, however, Bai Long began to falter, though he had also worn down his opponent significantly. With no one having appeared during their prolonged struggle, the enemy concluded that no additional reinforcements would join. Just as he prepared to strike, he suddenly felt himself locked in the gaze of a ferocious beast. A desperate urge to flee surged within him, yet instinct compelled him to remain. For his instincts had been ensnared by Yi Bai, leaving him unable to escape. With her mask on, Yi Bai materialized behind Zhu Xian and the others, and upon seeing her, the enemy immediately attempted to flee. Yet, Leites had already met his end at Yi Bai's hands. Realizing Leites was dead, the enemy felt a surge of dread. However, escape was no longer an option, and no matter how he struggled, he found himself immobile. Have you moved enough? If so, it is my turn. With a single punch, Yi Bai incapacitated him, demonstrating her formidable strength despite the toll of the previous battle. A second punch sealed his fate. Following this, Yi Bai vanished from sight, reappearing behind Luo Chun. Startled by Yi Bai's sudden disappearance, Luo Chun intended to capture more footage but was swiftly disarmed as Yi Bai snatched her phone. Turning in shock, she gazed at Yi Bai with fear. "Young lady, it's impolite to take clandestine photos of others. Your phone is confiscated. Have your brother come to retrieve it?" With that, Yi Bai vanished once again. Luo Chun was left in a state of anxiety, her mind racing at the thought of being caught for her indiscretion. And with her phone taken, the prospect of her brother retrieving it filled her with dread. She feared the consequences of having to face him, fully aware that she would likely receive a severe reprimand. Yet, she realized that without her brother's intervention, she might never see her phone again. Lost in thought, Luo Chun pondered if there was a way to retrieve her phone without informing Bai Qi. But after a moment of contemplation, she concluded there was none. Chapter 39. By Qi's embarrassment, Zhu Xian and Qing Xian also witnessed the events unfold. As expected of Bai Qi's sister, she has quite the audacity. Zhu Xian remarked, "Indeed, she did something I wouldn't dare even consider." Qing Xian agreed. By Lao, who was on the brink of death, they commented, expressing their assessment of Luo Chen's actions. Zhu Xian decided to inform Bai Qi about Yi by confiscating Luo Chen's phone and sending her to retrieve it. But Qing Xian thought it might be more entertaining not to tell him. Bai Long remained silent on the matter. Suddenly, Qingxian recalled that she had to return to face the consequences and said, "Never mind, I won't mention it. I need to head back for my punishment. I'll take my leave now." With Qingxian and Yi Bai having already departed, Bai Long moved to a safe spot, transforming into a cat before returning to Yi Bai, and no one noticed anything amiss. Zhu Xian figured that since she was already there, she might as well check on Lian. Thus, she found a secluded area, removed her mask, and sent a message to Lian. Upon receiving the message, Lian first posed a few questions to Zhu Xian. "Lian, was that you fighting at the school gate just now?" Zhu Xian, "Yes." "What is the matter, Lian? Who were you fighting, and who were your opponents?" Zhu Xian, "Members of the Hierna family. They're just a bunch of clowns, Lian. I've heard of them. They re nothing but jesters." Zhu Xian, "When I arrive, your students don't need to call me Big Sister anymore. They can just call me Shui Shui." Lian, "What? Don't like it? I remember you used to love being called Big Sister. Why the change?" Zhu Xian didn't dislike it. Rather, she felt compelled to avoid it, especially with Yi Bai around. Zhu Xian, "Forget it. I should be accustomed to it by now. Just tell the security that I'm coming in." Lian, "No need. Just walk right in. The security has already been dealt with. They've attracted the wrong crowd." Zhu Xian, "All right." Zhu Xian paid no mind to how the security had met their demise, as it was irrelevant to her. Upon entering the campus, she immediately located Lian in her office. At that moment, students were still discussing the recent events, some testing their combat powers. The teaching building was nearly empty, with only a few teachers present, so Zhu Xian's arrival went unnoticed except by Lian. Upon reaching Lian's private office, Zhu Xian sat in her chair. "I'm utterly exhausted. Battling those few was nearly my undoing." "Didn't you say it was nothing?" After Lian poured a glass of water for Zhu Xian, she promptly settled herself on Zhu Xian's lap, showing no concern for Zhu Xian's expression. Upon receiving the water, Zhu Xian took a substantial sip and remarked, "It's nothing. Really, that I'm just exhausted, and the inability to fight back is quite infuriating." Unable to fight back? Does the Hierna family possess such a plethora of formidable powers? Indeed they do. There are at least 10 bodyguards with a power level of 200,000, and one with a power level of 400,000. If it weren't for Brother Yi, we would have perished long ago. Lian appeared slightly taken aback, only to reveal a look of understanding shortly thereafter. "Is he also nearby? Has he departed?" "He left quite some time ago. It's best not to discuss him in private. His temper is rather volatile." Lian nodded, signaling her comprehension. By the way, what brings you to school?" "Zhu Ke just left, and your presence could easily attract attention." "It's nothing. My hair is black now, but whenever I make an appearance, it's red, so I won't be exposed." Zhu Xian had learned her lesson after her last encounter when Luo Chun had noticed her unchanged hair color. This time, she had deliberately altered her hair color. Although her appearance remained the same, it would suffice to deceive the average person. "Well, should you be exposed, the one who pays the price is you, not me." Zhu Xian chose not to continue the banter with Lian and instead inquired, "Who is the highest-ranked student in terms of power at your school?" Zhu Xian could easily guess the answer, certain it was Yi Bai, but she still wanted to confirm, wondering if Yi Bai might show leniency. "It's someone named Yi Bai, the one you met previously." Zhu Xian's assumption proved correct. Yi Bai was indeed the top scorer in the power assessment. I will leave shortly. I still have matters to attend to, and I haven't resolved the other factions in Chen Tianlu. I've been exceedingly busy lately." Zhu Xian stretched lazily before nudging Lian off her lap to reclaim her seat. Lian attempted to sit back down, but Zhu Xian stubbornly refused to allow it. "How shameless of you, taking my seat like this." Zhu Xian ignored Lian's comment. Meanwhile, Luo Chun returned to the group below, wearing a constipated expression. "What happened?" Yi Bai asked, suppressing a laugh. "Nothing." Luo Chun was keen on keeping the incident under wraps, as it would be quite embarrassing if it became known that he had been caught filming someone without permission and had his phone confiscated. If it were anyone else, Yi Bai might have resorted to violence, but Luo Chun was different. She was Bai Chi's sister, and it would not be worth it to eliminate her over such a trivial matter. Moreover, there was no significant evidence captured. Eventually, he planned to return the phone to Lin Tian and have him pass it on to Bai Chi. With that thought, Yi Bai took out his phone to message Lin Tian. "Yi Bai, Bai Chi's sister was caught filming without permission. and I've confiscated her phone. I'll give it to you later, and you can return it to her. Lin Tian. All right, what did she film? Yibai. Don't worry about it. Lin Tian, now back at the Wuxing gang, stared at his phone in disbelief. Why won't you just say it? He was too exasperated to engage in conversation. Just then, Xiaomu Bei knocked on the door. She had just received a call from her mother, informing her that her father had been in a car accident. Fortunately, he was unharmed, but he was required to pay a hefty sum, and it was with Xin Shen from the Wuxing gang. These details were relayed to Xiaomu Bei by her father, who had adamantly instructed her mother not to inform Xiaomu Bei. However, seeing her husband's hair that had turned half white, her mother could not resist calling Xiaomu Bei. When Xiaomu Bei heard the name Xin Shen, she paused momentarily. If it were someone else, she might feel upset, especially since she lacked the funds to seek Lin Tian's assistance. But since it involved their own people, it likely wouldn't be too serious. If there were issues, she could always distance herself from Yibai and Lin Tian. Upon opening the door, Lin Tian was puzzled as to why Xiaomu Bei was seeking him out. Did she struggle with using her phone? What's wrong? Lin Tian stood up to face Xiaomu Bei. A gesture he reserved for those he regarded as equals to Lin Tian. I just wanted to mention that my father accidentally bumped into Xin Shen's car yesterday. Could you help resolve this? Though Xiaomu Bei could approach Xin Shen directly, fear held her back. Why not just go directly to Xin Shen? Why come to me? He mentioned this incident to me yesterday. Xiaomu Bei's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, I'm afraid. Hearing her words, Lin Tian could hardly contain his laughter. It's fine. You hold a higher rank than him. Whatever you say, he must comply. If he doesn't, I'll be there to back you up. With that, Lin Tian took Xiaomu Bei to find Xin Shen, who was currently at a repair shop. Xin Shen stared at a message, unable to calm himself. Shocking. 3 delivery drivers delivered meals to the same person last night, and all of them had accidents. Xin Shen's lips twitched. If he guessed correctly, one of those drivers was the one who had crashed into his car yesterday. Lin Tian arrived at the entrance of Xin Wu gang with Xiaomu Bei. Typically, the leaders of the 4 gangs would be present in their respective territories, unless they were off-duty. Upon reaching the entrance, Lin Tian learned that Xin Shen had stepped out to repair a vehicle. Having obtained Xin Shen's location, Lin Tian promptly led Xiaomu Bei to find him. He refrained from messaging Xin Shen, wanting Xiaomu Bei to engage with him directly to foster future interactions. Xiaomu Bei was still timid, hesitating to converse with others. Although each member of the Wuxing gang possessed several lives, it seemed excessive for her to be so frightened. In order to build her courage, Lin Tian considered the best approach would be to demonstrate violence in front of her, allowing her to partake as well. However, he feared that it might traumatize her. Ultimately, he decided to let her adjust at her own pace. Recalling that he had walked a similar path in the past, on their way, Xiaomu Bei glanced at nearby supermarkets, seemingly eager to indulge in shopping. Yet, each time she inquired, she declined, though her eyes lingered on the stores. Lin Tian, taking the initiative, led her into a supermarket, encouraging her to select whatever she pleased. After some hesitation, Xiaomu Bei picked out several items she had desired but couldn't afford before, including a substantial amount of snacks. Along the way, Lin Tian took a third of her snacks without her complaining. Although she was unaware of Lin Tian's age, he appeared youthful, likely around 20. Xiaomu Bei could hardly fathom that Lin Tian was still a minor. Lin Tian first took Xiaomu Bei to a tailor to order a suit. The craftsmanship was not of utmost importance. Speed was the priority, and they did not purchase ready-made clothing as it would not fit properly. Afterward, they proceeded to the repair shop where Xin Shen was working. This shop also belonged to the Wuxing gang, so Xin Shen was wearing a mask while working. Upon entering, Lin Tian donned his mask, and Xiaomu Bei followed suit. The masks could be concealed within their wristbands, allowing for easy retrieval when needed. This feature had yet to be discovered by anyone. It was only known that members of the Wuxing gang wore these wristbands. Some speculated they served as energy supplies, while others believed they had functional capabilities. Some even theorized that the wristbands concealed mutated beasts that could be unleashed for attacks, albeit at a great cost. Upon entering, Lin Tian spotted Xin Shen's vehicle being repaired. The damage was minimal. A few parts needed replacement, though Xiaomu Bei's estimate of the cost being merely tens of thousands was far from accurate. It would likely be in the range of hundreds of thousands. Although the individual components were not significantly impaired, should they fail, a large portion would need to be dismantled for replacement. Xiaomu Bei, lacking knowledge on the matter, assumed the car's condition was not severe. Her father had sustained minor injuries thanks to the vehicle's safety features, cushioning the impact rather than allowing him to crash directly onto the pavement. Xinshin, noticing Lin Tian's arrival, promptly rose to greet him. Brother Lin Tian. At this point, aside from Zhu Xian and Zhu Ke, no one else knew of Xiamu Bei's existence. Thus, Xinshin did not recognize her. However, upon seeing her mask, he realized she was not an ordinary person. May I ask how to address this lady? Xiamu Bei appeared somewhat anxious, looking to Lin Tian for assistance. She is new, on par with me, and currently lacks a code name. You may address her as elder sister from now on. Lin Tian casually gestured toward Xiamu Bei. Xinshin, somewhat surprised, still addressed her respectfully. Greetings, elder sister. Xinshin paid no heed to whether Xiamu Bei was a newcomer. His unwavering loyalty meant that he would comply with anything Lin Tian instructed. While others might require a period of adjustment, Xinshin needed none. Bai Qi and Qing Xian would not acknowledge Xiamu Bei until she demonstrated superior accomplishments compared to theirs. Only then would they willingly address her as sister. However, this courtesy was exclusive to Lin Tian. If it were Night Bai speaking, the situation would be entirely different. Lin Tian could show leniency, but Night Bai would not tolerate any dissent. The moment one dared to express resistance, Night Bai would immediately sense it. They all knew of Night Bai's ability to read minds. Lin Tian then patted Xiamu Bei on the back, signaling her to speak. Yet, Xiamu Bei's mind went blank, rendering her speechless, which left Lin Tian at a loss for words. Xinshin observed her hesitance and wondered why her desire to speak was so pronounced despite her wearing a mask. After a while, Xiamu Bei finally managed to say, hello. The delivery person I collided with last night was my father. Could you please not make things difficult for him? Is that all right? Upon recalling the individual he had bumped into, Xuanshen's face drained of color, relieved that he hadn't caused any trouble. Otherwise, he might have found it difficult to leave. Of course, no problem at all. I didn't ask the old man for any money. The 100,000 was merely a figure of speech. Rest assured, Xuanshen's demeanor shifted dramatically, leaving his subordinates bewildered. Was this really their leader? He appeared so serious typically. How had he changed so suddenly? They then turned their attention to the other individual who had accompanied Xinshin on his expedition to Pingyang Street. Concluding that his quicksilver disposition and humor must have influenced Xinshin. I thank you on behalf of my father, Xiamu Bei said, preparing to bow, but before she could bend, Xinshin caught her and raised her up. No need for that, it's hardly a significant sum. He dared not accept such a gesture, fearing it might lead to his demise. Lin Tian interjected, there's no need to bow when asking subordinates for assistance. Just tell them what to do. They'll follow your orders without needing to gauge their expressions. However, be cautious not to adopt a disrespectful attitude, or they may not fulfill your requests properly. Xiamu Bei nodded in understanding, and Xinshin mirrored her gesture. He then poured them both a glass of water, and after taking a sip, Lin Tian remarked, have you been training diligently? You seem not to have improved much since before. Hearing this, Xinshin broke into a cold sweat, as he had been preoccupied with other matters and neglecting his training. I assure you I have been serious, but due to my innate limitations, my combat prowess hasn't increased. Do you believe me? Ha, I absolutely do believe you. Since your talent seems to have plateaued, perhaps it's time for a change, Lin Tian declared, his fist instantly enveloped in darkness. Seeing this, Xinshin quickly knelt, pleading, no, it's simply because I haven't trained hard enough. My potential is still there. Please don't take action. He knelt before Lin Tian, terrified that his fist would come crashing down upon him. Lin Tian paused, retracting his darkened fist upon hearing Xinshin's words. As Xiamu Bei gazed at Lin Tian's shadowy arm, she recognized it as the manifestation of Haki and exclaimed, Lin Tian Gu, I wish to learn this. She tugged at Lin Tian's garment. Even through her mask, Lin Tian could perceive the clarity and naivety in her eyes. We'll discuss it when we return, he replied dismissively, not yet ready to teach her Haki, believing her body was too fragile for such training. She would need to reach a combat prowess of around 1,000 before she could begin learning Haki. Otherwise, it would be perilous, except for observation Haki, which required less physical robustness to master. Xiamu Bei nodded twice before pondering what her code name should be. Chapter 40. Luo Qin's Frustration. By Qi's speechlessness, Xiaomu Bei considered that her codename should relate to her own. Lin Tian and Night Bai both had names tied to their identities, and hers was Xiaomu Bei. She decided on Phoenix as her codename. While it may not have a direct connection, it fits seamlessly into the theme, especially since one of the 5 divine beasts was already a white dragon. Adding a phoenix seemed only reasonable. Lin Tian Gua, I've chosen my codename, Phoenix, Xiaomu Bei declared without hesitation, directly mentioning Lin Tian's name, to which Lin Tian responded indifferently, as long as you've decided. That's fine, we'll work on it when we get back. Your body needs fortifying. Xiaomu Bei nodded, acknowledging her own frailty. Lin Tian refrained from training her immediately, given her previous malnourishment. Meanwhile, at the school, as noon approached, many students still had yet to test their combat prowess, but to avoid disrupting the lunch break, the school decided to allow students to return to their dormitories to rest. Upon returning, Luo Chun promptly shut the door, leaving Yu Qian outside. Thus, Yu Qian was left to read on a table outside while Luo Chun contemplated how to persuade her brother to send Bai Qi to retrieve Night Bai's phone. Meanwhile, Night Bai, observing the phone within the system's space, was perplexed. Was she not afraid of being caught in a battle? Night Bai could not fathom why Luo Chun was so bold, especially given the ongoing conflict outside. Consequently, she discreetly took her phone, deleted the video, and wrote a note in her usual journal. Next time, don't take videos. If someone else sees them, you'll be in danger. After jotting this down, Night Bai returned the phone to the system space. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Qi was completely unaware that his sister, Luo Chun, had already had her phone confiscated by Nightbai.at, the repair shop. Lin Tian suddenly had an idea and messaged Bai Qi. Bai Qi, your sister took a video of Brother Yi and her phone has been confiscated. You need to come and get it yourself? Bai Qi, leisurely browsing his phone, was taken aback by Lin Tian's message. What? What did she do? Taking a video of Brother Yi? Bai Qi felt an overwhelming sense of dread and concern, worried for his sister's safety and fearing Night Bai might take action against Luo Chun. Anger soon followed. He could not understand why Luo Chun would take such reckless action, thinking she could do as she pleased simply because he was there to protect her. With this in mind, Bai Qi immediately called Luo Chun's counselor, knowing that every parent had the contact information for their child's advisor. However, recalling that Luo Chun's counselor was Lian, he opted to send a message instead. Please have my sister come out. I need to speak with her urgently. Upon receiving the message, Lian was initially puzzled, then increasingly so. Could it be that Bai Qi had reached the point of wanting to harm his sister? Such thoughts briefly crossed her mind before she quickly dismissed them. She knew Bai Qi well enough. Despite his flaws, he was not the type to harbor ill intentions toward his sister. After all, given his status, he could surely find several girls far more attractive than Luo Chun. What is it? Lian replied, It doesn't matter. Just get her out here, it's urgent. Without further dispute, Lian believed Bai Qi given his tone, and she messaged Luo Chun but received no response. She's not replying. Bai Qi was left speechless upon reading Lian's message. If she could respond, that would be alarming. Message her classmates and tell them to urge her to come to the school entrance as quickly as possible. Lian was baffled by Bai Qi's sudden outburst but complied nonetheless. She messaged Yu Qian to inform her to relay the message to Luo Chun. Why Yu Qian knocked on the door, calling out, Luo Chun, your brother is looking for you. He wants you to meet him at the school entrance. You should go. Upon hearing this, Luo Chun was immediately frightened. She seemed to realize why Bai Qi was seeking her out and hurriedly got out of bed to put on her shoes. Meanwhile, Bai Qi had already arrived at the designated location, having rushed there at top speed. After a brief jog, Luo Chun reached the school entrance, where Bai Qi awaited her. The moment she spotted him, fear enveloped her. Bai Qi waved her over, and she complied. As she reached his side, Bai Qi grasped her ear and scolded. Do you have any idea what you've done? Are you not afraid for your life? Luo Chun, being pulled by her ear, stumbled as she spoke. Brother, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please let go. My ear is going to fall off. You're aware of pain. You're not afraid of dying, but you're afraid of a little discomfort? Just endure it. Luo Chun felt as if her ear had gone numb, as if she could feel nothing at all. Brother, I'm truly sorry. I swear it won't happen again. It hurts. Please stop. Bai Qi glanced at Luo Chun's ear, noticing it had indeed turned quite red, and then released her, saying, Have I been too lenient with you, leading you to believe you're untouchable? if someone else had caught you. You wouldn't even have the chance to see me again, understand? Bai Qi spoke earnestly, genuinely worried for Luo Chen's safety. I understand. Brother, it absolutely won't happen again. Luo Chen hurriedly acquiesced, for she dared not provoke Bai Qi any further. With a sigh, Bai Qi spoke. Do you know why I recorded that video? Luo Chen shook her head. I wanted to dissuade you from the idea of joining a gang. The video was meant to make you realize the peril associated with such a decision, not to encourage you to engage in these activities. Luo Chen nodded, too intimidated to voice a response. Let us proceed. When the time comes to meet them, you shall explain yourself, Bai Qi urged as she hastened Luo Chen towards the Wushang gang. Meanwhile, Luo Chen's heart was a tumult of excitement and trepidation. She was exhilarated at the prospect of entering the Wushang gang, yet frightened because she was being brought in to answer for her actions. At the same time, Yibai received a message from Lin Tian. Yibai felt a sense of exasperation as he read Lin Tian's words. Yibai, I told Bai Qi I needed to see you. So please return. Staring at the message, Yibai could only feel speechless, yet he knew he had no choice but to comply. Thus, he excused himself under the pretense of needing to use the restroom and teleported back. Lin Tian, at that moment, was returning with Xiaomu Bei, and upon passing a clothing store, he purchased several new outfits for her, as her previous ones were rather worn. Even the new ones were somewhat ill-fitting, so he decided to buy her a complete set instead. Xiaomu Bei gazed at the fresh garments, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy. This was something she had never dared to dream of, and she resolved to contribute significantly to the Wushang gang, determined not to let Lin Tian and Yibai down. Upon their return to the Wushang gang, they found Yibai masked, waiting for someone. He held a phone that did not appear to belong to him. Lin Tian greeted him and took his place behind Yibai. Shortly thereafter, Bai Qi returned with Luo Chen. As soon as they entered, Luo Chen spotted Yibai observing them from a high seat. Chapter 41. Such tenderness Yibai gestured for them to approach. Luo Chen cautiously drew near, the pressure mounting with every step, as if 1,000 pounds weighed upon her. Just as she felt she could bear it no longer, Yibai lifted the oppressive force. Cold sweat trickled down Luo Chen's brow as she anxiously regarded Yibai, fearful that any misstep would lead to her immediate demise at his hands. Lin Tian offered her a stool to sit upon. However, Luo Chen hesitated. After all, this was a stool brought by the revered Qilin of the Wushang gang. Who would dare sit upon it? Aside from the two individuals close to Yibai, it seemed no one else would have the audacity to do so. Luo Chen's thoughts were partially correct. Bai Long and Xiaomu Bei certainly would sit. And so would Zhu Xian and Zhu Qi, as their bonds were deeply rooted. Sit, commanded Yibai, compelling Luo Chen to comply. Reluctantly, she took her seat. Yibai studied Luo Chen, his thoughts inscrutable. This foolish girl. Does she not comprehend her own audacity? Even with Bai Qi's indulgence, she should be more cautious. Surely, she knows who Yibai is. How could she dare to record him without permission? Lin Tian pondered in confusion, unable to fathom Luo Chen's boldness, which seemed to surpass his own. Xiaomu Bei watched Luo Chen with a furrowed brow. Being of similar age, she could not understand how Luo Chen had managed to offend Yibai. Yet, she dared not inquire, for she feared being placed in a similar predicament. This stool appeared decidedly ominous. Yibai extracted Luo Chen's phone and asked, "Why did you take that video? Are you aware of the ramifications it could cause if it were to spread?" His voice carried a hint of anger mixed with resignation. If the video circulated, their strategies, capabilities, and methods of combat would be laid bare for their enemies to scrutinize. Most who had witnessed their battles were dead, and those who survived had buried the secret deep within their hearts. Over the years, no one had dared to spy, for those who attempted had met grim fates, not only within the Wushang gang but across all factions. However, Luo Chen was different. She was not easily disposed of, and harming her would require considerable effort. Furthermore, Bai Qi might retaliate, thus losing a formidable ally. Lin Tian and Bai Long were Yibai's trusted aides, while Xiaomu Bei served as his vigilant observer. When Luo Chen heard Yibai's inquiry, she shook her head, genuinely unaware of the consequences and implications. Yibai regarded her with disbelief. Could you not simply nod? If you acknowledged your mistake, I might be lenient. Why must you be so obstinate? Resigned, he instructed Lin Tian to elucidate the matter to Luo Chen. After a prolonged moment, filled with profound remorse, Luo Chun apologized to Yi Bai. Lin Tian and Xiaomu Bei, that I am truly sorry. I should not have recorded that video. I assure you it will not happen again. If it does, may I be struck down by the heavens. With that, she rose and bowed deeply in apology. For now, kneeling was out of the question. Yi Bai had no penchant for such displays of submission. He would not even glance at those who knelt before him, as he believed that what is unseen does not trouble the heart. Unless one faced a dire situation where refusing to kneel would result in certain death, Yi Bai held those who bowed in disdain. Yi Bai waved his hand, passing the phone to Lin Tian, who then handed it to Luo Chen before departing. His prolonged absence from the restroom had led others to speculate that Yi Bai had drowned in there. Upon returning to school, he promptly re-entered the classroom, just as the lesson concluded. Chung Ku, upon seeing Yi Bai's return, remarked incredulously, "What happened? Did you fall into a pit? You're back so late." Yi Bai had indeed been gone for over 10 minutes under the pretense of using the restroom. Was it truly plausible to take so long for such a trivial matter? I suddenly needed to relieve myself, he explained, justifying the delay. Chun Ka finally accepted this explanation, believing it rather than suspecting Yi Bai had perished in the restroom. Not long after Yi Bai's return, Luo Chun also reappeared. Her eyes bore traces of redness, having endured a scolding from Bai Qi after leaving the Wu Shang gang. She had faced a barrage of harsh words, a level of humiliation she had never experienced before. Consequently, Luo Chun had cried for an extended period, leaving her in a fragile state. Upon entering the classroom, her friends immediately sensed something was amiss with her demeanor. Chen Ku and Yu Qian speculated that Luo Chun had been summoned due to some wrongdoing and reprimanded by her brother. Though they were close, their assumptions were not entirely accurate. On her way back, Luo Qian had stumbled, landing face first on the ground, which thoroughly shattered her composure. "What happened?" Yi Bai asked, a hint of confusion in his tone. He wondered if Luo Qian was truly so fragile, if mere words could elicit such a reaction. It seemed rather weak. Luo Qian steadied herself and replied, "It's nothing. I just tripped on my way back." She endeavored to conceal her distress. Chen Ku and Yu Qian were convinced by her explanation, but Yi Bai remained unconvinced. The evidence of her fall was clear, with dirt and dust clinging to her clothes and the redness in her eyes betraying her tears. Yi Bai surmised that Luo Chun had likely been scolded by Bai Qi, cried for a while and then stumbled. Another possibility lingered in his mind. Perhaps she had cried after falling. Yi Bai gently offered, "Does it hurt? Would you like to see the school nurse?" Luo Chun shook her head. "It's just a fall. It's not as if I fell from a height. I don't need to see the nurse." Nevertheless, she rolled up her pant leg to reveal a scrape. Upon noticing, Yi Bai retrieved a few band-aids, a bottle of iodine, and a cotton swab from his system space. Just in case, he also brought out some supplements meant for those who had sustained injuries in fights. Though these were typically reserved for individuals on the brink of death, offering such to Luo Chun seemed excessive. Yi Bai approached Luo Chun, applying the iodine to her wound before affixing a band-aid over it. "Thank you," she expressed gratefully. "Try to refrain from excessive movement for a while, and take care of yourself. Although it's just a scrape, it's better to be cautious." Yi Bai's unexpected tenderness did not escape the notice of the system, which promptly captured numerous photographs, at least 20, documenting the entire interaction from start to finish. There were also videos, in pristine quality, 4K. The system could only imagine the expression on Luo Chen's face when she discovered that Yi Bai was. In fact, however, that was a thought for another time. At present, Luo Chun had already developed deep feelings for Yi Bai. She lowered her pant leg. It dawned on Luo Chun that Yi Bai had just touched her leg. The thought caused her cheeks to flush, while Yi Bai remained indifferent, having been subjected to far worse. For him, it was merely a casual touch, yet for Luo Chun, it was a moment of significance. As this was the first time someone she admired had made contact with her in such a manner, in an instant, she cast aside all previous thoughts, her mind consumed solely by Yi Bai and the gentle visage that lingered in her memory. "Ah, so tender. I truly adore you," Luo Chun thought, unable to meet Yi Bai's gaze for fear he might glimpse her vulnerable side. Chapter 42. Lin Tian trains Xiaomu Bei within the Wu Shang gang. After Luo Chen's departure, Lin Tian guided Xiaomu Bei back. Along the way, she inquired, Lin Tian, what was wrong with that girl? Lin Tian pondered for a moment before replying, I'm not entirely sure, but it seems she was caught filming without permission. Upon hearing the answer, Xiaomu Bei was momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated some grand secret, only to find it was exactly as Yi Bai had stated. Just as she was about to articulate her thoughts, she was interrupted by Lin Tian. You can commence your training now. I will personally guide you tomorrow. Xiaomu Bei nodded, swallowing the words she had intended to say. Observing her hesitation, Lin Tian inquired, what were you about to say? Xiaomu Bei hastily replied, it's nothing, nothing at all. She dared not voice her earlier thought, which had been a plea to avoid training. If she spoke those words aloud, Lin Tian would undoubtedly indulge in his beloved educational methods, much like how Yi Bai had once reprimanded Lin Tian. The only difference was that Xiaomu Bei would not dare to intrude into Lin Tian's personal space, perhaps. Returning to school, the end of the day was fast approaching. As the penultimate class concluded, Luo Chun made a decision that defied tradition, dragging Yi Bai to a secluded corner to engage in whispered conversation. Yi Bai, Luo Chun's fidgety tone irked Yi Bai, you've dragged me out here, and now you can't even speak properly. What is it? Summoning her courage, Luo Chun declared, how does it feel to touch my leg? Her cheeks flushed. Yi Bai recalled the sensation from earlier. Well, how shall I put it? Luo Chun's legs are quite smooth, with a hint of elasticity. They would be even better in stockings. Not bad, Yi Bai replied dismissively. If you don't mind that, there are other places you can touch as well, Luo Chun purred enticingly, as if attempting to ensnare Yi Bai. However, this was trivial to Yi Bai, who had encountered even more alluring individuals and found Luo Chun's advances rather unremarkable. No need, Yi Bai responded to Luo Chun's suggestion, then surveyed their current position. Could you possibly get off me? With her body pressed against Yi Bai, her legs tightly against his, and her face nearly resting against his, Luo Chun clung to him, refusing to relent. No. You must agree to my request, she insisted, her wide eyes fixed on Yi Bai, exuding an urgency that suggested she might leap if he declined. Yi Bai was utterly bewildered. What is this? We've only known each other for a few days, and you're acting this way. Aren't girls supposed to be more reserved? Faced with this unexpected predicament, Yi Bai regretted not crafting a less favorable persona. Indeed, being too exceptional could be a burden. Agreeing would feel like betraying Lin Tian, but refusing meant Luo Chun would likely continue her clinginess. Completely at a loss, Yi Bai pondered whether he should reveal his true identity. Damn it, do I really have to disclose myself? Someone, please help me out here, he silently pleaded, while the system stood ready to record the encounter. Noticing Yi Bai's hesitation, Luo Chun frowned. Wait a minute, I've offered everything. And you have no thoughts at all? Are you even a man? Her tone carried a hint of disappointment, as she could hardly comprehend why her beauty and openness weren't enough to sway him. Of course I have thoughts, but this is inappropriate. Have you considered the consequences if we become involved and I no longer want you? Or if you end up pregnant? What would you do if I abandoned you? Have you thought this through? I suggest you reflect on it before pursuing me further. Luo Chun fell silent, contemplating his words. She had indeed not considered these implications, yet she unconditionally trusted Yi Bai. Believing he would never act irresponsibly. Yi Bai, however, was acutely aware of the weight of such matters. After all, if Luo Chun were to conceive, it would be his child, a bond he could not bear to sever. Just as she would struggle with the notion of motherhood, I understand. I will think carefully about it. But could you kiss me once more? I want to secure your first kiss. Luo Chun's reasoning was simple. If she claimed his first kiss, she would have the upper hand. However, she was oblivious to the fact that Yi Bai's first kiss had already been given to another boy, and he had been the passive participant. This was one of Yi Bai's concerns. If Luo Chun discovered his true identity and learned of his connection with Lin Tian, how would she perceive their relationship? Though it was merely a kiss, it was still a first kiss. And Zhu Xian and Zhu Qi were already shipping their pairing. Yet, outside of those two, no one else was aware. If anyone else were to find out, it would likely spread like wildfire. Yi Bai shuddered at the thought of the consequences. Half paralyzed would be the kindest punishment he could expect, likely followed by a mass erasure of memories. Contemplating the feasibility of a kiss at school, Yibai ultimately decided to acquiesce to Luo Chen's request. After all, if he refused, she might escalate her demands, and he would have to leverage his identity as Yi to deter her. This posed a contradiction, as it was peculiar for a gang leader to be so young and still a university student. Especially after their earlier conflict, Yibai leaned down and pressed a brief kiss against Luo Chen's lips, prompting her to finally release her grip on him. Yibai, remember, if you find a girlfriend, you must come to me first, and no other girls. Sure, Yibai agreed, though he genuinely believe he would seek a girlfriend, considering that merely surviving was already a challenge. His power level was steadily rising, yet his body could scarcely endure the influx of strength. If things proceeded as they were, it would only be a matter of days before his power would explode within him, potentially incapacitating him or worse. Yet, he felt no anxiety, for he had the system to rely on. Call me Big Sister, the system chimed in. It would undoubtedly find a solution. If all else failed, he could always humble himself and plead with the system for enhancement. Let's head back to class. The lesson is about to start. Yibai spoke to Luo Chen, seemingly unfazed by the recent incident, as if the kiss shared moments ago had not been between them. Luo Chen, however, was not disheartened by Yibai's nonchalance. This indifference was precisely what she had come to expect from him. Upon returning to class, their peers paid no heed to their earlier escapade. As it was merely recess, stepping out for a brief respite was entirely normal. Exiting and returning together was also commonplace. After all, they were in university, and engaging in a romantic relationship was hardly unusual. Upon taking their seats, Chanka regarded the two with a knowing smile, noticing a faint blush adorning Luo Chen's cheeks. The memory of that kiss lingered in her mind, causing the rosy hue to persist. Chunku chose not to alarm them, aware that voicing such matters would be detrimental to all three involved. He was uncertain whether Yibai would feel awkward if he brought it up, but he was certain Luo Chen would, potentially offending Yibai in the process. Moreover, he did not wish to tarnish his own reputation. After all, admitting to such a thing would imply he was oblivious to the nuances of social interaction. He had no desire for whispers of scandal to follow him. Meanwhile, at the Wusheng Gang, Lin Tian repeatedly knocked on the door of Xiaomu Bei's room, calling out for her. Xiaomu Bei? Come out. It's time for training. Stop lazing about in there. After a moment, Xiaomu Bei emerged, wrapped in a towel, her cheeks flushed. Lin Tian, I was showering. Could you wait a moment? Lin Tian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, covered his face. Go ahead and wash up. I was too hasty. With that, he closed the door and waited patiently for her to finish. A few minutes later, Xiaomu Bei emerged, fully dressed. Let us go, Lin Tian said. Pleased to see her ready. Xiaomu Bei replied, her enthusiasm palpable as she followed him to the training area. Within the Wusheng Gang, there were 5 training facilities, each faction possessing one, with Lin Tian sharing his with the 4 faction leaders and their deputies. Now joined by Xiaomu Bei. Once they arrived, Lin Tian devised a tailored training regimen for her. With a mere 37 in her Dao power, her potential was considerably lower than most, and had it not been for their recent casual outings, it might have been even less, perhaps not even reaching 34. Start by running a few laps around here. 5 laps should suffice. Afterward, I will guide you through specialized training for observation hockey. There were no strict prerequisites for practicing observation hockey, but a higher Dao power significantly enhanced the training's efficacy. However, given Xiaomu Bei's poor physical condition, it would likely take several months for her power to increase. Time was of the essence, as she was destined to step into the limelight. Without demonstrable skills, few would take her seriously. Currently, only a handful within the gang possessed hockey, and even fewer could effectively wield it. If Xiaomu Bei could master even a single aspect, it would silence her detractors. Understood. Xiaomu Bei did not voice any complaints. Although 5 laps felt daunting, each lap measured 1,000 meters, totaling 5,000 meters, a considerable challenge for someone with a history of malnutrition. Yet, she hesitated not, buoyed by the fact that she had recently been well fed, even if still slightly undernourished. She was determined to complete the task, albeit with some fatigue. After what felt like an eternity, she finally finished her 5 laps, pausing intermittently to catch her breath. Had it been Yibai, he would have likely sprinted through without a moment's hesitation. However, Lin Tian was not like Yi Bai. He exhibited a degree of compassion, albeit reserved for his own. Thus, he tolerated Xiaomu Bei's breaks, reminiscent of the days spent with Yi Bai. Those memories stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. Noticing Xiaomu Bei collapsed on the ground, he quickly approached and offered her an energy bar. Don't lie down immediately after exercising. It's not good for your body. Though Lin Tian was unaware of the specifics of why resting right away was detrimental, he heeded Yi Bai's words. While Yi Bai himself had no knowledge, he had received similar advice from his former coach, and Lin Tian trusted that the coach would not lead him astray. After consuming the energy bar, Xiaomu Bei regained enough strength to stand, though her legs remained sore. After a brief respite, they commenced training in observation hockey. Chapter 43. Xiaomu Bei's initial attempt at observation hockey after a period of rest. Xiaomu Bei felt rejuvenated. Observing her readiness, Lin Tian initiated the training for observation hockey. First, I need to blindfold you. He covered her eyes with a red cloth and explained, Now, I will strike at you. And you must sense the air's vibrations and use your intuition to anticipate my movements, thereby mastering observation hockey. Do you understand? Xiaomu Bei nodded, signaling her comprehension. Lin Tian then began his assault. For the first few hundred attempts, Xiaomu Bei struggled to discern where he would strike from. However, by the 200th attempt, she was able to predict the direction of his punches. By the 500th attempt, she could evade one or two strikes within a flurry of blows. This was a significant improvement compared to her initial performance, especially considering that Lin Tian was striking with his eyes closed, occasionally opening them, yet he had to throw thousands of punches to achieve what Xiaomu Bei accomplished in just a few hundred. By the 1000th strike, Xiaomu Bei could visualize Lin Tian's fist in her mind. Though her accuracy was still lacking, by the 2000th attempt, she had learned to anticipate the majority of Lin Tian's attacks. The awakening of her observation hockey was now merely a matter of opportunity. Remarkably, this transformation had occurred in a mere 3 hours. Lin Tian had exerted just the right amount of force. Despite enduring numerous blows, Xiaomu Bei bore no significant injuries, only a few bruises. A far cry from the extensive marks left by Yi Bai during his training. After a brief respite, Xiaomu Bei cheerfully approached Lin Tian, inquiring, Hey, Lin Tian, how did I perform? Quite well, in fact, significantly better than I did at your stage. It took me several weeks to reach the level you achieved in just a few hours. Xiaomu Bei's cheeks flushed at Lin Tian's praise. It's all thanks to your guidance. It has little to do with me. She replied playfully. Her charming demeanor was endearing and alluring, yet Lin Tian remained unaffected. He was, after all, a staunch traditionalist. Meanwhile, after school, Yi Bai escorted by Xian home, while Bai Long was assigned to check on Xiaomu Bei's progress at the Wushangang. Luo Qin, as usual, walked home with Bai Qi, but the atmosphere was somewhat strained due to the earlier incident. The two walked in silence, with Luo Qin attempting to broach a conversation several times, only to restrain herself each time. She longed to confess her feelings for someone, yet feared Bai Qi's disapproval. Thus she held her tongue. Bai Qi, noticing Luo Qin's unspoken words, was reluctant to inquire further, assuming it was likely not a positive matter. However, his concern over what bad news she might share compelled him to speak first. What is it you wish to say? Seeing that she could no longer conceal her thoughts, Luo Qin slowly replied, Brother, I have someone I like. Sigh, brother, are you not angry? Bai Qi was perplexed. Why should he be upset that his sister had developed feelings for someone? Why would I be angry? Do you not feel as though someone raised like a prized cabbage might be taken by a pig? Bai Qi shook his head, genuinely not harboring such sentiments. He feared his sister might struggle to find someone who reciprocated her feelings. After all, he knew her personality all too well. Few boys could endure her spoiled princess demeanor. When you have a break, bring that boy over. I'll have a word with him. Upon hearing this, Luo Qin bristled. No way, I don't trust you. You would certainly target him. Luo Qin's posture suggested that if Bai Qi dared to act against her wishes, she would sever ties with him, much to his exasperation. What if I enlist someone from the gang to keep an eye on him? I'll have someone of my rank do it. I won't go myself, how about that? After a brief contemplation regarding the proposal's viability, Luo Qin recognized that as peers, her older brother's authority would not sway them. However, as comrades, they might be more amenable to persuasion. Yet, if it involved superiors, it would likely be more challenging. Nonetheless, she was aware that Bai Qi's superiors were limited to a select few, one being Yi, another Qi Lin, and yet another Bai Long. Luo Chun was unaware that Xiaomu Bei currently also held a superior position over Bai Qi. When she had seen Xiaomu Bei beside Lin Tian, she had merely regarded her as his attendant, failing to consider her higher status. Brother, if possible, could you ask Qi Lin to oversee things? I'm worried that you might persuade someone of your rank. Bai Qi was taken aback. You just offended someone earlier today, and now you wish for them to oversee your significant life decisions. Have you lost your mind? Or have I? What are you talking about? You just offended someone earlier today, and now you want me to lower myself to request their help in overseeing your significant life decisions. Are you out of your mind? Bai Qi decisively rejected Luo Chun without a moment's hesitation. Such a proposition was utterly inconceivable. Luo Chun, fully aware of his actions, refrained from further discussion. After bidding farewell to Bai Qi, he returned home. Once at home, he promptly took out his phone and sent a message to Yi Bai. Luo Chun, Yi Bai, my brother mentioned that he wants to have someone from the Five Saints gang vet your boyfriend, so don't be frightened when the time comes. Upon reading the message, Yi Bai was left utterly speechless. They had yet to discuss the matter, so how could there already be a vetting process? Furthermore, why was it the Five Saints gang conducting the vetting? Shouldn't it be her own parents? Only Zhu Xian, who appeared amiable, might assist Bai Qi, but she was familiar with Yi Bai. Yi Bai had no desire to become a source of amusement for others. The notion of rebuking Luo Chun one moment and then dating him in another identity was undeniably explosive. Yi Bai, I understand. Do you know who it is? After contemplating briefly, Luo Chun responded, my brother said it would be someone of his rank. I tried to persuade him to convince Qi Lin to oversee the vetting, as I fear you might be targeted by them, but he declined. Yi Bai couldn't help but laugh upon receiving the message while lying on her bed. If it were a significant matter or one beneficial to the gang, he could likely enlist anyone, but for personal matters like this, only Zhu Xian would probably agree, as she relished in such antics. If Yi Bai discussed it with her, Zhu Xian would likely consent, and if she mentioned it to Lin Tian, he might also come along. After all, they were all individuals who enjoyed a good spectacle. However, would this not make Yi Bai the spectacle? If Zhu Xian or Lin Tian were to attend, who would dare to target her after dismissing her? She would leave as a student and return as Yi, ready to provide them with a lesson in loved. Yi Bai, I understand. Although they had not fully confirmed their relationship, it was nearly so. They had kissed, and what could possibly go awry? Yet, Yi Bai now faced a dilemma. She had to choose between Lin Tian and Luo Chun. TOB with Lin Tian meant she would have to abandon Luo Chun, and vice versa. Otherwise, juggling a relationship with one girl and another boy would be exceedingly peculiar. After much contemplation, Yi Bai ultimately decided to forsake Lin Tian, as she, being a normal person, naturally preferred girls. She could entirely forget the events of the past. After all, Lin Tian had been quite young then, and it was perfectly normal for him not to understand such matters. Now that Lin Tian had matured, those events should be put to rest, though he occasionally let slip a comment or two. Luo Chun, Yi Bai, I just asked my brother. He said this weekend would work. I wanted to give you a heads up so you could mentally prepare. The moment Yi Bai saw Luo Chun's message, Lin Tian also sent one. Lin Tian, Yi Bai, I must tell you, Bai Qi just asked Zhu Xian to vet his sister's boyfriend, and I happened to overhear. I wanted to share this with you. Yi Bai, I know, Lin Tian. How did you know? Yi Bai fell silent, contemplating. Lin Tian, why aren't you speaking? Yi Bai, it doesn't matter. So, did she agree? Lin Tian, of course she agreed. If it weren't for my need to maintain my brother's image, I would have insisted on being involved as well. The more they conversed, the more Yi Bai felt something was amiss, prompting her to swiftly change the topic. Yi Bai, how is Xiaomu Bei's training progressing? Upon mentioning this, Lin Tian perked up and sent several messages in quick succession. Lin Tian, Yi Bai, let me tell you, this little one has exceptional talent. My training progress over several days was matched by her in just a few hours. Lin Tian, Yi Bai, I must add, she shows remarkable efficacy in the cultivation of observation haki. I don't know why, but my observation haki seems to falter in her presence. Yi Bai was momentarily taken aback by Lin Tian's messages. Wasn't this the effect of observation haki? Xiaomu Bei was indeed a natural talent in observation hockey. If this were true, it was quite a treasure. However, if she were a natural talent, why had he not noticed this during their first meeting? With his abilities, he should have been able to perceive it. Yet, Yi Bai dismissed these thoughts, for even if she were not a natural talent, she possessed the ability to render observation hockey ineffective. It is crucial to note that ineffective means it becomes inaccurate, not entirely void. In today's world, many firmly believe in observation hockey. After all, how could one's own ability harm oneself? Yi Bai was perplexed about this ability and decided to consult the system. System, what is going on here? The system hesitated for a moment before replying, well, it should, perhaps, maybe, probably, be, never mind, I don't know. Previously, Yi Bai might have erupted in anger, but he had recently soothed the system, so he refrained from scolding it into silence again. Forget it, I'll figure it out myself. Meanwhile, Lin Tian shared this information with Xiaomu Bei. After all, as long as it did not involve confidential matters or anything Yi Bai forbade him to disclose, Lin Tian struggled to keep secrets and often let slip such information. After knocking on the door, Xiaomu Bei, wrapped in a towel, once again opened it for Lin Tian. Why are you bathing again? Lin Tian inquired, puzzled, as she had already bathed once that afternoon. After today's training, I worked up quite a sweat, so another wash is in order. By the way, Lin Tian, did you come to see me for something? Is there a mission? Xiaomu Bei was in desperate need of an opportunity to prove herself. Otherwise, as time passed, her lack of achievements would surely lead to her abandonment. The thought of being cast aside was too daunting. After all, very few defected from the Five Saints gang, and she did not believe it was due to strong internal unity. It was highly likely that those who did defect were killed and the incidents covered up. Those made public were merely the ones they could not apprehend. No. Remember the girl who came earlier today? What about her? Lin Tian replied. Yes, what of her? Did she do something again? No, she is bringing her boyfriend here in a few days for a vetting. Xiaomu Bei was puzzled. Why does there need to be a vetting? Lin Tian contemplated briefly before responding. She is already considered a member of the Five Saints gang, even if it's not yet official. And though she may have angered Yi Bai, she is still Bai Qi's sister, and that won't change. Moreover, Bai Qi mentioned he would bring his sister for an evaluation and asked me to go easy on her. By that logic, she is already a member of the Five Saints gang. As for Yi Bai, I sensed no real killing intent or anger from him, just exasperation. So he likely does not mind her joining. Therefore, her boyfriend must also be brought into the gang, necessitating our vetting to determine his eligibility. If he qualifies, we will make special arrangements for them to share a room. If not, they will have two choices, either separate or leave together. Otherwise, if something goes awry, Yi Bai will surely have my skin. After Lin Tian's explanation, Xiaomu Bei understood why Luo Chun wanted to bring her boyfriend along. However, she detected some holes in Lin Tian's reasoning, leading her to suspect it was merely an excuse he conjured on the spot. The reality was straightforward. The Five Saints gang had means to ensure a person remained obedient and would not betray them. They could also forcibly enhance someone's strength. Lin Tian's claims were just a facade to justify his desire to enjoy the spectacle. Even unqualified members like Lin Tian or Zhu Xian would likely proclaim someone as qualified unless that person were a spy or utterly incompetent. Otherwise, rejection was improbable. While the two were chatting, the individual who had initially betrayed Tang Huaming returned after successfully completing the task Yi Bai assigned. Most members of the gang did not recognize her. With only a few familiar faces, after explaining, she approached Lin Tian with several heads of the leaders. Upon noticing the disturbance outside, Lin Tian donned a mask and rose to greet her, taking Xiaomu Bei along as well. After Xiaomu Bei put on her mask, she followed closely behind Lin Tian. Upon entering the hall, Lin Tian observed the betrayer of Tang Huaming kneeling on one knee, holding a sack that, without a doubt, contained the heads of several small-time leaders. I have not disappointed Brother Yi. I have completed the task assigned to me. All 17 leaders and their subordinates under Tang Huaming have been eliminated. And here are their heads for Brother Qi Lin's inspection. She presented the sack with both hands. Lin Tian glanced at Xiaomu Bei before murmuring, "Try not to vomit." Xiaomu Bei was well aware of the contents and steeled herself. Signaling Lin Tian, the egret once served as Gu Shi's codename in Tang Huaming's domain. I understand now. You may continue with your tasks. Chapter 44, Xiaomu Bei's cancer. Lin Tian, who had taken Xiaomu Bei away from the scene, inquired about her well-being. How do you feel? Are you all right? Xiaomu Bei shook her head. She felt nauseous, yet she could not bring herself to vomit. The image of the head being crushed by Lin Tian replayed incessantly in her mind. It took several minutes for Xiaomu Bei to regain her composure. I'm all right. Xiaomu Bei refrained from screaming despite Lin Tian's gruesome act before her. She understood that Lin Tian was testing her. If she had cried out or exhibited any other emotion, it was likely that Lin Tian's perception and attitude towards her would have shifted, even if only slightly. From the current perspective, it seemed inconsequential, but looking back in the future, it could pose significant issues. Fortunately, Xiaomu Bei did not display any weakness in front of Gu Shi. It was only after Gu Shi's departure that Xiaomu Bei revealed her terror. She needed to release and alleviate her distress. I want to prepare you in advance. Although Brother Yi Bai mentioned that you need not engage in battle unless absolutely necessary, it is essential for you to familiarize yourself with this feeling, or else it may lead to grave consequences in the future. While Lin Tian's words appear to be considerate towards Xiaomu Bei, they were, in fact, a means of assessing her resilience. As he had stated earlier, Lin Tian was observing her capacity to endure. Moreover, he sought to determine whether she could maintain her composure in such circumstances, the state that rendered her observation abilities ineffective. The outcome did not disappoint Lin Tian. Even in that moment, her capacity to incapacitate her observation abilities remained intact. It seemed that this was not merely a figment of her imagination, but rather an unconscious release from within her. Even if other factors had misled her, Xiaomu Bei would not conceal this ability, and Lin Tian recalled that upon their first meeting, Xiaomu Bei had not exhibited such a skill. Lin Tian was uncertain when Xiaomu Bei had undergone her transformation, but it appeared that her demeanor had shifted the moment she acquired the mask. If one were to consider Xiaomu Bei before obtaining the mask as merely an ordinary person, after donning it, she had seemingly metamorphosed, a change that Lin Tian could perceive. However, despite this transformation, she still emanated an aura of subservience. To those of the same rank, she appeared humble. To those beneath her, she seemed approachable, unless one possessed extraordinary strength and abilities. Otherwise, in the eyes of equals, one would be perceived as insignificant. After removing the mask, Xiaomu Bei clutched a trash bin and retched violently. As an ordinary worker, the most gruesome sight she had encountered was perhaps a severed limb or witnessing someone bleeding profusely in a hospital. Having never witnessed such a scene before, her initial experience was understandably unsettling, and simply refraining from vomiting was already her limit. She would assert that Lin Tian, upon witnessing a head being crushed for the first time, must have felt just as she did this time. She was mistaken. Lin Tian, having witnessed death, exhibited no signs of discomfort. His eyes were void of light, as if he were on the verge of death, yet he steadfastly believed that someone could bring him light. That person was the ultimate darkness, Yi Bai, who illuminated his path. Lin Tian gently patted Xiaomu Bei's back. She continued to retch for an extended period, each recollection of the earlier scene inducing nausea. Though fortunately, she had ceased vomiting. Should another occasion arise, Xiaomu Bei was confident that she would not react in such a manner again. She had developed a resistance. Her complexion had paled slightly, indicative of her fright. Lin Tian assisted Xiaomu Bei back to her room for rest. Upon bringing her inside, Lin Tian did not leave immediately but posed a few questions. What was your first impression of that person? When I first saw her, I thought she appeared gentle, not someone who would be easily killed. However, upon her utterance of that phrase, my perception of her shifted entirely. My second impression was that she seemed capable, decisive, and somewhat lecherous. Lin Tian understood the preceding context but questioned her assertion about Gu Shi's lecherousness. How did you deduce that she was lewd? Lin Tian's confusion was palpable. I cannot say for certain, but she simply struck me as that type. Although judging a book by its cover is unwise, my initial thought was indeed so. Xiaomu Bei regarded Lin Tian with an expression of certainty, as if her words were indisputable. In truth, her rebellion was fueled by her infatuation with Bai Long's looks, compounded by her mismatched power and status in Tang Huaming's realm, ultimately leading to her defection. Although she appeared to be the third subordinate under Tang Huaming, in reality, she wielded neither military power nor status. merely existing as a mere enforcer. With combat prowess rivaling Bai Long's, she could dominate anywhere. Yet she chose to remain under someone else's roof. Not for any other reason, but to ensure her survival, having offended a noble family that dispatched over 10 experts with a combat ability exceeding 300,000 to hunt her down at that time. Her own combat ability was merely 320,000. While she could defeat one or two adversaries, she could not withstand an onslaught of Tian, though preserve her life. She sought refuge in Tang Huaming's territory. Tang Huaming, displaying great kindness, sheltered her, yet the condition for her continued stay was her unconditional submission. She was to obey his every command. Jiu Shi, at that time, believed that Tang Huaming had taken a liking to her. As a person who valued appearances, Tang Huaming did not captivate her interest. Although he was not unattractive, possessing a certain rogue charm, he ultimately did not align with Gu Shi's preferences. Nevertheless, Tang Huaming made no improper advances towards her, instead assigning her the task of training others. However, her experience in the training ground was far from smooth. Having sustained injuries that reduced her original combat ability of 320,000 to merely a few thousand, she limped into the training ground. The experts present were primarily those with combat abilities in the hundreds of thousands. While Yi Bai's ability had only just surpassed 100,000 at that time. This illustrates how formidable Gu Shi had been. However, her injuries rendered her vulnerable. Upon her arrival at the training ground, she was subjected to ridicule and harassment. Yet she remained focused on imparting knowledge to her students. The noble family Gu Shi had offended was the same one that had caused a ruckus at Yi Bai's school not long ago. The conflict arose when a noble sought to marry Gu Shi, and upon her rejection, he became enraged and sought to capture her. At that time, Gu Shi, brimming with youthful arrogance, seemingly dismissed the noble's threats, especially since his bodyguards possessed only 100,000 combat abilities. Thus, she swiftly dispatched one of them. Had she killed the noble outright then, none of the subsequent events would have transpired. However, in a moment of whimsy, she opted to castrate him, allowing him to leave alive. Their next encounter came when Gu Shi was being pursued. Lin Tian, may I ask you a question? Lin Tian momentarily appeared dazed before responding. Go ahead. Xiaomu Bei pondered before asking, how does that person compare to you in strength? It is typical for girls to seek confirmation even when they already possess an answer in their hearts. Lin Tian had not anticipated that Xiaomu Bei would pose such a question. Was it not evident? I am far stronger than her, but she is formidable in her own right. Roughly a 60-40 split with Bai Long. He then added, Bai Long is at 4, she is at 6. This was Lin Tian's assessment of Gu Shi. She held an advantage over Bai Long, as she could fly, though Bai Long could also fly. He could not match her speed. Moreover, Gu Shi's observation abilities were not lacking, and with a little effort, she could quickly identify Bai Long's weaknesses. However, this was under optimal circumstances. In reality, a confrontation would likely result in a stalemate. So impressive, Xiaomu Bei felt disheartened. She had assumed Gu Shi's combat ability was around 100,000, only to discover her true strength was far greater. Lin Tian, noticing Xiaomu Bei's unusual demeanor, offered reassurance. Though she may currently surpass you slightly, I believe that with effort, you will surpass her in due time. When Lin Tian delivered his final remark, he paused, causing Xiaomu Bei to misinterpret. Hearing, surpassing her is merely a matter of time. In that instant, her face flushed crimson. She was acutely aware that she had misheard, yet the embarrassment lingered. As a girl prone to contemplation, her imagination began to wander upon hearing those words, envisioning Gu Shi pinned beneath her. Eyes fluttering, occasionally letting out soft gasps. This thought caused young Xiaomu Bei to blush profusely. Lin Tian, puzzled, inquired, "What's wrong with you?" "Oh, it's nothing, nothing at all." Xiaomu Bei dared not reveal the nature of her thoughts to Lin Tian. It was fortunate that Lin Tian could not read minds. Otherwise, Yi Bai would have easily discerned Xiaomu Bei's hidden musings. Very well, we shall continue training tomorrow. Xiaomu Bei nodded and politely excused herself. After all, she needed to rest, and it was getting late. Lin Tian, who had been ushered out, felt no anger. He was quite pleased with Xiaomu Bei's character. At the very least, she had now integrated herself into the environment. shedding the initial awkwardness as if the thrill of power had liberated her true self. She felt more fulfilled than ever. Lying in bed, Xiaomu Bei reminisced about the sensations during training. That elusive feeling of perception enchanted her. With her eyes closed, she could sense the objects nearby, a sensation she greatly cherished. The white dragon, delayed by trivial matters, arrived later than planned. He instantly teleported into Lin Tian's room to retrieve him. "What the hell are you doing? And why are you here?" Lin Tian exclaimed, appearing quite irritable. "Brother Yi sent me to check on that girl named Xiaomu Bei, to see if you've been mistreating her," the white dragon replied. Lin Tian was at a loss for words. Xiaomu Bei's current life was far more luxurious than that of a typical young lady. How could she possibly be mistreated? He thought it absurd. If anything, she was cherished, not abused. The affection Lin Tian spoke of was genuine, not the superficial kind that others might assume. The white dragon, intrigued, inquired, "What kind of person could evoke such affection in you? Do tell." Lin Tian rolled his eyes. "Her mastery of Kinbunchaku is remarkable. Her training progress in just a few hours surpasses what we achieve in weeks." Both Lin Tian and the white dragon were exceptionally gifted, having taken roughly a week to learn Kinbunchaku. Xiaomu Bei, if all went well, could likely master it in 2 days. Ordinary individuals might spend a lifetime trying to grasp a single form of Haki. With some guidance and a stroke of luck, they might learn one, but the chances of advancing further were virtually non-existent. Xiaomu Bei's talent was undoubtedly on par with Yi Bai's. Had Yi Bai utilized a training method instead of a Kinbunchaka card, he could probably learn it in a day. Is that true? So impressive. The white dragon did not quite believe Lin Tian's words and was determined to investigate. "If she's sleeping, and you disturb her, she could report you to Brother Yi, and you'd be in trouble. Also, she is on par with us." The white dragon shrugged, unimpressed. "I know she's on par. That's obvious. Fine, I'll stay the night and head back in the morning," Lin Tian said, indifferent. "All right, I have no objections. You have your own room. If you get beaten up tomorrow, that's your problem." The white dragon seemed unfazed. He was not afraid to be. "By the way, I saw in the news that Xiaomu Bei has cancer. Have you treated her?" The white dragon's sudden question jolted Lin Tian. "Damn, I completely forgot about that. I lack such abilities, and I'm not sure if Brother Yi can help either. Should we tell her to go to the hospital? Perhaps we should inform Brother Yi first. He might have a solution." Without delay, Lin Tian decided to message Yi Bai about the situation. That moment, Yi Bai, lying in bed, was inundated with notifications. Irritated, he opened his phone, immediately zeroing in on Lin Tian's messages, as only 2 individuals dared to bombard him. Lin Tian and Luo Chun. Why Yu Qian would never do this, and Chun wouldn't dare. If he did, Yi Bai would retaliate fiercely. Luo Chun was a special case. Upon opening his phone, Yi Bai read a series of messages from Lin Tian, which could be summarized in a few words. "Can you treat Xiaomu Bei's cancer?" Yi Bai was uncertain. His healing abilities had never been tested on diseases, so he did not know if he would succeed. "System, can my healing ability cure her cancer?" The system promptly responded, "Yes." Relieved by the answer, Yi Bai quickly replied, "I can, but my confidence is low. I'll try this weekend." Lin Tian, on the other end, was elated upon reading Yi Bai's message. "Brother Yi said he can try this weekend. During this time, let us not inform her to avoid causing her psychological stress." Xiaomu Bei herself was unaware of her cancer diagnosis, which had been discovered by Qin Xian's assistant, and no one knew how he had found out. The next morning at 5 a.m., Lin Tian woke Xiaomu Bei to meet the white dragon. Though Lin Tian had described him, Xiaomu Bei was still quite nervous. After all, the white dragon was infamous for his temper. He was known to slaughter hundreds at the slightest provocation, making conversation with him perilous. Chapter 45. The white dragon smiled hello. Xiaomu Bei greeted the white dragon, slightly anxious, fearing she might say something wrong and provoke his ire. "Hello," the white dragon replied, feeling somewhat socially anxious himself due to her demeanor. Lin Tian suppressed a laugh nearby. After a careful examination, Xiaomu Bei concluded that the white dragon was indeed handsome. By mere appearance, he surpassed most young idols, and he bore no traces of artificial enhancement. Were he to debut, he would undoubtedly be a top-tier star. She invited both men into her room. Once seated, the white dragon inquired, "I was sent by Brother Yi to check on you and see how you're faring. Has this guy been bullying you?" He gestured toward Lin Tian. "Are you looking for a fight?" Lin Tian retorted, ready to retaliate if provoked. The white dragon ignored him, awaiting Xia Mu Bei's response. Lin Tian is very kind to me, and I'm doing very well here, so there's no need to worry. Xia Mu Bei replied with a smile, well, it's getting late. I should be going. The white dragon bid farewell and departed. A portal identical to Yi Bai's appeared behind him, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. Once the white dragon was gone, Lin Tian encouraged Xia Mu Bei to have breakfast. Upon returning home, the white dragon found Yi Bai still asleep, and Bai Xian had yet to wake. Eventually, at 5:30 a.m., Yi Bai arose. He retrieved a meal from his system space and then asked the white dragon, so, how is she doing? Is she adjusting well? After a moment of contemplation, the white dragon replied, she says she is doing great, and she seems to be in a much better state than when we last met. I can vaguely sense that her Kinbunshiku might be awakening. Hearing this, Yi Bai nodded, satisfied with Xia Mu Bei's talent. After finishing his meal, Yi Bai woke Bai Xian. She looked at him with bleary eyes, as if ready to collapse back onto him for more sleep. After helping her dress, he dragged the drowsy Bai Xian downstairs to wash up. Once washed, she looked slightly more alert. The school opened at 7 a.m., and Bai Xian typically got up around 6:20. However, this time Yi Bai woke her nearly half an hour early, simply out of boredom. Eat, he said, bringing out food from his system space for Bai Xian while he idly scrolled through his phone. Suddenly, an idea struck Yi Bai, and he called over the cat-form white dragon. You'll be at Wushangang tomorrow. Head there tonight. Initially, Bai Xian thought Yi Bai was speaking to her, but upon realizing the cat was actually the white dragon, she understood. The white dragon nodded in acknowledgement, while Yi Bai casually placed the white dragon on the dining table and resumed browsing his phone, not bothering to hide it from Bai Xian. After all, this was a matter that would inevitably come to light. It could not remain a secret forever. Bai Xian didn't know who Lin Tian was, but inferred from the name that it likely related to Qilin. Based on her reasoning, Lin Tian was quite possibly the Qilin. With the addition of the white dragon, the two major figures of Wushangang were now assembled. Bai Xian was unaware that another peer of Lin Tian and the white dragon had joined their ranks. So she assumed Wushangang was managed by only 3 individuals. One more would suffice. Yi Bai picked up his phone and messaged Lin Tian, tomorrow, I will send the white dragon to you. Lin Tian replied almost instantly. Why? Yi Bai responded, you'll find out tomorrow. After sending the message, Yi Bai muted his phone. After finishing her meal, Bai Xian glanced at the clock. It was precisely 6 a.m. Feeling helpless, she entertained herself with her phone on the sofa, too anxious to sleep for fear of oversleeping. Although Yi Bai would wake her, she still worried he might forget. The consequences of being late were severe. She simply could not afford to be tardy. The thought of such a punishment was unimaginable for her. As someone who had never been late to school, a single tardiness would blemish her otherwise flawless academic record. Thus, she dared not gamble on whether Yi Bai would wake her. After all, he had already roused her, and returning to sleep would be disrespectful. Yi Bai rose and settled onto the sofa, beginning to engage with his mobile device. To be precise, he was perusing information that could potentially reveal the presence of adversaries or individuals who might become foes in the future. Certain formidable factions tend to disseminate details about their own gangs online, thereby increasing their visibility and reach. Unless one possesses extraordinary strength, the average individual would hesitate to undertake such a risk, for exposing one's forces is a grave misstep. Without a transcendent grasp of the overarching situation, how could one dare to divulge their military strength? That would be akin to courting disaster. 3 years prior, the Five Saints gang had obliterated a presumptuous faction that overestimated itself.